Chapter 201 Ambassador Leo. Early the next morning, Luke came to his office, picked up a pen and began to write a letter. Dear Princess, the attack on the Leo consulate has been resolved, and all hostages have been safely rescued, including the consul and other Leo diplomatic officials. All the lookouts involved in this incident were killed, although there was a chance to capture a few alive. I still made this decision. The relationship between the Empire and the Leo Republic is becoming increasingly harmonious. But the different political systems determine that there are always underlying contradictions between the two countries. The political demands of the new nobles and the Empire are closely related to changes in foreign political situations. Giving certain support to the Leo restorers can slow down the development of the Leo Republic and make the Leo Republic more cautious in its relationship with the Empire, especially in the future struggle for sea power. The Empire and the Republic of Rio face each other across the sea, and have been competing for dominance in this sea area since ancient times. The fall of the Kingdom of Rio gave the Empire the opportunity to control this ocean, creating a golden period of development for the city of raging waves. With the support of other countries, the Republic of Rio has rapidly increased its national strength, and it must be unwilling to continue to watch the Imperial fleet cruise on this busy international route. The two countries will inevitably have a war on the sea, and I think it will be beneficial for the Empire to fight this war early. Agatha asked Luke to write to her every day, and Luke tried his best to meet her request. On weekdays, he would just write about the weather in the city of raging waves when he had nothing to do. Today, Luke wrote a lot. First, the process of rescuing the hostages of the Rio consulate is briefly described, and then the strategy for the Rio Republic is introduced. The Golden Shield Empire and Rio are across the sea. In history, many large-scale naval battles have broken out in order to compete for the dominance of this ocean. With the opening of the new era, the wealth generated by marine trade has risen sharply, and the two countries that jointly own this world route have benefited greatly from it. However, the king of the Rio Kingdom did not have the courage of Augustine the Great of the Golden Shield Empire. The unfair distribution of wealth triggered a coup and eventually buried the Rio royal family. Later, the Golden Shield Empire invaded the Rio Republic, although it did not incorporate this kingdom into its territory. The protracted war made it impossible for Rio to maintain its own maritime interests. During this period, the city of raging waves enjoyed this international route exclusively, and it became a unique world-class trading city in this sea area. The Leo Empire, whose political situation was gradually stabilizing, developed rapidly with various foreign subsidies. However, this international route was under the control of the Golden Shield Empire, which made the Leo Republic extremely jealous and uncomfortable. In the end, for its own interests and at the instigation of other countries, the Leo Republic took advantage of the internal instability of the Golden Shield Empire and launched an attack on the Golden Shield Empire fleet. Of course, this plot has not happened yet. Luke, who has established a firm foothold in the city of raging waves and has huge interests, naturally does not want his route to be threatened by foreign forces. This is also the main reason why Luke let Pan go. In his heart, he wanted to support Pan in making trouble for the Rio Republic, but the way Pan chose made him unacceptable. Cooperation is fine, but Pan must first put himself in the right position and be humble when asking for help. Luke told Agatha in detail what he had been thinking about in the past 2 days. If he could get support from the Empire, many things would be much smoother. But even if he couldn't get support from the Empire, Luke would follow his own steps. Put the written letter into the envelope, seal it with ink, and then stamp it with his own alchemical seal. Without waiting for Luke's call, Kylina pushed the door and walked in. She was holding a food box, which looked very familiar. Chief Inspector, someone from the Golden Hotel just came and asked me to give this to you. Luke remembered that this food box belonged to Ian. Is this to poison me? Open it and see. Kylina put the food box on the table. I checked it with detection magic. It's not a dangerous item. Kylina opened the food box and took out a thermos from it. Lifting the lid of the thermos, the familiar fragrance filled the air again. Luke could only smile helplessly. It seemed that what he said to Ian had no effect. Kylina sniffed the smell and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It smells so good. It must be delicious. If you want to drink it, take it away." Kylina quickly closed the lid. This must be a gift from Director Ian to the Chief Inspector. I can't drink it. But, isn't Director Ian a shining gold man? Kylina was puzzled by Ian's behavior. As Luke's secretary, she could sense Ian's special feelings for her superior. If she is looking for trouble, I can't do anything about it. Leave the things behind. This letter is for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Arrange someone to deliver it immediately. Yes, Chief Inspector. When Kalina was about to leave with the letter, Luke stopped her again. Arrange a car. I'm going to the Palace of Sassis. Yes, Chief Inspector. At the Sassis Palace, Viscount Iskalin accompanied Ambassador Rio to drink morning tea and enjoy the opera. Surrounded by guards. Ambassador Webster. I said that the consulate's affairs will be handled by Chief Inspector Meteorite. You can rest assured. None of us wants this incident to affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries. The way this incident was handled can be said to be perfect. Ambassador Webster is a middle-aged man with a refined temperament. And the big mustache under his nose is very eye-catching. He knows that the relationship between the Golden Shield Empire and the Real Republic is very delicate. And it is not easy for him to be an ambassador. The attack on the Rio consul this time will not only affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries, but may also cause turmoil in the domestic political situation. This is why he rushed here from the Imperial capital as soon as he knew about this. Only by getting first-hand information can we deal with it diplomatically. Ambassador Webster trimmed his beard and said to Viscount Iskalin with the demeanor of a diplomat, during this period in the Imperial capital, what I heard most was the miracle created by Chief Inspector of Meteorite in Raging Wave City. Of course, this is not something I can discuss with my identity. The Rio consulate incident allowed me to witness the magic of Chief Inspector of Meteorite with my own eyes. Just as he sent you to save my life. The enemy's conspiracy is like transparent glass in front of him, which is simply humiliating himself. I also don't want to see this incident affect the normal diplomatic relations between the two countries. We share this ocean. And any turmoil between the two countries will cause great international turmoil. May I ask when I can meet Chief Inspector of Meteorite? I want to express my gratitude to him in person. Chief Inspector. Viscount Iskalin was just about to find an excuse for Luke when a servant came in. Sir, the Chief Inspector is here. Viscount Iskalin immediately changed his words. The Chief Inspector said yesterday that he would come to the Sassis Palace to see the ambassador. I didn't expect him to come so early. Ambassador Webster showed an expectant expression. I am very honored to meet the magical Chief Inspector of Meteorite. Soon, Luke arrived with the help of his servants. Ambassador Webster. I am very happy to see you. Luke took off his hat and handed it to Kalina, who was accompanying him, and then shook hands with Ambassador Webster warmly. Like an old friend who had not seen each other for many years, although I have never met you when I was in the Imperial capital before. I have heard the princess praise you many times. You are a professional diplomat. In dealing with the relationship between the Empire and the Republic of Rio, you are impeccable. Just like a textbook on international relations. Since you served as the ambassador of Rio to the Empire, the relationship between the two countries has been developing in a positive direction. I believe you can handle the attack on the consulate well and maintain the stability of the relationship between the two countries. Ambassador Webster stroked his beard happily at Luke's compliment. The attack on the Leo consulate took place in Raging Wave City, and the Golden Shield Empire was not sufficiently protected. But I think, as long as we maintain sincere mutual trust, we can definitely handle the matter to a level that we can both accept. Of course, this also leads to a problem that has long interfered with the relationship between the two countries. There are a large number of wanted criminals in the Leo Republic who have been stranded in the Empire for a long time. I have reason to believe that the so-called lookouts are composed of these wanted criminals. I hope that the Empire can repatriate all wanted criminals to our country as soon as possible, so as to prevent such incidents from happening again. The appearance of the lookouts and the start of the Holy War for the restoration of the Kingdom of Rio made the Rio Republic unable to remain silent on the exiled nobles, although it was the Imperial spies who wiped out the lookouts. Ambassador Webster did not know what role the Golden Shield Empire played in it. If the lookouts were secretly supported by the Golden Shield Empire, it would definitely bring big trouble to the Rio Republic. Chief Inspector Meteor is in the limelight in the Golden Shield Empire, and is also the confidant of the eldest princess Agatha. Let him first show the Rio Republic's attitude to the Empire, so that the Empire can be prepared for this diplomatic incident. Luke had long expected that the Rio Republic would never give up easily on this incident. As long as they insist that the lookouts are from the Rio nobles, who are exiled to the Golden Shield Empire, the Empire is the party at fault. If these exiled nobles can be dealt with, it will definitely be an achievement that Ambassador Webster can go down in history. This is also the difficulty in dealing with this diplomatic crisis. Sit down and talk. Luke first invited Ambassador Webster to sit down, and then asked Viscount Iskalin, How is the consul now? Iskalin replied. My private doctor examined the consul. He has no external injuries, but he has other diseases due to his old age. Now he has improved after treatment, and he needs more rest. Take good care of the consul. Luke then said to Ambassador Webster, Ambassador, although these kidnappers claim to be lookouts, we cannot rush to identify who they are. Whether they are from the Empire, Leo, or somewhere else, they all need to be investigated by the Imperial Secret Service. As for the wanted criminals you mentioned, this is a historical issue. The normalization of relations between the Empire and the Republic of Leo has only happened in recent years, and those people entered the Empire through legal channels. The Empire cannot risk credit loss and change its attitude towards them at will. This matter cannot be rushed. We need our two countries to talk slowly. The most important thing at this time is to resolve the attack on the consulate, provide rescue and repair, and get the consulate back to operation as soon as possible. The delay these days has caused great economic losses to both our countries. Luke wanted to deal with the incident vaguely, but how could Ambassador Webster, who had finally seized the opportunity, give up? Chief Inspector, I heard that all the kidnappers were killed. Excuse me, why don't you capture them alive for interrogation? Are you covering up something? Luke smiled and said, for the Empire, this matter is very clear. A group of Rio people came to the City of Rage to attack the Rio consulate. My job is to prevent others from following suit in the future. Killing them all is a deterrent to all potential threats. Imperial spies have no obligation to consider the Republic of Rio. If they are caught alive, I think the reporters of the newspaper will be very interested in them. Look out. Exiled nobles. Royal family of Rio. Republic of Rio. Rebellion. These terms will surely be all over the major newspapers, and then spread throughout the world along with the merchants traveling to and from the City of Raging Waves. Do you want to see this happen? Luke's rebuttal and sarcasm made Ambassador Webster look very ugly. Chief Detective of Meteor, I feel that you are not sincere in handling this incident. The matter is very clear, but you want to blur the responsibility that the Golden Shield Empire needs to bear in this incident. Your sophistry will not change the facts. And international public opinion will give a correct evaluation of this incident. It was the Golden Shield Empire that sheltered the wanted criminals of the Rio Republic, which led to the attack on the Rio consulate in Fury City. Our country's request for the extradition of all wanted criminals is a normal state demand. If the Golden Shield Empire cannot give our country the answer we want, our country is very likely to withdraw all diplomatic institutions in the Golden Shield Empire for security reasons. This Count Iskalin on the side did not expect that the friendly meeting would lead to the situation of breaking off diplomatic relations between the two countries in just a few words. According to the level of the Chief Detective of Meteorite, the discussion should not be so stiff. This Count Iskalin, who did not know Luke's purpose, tried to smooth things over and said, both of you should not be so angry. Ambassador Webster, the Chief Inspector of Meteorite is an Imperial spy, not an Imperial Foreign Affairs official. Please do not be offended by the Chief Inspector considering the issue from his position. As for the handling of those people, I think it is better to leave it to His Majesty and the cabinet ministers to consider. Ambassador Webster knew that Iskalin was right. No matter how powerful a Chief Inspector of the Secret Service is, he cannot decide the changes in national policy. He calmed down and said to Luke, I was just too harsh in my words. You are my savior, and I absolutely do not mean to offend you. Please tell Her Royal Highness the Princess what I said. When I return to the Imperial capital, I will formally issue a note on this issue. Luke still looked relaxed. Yes. This is not something I can decide. But there is one thing. And you are in Raging Wave City. I want to talk to the ambassador about it. Please go ahead. Pirates are rampant on the international routes off the coast of Raging Wave City. The Imperial Navy has repeatedly encircled and suppressed them, but they will soon recover their strength and regroup. According to the intelligence of our Secret Service, these pirates are funded by the Rio Republic. I wonder if the ambassador can give me an explanation. Chapter 202 Rain in Parts. Pirates? Ambassador Webster was surprised by Luke's reintroduction of the topic. But the officials of the Republic of Rio already had a mature set of rhetoric for such issues. Ambassador Webster answered calmly, Pirates are the world's public enemy. As far as I know, the Republic of Rio has absolutely no act of funding pirates. Of course, I do not deny that some pirates are citizens of the Republic of Rio. But I think the Golden Shield Empire should reflect on why pirates are so rampant. The Navy of the Golden Shield Empire has serious biased law enforcement against trade cargo ships at sea, which makes Rio's marine merchants pay more costs to pay for additional expenses. Some poor people even went bankrupt because of the lack of competitiveness due to the high cost of goods. The merchants of Rio have negotiated with your country through our government many times, but we have not received a satisfactory response. Luke couldn't help but sigh. Webster is indeed a professional diplomat. He put the blame on the Empire without saying anything. But Luke is not a pushover. The Imperial Navy is responsible for maintaining the safety of international waterways and collecting escort fees from passing merchant ships. There is no problem. The escort fees that our marine merchants have to pay have been added to the national tax revenue. The merchants of your country have not paid taxes to the Empire, and the escort fees should still be paid. Seeing that Ambassador Webster still wanted to argue, Luke, who did not want to get involved in this fruitless verbal dispute, stopped him from saying what he wanted to say and continued, "The issue of taxation and escort fees is not within my jurisdiction. What I am concerned about is the pirate problem. The Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City has established a maritime anti-smuggling fleet, in addition to investigating illegal maritime trade. It is also the responsibility of the Nuteo City anti-smuggling fleet to eliminate pirates. I hereby warn the Rio Republic not to continue to provide any kind of support to pirates. If this leads to a military conflict between the two countries, the responsibility will be entirely on the Rio Republic side." Ambassador Webster asked seriously, "Chief Detective of Meteorite, are you declaring war on the Rio Republic?" Luke said tit for tat. "I said it very clearly. If the Rio Republic continues to harbor pirates, you can understand that this is a declaration of war. If the Rio Republic cuts off ties with pirates, we are still friendly neighbors. This seems to be beyond your authority. My authority is decided by me." Webster's ambassador stood up angrily. "The result of this meeting far exceeded my expectations. I need to return to Rio immediately and report the attack on the consulate and the threat of Chief Inspector Meteorite to the National Parliament. Goodbye, Chief Inspector Meteorite. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, but in the face of national interests, I will not show any favoritism." Luke did not stand up to see Webster off. He said lightly, "Goodbye. Do your best to persuade the Rio Parliament to prevent the situation from getting worse." Viscount Iskelin quickly stood up. "I'll see you off, Ambassador." After a while, Viscount Iskelin returned anxiously, and he said worriedly, "Chief Inspector, your warning to the Rio Republic. Is it the intention of Her Royal Highness the Princess?" Luke picked up the tea on the table and sipped it slowly. At the same time, he answered Iskelin, "No, this is my intention, and I have also informed Her Royal Highness of my thoughts." Hearing that this was the idea made by Chief Inspector Meteorite without authorization, Viscount Iskelin became even more flustered. This is a major event related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a war. Ambassador Webster's airship has not taken off yet. I will stop him. Viscount. Luke patted the seat next to him and said to Iskelin, "Sit down and listen to my thoughts." Iskelin had no choice but to sit down and pretend to listen. Luke said, "I have direct correspondence with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Her Royal Highness told me that Saxon Engineering has organized a fleet and is gathering towards the city of Raging Waves. The fleet will arrive at the open sea in 1 month at the earliest and 2 months at the latest. This fleet is definitely not here to do business with us. I guess they will attack ships entering and leaving Cape Harbor in the name of pirates. If this fleet is handed over to me as the commander, I will also use benefits to lure other pirates and blockade Cape Harbor. Cape Harbor is still under repair, and many materials need to be transported in by sea. If the route is cut off and the port repair is delayed for a few years, the debt will crush us." Iskelin thought deeply and said, "We can ask the Navy for help. Your Majesty is now very dependent on the new nobles. Although what we did in Raging Waves City is in line with the interests of the Empire, it is unknown whether the Navy will stand on our side at that time." Viscount Iskelin nodded. He knew very well that the piece of cake that Chief Inspector Meteor led his people to cut from Raging Waves City was the limit that the new nobles could endure. The attitude of the Emperor of the Empire towards Raging Waves City is hard to predict. Whether the Navy will help the reformed society or not, it is indeed impossible to place too much hope. But, Chief Inspector, does this have anything to do with what you said to Ambassador Webster? Luke put down his teacup. "What do you think is the chance of our anti-smuggling fleet winning against the Saxon Engineering fleet?" Viscount Iskelin replied, "It depends on the size of the fleet sent by Saxon Engineering. But the Saxon Engineering fleet is a mercenary force and often replaces the Imperial Navy to participate in regional naval battles. The regular naval battle experience is definitely better than that of Lady Tasia's people. And the performance of the warships of the Saxon engineering fleet is also better than ours. Iskelin analyzed with a sad face. He knew that the anti-smuggling fleet established by the secret intelligence agency was training intensively for a possible naval battle. Mimbarabur shipyard was also working overtime to build ships for the anti-smuggling fleet. But the time is too short. And no one knows how much combat power the anti-smuggling fleet will have when the Saxon engineering fleet arrives. Being pessimistic, it is highly likely that they will not be able to defeat it. Luke told Viscount Iskelin his ultimate goal. I have high expectations for the newly built Unit 01 all-steel and all-steam-powered battleship. But we must also make plans for the worst. If the construction deadline of Unit 01 is delayed, or its performance does not meet the requirements, and the anti-smuggling fleet cannot break the blockade of the Saxon engineering fleet, I will let Lady Tasia attack the Rio Navy. Ah! Viscount Iskelin opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what he heard. Chief Inspector, let Madame Tasia attack the Leo Navy. This will trigger. Luke said indifferently, I have warned Ambassador Webster. But I think the Leo Republic will not stop funding pirates. They will prepare the Leo Navy for war. When I order Madame Tasia to attack the Leo Navy, the Leo Navy will definitely attack the Imperial Navy. At that time, no matter whether it is pirates or Saxon engineering fleet, they will all be finished. Viscount Iskelin did not expect that the purpose of Chief Inspector of Meteorite to anger Ambassador Webster was to lift the blockade of Cape Port by the future Saxon engineering fleet. For this purpose, a full-scale maritime conflict between the two countries must be triggered. Is the Chief Inspector crazy? Chief Inspector, are you making things too big? If the Princess, His Majesty knew that this war was caused by you, they would definitely punish us. Seeing Iskelin's pale face, Luke couldn't help but laugh. He comforted him. Hasn't it happened yet? We may not be able to solve this crisis with the anti-smuggling fleet. What I said is just a preventive plan. Even if it is a preventive plan, Luke suddenly said seriously to the panicked Viscount Iskelin, the Cape District is the foundation of our survival in the city of raging waves. The Reformed Society can stand firm here, which will only benefit Her Royal Highness the Princess. Whoever wants to deal with us must first see the tax increase we bring to the Empire. If we can't make money for the Empire, the Reformed Society has no meaning to exist. If the war between the two countries really breaks out, I will be responsible for solving the blame from the upper echelons. Your task. A group of Rio exiled nobles came to the city of raging waves. They must have contact with the lookout. Contact them and ask them what they need. This should not be difficult for you. When asked about his specialty, Viscount Iskelin answered confidently, it's not difficult. What does the Chief Inspector need them to do? Anything is fine. Just don't mess with us in the city of raging waves. Don't they want to restore their country? Let them go to Rio to make trouble. We will try our best to satisfy them with money and weapons. I know what to do. Chief Inspector? Okay. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go to Senator Iber to take a look. Luke left the Sassis Palace and went to Senator Iber's mansion. After discussing the direction of public opinion control in the future, the two went to the shipyard under the name of Senator Iber. The time is very tight for shipbuilding, launching, weapon installation, and training to form combat effectiveness. As for the outside world, Luke actively cooperated with the newspaper to release smoke bombs to the new nobles. In the eyes of the citizens of Nuteo City, the rescue operation of the hostages in the Rio consulate was a perfect crisis management. Except for the guard who died at the beginning of the attack. All hostages were rescued alive, and all kidnappers were killed impeccable. In addition, the newspapers have been publishing the rescue details decrypted by the Secret Service for days. And the magical images printed at no cost in the newspapers make the citizens of Raging Waves feel addicted every day like chasing a drama. As the protagonist of the story, Luke's image among the citizens is tall, wise, and brave. But when the citizens were having fun, an infuriating news appeared in the newspaper. The Rio Republic put all the responsibility for the attack on the consulate on the Security Department of Raging Waves, and sent a diplomatic note to the Empire, demanding severe punishment for all dereliction of duty personnel and extradition of the wanted criminals of the Rio Republic. A diplomatic storm, not calmed down by the beautiful solution of the attack on the consulate by Chief Detective Meteor, but intensified and caused the relationship between the two countries to take a sharp turn for the worse. The citizens of Raging Wave City were indignant, while the new nobles celebrated. At first, they saw that the Secret Service Bureau had solved the attack on the Rio consulate so easily, and thought that the matter would be settled by meteor. Who would have thought that the Rio Republic did not intend to let the matter go, but instead made a big fuss about this incident? For a time, the security department of Raging Waves City and the Secret Service Bureau were pushed to the forefront of the diplomatic storm. Of course, the new nobles had to take advantage of the victory, manipulate newspapers to guide public opinion, and criticize the city security department and the Secret Service Bureau. If the diplomatic turmoil causes the relationship between the Empire and the Republic of Rio to deteriorate seriously, or even break off diplomatic relations, the responsibility lies with the city security department and the General Bureau of Secret Affairs. The verbal battle in the city of Raging Waves is like a boiling pot. Princess Agatha, who is far away in the Imperial capital, is extremely anxious when she sees all the newspapers delivered to the city of Raging Waves every day. These days, she and Luke have been exchanging letters, reaching 1 or even 2 letters a day. Agatha noticed from Luke's letter that he had a strong intention to fight a naval battle against the Republic of Rio. Even Agatha herself was somewhat convinced by Luke's analysis of the situation between the two countries, and believed that it would be most beneficial to the Empire to eliminate the Republic of Rio's maritime forces before they could challenge the Empire. But war is not a joke. The current war is not just a contest of strength between two countries. The current international situation is so complicated that Agatha dare not start a war. But she could not control the chief inspector of meteorite in the city of Raging Waves. She could only persuade him in letters, but it seemed to have little effect. Let's look at the newspaper opinion war in the city of Raging Waves. On the surface, it was just arguing whether the city security department and the General Bureau of Secret Affairs should be responsible for the Rio consulate incident. In fact, it was constantly provoking the dissatisfaction of the citizens of the city of Raging Waves with the Rio Republic. A war must first have a public opinion base. Poor new nobles in the city of Raging Waves. They thought they were making great strides on the road to overthrowing Meteorite. But in fact, they all fell into the trap set by Meteorite, without them constantly adding fuel to the fire. Meteorite's one-man show in public opinion would have made the citizens of Nuteo City tired of it. Now this hostility towards the Republic of Rio is spreading to other parts of the Empire, with Nuteo City as the center. And even the civilians in the Imperial capital are beginning to pay attention to this diplomatic storm. Stop it! Agatha didn't know how to stop it, or Luke's letter made her not want to actively stop the development of the incident. Agatha was lying on the soft bed in the bedroom, holding the letter written by Meteorite, reading it over and over again. She was struggling with what she should do. Was she just going to watch the war between the Empire and the Republic of Rio break out under the impetus of Meteorite? This damn Meteorite usually writes letters saying that the weather in Nuteo City is sunny, with some rain. Now he writes a letter seriously, and it causes me so much trouble. And the analysis is so reasonable. If there were no letters, I would never let you go crazy like this. What to do? What to do? Agatha could only reorganize her thoughts, and read the letter written by the Meteorite to her carefully from the beginning, including sunny weather, some rain, small-scale hail. This is the only way for her to directly understand the Meteorite. Only by truly understanding this person can she not be led by him by the nose. I will definitely catch you. I will definitely let you know the consequences of teasing the princess. Chapter 203 Black Eclipse Spirit. Hey Desiko, do you have anything to explain to me about the grumpy pig in the bathroom? Qingkong was sitting in the office, and standing in front of her with his head down was Hey Desiko. This handsome boy usually has a strong desire to show off. After learning some secret skills, he couldn't help showing off in front of other students. Although the grumpy pig didn't cause much damage, the impact was very bad. Of course, there were other things. These children caused a lot of complaints to the Department of Secret Arts, and Bruce Band's level of teaching students was obviously not as good as his teaching level. Qingkong usually doesn't focus on managing the Department of Mystic Arts, studying, teaching, researching, and various trivial matters in the city of Raging Waves, plus the necessary recharging. Time is indeed very tight. But when sending Dean Wilred to the Imperial capital, the Dean once again talked about the atmosphere of the Department of Mystic Arts, forcing Qingkong to personally rectify the discipline of the department. Hey Dixiko is the class monitor, and has just committed a crime, so he can be used to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Hey Dixiko was very nervous when facing Qingkong. Even when he met Dean Wilred, he didn't feel so breathless. Professor Qingkong, I really didn't deliberately summon the violent wild boar in the bathroom. It was Oops. Hearing that Hidisco was still trying to quibble, Qingkong flicked a hockey ball and hit him on the head. After stripping naked in the bathroom, I accidentally carried all the mysterious props to summon the violent wild boar. I can't imagine what that scene was like. Hidisco, you must admit your mistakes. Shirking responsibility will only make your punishment heavier. After being slightly frightened by Qingkong, Hidisco immediately confessed. Professor Qingkong, I was wrong. I just wanted to play a trick on my classmates. I had frozen the wild boar, but I didn't expect it to break free from the ice and push Martin out. Have you apologized to Martin? At this point, Hidisco said angrily, I apologized to Martin. But he refused to accept it and challenged me to a magic duel. He also said that our occult department is a rat hole that is not allowed to see the light of day. And the college was almost destroyed by the disaster caused by the occult department. I wanted to agree to Martin's duel, but Professor Ban stopped me. Qingkong looked at Jennifer, who shared an office with him. And sure enough, this brought back bad memories for her. Isn't that more than 100 years ago? What does it have to do with our current occult department? Qingkong thought that this was Martin's angry words because he felt humiliated. So he said to Hidisco, I agree with Professor Ban's approach. Students should not fight with each other, nor should they release dangerous occult skills in public places at will. Since you took the initiative to admit your mistakes, you will be punished to clean the bathroom for a week. Another thing is to find Martin again and sincerely apologize to him. Hidisco said stubbornly, I can clean the bathroom for a week, but I have already apologized to Martin. You should apologize to Martin a few more times for the humiliation he suffered. Unless you also run naked on a violent boar in the corridor 3 times. If you are embarrassed, I can help you. Hidisco immediately agreed in fear. Okay. I will go to Martin to apologize. But what if he speaks ill of our Department of Mysticism again and challenges me to a duel? Then we will build an arena. Qingkong waved her hand, and a 3-dimensional image of the college sand table appeared on her desk. Qingkong adjusted the size of the sand table, clicked on the mountain on the east side of the college, and the image enlarged. I proposed to Dean Wilred to build a secret arts outer hall trial field. And the dean agreed. This area will be our secret arts department in the future. After school, you can take your classmates to clean up here. In the future, large-scale secret arts demonstrations and secret arts actual combat will be held here. If Martin really wants to have a friendly match with you, you can let assistant teacher Jennifer be your safety referee. Hearing that Qingkong actually allowed students to fight, Jennifer, who was sitting next to her, immediately said, Professor Qingkong, this is against school rules. Didn't I ask you to be the safety referee? It shouldn't be difficult for you to let them decide the winner without anyone getting hurt. Jennifer still said with difficulty, yes. I can guarantee their safety. But, it's decided. A real battle will help them understand the knowledge they learned in the academy. Jennifer had no choice but to agree. Okay. Professor Qingkong. Qingkong said to Hidisco, go. First clean up the outer hall trial site of the Department of Mystic Arts. And then complete your punishment. During this period, review the magic and mystic arts you have learned. If you lose to Martin, there will be more severe punishment waiting for you. Hidisco happily assured Qingkong, don't worry. Professor Qingkong. Without using magic, I can beat Martin with just the secret technique you taught me. Go ahead. Yes. Professor Qingkong. After Hidisco left the office, Jennifer said to Qingkong with a worried look on her face, Professor Qingkong. What Martin said about our secret technique department is not an isolated case in the academy. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors about the disaster 100 years ago, especially among the student community, which should not be known to them. Is there such a thing? Qingkong asked. How did you know? Jennifer replied, Professor Qingkong. My appearance has not changed in 100 years. If I don't wear the college staff uniform, I am just a senior student in the eyes of those students. Some boys will take the initiative to talk to me and tell me things that the staff don't know. Qingkong looked at Jennifer. Her nature was sealed from the moment of death. After resurrection, time has not left any mark on her. She still has a strong student spirit and exudes a youthful breath. Jennifer will change into casual clothes after get off work. The beautiful and unique Jennifer attracts the attention of those boys who are just beginning to fall in love. Qingkong asked, what did they say? Jennifer didn't want to talk about the past. But since Qingkong asked, she said, they were all battles that took place in the academy 100 years ago. Very detailed, Some of them I experienced personally. If someone who knew about the disaster didn't tell them, they couldn't say it so accurately. Professor Qingkong. Did another Abyss Mage sneak into the academy? They deliberately spread these messages to create a tense atmosphere in the academy. Qingkong thought for a while, and said, "It's hard to draw a conclusion now. I know about this matter, and will investigate who is spreading this information. The trial field of the Mystic Outer Hall is left to you. Give them a hard time so that they will learn to respect the magic and mysticism they have learned. In addition, this venue is sponsored by the World Bank, so don't save them money." Yes, Professor Qingkong. At this time, Bruce Bann came in hurriedly. Professor Qingkong. The patrolling battle mage has caught a Black Eclipse spirit, and Vice Dean Elvie asks you to go over. Black Eclipse spirit. How could there be a Black Eclipse spirit in Oulu College? Jennifer also showed a horrified expression after hearing about the Black Eclipse spirit. Professor Qingkong. Qingkong stood up and said to Bruce Bann and Jennifer, "Take good care of the students. I will go to Vice Dean Elvie to see what happened." Qingkong put on the magician's hat, chanted the teleportation spell, and disappeared in the office. In the office of Vice President Elvie, many heads of various departments of the college have gathered. Everyone gathered around the large desk, looking at a glass bottle in the middle of the table with complicated expressions. The glass bottle contained a mass of black quicksand-like stuff, which changed shape and squirmed in the bottle, giving people a very scary feeling. Professor Qingkong is here. The crowd automatically made way for Qingkong to walk to the place closest to the glass bottle. Vice President Elvie. Qingkong took off his hat and saluted Elvie, then asked, "Where did you catch this Black Eclipse spirit?" Vice President Elvie sat in his seat and looked at Qingkong with an extremely unfriendly expression. Professor Qingkong. Are you sure this is really the Black Eclipse spirit? We have only heard the description of the Black Eclipse spirit, and have never seen it with our own eyes. Qingkong carefully observed the black thing in the bottle, and touched the outer wall of the bottle with her hand. The Black Eclipse spirit immediately pounced on her hand. This should be the Black Eclipse spirit, a kind of biological thing from the abyss. It is produced in the human body that has close contact with the abyss, and it gradually affects the human mind to approach the abyss. With Qingkong's introduction, she also became the focus of the whole room. Everyone knows that the Book of Disaster that can open the abyss is in Qingkong's hands. The Black Eclipse spirit comes from the abyss, and Qingkong, who has the Book of Disaster, is a major suspect. After a while, Elvie said, "Dean Wilred handed the academy to me before he went to the Imperial capital. I didn't expect such a big crisis to occur so soon." According to records from 100 years ago, a large number of Black Eclipse spirits appeared in the academy before the disaster. At that time, the faculty and staff of the academy didn't know what it was, and the Black Eclipse spirits influenced many faculty and students to fall into the abyss. Today, the Black Eclipse spirits appeared again. Professor Qingkong. Does this mean that something is out of control in your hands? Qingkong felt the eyes cast on him, and realized that things should be far from as simple as they seemed. Vice Dean Elvie. You do have reason to doubt me. After all, the Book of Disaster is kept by me. But I can assure the academy that this Black Eclipse spirit has nothing to do with me. It may come from the Abyss Temple, or it may be left in a corner of the academy 100 years ago. I suggest that this Black Eclipse spirit be handed over to our Department of Mystic Arts, and we will find out where it came from. Vice Dean Elvie said, "Dean Wilred once told me that you can use the Book of Disaster safely. Although I don't want to doubt Dean Wilred, I can't completely believe it. The last time the Department of Mystic Arts lost control, the professors of the Department of Mystic Arts also said that they could use the Book of Disaster safely, and the academy almost collapsed. I can't take risks. The college's battle mages are responsible for investigating where this Black Eclipse spirit came from. Professor Qingkong, please hand over the Book of Disaster to the college for safekeeping. As long as you can prove your innocence, the college can give you the Book of Disaster again. I think this is also the idea of all the faculty and staff of the college." Professor Barney Lennon, who is in charge of the Oulu battle mages, saluted Elvie and picked up the glass bottle containing the Black Eclipse spirit. "Yes, Vice Dean Elvie. The battle mages will investigate the origin of this Black Eclipse spirit. I agree to let Professor Qingkong hand over the Book of Disaster and let the college keep it temporarily. This can minimize the potential danger." Other college administrators also agreed with Vice Dean Elvie's decision to let Qingkong hand over the Book of Disaster. At this time, several ice mist flowers bloomed, and the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. when Qingkong closed his eyes and opened them again. His pupils had turned into ice crystals. If someone put a black erosion spirit in the academy, just to force you to hand over the Book of Disaster, who can guarantee that the Book of Disaster will not be taken away? The Book of Disaster is very safe with me, and I have never opened the abyss. If any of you think you have the ability to protect the Book of Disaster, then duel with me. I will chop off your head to let others know the consequences of challenging me. The cold breath rippled in the room with Qingkong's powerful aura. And there was no weak person among the academy management here. They also released their own magic power and engaged in an energy field confrontation with Qingkong. Qingkong pushed the level to the bottom. The room instantly turned into an ice cave, and the ice explosion with Qingkong as the center pushed all the magicians back, and the freezing air froze them into icicles that stretched backwards. Qingkong only stayed at level 120 for 3 seconds before adjusting the level back to normal. The pressure disappeared immediately, and all the magicians couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They moved a little, and large pieces of ice fell off their bodies. But the biting cold was still drilling into their bones. Strong. Too strong. In just a moment of momentum, the magicians felt the difference in strength in Qingkong that was impossible to match. They also thought that Qingkong had snatched Dean Willer's Ruewa wand because the old Dean deliberately let him go. But only after a real fight can you feel the horror of Qingkong's strength. He is worthy of being the one who easily killed 2 Abyss Apostles. One-on-one. No one can snatch the Book of Disaster from Qingkong. LV is still sitting in his chair, but his desk has turned into a square ice block, and everything on the desk is frozen in the ice. And he and his chair were pushed to the wall by Qingkong's momentum. If there was no wall blocking him, he would have been pushed out. LV's face was extremely ugly. Professor Qingkong. Force cannot prove your innocence, but force can make me get fair treatment. Qingkong stared at LV with his ice crystal eyes. Recently, there have been many rumors about the disaster 100 years ago in the academy. This black erosion spirit appeared at this time. It is obvious that someone is setting up a trap to make us suspicious of each other. If I hand over the Book of Disaster, I will fall into the trap of the other party. For a person who possesses the Black Eclipse spirit, getting the Book of Disaster is the beginning of a real disaster. Professor Qingkong. LV wanted to say something. Qingkong sneered and said, I still say the same thing. If you want the Book of Disaster, defeat me first. Chapter 204 Suspicion. Qingkong was determined not to hand over the Book of Disaster, which made Vice Dean LV very embarrassed. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to establish his prestige in Oulu College, but so many college administrators could not suppress a newly arrived elf professor. The gap in strength prevented Vice Dean LV from using force to rob. Moreover, there were rumors that Qingkong was a disciple of Dean Wilred, and this elf was very popular in Oulu College and Raging Wave City. Without solid evidence, she must not be touched. But just let her go. Recently, many rumors about the disaster 100 years ago did suddenly appear in the college. For the extremely curious students, these rumors had little warning effect. Most students will only feel excited and make many outrageous moves. Vice Dean LV can sense that a dangerous turbulence is brewing inside the academy. The appearance of the Black Eclipse spirit this time puts him under great pressure. The previous disaster must not happen again in the academy. Vice Dean LV faced the momentum of Qingkong without any retreat. Professor Qingkong. Without evidence, the academy will not attack any faculty and students without reason. If you insist on keeping the Book of Disaster, we will not take coercive measures. But since the crisis has emerged, the academy must take precautions. I have made several requests to the Department of Mysticism. First, the Department of Mysticism will stop recruiting students and faculty until the matter is clarified or Dean Wilred returns. Qingkong withdrew the pressure on LV. His eyes returned to their normal tender green color, and he answered without much consideration, okay. This matter clearly shows signs of targeting me and the Department of Mystic Arts. The Department of Mystic Arts is not suitable to expand the scale of this matter. Second, the Department of Mystic Arts must cooperate with the college's investigation, and your esoteric research topics must be disclosed to the college. Qingkong thought about it and replied, it is the responsibility of the Department of Mystic Arts to cooperate with the college's investigation. But it is a bit difficult for us to disclose our esoteric research topics. Don't treat the Department of Mystic Arts as a suspect. The Department of Mystic Arts needs more protection at this time. Professor Qingkong. The college's investigation of the Department of Mystic Arts is to eliminate the suspicion of the Department of Mystic Arts. We will check if there are any problems with the Department of Mystic Arts. The research on mystic arts is highly private and accidental, and interference from the outside world will seriously affect the progress of mystic arts research. You can come to me if you want to know anything, and I will try my best to answer your questions. Qingkong held on to the Department of Mystic Arts tightly, not letting anyone's influence penetrate. Although the Department of Mystic Arts has nothing to do with the Abyss, some research cannot be known to outsiders. Professor Qingkong, the Department of Mystic Arts belongs to the Academy, and what you do will only increase your suspicion. I am already very suspicious in your eyes, and I don't mind if it increases a little more. Qingkong put on the magician's hat. As long as I am the head of the Department of Mystic Arts, I will protect the Department of Mystic Arts. It is your job to find out the truth. Don't mess with me before you have evidence and results. Qingkong took a last look at the black Eclipse spirit in Professor Lenon's hand, ignored the college administrators in the room, and did not listen to Dean Elvy's request, and walked out alone. Vice Dean Elvy, what should we do? The Book of Disaster is very dangerous in Qingkong's hands. Yes, she is a very young elf, but she has such terrifying strength. We can't be sure. Is this power obtained from the Abyss? We can write to Dean Wilred to let the Dean know what happened here. Vice Dean Elvy said, we should write to Wilred and tell him what happened here. But Wilred is not here, so he may not be able to give us the right guidance. Things have not yet developed to the point where he needs to come back urgently. Let's first investigate the source of this black Eclipse spirit. Professor Lenon, what kind of assistance do you need from the Academy for your battle mages? Professor Lenon's hands formed a protective shield to protect the glass bottle containing the black Eclipse spirit, so that the glass bottle was not damaged in the previous confrontation. The black Eclipse spirit in the bottle kept attacking his hands. The battle mages need to activate some of the equipment in the Academy's arsenal. If the truth really points to Qingkong, the battle mages need to have the strength to fight her. Professor Lenon's request made Vice President Elvy fall into deep thought. The Oulu Academy Armory stores the magic and alchemy achievements developed since the establishment of the Academy. Some of the things inside are unique because of the death of the magician or the rarity of the materials. Dean Wilred's Ruewa wand is a collection in the Academy's armory, which shows how excellent the equipment inside is. The Oulu Academy Armory has always been the last line of defense to protect the Academy. The disaster 100 years ago was the opening of the Academy's armory, which allowed the Oulu battle mages to finally defeat the Abyss mages who plunged into the Abyss. The armory is in a solid independent space, and the key to enter is in the hands of the Dean. When the Dean needs to leave the Academy, he will temporarily hand it over to the person who is temporarily acting as the Dean in case of emergency. Before Dean Wilred went to the Imperial capital this time, he handed the magic key of the armory to Vice Dean Elvy. The strength that Qingkong just showed made it impossible for the Academy to subdue her without making great sacrifices. And once there is evidence that Qingkong is in contact with the Abyss, the Oulu battle mage will have to face this terrible opponent. But opening the Academy armory will also have major hidden dangers. Elvy finally realized how heavy the burden on Wilred's shoulders was. As the Dean of Oulu Academy, every decision on such a big matter cannot be wrong. If necessary, I will open the Academy's arsenal to the battle mages. But now we have only found a black Eclipse spirit and some rumors whose source is unknown. Things are far from being out of control. Now we must maintain the stability of the Academy and not let panic spread. Students do not need this kind of pressure, but a learning atmosphere. About the black Eclipse spirit, except for those who know it now, you are not allowed to tell anyone. The battle mages secretly investigate. Keep a low profile to the outside world, and be strict inside, and find the place where it first appeared as soon as possible. After you go back, you must stop the rumors from 100 years ago from spreading on campus. Give students more homework so they have less time to mess around. All the college administrators answered together, yes. Vice President Elvy. Finally, Elvy told Professor Lenon, battle mages should avoid investigating the Department of Mysticism and Clear Sky directly. If you find any clues related to them, let me know first, and we will work together to find a solution. I understand. Vice President Elvy. Okay. Everyone go back first. The college will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will it allow criminals to do whatever they want here. An emergency meeting of the college's senior management held because of the appearance of the black Eclipse spirit ended. The college is operating according to its schedule, and everything is still a relaxed learning atmosphere. In a place where the students are unaware, an investigation into potential crises is quietly underway. After Qingkong returned to the Department of Mystic Arts, he combined the existing clues to analyze who was behind all these things. He had to admit that what the other party did this time was much more clever than the 2 times the Abyss Temple came to cause trouble. A Black Eclipse spirit put himself and the Department of Mystic Arts in the position of suspects, and chose the time when Will Red was not there. Distrust caused a clear split within the Academy. Qingkong summoned the Book of Disasters, a mysterious prop that looked like a brick floating in her palm. The other party's purpose was the Book of Disasters? At this time, Jennifer asked Professor Qingkong, "You were worried when you came back from Vice Dean LD. Is that really the Black Eclipse spirit?" Qingkong took the Book of Disaster back and replied to Jennifer, "It is a Black Eclipse spirit, but we don't know where it came from. The battle mages are investigating, and I believe there will be results soon." Jennifer said worriedly, "Before the disaster, many Black Eclipse spirits appeared in the Academy, and some faculty and students were infected by them. The Academy invested a lot of manpower and material resources to study this thing. It was not until the Abyss mages began to attack that we knew it came from the Abyss and could affect people's minds." Professor Qingkong, "If one Black Eclipse spirit is found, there may be more Black Eclipse spirits spreading inside the Academy." Qingkong considered Jennifer's concerns and comforted her. "The Book of Disaster is in my hands. I have never used it to open the Abyss. So the Black Eclipse spirit I found must be a relic from 100 years ago. Whether it comes from the Abyss Temple or some other way, there won't be many. But your concerns are not unreasonable. There may be Black Eclipse spirits in other parts of the Academy, and it is possible that someone has been infected by it." Professor Qingkong, "What should we do?" Qingkong said, "Although this matter has been handed over to the battle mages by Vice Dean LV for investigation, we can't just sit there and wait for news. You experienced the disaster 100 years ago. Will this bring back bad memories for you?" Jennifer adjusted her hair that was covering her eyes, and said with a firm look, "Bad memories have reappeared, and there is no use in escaping. 100 years ago, my companions and I sacrificed our lives for the Academy, and 100 years later, I am still willing to fight for the Academy. Professor Qingkong, if you have any tasks, you can leave them to me with confidence." Jennifer was full of fighting spirit, as if she had returned to 100 years ago. At that time, the Academy was overwhelmed by war, and innocent people died under the indiscriminate attacks of the Abyss mages. All of them were recruited as Oulu battle mages, and they repeatedly fought with the Abyss mages for every building and every room in the Academy. The Abyss mages who embrace the Abyss are powerful, and they, the student army, are simply sending themselves to death to fight against them. But no one retreats. Feeling Jennifer's fighting spirit, Qingkong smiled and said, "Don't be so pessimistic. Creating tension in the Academy and making us all suspicious is exactly what the enemy wants this time. Since the Black Eclipse spirit is being investigated by the battle mages, let's find out how those rumors about the disaster 100 years ago spread. Didn't you say that some senior boys like to chat with you?" Jennifer, who was ready to give it a try, became shy when Qingkong teased her like this. "I know my situation. I need to eat blood wine to keep my body temperature the same as normal people. If I'm discovered, they will think I'm a vampire of the dead. I never talk to them too much." Although Jennifer doesn't need to drink dragon blood wine now, she still needs to drink specially prepared blood wine regularly to maintain her life form. "Vampires dare not walk in the sun," Qingkong said. "Those boys who only pay attention to your appearance will not find out your true situation. My appearance is too eye-catching, and students will not tell me too much truth. There are not many students who know you in the college, and you are very familiar with what happened 100 years ago. Distinguishing rumors and finding suspicious sources is my task for you. Rumors will gradually change in the process of broadcasting. Jennifer can distinguish the original appearance of the rumor, which helps to find the source in reverse." "Yes, Professor Qingkong. Leave this to me. Don't worry too much. These tricks from the other side are far from achieving their desired goals. The main work of the Department of Mysticism is still teaching tasks, and investigations can be done in spare time." "I understand, Professor Qingkong." At this time, Vice Dean LV's office turned into a water curtain cave. The ice layer created by Qingkong was melting, making the room like rain. Several magic teachers used magic to guide the water to the sewer in the washroom in the side room, and at the same time baked important items and documents to keep them dry. Vice Dean LV sat there, frowning at the desk that had turned into a big ice block. Anyone could see that he was very angry. The teachers who cast the spell were also very careful. fearing that they would anger the vice president and bring trouble upon themselves. An assistant teacher put his hands on the ice on the desk, and as the fire-colored ripples spread from his hands, the ice instantly split. He raised his hands, and the ice peeled off the desk, and then flew up under his control. In the air, the ice melted quickly and gathered into a large water ball. The assistant teacher shook his hands, and the water ball turned into a stream and flew towards the washroom. At the door of the washroom stood a teacher, who was responsible for gathering the water flowing from all directions, and finally diverting the water into the sewer. The cleaning was carried out in an orderly manner. Vice President. The assistant teacher dried the items on the desk and whispered to Elvie, "Even Dean Wilred would not treat you like this. You have dedicated your life to Oulu College. You are respected by all faculty and students. You and the dean are both teachers and students and close friends. This is why the dean left the college and handed over everything here to you. But Professor Qingkong made this place like this. I don't know why Dean Wilred is so protective of this elf, and even wants to entrust the future of the college to her. Look at what she did, relying only on force. Completely unreasonable, and completely disregarding the relationship with colleagues. I dare not imagine what she can do to the college if she becomes the dean of Oulu College in the future. Anyway, I will never stay here. It is too close to the abyss. It is too close to the abyss." Chapter 205 Secret Gathering. Deputy Dean Elvie listened to what the assistant said and said unhappily, "Francis, these are not what you should say. Eavesdropping on the conversation between Professor Qingkong and Dean Wilred is not what the faculty and staff of Oulu College should do. You are very capable, but you have not been promoted to professor. You should reflect on your own behavior." Seeing that his provocation seemed to have no effect, Assistant Francis immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, Vice Dean Elvie. I said this for the sake of the college. Only you can continue the thinking of Oulu College." "Enough, Francis." Faced with the reprimand, Francis had to shut up. Seeing that other faculty members were looking at him, Vice Dean Elvie realized his misconduct. He softened his tone and whispered to Francis, "We must trust Dean Wilred. Every decision he made since he took charge of Oulu College was correct. If you suspect that Professor Qingkong is doing something bad for the college, go investigate it yourself and tell me if you have evidence. If you can really prove your guess, there is a place for you in the college professorship." "Really? Vice Dean Elvie?" Francis turned from worry to joy. "Of course. That's what I said. But your investigation is your private behavior." "I understand, Vice President Elvie." In response to the sudden appearance of the Black Eclipse spirit, all parties in Oulu College are investigating. Although the Department of Mystic Arts has stopped recruiting more people, the internal development has not stopped. Penn brought a large amount of investment to the Department of Mystic Arts of Oulu College, which was used to expand facilities, purchase equipment, and conduct in-depth research on mystic arts. The Outer Hall trial field in the mountainous area on the east side of the college is a key construction project. Under the continuous work of students and the construction team from Niteo City, not only a flat trial field was cleared, but also a row of wooden houses were built on the periphery of the field. Another animal farm was almost built, and a group of goats were driven into the farm. Looking at the bleeding goats, the wealthy Hidesiko covered his nose and asked Jennifer, who was counting the goats, "Assistant Jennifer, why do you raise goats in the Outer Hall trial field? It's really too smelly. They even poop on the ground at will." Jennifer held the form in her hand, compared it with the record of receiving goats, and answered, "Future esoteric teaching and research will inevitably require the use of live bodies for demonstration and experiments. Goats are very good, and if something unexpected happens, you can also roast the lamb for eating." Hearing about food, Hidesiko became happy. In this forest, holding a barbecue party will surely make students from other departments envious. Hidesiko's words reminded Jennifer of what happened before. Yes, compared with other academic subjects, the secret arts have high risks and uncertainties. We often held campfire barbecue parties at that time. If we could secretly get some wine, it would be more fun. Hidesiko couldn't help but ask, "Assistant Jennifer, when is that time you were talking about?" "Our secret arts department has just built the Outer Hall trial field." Jennifer knew that she had said something that she shouldn't have said, so she covered up and said, "I'm not talking about our secret arts department. When I was in school, senior students would secretly hold parties in the mountains of the college, and I often attended them. Sometimes we would catch some prey and roast them, including wild boars and fish. I really miss them. I wonder if there are still such parties now." "Of course, Hidesiko looked around and saw that no one was paying attention here. So he whispered to Jennifer, I have participated in it too. But since the appearance of the Abyss Temple, the college has banned students from entering the mountains at night. And patrols have also patrolled the mountains and forests around the college. But such parties are still held irregularly. If you want to participate, you must be introduced by an acquaintance and swear to keep it secret. Otherwise you will not be able to get the time and address. Hearing the little secret told by Hidesiko, Jennifer couldn't help but sigh. These young people are really brave. The college is so strict. But they dare to go to the mountains outside the college to have a party. But then I thought, when I was in school, I also liked to play like this. At that time, the college also prohibited students from running out at night. But no matter how strict the patrol was, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of students to run out and play. It sounds like you are the acquaintance who can introduce people to participate. Jennifer's youth and personality make it easy for her to let the students treat her as their own. Unlike in front of Qingkong, the students all like this beautiful elf. But it is difficult for them to let go. Hidesiko said proudly, of course. Bringing a few people to such a party is a trivial matter for me. As far as I know, there is a party tonight. In the mountains and forests southeast of the college. I heard that there is a ruin left by the college 100 years ago. Now there are many stories about the disaster 100 years ago circulating in the college. So the theme of this party is exploration. I wonder if I can see evil spirits or something. Hidesiko said excitedly, as if he also wanted to participate. Maybe he has already signed up. The ruins left by the disaster 100 years ago. Jennifer didn't expect that a casual chat would give her such an important clue. In the past few days, Jennifer has been investigating what Qingkong has assigned her to do. But everyone seems to be able to tell a few stories from 100 years ago. But no one knows who first spread them. Jennifer had attended the party that Hidesiko mentioned. She knew that the students who were able to escape from the school guards and sneak out of the academy were the best guys in each department. They were going to explore the ruins left by the disaster 100 years ago tonight. And perhaps they could find something useful from them. Hidesiko, can I join? Hidesiko didn't expect Jennifer to ask to attend such a party. He said embarrassedly, Assistant Jennifer, faculty and staff of the academy are not allowed to attend such a party. Jennifer smiled and said, Take me to the party. If you don't tell me, who knows my college assistant? No. 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 Realizing that Jennifer was serious, Hidesiko regretted his words. I can't take you to the party. If they knew that I took my college assistant to the party, they would definitely put me on the blacklist. And my reputation in the college would be ruined. Jennifer threatened Hidesiko. If you don't take me, I will tell Professor Qingkong everything you said to me. Guess how she will deal with you. These sheep need to be raised by special people. Hidesiko looked at the group of bleeding sheep in front of him again, and shuddered when he thought that he would sleep here. Assistant Jennifer, I consider you a friend. You can't tell on me. Jennifer smiled and said, Hidesiko, I also consider you a friend. But I am Professor Qingkong's assistant, and we are in the same office. If I accidentally let something slip. Jennifer. Okay. Hidesiko, I won't scare you. You should know that being with such an excellent Professor Qingkong puts me under a lot of pressure every day. I just want to attend a free party to vent my mental fatigue. I disguise myself as a student, and no one could recognize me. Well, I have a brooch given to me by Professor Qingkong, which is a magic prop she made by herself. As long as you take me there, I can give you the brooch as a reward. Really? Is it a brooch made by Professor Qingkong himself? And Professor Qingkong wore it for a while. Jennifer used her trump card, and Hidesiko surrendered immediately. Deal. We will meet under the hexagonal tower at 9 o'clock tonight, and I will take you to the party. Jennifer replied with the sweetest smile. Deal. See you at 9 o'clock tonight. Take the brooch given to you by Professor Qingkong. I promise to take it. Don't tell Professor Qingkong. I promise not to tell her. In Qingkong's office at the Academy of Mystic Arts, Jennifer told Qingkong in detail what she and Hidesiko had said. Qingkong had never thought that there would be such an evening activity among the students of the academy, and they dared to hold it at such an extraordinary time. They were really brave. The ruins in the mountains and forests southeast of the academy? Qingkong thought about what that place was. Jennifer also introduced, that is the Magic Plant Museum, which breeds many magic plants from all over the world. And because the habits of magic plants in different places are different, the Magic Plant Museum is divided into two parts, above ground and underground. The underground venue was opened up using space technology, with a very large volume, and magic simulated deserts, snow, tropical, temperate, and many other environments. During the disaster 100 years ago, many battles broke out there. The underground part of the magic botanical garden collapsed due to the destruction of the space. After the disaster, the Academy tried to repair the magic botanical garden, but the interior of the Academy was too severely damaged, so they had to give up and rebuild a new magic botanical garden somewhere else. Qingkong said the game information in his hand, according to the information I know. Although the Academy buried the magic botanical garden at that time, many years have passed, and many cracks leading to the underground have appeared inside the old site of the magic botanical garden. Moreover, some magic plants have adapted to the changed environment and survived, and some are very dangerous. Jennifer didn't know why Qingkong knew so much about the magic botanical garden, but when she heard about the danger, she couldn't help but worry and said, "The place where these students will gather tonight is the ruins of the magic botanical garden. If they find the cracks and enter the interior, it will definitely be very dangerous. We should inform the Academy about this and stop them. The Academy can only stop them once, or twice, as long as there is this tradition among the student group. As long as someone secretly encourages them, they will definitely try to go to the ruins of the magic botanical garden again." Jennifer, who was once such a student, knew that Qingkong was right. The Academy cannot stop such students, but may arouse their greater curiosity. "Professor Qingkong, what should we do?" Qingkong's fingers flexibly turned the pen in his hand. After thinking for a while, he said to Jennifer, "This is a clue that cannot be missed. You continue with your plan and sneak into the party to see if someone is instigating behind the scenes. I will take the Red Falcon into the ruins in advance and clear all potential dangers. And if someone really leads them there, I can also see what this person wants to do." With Qingkong personally escorting this party, Jennifer no longer has any worries. "I feel relieved when Professor Qingkong personally protects me. I am suddenly looking forward to attending such a party again after 100 years. I wish you a good time." Time soon came to the evening. Jennifer changed into a casual dress and combed her hair in a popular hairstyle among female students. Then she hid a bottle of red wine in her arms and quietly left her dormitory. Due to the discovery of the Black Eclipse spirit, the patrols inside the Academy have been very strict these days, and the figure of the Abyss Leopard can be seen everywhere. For Jennifer, it was not difficult to avoid patrols at this level, and it also brought back some memories. She arrived at the agreed place with Hedesiko smoothly, and then saw Hedesiko being pulled out from behind a bush by two Abyss Leopards. This Hedesiko, Jennifer had to show up, and she showed the emblem of her assistant identity. "I am Jennifer, the assistant of Professor Qingkong of the Department of Mystic Arts. And this is Hedesiko, a student of our Department of Mystic Arts. Just leave him to me. I will tell Professor Qingkong about this, and he will be punished as he deserves." After the two Abyss Leopards confirmed Jennifer's identity, they let Hedesiko go, and then continued their patrol route and left. Watching the Abyss Leopard walk away, Hedesiko, who had been worried all the time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Assistant Jennifer, you came just in time. If you had come a little later, I would have been caught by them and taken to the disciplinary office, and Vice Dean Elvie would have told my father about it. Of course, Professor Qingkong would also know about it." Jennifer knew that her rescue of Hedesiko would still be reported to the battle mages by the Abyss Leopard, but that was something that Professor Qingkong would need to deal with tomorrow. His mission was to sneak into the student party tonight and see if there was anything worth paying attention to. "I thought Hedesiko was so powerful that he could attend such a party, but I didn't expect that he was caught so easily by the Abyss Leopard." Being looked down upon, Hedesiko said unconvincedly, "The patrols of the Academy have definitely been strengthened tonight. Only during the period when the Abyss Mage appeared did the Academy release so many Abyss Leopards. I can guarantee that I am not the only student caught tonight. The number of people who can attend the party on time is definitely much less than usual. And I was discovered by the Abyss Leopard because I was waiting for you. Okay. I know that our monitor Hedesiko of the Esoteric Arts Department is very powerful. This is a brooch made by Professor Qingkong." Jennifer flicked up a brooch, and Hedesiko grabbed it. He admired it repeatedly, and then put it in his pocket with satisfaction. "Let's go. Assistant Jennifer. Let's go to the party. Call me Jennifer." "Yes, Jennifer." Chapter 206 Magic Plant Ruins. Under the leadership of Hedesiko, Jennifer sneaked out of the Academy. Along the way, Hidesiko showed the strength that an excellent senior student should have. As he just said, if it wasn't for waiting for Jennifer, even if the patrol team of the academy was strengthened, he would not be found. Of course, Jennifer was sure that Hidesiko often went out of school and was very familiar with the route. After climbing over the wall and leaving the campus, and entering the woods outside the school, they were completely free. The two shuttled through the dense forests in the mountains under the moonlight and arrived at the party on time. At this time, there were already 15 students waiting here. They lit a bonfire and talked to each other around the fire. Someone spotted Hidesiko and Jennifer approaching. Hidesiko, you're late. Also, who is this? You should know the rules of the party. Hidesiko was very familiar with these people. He waved his hand to greet his friends and said to a boy who looked like the organizer, Marcus, you should know that the academy has strengthened patrols tonight. I was almost caught by the abyss leopard. Let me introduce you to Jennifer, who is from our department of mysticism. She promised me that she would definitely keep our secrets. Marcus was a very tall boy, more like a strong boxer than a magician. He saw Jennifer coming, and the girl in the firelight made him a little dazed. But Marcus still asked vigilantly, I don't seem to have seen you in the academy. I should know the students who can escape the patrol of the abyss leopard and run out of the academy. Jennifer walked to the fire to warm her hands, pretending to be tired, and took a long breath. I am a transfer student, and I have just entered Oulu College not too long. During this period, I have been studying the secret arts in the Department of Secret Arts and have not been out much. I accidentally learned about the party from Hidesiko, so I asked him to take me to participate. I just want to make some friends. You all look very powerful. Oh, by the way, I brought a bottle of wine. As she spoke, Jennifer took out a bottle of red wine from her bosom. Seeing the wine, all the students smiled. The management of the academy is very strict, and it is difficult for them to get wine. Jennifer brought wine when she came to the party for the first time, which means she is one of us. Besides, she was brought by Hidesiko. Jennifer opened the bottle of wine, and the students used magic to shape wine glasses with different materials. A bottle of wine was quickly divided, and a group of students drank around the fire and continued to wait. After waiting for another half an hour and seeing no one arrive, Marcus said, I guess the others can't come. Let's hurry up and explore. 100 years ago, a battle between the Oulu Battle Mage and the Abyss Mage took place here. The entire magic plant wall was destroyed and then abandoned because it could not be repaired. I found an entrance to the underground before. If you are lucky, you may pick up magic props from 100 years ago. Hidesiko also shouted, there may be evil spirits and monsters. Then let's eliminate the evil spirits and monsters guarding the treasure. Marcus took out his magic wand, and the magic power at the top of the magic wand gathered to emit a strong light. Other students also took out their magic wands and released magic power to make it shine. Let's go. Follow me closely. Marcus walked in front and said to Jennifer, follow me. I will protect you when you are in danger. Hidesiko said, Jennifer is very powerful. She should protect you. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Marcus smiled at Jennifer, and led the adventurous students to the depths of the dense forest. Not far away, they came to a ruin composed of broken walls. The plants here are very lush, covering everything underneath. As they go deeper, the leaves above the head block the moonlight, and the surrounding plants turn over pieces of flickering fluorescence under the illumination of the magic beams in the hands of the students. Some of the plants seemed to move as if disturbed, adding a few more weird atmospheres and a strong fantasy color. The students on the expedition were very excited. They chatted as they walked, as if they were waiting for something to rush out from the dark corner. Jennifer followed in the middle of the team. Her sensitive intuition made her feel that the real danger was right beside her. She whispered to Hidesiko, some of the plants here are different from what I know. Unknown mutations have occurred. Be careful and prepare the defensive magic. Have these plants mutated? Hidesiko used the magic wand in his hand to illuminate the nearby plants, recalling the knowledge of magical botany and comparing the differences between the surrounding plants. Indeed, there are some differences. But there was a battle here 100 years ago, so some slight mutations should be normal. You should learn more about magical botany. If you observe carefully, you will find that the plants that have mutated are those with very developed root systems. It is the abnormalities underground that have caused their shapes to change. It can affect the surface on such a large scale. I dare not imagine what the scene is like underground. Hidesiko, There are very likely to be magical plants underground. This adventure must end. The conversation between Jennifer and Hedesiko was heard by Marcus. He said, Ms. Jennifer, your guess is very correct. There are no evil spirits and monsters underground here. But there are magical plants. We eliminate the magical plants and find the source of their magic. This is the real adventure. Hey, are you scared? The abyss leopard can't stop us. And the demonized plants can't stop us either. This is a meaningful adventure. Marcus, are we there yet? The students were very motivated. And no one backed down. Marcus walked to a broken wall. And he pulled apart a bunch of dry vines. Under the illumination of the magic beam, he could see a dark crack in the ground. It's right here. I'll go ahead. And you guys follow and don't fall behind. Marcus jumped into the crack. And the other students entered one by one without hesitation. Hedesiko spread his hands helplessly to Jennifer. What should we do? Go in. I hope she has solved all the problems. What did you say? I said go in. Follow me closely. Jennifer jumped into the crack in the ground. And Hedesiko followed in. Professor Qingkong, you called me to help clean up the magic plants. Why am I fighting alone? The red kestrel floated in the air, her long ponytail hair flying. She waved the rapier in her hand. And after the sword light, a vine that was curling towards her broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Then the red kestrel moved sideways in the air, avoiding a carnivorous plant that bit from behind. The sword light flashed again, and the carnivorous plant broke. And the cut on the flower neck sprayed out white thick liquid. The red kestrel dodged again, and the thick liquid splashed on the ground. And in an instant, a small hole was corroded on the ground. Since entering the underground, there have been constant attacks from demonized plants. Qingkong has been walking behind, and the red falcon, who served as a scout, naturally became the first target of the demonized plants. Moreover, the red falcon found that he was like a magnet, and demonized plants far away would also come to attack him. Let Qingkong behind him feel relaxed as if he was on a picnic. Qingkong opened the ice crystal eye to observe this underground space. The originally large underground plant breeding area was divided into very fragments due to the collapse of the space. Some plants that adapted to the magic field here became the masters here and filled the entire space. Some of these plants have become very dangerous after the process of mutation and demonization. Those daring students, once they are careless and attacked by the demonized plants, are likely to suffer casualties. As an adventure map in the Oulu College area of the epic game, Qingkong is very familiar with the environment inside. So he plays the role of a cleaner and eliminates all potential dangers. Hong Ku was drafted by Qingkong, and they entered the underground crack area in advance and cleaned up all the way. Facing Hong Ku's complaints, Qingkong scanned the surroundings and replied, there is no light here. In addition to the sense of touch, the demonized plants also have very strong perception. Coincidentally, your perception is also very strong. When you radiate your perception and explore the environment, the demonized plants will naturally find you, and then gather around you and attack. Hong Sun didn't expect that Qingkong called her here to use her like this. She immediately retracted her external perception. And sure enough, the attacking plants suddenly became blind, swaying left and right, and then shrinking back. Hong Sun said to Qingkong with a smile, Miss Qingkong, you are using me as bait. To be precise, I gave you a job. The college has spent a lot of resources on you. And you clean up here, which is considered as the treatment fee. Why did you retract your perception? Let them come to be cleaned up on their own initiative, which is much easier than finding them one by one. The students are coming soon. We have to hurry. Urged by Qingkong, Hong Sun had to release her perception again. At this moment, she was like a light source, sensed by the nearby demonized plants. The hunting instinct made the demonized plants try their best to get close to the red kestrel, and then quickly launched an attack. This straight-line attack without any technical content, although a little dense, was not dangerous to the red kestrel. During the calm dodge, the rapier released a sharp sword light, and all the attacking demonized plants were quickly swept away. While cleaning, the two walked deeper into the cracked path. Qingkong remained alert and did not miss any details around him. As an adventure copy in the game, these demonized plants that launched suicide attacks on the red kestrel were all minor characters. Those animals that can survive in this environment are the real dangerous ones. Besides, there is a very difficult big boss here. If those students accidentally enter the boss's territory, there is no way they can get out alive. After Hong Jian adapted to the attack method of the demonized plants, it became more handy to deal with them. And he had the energy to chat with Qingkong. Miss Qingkong. Father, has he returned to the Imperial capital? Qingkong knew that Hong Jian was asking about Yomington. And she replied, he left. And he has been gone for a while. Did he ask about me? Or leave me a letter? I don't know. Yomington talked about Hong Jian to Luke. But it had nothing to do with Qingkong. She said to Hong Jian, your feelings for Yomington are partly tampered memories, and partly his disguise to gain your loyalty. You and your sister are tools for Yomington and the cross. I know it's hard for you to accept the influence of the brain transformation device. But this is the fact. Hong Shun sighed and said, when can I get rid of the influence of the brain transformation device and really see the world clearly? Qingkong remembered what Dean Wilred said to him. It was almost impossible for Hong Shun to recover. The technology of Oulu Academy can't change anything now. But I believe that technology is always improving magic, alchemy, transformation, secret arts. One day, there will be a technology that can remove the restrictions in your brain. I believe Miss Qingkong. But I don't know how long I have to wait. There were 2 red lights flashing in Qingkong's vision. She held the Tiangong Juexian bow in her hand, pulled the bowstring and shot. The icy spear shot towards the center of the 2 red lights. First there was a hissing sound. And then, there was no sound. The red light also disappeared. What is it? Hong Falcon chopped the demonized plants that kept attacking and asked Qingkong, I just found it. And it was killed by you. It's a mutant spider that feeds on demonized plants. Going further ahead is the mutant spider's nest. These things are very difficult to deal with. It's best not to let them get close. You focus on dealing with the demonized plants. And leave this kind of thing to me. Qingkong shot another arrow. Hong Shun also saw the mutant spider that was shot dead. It was as big as a wheel, with 2 sets of red compound eyes on its head, and 8 claws covered with sharp barbs. The ice spear accurately shot into the middle of the mutant spider's 2 sets of compound eyes, piercing the spider's entire body, and then nailing it firmly to the stone wall. The mutant spider that was not completely dead struggled to twist its body, its claws dancing, and spider silk sprayed randomly from its abdomen. The mutant spider's movements attracted the demonic plants, which rolled up the spider's body and wrapped it in their bodies. The highly corrosive solution could decompose the huge spider into nutrients in a short time. Focus! Qingkong reminded Hong Jian and shot another arrow into the darkness. The call of the mutant spider is calling companions. Yes, Miss Qingkong. Hong Jian retracted her somewhat scattered thoughts and threw herself into the battle state. The death cry of the mutant spider was very loud and harsh, and the sound waves spread along the cracks in the ground and reached the ears of the students, who had just entered the underground. Hey, did you hear anything? Marcus, who was walking in front, stopped. He used a magic beam to illuminate the front, and nothing could be seen except dense plants. It seems to be a sound coming from the depths. Jennifer walked to Marcus' side. She had already found the killed magic plants and knew that Qingkong was in front. So she began to perform her mission with confidence. Maybe there are not only magic plants here, but also real evil spirits and monsters. I suddenly became interested in this place. Let's go and see what we can gain from this adventure. Chapter 207, Caught. Jennifer was an active participant in various activities at the Oulu Academy 100 years ago, and most of them were one of the organizers. Knowing that Qingkong was already clearing the demonized plants in front, Jennifer, who was no longer nervous, completely let go and immediately showed the characteristics of a child's head, holding a magic wand and shining on the road and walking in front. Marcus was more interested in Jennifer now. Her charming figure and confident steps attracted a lot of attention. Marcus followed a few steps to Jennifer's side and asked attentively, Ms. Jennifer, do you live in the academy dormitory or in the city of raging waves? I live in the dormitory of the college, and my parents are not in Fudao City. I am not familiar with the college, and I usually move between the dormitory, classroom, and cafeteria. Be careful. In order to gain Marcus' trust, Jennifer introduced herself. At the same time, she saw a vine entwined with Marcus's calf. So she quickly shot a fireball and burned the vine to ashes. Don't forget where this is just to chat up. Marcus stamped his feet in fear, and then was fascinated by Jennifer's playful smile. Thank you. You saved me. If you have any difficulties in the college in the future, you can come to me. Can I? Marcus patted his chest and said proudly, Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hedesiko. I am the top student of this year's academy. Who would have thought that Hedesiko behind him would spoil the show and say, you are the top student yourself? I have never recognized it. And Jennifer. She has a very close relationship with Professor Qingkong. If she has any difficulties, it will definitely be more useful to find Professor Qingkong than to find you. Hearing that Hedesiko did not admit that he was the top student, Marcus wanted to argue a few more words. But he lost his temper when he heard Qingkong's name. Professor Qingkong is simply a legend in Oulu Academy and Raging Wave City. I heard from my father that Professor Qingkong is a disciple of Dean Wilred. And the Dean even has the idea of passing his position to Professor Qingkong. Jennifer didn't expect to get useful information so quickly. Many people in the academy could guess that Professor Qingkong was Dean Wilred's disciple. But the fact that the Dean was going to pass the position to Professor Qingkong. Jennifer had never heard from Qingkong. Was this a rumor deliberately spread by someone? Dean Wilred was going to pass the position to Professor Qingkong? You have to make up a lie that sounds real. Jennifer provoked Marcus. The Dean is in such good health. I guess when we get old, the Dean will still be the Dean of Oulu College. Besides, even if Dean Wilred wants to retire, the college should be handed over to Vice Dean Elvie. The adventure team encountered very few magical plants along the way, which posed no threat to the top students of Oulu College. The whole atmosphere became very relaxed. After hearing the topic raised by Jennifer, the students started gossiping together. Vice President Elvie is too strict. I don't want him to become the president of Oulu College. You know? Even when I passed by the office of Vice President Elvie, my legs trembled. I was afraid that he would suddenly open the door and call me in. I would not come out without being scolded for an hour. I think the next president of Oulu College should be Professor Lennon. He is the strongest magician after President Wilred. Professor Lennon manages the Oulu battle mages. And Professor Lennon's magic class is very interesting. Hedesiko was unconvinced and argued for Qingkong. Professor Lennon's class is not only second to Dean Wilred, but he is definitely not as good as Professor Qingkong. Professor Qingkong is the strongest mage in Oulu College. She has killed 2 Abyss Apostles and saved the city of Raging Waves many times. I think Professor Qingkong is fully qualified to be the Dean of Oulu College. But Professor Qingkong is too inexperienced, Jennifer said, and this is just a story made up by Marcus. I didn't make up a story. Seeing so many people questioning him, especially Jennifer's look, Marcus was eager to defend himself. My father and Assistant Francis are good friends, and he told my father about this in person. Jennifer asked, how did Assistant Francis know? He overheard it at the door of the dean's office. But why did Assistant Francis tell your father? Is your father a faculty member of the college? Marcus said proudly, of course not. My father works in the government affairs office of Nuteo City, and is an official of the city's education department. The replacement of the dean of Oulu College is definitely a top priority for the education department of Nuteo City. Jennifer secretly wrote down what Marcus said. She couldn't see any problem in it. But she just had to tell Professor Qingkong these. You didn't lie. I didn't lie to you. The team continued to move forward. After the sweep by Qingkong and Hongjian, there were very few demonized plants that escaped. The mutant animals that were killed did not leave any traces after being eaten by the demonized plants. The thrilling adventure that they had expected. After the initial novelty, some students felt bored. Marcus was also very surprised. When I first discovered this place, there were quite a lot of demonized plants inside. How come there are so few now that I brought you here to play? Hedesiko pouted and said, maybe they are scared by our number and dare not come out. Let's go back and go hunting while there is still time. Some students also thought of retreating. But Marcus insisted, think about the sound we just heard. There must be something hidden here that we don't know yet. Perhaps the magic plants have become less. That thing did it. Believe me, if we go inside, there must be thrills waiting for us. Where are you talking about? Jennifer. Jennifer asked, Marcus. The entrance is so hidden. How did you find it? Marcus replied, recently. There are many stories about the disaster 100 years ago circulating in the college. So I thought of turning this party into an adventure, which must be a cool thing. I heard that there were ruins of the former Magic Plant Museum in this mountain forest. So I secretly found this specific location from my father's information. I also came down to check it out. There were really a lot of magic plants here at that time. Who did you hear about the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum? Marcus was stunned. He tried to recall. But I forgot. I must have heard someone mention it by accident. But I just can't remember who said it. But what does it matter? We found this place. If we clean it up, we can definitely make it our secret base. Jennifer's intuition told her that she had found the right source this time. Think about it again. Who did you hear it from? Marcus continued to recall. At this time, a very stern voice came from behind. You guys stop there immediately and don't move. A student recognized the owner of the voice and said in fear, It's Professor Lennon. What should we do? The strong light of the magic beam shone over, and the students immediately stood still and dared not move. Then more than a dozen Oulu battle mages arrived. They quickly protected the students in the middle, and the magic wands in their hands emitted bright light to illuminate the dark gap in front. Professor Lennon, wearing the uniform of the Oulu battle mage, walked over with an extremely ugly face. He walked past the students who stood at attention and shouted angrily, It's just nonsense. Do you know where this is, and what dangers you will encounter? If it weren't for the Abyss Leopard, who caught a few students who were coming to the party, we would never have time to rescue you. Too much nonsense. 2. When Professor Lennon walked past Jennifer, he realized something was wrong and took a step back. Stopping in front of Jennifer, Raise your head. Jennifer, who had lowered her head and tried to get away with it, had to raise her head and greeted Professor Lennon with a smile. Professor Lennon, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? How can I sleep with a group of students running here? But why are you here? Do you have any explanation? Seeing that Hedesiko lowered his head and didn't seem to help Jennifer, Marcus bravely said, Professor Lennon, it's all my fault. Jennifer had just come to Oulu College and didn't know that she couldn't go out at night. I brought her out. This is her first time. Please forgive her. Professor Lennon looked at Marcus, and seeing him looking like a hero saving a beautiful girl and taking all the responsibilities, he couldn't help but smile. Marcus, you are really amazing. You can even invite Miss Jennifer, Professor Qingkong's assistant. Ah! Marcus looked at Jennifer with wide eyes. Assistant? Jennifer, you are Professor Qingkong's assistant? Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Jennifer simply stood up straight, raised her chest and looked directly at Professor Lennon. I heard there was a party here, so I wanted to come and play. In order to be accepted, I lied that I was a student of the Department of Mysticism. Professor Lennon looked at Jennifer. Assistant Jennifer, do you know what you are doing? As a faculty member of Oulu College, you knew that students entered the dangerous area but did not stop them. I seriously doubt your position and identity. Hand over your magic wand and accept the detention of the Oulu battle mage. If Jennifer was an ordinary person, she would just surrender and wait for Qingkong to find a battle mage to rescue her. But Jennifer is a half-dead creature. If she is caught and controlled, her identity is likely to be discovered by Lennon. Jennifer clenched her magic wand, and the magic energy gathered to make the tip glow. Professor Lennon, I can go with you, but I will not accept disarming and being detained by the battle mage. Lennon waved his hand, and the battle mages slowly moved their positions, pulled the students behind them, and surrounded Jennifer. Assistant Jennifer, since entering the underground, I have found many traces of the destruction of demonized plants. You don't look like you have fought against demonic plants. And it's not magic that kills demonic plants, but sharp blades. The magic wand in Professor Lennon's hand also glowed, ready to release magic at any time. He said to Jennifer vigilantly, Someone was clearing the path for you before you came in, and the time difference was very short. I think someone is deliberately leading you to the depths of the crack. And you, Assistant Jennifer, you are the guide who leads the children forward. Sensing the strong hostility emanating from Professor Lennon, Jennifer realized that things were developing in a direction that was extremely unfavorable to Professor Qingkong. If the battle mages discovered that it was Qingkong who was clearing the path ahead, it would almost be confirmed that she had an unfavorable intention against this group of students. Professor Lennon, I do not accept any of your accusations against me. If you want to arrest me by force, please let the students leave first and don't hurt them by mistake. You still have some conscience. Professor Lennon waved his hand, and the battle mages pulled the students to retreat towards the entrance. Although Marcus did not want to leave, he hesitated for a moment and was still pulled away by the battle mage. But Hedesiko broke free from the battle mage's hand, holding the magic wand and standing with Jennifer. Professor Lennon, I brought Assistant Jennifer. She is trusted by Professor Qingkong and is definitely not a bad person. Lennon looked at Jennifer. Jennifer, what did you do to the children? First Marcus, then Hedesiko. He defended you one by one. Was he under your magic? I'm not under a spell. Professor Lennon, I really brought Jennifer here. if you want to attack Jennifer, as the monitor of the Department of Mystic Arts, I have to fight back. The magic wand in Lenon's hand threw out an arc of electricity. Then let me see what you have learned in the Department of Mystic Arts. Professor Lennon was about to release a magic attack when a deafening sound came from the other end of the cracked channel. Then came the turbulent airflow, carrying broken branches and mud blocks of plants. The three immediately deployed an arc-shaped shield in the direction of the shock wave to resist the impact of various debris and airflow. After blocking one wave of impact, the second wave of impact followed. The cracked passage began to vibrate violently, and large pieces of rock fell down. In the middle of the dust, two figures rushed to the front of the three people in an instant. It turned out to be Qingkong and Hongjian. Jennifer. Hedesiko. Professor Lennon is here too. Qingkong stopped, and the large piece of ice behind her blocked the passage. The impact broke the ice layer, and the ice layer thickened to fill the crack. Finally, the impact was blocked at the other end of the ice layer. Qingkong looked at Lennon and asked Jennifer, "Where are the students?" "They were taken away by the battle mages." "Is anyone injured?" "No. Everyone is safe." Qingkong nodded. "That's good. Let's go. I'm tired after killing all the way through the level, so I'll go back to sleep." "Yes, Professor Qingkong." Qingkong's arrival gave Jennifer and Hedesiko a backbone. They followed Qingkong and were about to leave, but were stopped by Lennon. "Professor Qingkong, why are you in there? What just happened? I need an explanation." Qingkong glanced at Lennon, who was in an attacking posture, and chuckled. "In order to make the children play safely and happily, I personally cleaned up the dangerous factors here and found something interesting. Professor Lennon, put away your magic wand and escort the students away is your task." Lennon faced Qingkong and immediately lost the momentum he had just had towards Jennifer. At the same time, he also saw what Hongxiao was holding in his hand. A glass jar. And inside the glass jar was a black Eclipse spirit. Chapter 208. Lennon did not stop Qingkong. Besides, there were constant vibrations coming from the depths, so it was not suitable to interrogate him. Lennon made way and led Jennifer, and Hedesiko followed Qingkong. He stayed behind to look at the frozen passage and turned to run to the entrance. The few of them joined the students and Oulu battle mages in front of them, and helped each other to return to the ground safely. The battle mages used magic to quickly clear a clearing, and then imposed restrictions on the entrance to the crack to prevent anything from rushing out. After counting the number of people, Lennon wanted to ask Qingkong, but Qingkong said, "First, you protect the students back to the academy, and we can talk tomorrow if there is anything." Then, he took the bottle of black Eclipse from Hongxiao, handed it to Jennifer, and said to her, "Go back and give this to Professor Ben. Keep it well, and don't give it to anyone." Jennifer hugged the glass bottle tightly. "Yes, Professor Qingkong." Then, goodbye. Qingkong didn't give Lennon any chance to speak, and disappeared in front of everyone. "Professor Lennon, I want to take the black Eclipse back to the Department of Mysticism. I'll leave it to you here. Goodbye, Hedesiko. Come with me to protect the black Eclipse." "Ah!" Hedesiko was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Jennifer winking at him, he immediately realized that he was saved. "Yes, Assistant Jennifer." Jennifer took Hedesiko and Falcon away. Professor Lennon's expression changed several times, and then he shouted to the students who were caught, "You all saw what happened just now. The things in here can definitely kill all of you. You kids are too undisciplined. I think Beistine Elby is waiting for you in the disciplinary office at this time. You will definitely miss this unforgettable night." The students lowered their heads in sorrow, and some cast envious eyes at Hedesiko's departing back. In the Secret Affairs Bureau of Cape District, Nuteo City, Luke was sitting in the office, and Qingkong had been recycled and entered the charging state. Drinking coffee, Luke recalled Qingkong's experience under the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. The initial journey was very smooth, and Qingkong and Hongjian cooperated to destroy the demonized plants and mutant animals. But the smooth journey did not last long, and they encountered two people who looked exactly like them. They even used the fighting skills displayed by Hongjian and Qingkong. Mimicry Mother Plant. It is the final boss deep in the Magic Botanical Garden. After the Magic Botanical Garden was destroyed, the magic energy that maintained the ecosystem was buried deep underground. A seed of mimicry grass fell into the magic energy, mutated and demonized in the chaotic magic environment, and turned into a Mimicry Mother Plant. Mimicry Mother Plant has its own territory. When a creature enters its territory, the Mimicry Mother Plant will capture the pheromone of the creature and then quickly bloom and bear fruit. The fruit produced is the creature simulated by pheromones. The other Qingkong and Hongjian, encountered by Qingkong and Hongjian, are the simulated fruits of the mimic mother plant. The first batch of simulated fruits only look similar, and their strength is no different from that of ordinary mutant animals. They were easily eliminated by Qingkong and Hongjian. But the second batch of simulated fruits will soon appear, and their strength will be much stronger. This is the uniqueness of the mimic mother plant. It produces fruits very quickly, and each fight can obtain more pheromones from the target organism. Then as the pheromones increase, the strength of the simulated fruits will also increase rapidly. When the pheromones change from quantitative change to qualitative change, the mimic mother plant will rapidly explode and drown the invaders with a large amount of simulated fruits. Qingkong and Hongjian encountered the simulated fruit, which means they entered the territory of the mimic mother plant. This is inconsistent with the information in Luke's mobile phone. The territory has obviously expanded a lot. What caused this change? Moreover, the time when these students found this place was too coincidental. Normally, it would be too difficult to find the correct entrance in such a large forest. Someone wanted to lure these students in and kill them. Qingkong decided to rush to the mimic mother plant to find out what affected it and expanded its territory. The mimic mother plant itself does not have a strong attack power. If you want to kill it, the most important requirement is fast. Find and kill the mimic mother plant before it gets enough pheromones. This is almost impossible for people who enter the underground of the Magic Botanical Museum for the first time. The underground environment is too complicated. Before finding the mimic mother plant, there is a greater chance of dying in the attack of the simulated fruit. Only players can find the right path after dying again and again. Before Qingkong entered here, she had a plan to deal with the mimic mother plant, and the path to the energy source of the Magic Museum was firmly remembered in her mind. The rest is very simple. Qingkong and Hongshun fought their way out of the blockade of the simulated fruit. They reached the deepest part of the Magic Botanical Museum to find the mimic mother plant, and killed the mimic mother plant in the siege of a large number of simulated fruits. Then it was discovered that the one who affected the mimic mother plant was actually a black erosion spirit. Finally, the death of the mimic mother plant caused the disorder of magic energy, and the magic explosion almost destroyed the lower part of the ground crack. Who did it? What is the purpose? In this extraordinary period, Qingkong needs to keep the power at a safe value to deal with emergencies at any time. While charging his mobile phone, Luke looked up information related to the Magic Botanical Garden. Because the location of the Magic Botanical Garden is too hidden, players need to do a series of pre-tasks to discover this hidden map. Finally, through an assistant named Francis, the underground entrance of the Magic Botanical Garden was found in the commissioned investigation task. Francis is an assistant teacher of magical herbology at Oulu College. He is very keen on fame and fortune, but has bad luck and cannot even be promoted to professor. So he wants to gain achievements in magical herbology by investigating the ruins of the Magical Botanical Museum 100 years ago, so as to add points to his review for professorship. In the plot process between the player and Francis, it will be found that he is also an informant developed by the city government office at Oulu College, providing scientific research information in Oulu College for the new nobles for a fee. New nobles. Is this a roundabout attack they are preparing to launch at Oulu College after suffering a heavy blow in the city of raging waves? Because of the clear sky, the Innovation Society and Oulu College have a close relationship that outsiders see, especially after Qingkong placed Yomington under house arrest in the name of Oulu College. It directly led to the complete defeat of the new nobles. If Yomington was on the lucky princess at that time, the duel between Edgar and Meteorite would not have happened. For the new nobles, without knowing what role Oulu College played in it, it would definitely be a sure win to alienate the relationship between Qingkong and Oulu College. Of course, these are just Luke's guesses. The source of the Black Eclipse spirit also needs to be considered. It is necessary to get Qingkong some external support, so that the incident will not be pushed by someone with ulterior motives, and Qingkong will be more and more black. Kaylina, help me make an appointment with the World Bank's Director of Music. Just say I have some clues about the ancient Shuajin civilization, and let's meet to talk in the evening. Yes, Chief Inspector. The day was spent in complicated work, and the affairs and plans of all parties were proceeding in an orderly manner. At night, Luke drove to the Shuajin Hotel, and Ian, who was dressed fresh and beautiful, got into the car. Originally I didn't want to see you, but your people said you have clues about the ancient Shuajin civilization. Luke smiled and said, I'm sorry, I apologize to you for the last incident. Thank you and Pan for not making things difficult for me in the cooperation of investing in the Cape District. If you have time, go to the Cape District to have a look. It changes every day. Okay. I'll go and see. Tell me the clues you found first. Seeing Ian pretending to be angry, but not really angry, Luke could only mind his own business. When my people were investigating another case, they found that Professor Qingkong of Oulu College's Department of Mysticism was collecting a lot of information related to ancient civilizations. Many of them were shipped from overseas, including a small number of antiques from the ancient civilization period. Since you and Pan are both interested in the things of the ancient Shuajin civilization, Miss Qingkong and I are very familiar with each other, so I can introduce you to each other. Miss Qingkong is knowledgeable, and will definitely be able to talk to you about the history of ancient Shuajin. You and Miss Qingkong are very familiar with each other? Yin's tone suddenly turned cold. I remember that the last time you met was the first time, at a party hosted by Mrs. Michelle, and I was there at the time. Sensing Yin's mood changes, Luke realized that he could use Qingkong as a shield. That was indeed the first time I met Miss Qingkong, but we had indirect contact for a long time. Do you remember Sandpaper, the mechanical maintenance technician of the Secret Intelligence Bureau? I remember. She is the middleman between me and Miss Qingkong. For some things that our Secret Intelligence Bureau is not convenient to solve, I will entrust Miss Qingkong to help. Although Miss Qingkong looks indifferent, she can definitely do what she promised to do. Luke described his relationship with Qingkong as if they were good friends who had known each other for a long time. Ian was silent for a while, and said, "We will go to find Miss Qingkong now. I am looking forward to communicating with her. I hope she is really as good as you said. Let's go. You won't be disappointed." Luke started the car, and a portal opened in front of the car, and the car went in. Raging Wave City had just entered the night, and the subspace where Oulu College was located was entering the morning. The car that traveled through space appeared on a road leading to Oulu College, and was soon stopped by a battle mage who led 3 abyss leopards on patrol. "Who are you?" The battle mage and the abyss leopard surrounded the car in the middle, alert as if they would attack at any time. "You actually opened the space channel without authorization and entered the Oulu College area." Luke rolled down the window and took out his badge to show it to the battle mage. "I am Yunqing, the chief detective of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. And this is Ian, the director of the World Bank. We are here to visit Professor Qingkong of the Mystic Department of Oulu College. It is our fault that we did not take the normal passage, but it seems that it was not so strict here before. What happened? The college's security zone actually extends here?" Luke showed his intuition as a senior Imperial spy and took the initiative to attack the battle mage who blocked the road. Ian also took out the seal to prove his identity. After verifying the identities of the two, the battle mage asked Abyss Leopard to withdraw to the side. Then he said to Luke, "Some bad things did happen in the college these 2 days, and it has something to do with Professor Qingkong. If you two have nothing urgent to do, please return to Raging Wave City and make an appointment at the office of Oulu College." Luke immediately said seriously, "It is related to Miss Qingkong, so it is urgent for me. Miss Qingkong has saved Raging Wave City from the hands of the Abyss Mage many times, and the city owes her. I will not allow Miss Qingkong to suffer any unfair treatment. Get out of the way," Oulu Battle Mage said in embarrassment, chief detective of Meteorite. "This is our Oulu College's business. No, this is also Raging Wave City's business." Luke started the car and forced his way in. Oulu Battle Mage did not dare to attack the head of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Raging Wave City, so he was forced to get out of the way. In the high-level meeting room of Oulu College, all the important people of the college gathered together. What happened last night made everyone present feel scared. If Professor Lennon had not arrived at the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum in time and pulled out the reckless students, no one knew what the consequences would be. Although these students were mischievous, they were all treasures of each department, and the role played by Professor Qingkong and the Department of Mystic Arts in the whole incident was also what everyone was eager to know. Professor Qingkong, Vice Dean LD, who was sitting in the first seat, asked Qingkong, who was sitting in the position of the head of the Department of Mystic Arts, "Do you have any objection to the process of events just described by Professor Lennon?" Qingkong replied, "No. Professor Lennon said what happened at that time. I have no objection. That is to say, you knew that these students would enter the dangerous area. And not only did you not stop them, you even arranged for teaching assistant Jennifer to sneak in and let them fall into danger. Qingkong said according to his own thoughts. I think that Vice Dean's statement that I let them fall into danger is incorrect. At that time, Hongjian and I were in front of the student team, eliminating most of the dangerous things to them, and even killed the mimic mother plant in the deepest part. Vice Dean Elvie looked at everyone in the venue, and then questioned Qingkong. What happened in front of the student team is all what you said, without evidence to prove what you said. We can't be convinced. We only saw the ignorant students there. You were in front of the students. And then, there was an abnormal movement in the underground space of the Magic Botanical Museum. If Professor Lennon and the battle mage hadn't stopped the students at that time, they would most likely be buried underneath. And Professor Lennon said, you were carrying a black eclipse spirit at that time. That was what I got from the mimic mother plant. The black eclipse spirit affected the mimic mother plant, making it very aggressive. I suspect someone lured the students into the underground of the Magic Botanical Museum ruins, and then used the mimic mother plant to attack them. Your suspicion makes sense. We also have reason to suspect that all of this was done by you. But Professor Lennon stopped your attempt. Qingkong smiled and said, if I did it, could Lennon stop me? Chapter 209. The inspector investigates the case. The venue fell silent for a while. Although Qingkong was highly suspected in this incident, there were no casualties in the end, and the current evidence was not enough to convict Qingkong. Her identity and strength were there, and a fight would definitely bring heavy losses to the college. But continue to let this dangerous factor stay in the college? If something goes wrong next time, you may not be so lucky. Professor Qingkong, we certainly don't want you to be a threat to the college, and your non-compliant behavior with the Department of Mysticism makes us have to doubt your position. I still hope that you can hand over the Book of Disaster and open the Department of Mysticism to the college's investigation. Qingkong replied, my answer is the same as last time. And after what happened last night, I can't hand over the Book of Disaster. It seems that the Academy has to use some unconventional means. Deputy Dean Elvie threatened. He believed that according to the strength of the mages in the conference room, if they were assisted by the Academy's arsenal, they should be able to capture Qingkong. A circular magic circle rose in the right hand of Vice Dean Elvie, and the magic circle was full of gears and shadows. As the gears turned, it seemed that something was opening. The other mages were also ready for battle, and the magic robes filled with magic power swelled. The two scimitars inserted in Qingkong's back flew out of their sheaths, and the ice mist flowers bloomed with white cold air. Just as a battle was about to be triggered, a battle mage opened the door of the meeting and rushed in. Vice Dean. The battle mage was stunned when he saw the atmosphere in the meeting. Elvie scolded, what's the matter? Don't you know we are in a meeting? Without waiting for the battle mage to answer Elvie, Luke walked in from outside with a sound. It seems that I arrived very timely. I am fortunate to witness the battle of the top mages of Oulu College. Don't worry about me. Continue. I will just watch from the side. Just pretend I don't exist. As he said that, Luke really stood in the corner of the conference room, looking like he was watching a good show. This made Vice Dean Elvie very embarrassed. Internal fighting among the top leaders of the college, even fighting with magic, is not a glorious thing. Inspector General Meteor, you and Director Ian suddenly broke into the high-level meeting of Oulu College. Is there something important? Vice Dean Elvie retracted his external magic power, and the other mages also stopped. Everything will be discussed after sending Meteor away. When Luke saw the mages stop, he said, Director Ian and I came to Oulu College this time to discuss the history of the ancient shining gold civilization with Miss Qingkong. However, on the way here, I heard that Oulu College seemed to be in trouble. And now it seems that there is indeed trouble. If it is convenient, you can tell me. Deputy Dean Elvie did not want to provoke the Imperial spies, so he declined. This is our Oulu College's business. The college will handle it. Now we have to continue the meeting. Please go out with the music director in advance. After retracting the scimitar, Qingkong said, I think this matter is not just about Oulu College. It is very likely that external forces are trying to provoke civil unrest in the college. You don't believe me. And I don't believe you either. If the stalemate continues, a battle will inevitably occur. I think that is definitely not what Dean Wilred wants to see. I suggest inviting Chief Inspector of Meteorite to participate in the investigation of this incident. With the ability shown by Chief Inspector Meteorite in the competition in Raging Wave City, he will surely find out the truth soon. Deputy Dean Elvie said to Qingkong seriously, Oulu College is independent of Raging Wave City, and the internal affairs of the college are handled by the college. Luke said at this time, the status of Oulu College is recognized by the Empire. But Oulu College is ultimately within the Empire. Seeing how you all look just now, I can guess how serious the matter is. This involves the security of the Empire. As a senior agent of the Imperial Secret Service, I have the obligation to be informed and independently investigate. Deputy Dean Elvie said, Chief Inspector Meteorite. You? Without waiting for Elvie to finish, Luke moved a chair and sat down at the conference table. Tell me the case, or I will set up a special task force to investigate it myself. You choose. Luke made it clear that he was going to enter the scene forcefully, which made Elvie extremely embarrassed. As we all know, Qingkong has a very good relationship with Mrs. Michelle. Mrs. Michelle is a member of the Reform Society, and Meteor is the head of the Reform Society. Although Qingkong has not publicly joined the Reform Society, he can be regarded as a member of the Reform Society. The eldest princess is behind the Reform Society. Meteor's arrival this time was too coincidental, and it is hard not to suspect that he is a helper invited by Qingkong. Elvie thought for a while, and said to Luke, Chief Inspector, in this case that almost caused a disaster, Professor Qingkong is a major suspect. Given your relationship with Professor Qingkong, how can we believe that you will investigate the case impartially during the investigation? Luke asked with a smile. Vice Dean Elvie, please tell me, what is the relationship between me and Miss Qingkong? This? Vice Dean Elvie didn't know how to answer. Does it mean that Qingkong has a close relationship with Mrs. Michelle, and you and Mrs. Michelle are in the same party, which can prove that Qingkong has a close relationship with you? This is not an academic equation proof. Luke pressed. Vice Dean Elvie, please don't question the loyalty of an Imperial agent to the Empire. The importance of Oulu Academy to the Empire determines that I dare not joke about the safety of the Academy. If it is really Miss Qingkong who is endangering the safety of the Academy, I will definitely stand on the side of the Academy. If you continue to prevent the Imperial Secret Service from investigating this case, you will be responsible for the consequences of my setting up an independent investigation team. Deputy Dean Elvie didn't know how Dean Wilred would deal with such a situation. But the Imperial Secret Service must not be allowed to set up an independent investigation team. This matter was obviously done by someone inside the Academy, regardless of whether it was Qingkong or not. Once it was spread out, it would be a scandal that would affect the reputation of the Academy. The investigation of this case is led by the Academy, and Chief Inspector Meteorite will assist in the investigation in a private capacity. Deputy Dean Elvie put forward his own conditions. Luke immediately agreed. Okay. This was originally a private visit, and I would investigate a case by the way. Vice Dean Elvie continued, all information related to this case must not be leaked. I promise not to say anything. After Luke agreed, Ian said, I came here to discuss the history of the ancient Shuajin civilization with Miss Qingkong. The Shuajin people are not interested in your case. I won't listen. Nor will I say anything. Elvie nodded and said the last condition, if you find evidence that Qingkong is the criminal, I support Oulu College and help you catch her. After the conditions were discussed, Elvie said, Dean, please wait outside. Director Ian. Ian looked at Luke, then looked at Qingkong, saluted Elvie, and walked out of the meeting room. The battle mage left and closed the door. Vice Dean Elvie asked Professor Lennon to tell Luke the whole process of the incident. So far, this is the current situation of the incident. Professor Qingkong appeared at an inappropriate place at an inappropriate time, carrying a black Eclipse spirit. Although Professor Qingkong gave an explanation, it was not convincing enough. Luke asked, Professor Lennon, do you know who killed those large numbers of demonized plants that died? I don't know. How did the students know the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum and find the underground entrance? Professor Lennon repeated the result of his interrogation of Marcus. I don't think Marcus lied. I also think that Marcus did not lie. Then the key point is, Marcus forgot who told him about the existence of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden. We also think this is the key to solving the case. But Marcus really doesn't remember anything. What does Chief Inspector of Meteorite think about this case? Luke recalled the expedition process reported by Jennifer to Clear Sky, and then said, no idea for the time being. I just learned about this, and there are still many things to learn. I want to stay in the college for a few days. Vice Dean Elvie was unwilling to continue this embarrassing meeting. So he said, okay. Find out the truth of the incident, and leave it to Professor Lennon and Chief Inspector of Meteorite. If there is nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. A crisis that could have brought great damage to Oulu College was temporarily suppressed because of Luke's arrival. But the rift between Qingkong and the college's top management is getting bigger and bigger. If someone secretly instigates it again, even if Dean Wilred comes, it may be difficult to calm everyone's suspicion of Qingkong. The clue in Luke's hand now is Francis. And Francis does not have the ability to send the Black Eclipse spirit deep underground in the Magic Botanical Museum. This is most likely a gang crime. So Francis cannot be touched for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Luke stayed at Oulu College to investigate the case. And Ian also stayed on the pretext of discussing the history of the ancient golden civilization with Qingkong. After leaving the meeting, Qingkong brought Ian to his office and asked Jennifer to pour tea. Ian admired Qingkong's bookcase and display cabinet, and asked casually, "Miss Qingkong, what do you think of the meteorites?" Qingkong scooped some sugar into the cup with a metal spoon and stirred it. Looking at Ian, through the reflection of the glass, you can see that she is looking forward to getting an answer. Qingkong took a sip of tea and said, "For the humans I have come into contact with, the chief inspector of meteorites is very good. I am studying the history of ancient civilizations recently, and I have collected a lot of documents and cultural relics for this purpose. But there are still many things I don't understand." Director Ian is a member of the Shuojin people, and is interested in the history of the ancient Shuojin civilization. Can you answer some questions for me? Ian took out a book called Records of the Excavation of the Sural Ruins from the bookcase, and then walked to the opposite side of Qingkong and sat down. The Sural Ruins are a very important city in the ancient Shuojin civilization. It was destroyed in the war between the ancient Shuojin people and the ancient dragons. The whole city was engulfed by earthquakes and magma caused by the ancient dragons. This disaster also allowed the Sural Ruins to be relatively well preserved. The excavation of the Sural Ruins was sponsored by the Shuojin people. I have read some information that has not been circulated outside. We can start with the Sural Ruins. Qingkong had done her homework to study the history of ancient civilizations, and her 10-year gaming career had made her very familiar with the customs and practices of various parts of the world. In her conversation with Ian, Qingkong seemed to be well informed and had traveled all over the world. This greatly changed Ian's impression of Qingkong, from a sense of crisis about her appearance to a comprehensive sense of crisis. Ian forgot the original intention of coming to Qingkong, and her sense of competition made her answer all of Qingkong's questions to show that her knowledge was not inferior to that of the other party. This undoubtedly benefited Qingkong, because the information provided by Pan was at a price, and it would also be reserved. Now with Ian, the vague information obtained from Pan can be verified and finally supplemented. For Qingkong, Ian is a precious gift. If I had known there would be such a great benefit, I would have asked Luke to arrange a meeting. Fortunately, it is not too late now. It was night before I knew it, and Ian was also impressed by Qingkong's extensive knowledge. It was like sitting in the room, and the spirit was traveling around the world. For Ian, who was like a bird in a cage, it was really unstoppable. "Can we sleep in the same room tonight?" Ian asked Qingkong reluctantly. "We can continue to talk at night. You have been to so many places. Those exciting adventures, and magical animals." Qingkong did not expect Ian to make such a request. On the surface, both of them are girls, and there is nothing wrong with sleeping together. But Qingkong needs to recharge. She has rarely lived in that dormitory. "I should spend time on myself at night. I am in trouble now, and I can't rely on Professor Lennon and Chief Inspector Meteorite to investigate all my grievances." Although Ian was a little disappointed, it was not good to pester Qingkong. "You can trust Meteorite completely. He is the smartest person I have ever met. Any difficult problem can be easily solved in his hands. I will go to him now, and I will help him find the real murderer who framed you." Qingkong smiled and asked, "Don't the Shuojin people care about this kind of thing?" Ian was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "I will help you in my personal name. I don't know why, but I always feel that you are very kind, and I always want to get close to you. Goodbye. I'll go find Meteorite. Believe us." The smile on Ian's face was full of confidence, as if any difficult problem would be solved in Meteorite's hands. Qingkong had no choice but to say, "I can only say thank you." When Ian found Luke, Luke had already changed into a nightgown and looked like he was about to go out. Ian asked curiously, "Are you going out to investigate the case?" "I found a clue. I'm going to follow someone to see if I can get anything out of it." "You talked with Qingkong so late. You must have gained a lot." "Well, as you said, Miss Qingkong is a very knowledgeable elf, and her experience amazes me even more. Now we are best friends. I believe 100% that she was wronged. As a friend, I will help." I will go with you. Luke received the message from Qingkong about his purpose. Since a shining gold man is willing to help, it must be better than tracking him alone. If he encounters danger, he will have a backup. Let's go! I have a feeling that there will be gains tonight. Chapter 210 Silencing. While Ian and Qingkong were discussing the history of ancient civilization, Luke was wandering around in Oulu College. He randomly asked people about the recent situation of the college and revealed his identity without any scruples. Whether the other party was a student or a faculty member of the college. Soon the entire Oulu College knew that the star figure of the city of raging waves, Chief Detective Meteorite, had arrived. He seemed to be investigating some case. During the process, Luke ran into Francis and asked a few questions about his whereabouts last night. Francis' panic did not escape Luke's eyes, so he felt that Francis would definitely make some moves at night. Luke put on a nightgown specially made by the Imperial Secret Service. It looks like a dark windbreaker. In a dimly lit environment, it will automatically change the color tone to a certain extent, allowing people to blend into the environment. At the same time, the nightgown can also offset some of the detection of perception and magic, and is a very valuable alchemical item. Knowing that Ian wanted to go with him, Luke took out another nightgown and gave it to her, as well as a hat made of the same material. Putting on the hat and lowering the brim, the two left the dormitory and entered the wild campus together. Due to yesterday's incident, the college once again strengthened its guard at night. The Abyss Leopards patrol crosswise, and the battle mages hid in the dark to monitor every move in the campus. But Oulu College is really too big, and no matter how strict the defense is, there will always be loopholes. Luke knows the terrain of the college very well, and with the effect of the nightgown, they soon arrived outside Francis's residence. This is a faculty and staff apartment building of the college, with 2 floors and 4 households with independent courtyards, about 30 meters away from other faculty and staff apartment buildings. Francis lives alone in the east unit on the 2nd floor. Through the window, you can see him walking back and forth in the room, looking very anxious. Luke and Ian stood on the branch of a nearby tree, hiding their figures with the dense branches and leaves. Ian took out a handful of candies from somewhere. This is the mint candy I made. Luke put the candy in his pocket, took out another one, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and refreshing. It tastes great. If you like it, I'll make more for you. Eat one when you want to smoke in the future. It's good for your health. Luke couldn't help but look at Ian. She stood on the branch, graceful and elegant, with her hair tied up and tucked into her hat, showing her long and white neck. The moonlight sprinkled on her body through the gaps in the leaves, revealing a suffocating beauty. When his eyes met Ian's eager eyes, Luke immediately withdrew his somewhat rippling mind. Okay, I'll ask you for more after eating. The two of them didn't speak again. The atmosphere was a little awkward and ambiguous. Fortunately, Francis didn't let the two wait too long. He took out his pocket watch to check the time, then turned off the lights in the room, and then hid behind the window and carefully observed the situation outside. After thinking that there was no one outside monitoring him, he opened the window and floated out. He performed the levitation spell and landed on the ground, and finally walked quickly in one direction. Luke took out a wooden box as big as a medicine bottle, opened the lid, and a beetle flew out of it. As Luke chanted a spell, the beetle flapped its wings and flew in the direction where Francis left. This is a tracking scarab trained by the Secret Service. I have given it a magic mark, and it will follow Francis. Let's not chase too closely, lest we be discovered by the other party. The spy pursuit made Ian feel very excited, and Francis's sneaky departure from the apartment showed that he was definitely suspicious. Just now I told Miss Qingkong that you would find out the truth soon, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. It only took you half a day to find the criminal, and tomorrow we can show the truth to everyone. Luke was not as optimistic as Ian. Let's see what Francis is doing first. Remember, he must not be disturbed without my order. Yes, Chief Inspector. Ian saluted Luke like an Imperial spy. Luke smiled helplessly. Let's go. At this distance, Francis won't find us. Luke jumped down from the tree, chanted a spell to receive feedback from the tracking scarab, and followed Ian all the way. Francis obviously had not received professional thief training, although he frequently looked back to see if anyone was following him. He found nothing. Just like that, he took Luke and Ian out of Oulu College and into the forest outside the college. After walking for about half an hour, they came to a wooden house in the forest. This kind of wooden house in the forest is a temporary camp for the college rangers. And most of the time it is uninhabited. Francis did not enter the wooden house. He walked to the back of the wooden house, where there was a grill, and a man in black stood next to the grill. Francis immediately walked over angrily when he saw the man in black. "You promised me that no one would get hurt. But more than a dozen students almost died last night. What happened?" The man in black was very confused. "We didn't do anything? We didn't do anything?" Seeing that the other party dared to shirk responsibility, Francis was even more furious. He wanted to yell, but still held back and lowered his voice and said, "Why do Marcus and others know the ruins of the magic botanical garden? Why are there black spirits under the ruins of the magic botanical garden? I dare not go deep into that ghost place. And you actually lured students in, which is equivalent to letting them all die in it. You want to drive Qingkong away. There is no need to kill people. You will kill me." The man in black waited for Francis to calm down a little before saying, "Mr. Francis, I swear that we didn't do what you said. The speaker doesn't have the courage to kill the students of Oulu College. Is there any misunderstanding? Those students just happened to find the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum." Francisco's eyes were already red with anger. He stared at the man in black, trying to judge from his expression whether he was lying. But he didn't see anything. "I don't care. I want to quit. The money you gave me, I will return it all to you. Meteorite from the Secret Service is investigating the incident at the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. He will definitely find me. And will definitely." Francis became more and more scared as he spoke. He took out his magic wand and cast magic randomly in the woods to vent his nervousness. In contrast, the man in black was much calmer. "Meteorite is at the Oulu College." Seeing that Francis was very emotional, the man in black took out his magic wand and cast a mental calming spell on him. "Mr. Francis, what you need most now is calmness. I once told you that you can quit at any time, and we will never involve you. But, according to what you said, you can't quit just because we ask you to. Tell me what happened, and we will solve it together. The speaker will not abandon any ally." The magic and the words of the man in black finally calmed Francis down. He told the man in black what he knew about what happened in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden yesterday. Fortunately, the students were rescued by Lenin. The college committee suspected that it was Qingkong who did it, but the arrival of the meteorite has brought uncertain changes to this matter. "Did you really not arrange the trap in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden?" Faced with Francis's doubts, the man in black answered firmly, "No." During his visit to the City of Rage, Lord Yomington learned that Qingkong had the ambition to replace Wilred as the dean of Oulu College. Later, you confirmed that Wilred had the idea of passing the dean position to Qingkong. Speaker Grover just doesn't want Oulu College to fall into the hands of the Reform Society, and will not take the risk of pushing Oulu College into the arms of the opponent in advance. Who could it be? No matter who it is, he has used us. The black-clad man's tone turned cold. "Francis, you are exposed. He is very likely nearby." After hearing the black-clad man's judgment, Francisco was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood up. He grabbed the magic wand and looked around. The dense forest at night was extremely quiet. "Who is there? Come out." I see you," Francis shouted into the darkness, trying to trick the person hiding inside out. But he felt a chill on his back. A blade extended from his chest. Blood spurted forward along the blood trough. Francis turned his head and saw the man in black standing behind him. He must have stabbed him. "Why?" "To prevent you from being used by others." "Francis, I'm sorry. If you die, we won't be implicated." The man in black pulled out his knife, and Francis fell to the ground without breath. Then the man in black continuously released detection spells towards the surrounding dense forest. But there was no response. He didn't know if Francis was being followed, but his professional intuition told the man in black that someone must be hiding nearby. "Sir, I have to admit that you have made us fall into a big trap. If those students died in the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum, it would definitely cause the wrath of Oulu College, and the entire Raging Wave City would be caught in this earthquake. I don't know what your real purpose is, but it seems that we have a common enemy. Clear sky. Are you interested in cooperation? Speaker Grover can offer you a price you can't refuse." The forest was still quiet, and the man in black did not receive any response. He held a short knife in one hand and a magic wand in the other, and was alert with a full mental alert, with Francis' body under his feet. After a while, a portal opened behind the man in black. and then closed after he retreated into it. After a while, Luke came out of the woods and came to Francis' body. He squatted down and looked at the wound, with a helpless smile on his face. "Francis, you died unjustly. That guy just said that Speaker Grover would not abandon any ally, and turned around and stabbed you from behind, straight through the heart. Professional." Ian came to Luke with a golden sword in hand. After seeing the body, she bowed her head and recited the eulogy of the golden man, and then said, "Why did you stop me just now? We can catch that person." "Didn't you hear what that person said? Someone used Francis to set a trap at the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum and followed Francis here." Ian asked doubtfully, "Aren't we the ones following Francis? Are you sure it's just us? If we try to catch the man in black, the guy in hiding might attack us." After hearing Luke's words, Ian immediately pointed his sword at the dark forest. What should we do now?" Luke opened his thunderfire eyes and scanned the surroundings. There was nothing unusual in his vision. He couldn't be sure if there was a third party following Francis. After all, there are many ways to track, and it is not necessary to do it in person. "We can't separate now, and we can't leave." Luke walked to the grill, picked up a few dry firewood and threw them into the stove, then shot a ball of fire from his eyes and hit the firewood. And soon the fire started. "We have to protect the crime scene here to prevent the guy from returning and destroying it. When it gets light, the Oulu battle mage should be able to find this place. We too are going to stay here together until light." Ian was a little shy when she thought about being alone with Meteorite for a few hours at night. In this situation, the enemy is unknown, and we may be attacked if we separate. "I can only ask you to sleep here. Luke can summon the clear sky at any time to protect himself. But a girl like Ian who has no vigilance is a very good target for attack." Luke sat down in front of the fire, and his thunderfire eyes were always in an activated state. He felt that he was being watched. Ian sat down next to Luke. "Don't think of me as a spoiled girl. When Pan and I were training, we often had to sleep outdoors. At that time, we also lit a fire and sat in front of it like this, feeling the warmth of the fire. No matter how tired you are, you just need to sleep and it will all be gone." Yin's body is very soft, and the fragrance keeps drilling into Luke's nose, and her voice is lazy. When Luke didn't know what to say, Yin's head rested on his shoulder. "I'm tired. I'll sleep first. You keep watch first, and I'll keep watch in the second half of the night." The second half of the night is the most difficult to keep watch. Luke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A good girl, but unfortunately, she is a shining gold man. Luke, who was on watch, added a few dry firewood to the stove, and the fire became brighter, illuminating Francis' body not far away. A night passed very peacefully. After dawn, the battle mages in the academy found smoke rising from the forest area. The tense atmosphere made the battle mages immediately send people to check. And then, they saw the bodies of Luke, Ian, and Francis. A faculty member of the academy died. Finally, something that everyone could expect but did not want to happen still happened. Professor Lennon arrived at the scene quickly. He first stood beside Francis' body to mourn, then walked to Luke and said with a very ugly face, "What happened? Why did Assistant Francis die here? And, you promised Vice Dean Elvie that I would be the main investigator of this incident. You should have told me anything you found. But you obviously didn't. Chief Inspector, you're embarrassing me." Luke yawned and put a mint in his mouth. "When solving a case, you must follow up immediately after finding clues. I didn't have the opportunity to report to you at that time. At this time, my professional ethics told me that I should search Francis' apartment immediately. Whatever you find is yours. No need to thank me." Chapter 211 Transfer and Frame-Up. After hearing Luke's suggestion, Professor Lennon didn't bother to ask any more questions. He left some battle mages to survey the scene of Francis' death, and personally led a team to search Francis' apartment. Then in Francis' apartment, a large amount of information related to the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum was found. Some of the academic records could not be forged, so it was enough to prove that Francis had been exploring the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum for some time. Moreover, the battle mages also found a large sum of money, which was a fortune that Francis could not accumulate as an assistant professor at the college. When Luke and Ian arrived, Professor Lennon was looking at the documents found. The battle mages sorted and packed all of Francis's things, preparing to take them away for careful analysis. Professor Lennon met Luke, handed the documents in his hand to the battle mage beside him, and asked, How did you find out that there was something wrong with Francis? I saw Francis near the Wind Sound Hall. The Wind Sound Hall is the entrance to the Department of Mysticism. And Francis's major determines that the probability of him appearing in that place is very low. So I asked him a few questions, and he was obviously a little afraid of me. Hearing Luke's answer, Lennon felt a little incredible. Just based on these, you suspect Francis and follow him? Professor Lennon, I'm definitely not as good as you in teaching excellent students. But you're definitely not as professional as me in finding criminals. For us Imperial spies, Francis is suspicious in every way. He's a very bad criminal. Professor Lennon corrected, Chief Inspector of Meteorite. The current clues can only prove that Assistant Francis secretly explored the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum and collected a lot of information for the study of magical botany. These can only prove that he is a suspect, but cannot prove that he has a direct relationship with the incident. And how did he die? You followed Assistant Francis, so you should be very clear about the process. Professor Lennon stared at Luke, waiting for an answer. Director Ian and I followed Assistant Professor Francis to the cabin in the woods, and saw him meeting a man in black. What happened in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden scared him, and he wanted to quit but was rejected. Then the man in black killed him. Everything happened too fast, and Ian and I didn't have time to stop it. Ian looked at Luke on the side. Although what he said was indeed what happened last night, he obviously concealed something, out of trust in Meteorite. Ian didn't say much. Her silence represented an admission that what Meteorite said was true. It was indeed true. The course of events should be. Francis is the direct promoter of the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident. He was hired by external forces to lure students into desperate situations, and then killed them, causing chaos within the Oulu College. It was only because of Qingkong's accidental involvement, and Professor Lennon led the battle wizard to intercept the students in time, that the tragedy did not happen. Now the legendary Chief Inspector of Meteorite came to investigate. So Assistant Professor Francis was killed. The logic of the matter is self-consistent, and the context seems very clear. Professor Lennon asked again, do you know who instructed Francis to do this? I know, but I can't say. Why? Luke smiled and answered, Francis is dead. I have no evidence to prove that what I saw and said is true. The situation in Raging Wave City has just eased. My accusation is not only unhelpful to your case, but will lead Raging Wave City into a new chaos. You mean, the person who instigated Francis is? I didn't say anything. Luke stopped Professor Lennon from speaking his conjecture. If you have any ideas, you can discuss them among yourselves. As for me, I was thinking of taking the opportunity of investigating the case to stay at Oulu College for a few days, but I didn't expect to solve the case so quickly. I have to go back and face those endless things again. Professor Lennon saluted Luke, who was about to leave. Thank you, Chief Inspector. If you hadn't revealed Francis' true identity, he would definitely do a lot of things that would be detrimental to the college. I still have a lot of things to deal with here, so I won't see you off. Say goodbye to Miss Qingkong for me. Goodbye. Luke took Ian to find the car he drove, and then left Oulu College through the portal. The light and shadow changed, and the morning turned into night. On the way to the Shining Gold Hotel, Ian finally couldn't help asking, why didn't you tell Professor Lennon that Francis was not the one who did the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident, and the real dangerous person was someone else? He is a very powerful guy. If we push too hard, we may never find him. I don't have much time to waste at Oulu College. Solving problems for Miss Qingkong is all my mission. Ian asked again, but what if he continues to do bad things? What is his purpose in doing bad things? Obviously, everything is aimed at Miss Qingkong. Now that Francis has taken all the blame, the relationship between Qingkong and Oulu College has eased. He doesn't need to take the risk of doing bad things. I will tell Miss Qingkong what I know, and she can investigate secretly at Oulu College. Ian thought for a while. What you said makes sense. By convincing Ian to cover up for him, Luke can slowly pour the dirty water on the new nobles of Raging Wave City. Evidence? Suspicion does not need evidence, and it is better to have no evidence. After Luke and Ian left Oulu College, the college committee held an emergency meeting under the call of Vice President Elvie. The autopsy report of Assistant Professor Francis has come out. Someone stabbed his heart with a sharp weapon from behind, and the method was extremely clean and neat. Professor Lennon also provided the clues he collected, and a magic image was projected in the middle of the conference room. Because Chief Detective Meteorite protected the crime scene very well, we conducted a sufficient retrospective of the incident based on the traces left at the scene. although it was a little blurry. The process of Francis's murder could still be seen clearly. The image gradually showed the outline of things in the shaking. Beside the cabin in the forest at night, Francis was talking to a man in black. During the conversation, Francis was a little excited and had a fierce argument with the man in black. And then the man in black stabbed Francis to death from behind. Then the man in black left through the portal, and the meteorite and sound that followed Francis appeared. They chose to protect the crime scene and waited until dawn to find the battle mage who discovered the smoke. After watching the magic retrospective image, there was a brief silence in the conference room, until Vice Dean Elvey said, "Professor Lennon, you are responsible for this case. Tell me your findings and opinions." "Yes, Vice Dean Elvey. Although the time flow of Francis' death process may be deviated, and we can't hear what he talked about with the man in black, the course of events is very clear and accurate. During the search for Francis's remains, we found a large amount of information and plant samples related to the remains of the Magic Botanical Museum, as well as a large amount of coins of unknown origin. Combined with the fact that Francis talked to many people, Dean Wilred passed the position of Dean to Professor Qingkong and expressed dissatisfaction. I think the whole incident is that Francis was bribed by external forces to cause internal confrontation in the college." Vice Dean Elvey asked, "Who is the external force that bribed Francis?" "I don't know yet. Inspector Meteor, who heard Francis talking to the man in black, knows, but he refuses to say it because he is afraid of causing new confrontation in Raging Wave City without evidence. He didn't say it, but everyone knows who Meteor is talking about. In Raging Wave City, the only people that Inspector Meteor is so concerned about are the new noble forces headed by Grover. Sorting out the process of this incident, the purpose is obviously to target Professor Qingkong, because Francis heard the conversation between Dean Wilred and Qingkong. The new nobles in Raging Wave City were afraid that Oulu College would fall into the hands of the Reformed Society headed by Meteor. So they came up with this strategy. Taking advantage of Dean Wilred's absence, they created internal struggles in the college and squeezed out Professor Qingkong, who was unable to support himself. There is motive, ability, and Francis, who is not a witness, although there is not enough evidence. Everyone in the meeting room knows who killed Francis." The Oulu College committee meeting became very depressing. Simple rumors, or even a harmless black spirit, could not make the senior officials of Oulu College so angry. But the incident of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum touched the bottom line of Oulu College. They dared to attack the students of the college. "First, I want to apologize to Professor Qingkong." Vice Dean Elvey stood up and bowed to Qingkong. "Jealousy blinded my eyes and made me do things that were against my conscience, almost causing an irreparable disaster in the college. When Dean Wilred comes back, I will resign from the position of Vice Dean. Perhaps being a magic teacher is the most suitable for me. Wilred probably thinks so too. But now we must respond to this incident and warn those who still want to bring disaster to Oulu College, and let them know that angering Oulu College will cost them unbearable prices." "Professor Qingkong, do you have anything to say?" Qingkong stood up and saluted to Vice Dean Elvey, and then said, "I want to confirm that besides me and the Abyss Temple, is there anyone else who may have the source of the Black Eclipse spirit?" Professor Lennon replied, "After catching the first Black Eclipse spirit, I checked all the records related to the Black Eclipse spirit in the data 100 years ago. At that time, the college destroyed all the captured Black Eclipse spirits. However, due to the heavy losses of Oulu College at that time, Nuteo City sent many people to participate in the rescue. If there were any remaining Black Erosion spirits that leaked out at that time, they must be in the hands of someone in Nuteo City. But they cannot be confirmed and tracked. Even the murder weapon was found. And the new nobles of Nuteo City may not be able to clear this crime even if they jump into the Lime River." Qingkong said, "Since its establishment, Oulu College has never interfered with the political changes in Nuteo City. Although I have a close relationship with Mrs. Michelle, I have not used Oulu College to help the Reformed Society. Some people want to kill people in Oulu College because of a rumor, causing disputes within the college. It is really too much. Now we all know who the main culprit of this incident is. But unfortunately, there is no evidence to bring him to justice. However, Vice President Elvey is right. We must let them know that there is a price to pay for angering Oulu College. Only an unbearable price can make them cancel their subsequent plans to harm Oulu College. We must fight back." Vice President Elvey expressed his attitude. He also stated that he would resign from the position of Vice President, which means that he would no longer compete for the position of future President. At this time, The incident exposed his management shortcomings, which shows that Wilred still has some ability to judge people. Then Professor Qingkong, who was favored by Wilred, would undoubtedly become a strong competitor for the position of future president of Oulu College. Vice Dean Elvie and Professor Qingkong both said they wanted to fight back. In this situation where everyone was angry, the Oulu College committee unanimously passed the counterattack issue. But how to fight back? There is no conclusive evidence to prove that the new nobles of Fury City attacked Oulu College, and the principle of Oulu College not to interfere in the government affairs of Fury City cannot be shaken. Qingkong proposed. Professor Lennon led the Oulu battle mages to continue to investigate Francis in depth. Although the other party killed Francis to silence him, it should be a temporary decision, and there must be many clues that have not been destroyed. As long as you investigate carefully, you will definitely find conclusive evidence that Francis colluded with external forces. Then, using the Black Eclipse spirit as a clue, let the Fury City Government Affairs Office cooperate in investigating the aftermath and rescue process of the Oulu College disaster 100 years ago. Find out if there are any black erosion spirits hidden by someone, and then take them away from Oulu College. Then we will interrupt some of the scientific research cooperation projects with the City Alchemist Association. The City Alchemist Association suffered a huge loss in the financial fraud crisis. City merchants broke away from the control of the City Alchemist Association, and the private research institutions under the City Alchemist Association also had a relatively large degree of autonomy. This time we terminated some of the cooperation with the scientific research institutions directly under the Government Affairs Office, and strengthened the strength and investment in private research institutions. Now the weak and loose City Alchemist Association has no power to stop our attack. It only takes a while to get the technology research and development system that Fury City relies on into the hands of the college. This is the most fatal to our opponents. And we did not interfere with the political changes in the City of Raging Waves. When Qingkong finished talking about his revenge plan, the atmosphere of the meeting of the Oulu Academy Committee suddenly became cheerful. The Oulu mages present all know what the lifeblood of the new nobles of the City of Raging Waves is, which is the new technology that is constantly innovating and full of vitality. The continuous innovation of technology has brought wealth, and wealth has made the City of Raging Waves so prosperous. Since we have no evidence to accuse the new nobles of the City of Raging Waves of attacking the Oulu Academy, there is no way to punish the criminals with the Imperial law. But we can take revenge in our own way. The research projects of the City Alchemist Association of the City of Raging Waves are highly dependent on the Oulu Academy. As long as the Oulu Academy interrupts the supply of personnel and technology, the entire City Alchemist Association can be paralyzed. Chapter 212 Grover Meets the Clear Sky. Oulu College's counterattack was very swift. After the college committee meeting ended, all the cooperative research related to the City Alchemist Association within the college was ordered to be terminated. At the same time, those Oulu mages who had cooperated with the City Alchemy Association in Nuteo City also received orders to return to the college. Countless new technologies under development were stopped, and a huge earthquake broke out inside Nuteo City. Speaker Grover floated by the window. It was still late at night outside, but the outside of the City Alchemist Association building was full of people. The sudden evacuation of personnel from Oulu College, this time, was a huge blow to all industries in Nuteo City. If the cooperative research could not continue, it would be a fatal blow to Nuteo City. Countless people were awakened from their sleep. What happened? Why is Oulu College so angry? Speaker Grover turned to a man covered in black and asked, "Is it related to your killing of Francis?" The man in black replied, "I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Our plan with Francis was discovered and used by a third party. I can only kill Francis to prevent worse things from happening. But bad things have already happened." Grover said angrily, "Someone must have framed us for the incident in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum, which triggered the anger of Oulu College. I told you. Be careful. Be sure to be careful. But you never take my word seriously." "But Mr. Speaker, I had no choice at that time. If we don't kill Francis, he will still be used to frame us. If he dies, at least Oulu College has no direct evidence to prove anything. We can explain to Oulu College. Terminating the cooperation in this way is also an immeasurable loss for Oulu College." Grover looked at the man in black and didn't complain anymore. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Now the opponent can only use the death of Francis to make a fuss. If Francis is alive, it will only be more troublesome. You did the right thing. Our opponent is too despicable. You should eliminate all traces of Francis' contact with us as soon as possible. I will go to Oulu College to talk to Vice President Elvie. Yes, Speaker. The figure of the man in black faded away. At this time, the assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Speaker. Oulu College sent a wizard to the Government Affairs Office to investigate the information about the city's assistance to the college in the aftermath of the disaster 100 years ago. Go and help. And keep an eye on everything related to the Black Eclipse spirit. Yes, Speaker. After the assistant closed the door of the office, Speaker Grover waved and opened a portal. In Oulu College, the visiting Speaker Grover was coldly invited to a reception room. And the Oulu wizard who received him didn't even pour Grover a glass of water. The relationship between the new nobles of Fury City centered on the City Alchemist Association. And Oulu College has reached a freezing point, which makes Grover very uneasy. But Grover still sat on the chair with a calm appearance, and asked the Oulu wizard who received him with great grace, "Excuse me, when can I meet Vice Dean Elvie? There are some misunderstandings between the City Alchemist Association and Oulu College. I came here to clarify some things with him." Oulu wizard replied in a bad tone, "I'm sorry, Speaker Grover. Vice Dean Elvie is very busy, especially when something bad happened in the college. The Vice Dean has no time. But he has entrusted Professor Qingkong, the director of the college's mystic department, to come and see you. Professor Qingkong should be here soon." Qingkong. This is the person Grover least wants to see when he comes to Oulu College this time. But Qingkong had already walked in. After Qingkong, who was wearing the robes of the magic professor of Oulu College, sat down, he asked the receptionist Oulu wizard to leave, and then took off his magician's hat and put it on his knees. "I know why the speaker came to Oulu College this time. Seeing me, I think you should also know the attitude of Oulu College. The Oulu wizards are very angry, so the consequences are serious." Seeing Qingkong coming, Grover knew that it would be several times more difficult to persuade Oulu College. But no matter how small the chance is, we must fight for it. The City Alchemist Association has really reached a life-and-death moment. Miss Qingkong. Oulu College suddenly terminated its cooperation with the City Alchemist Association. It was very sudden. We didn't know what happened at all. If there is any misunderstanding between us, I can explain it. Qingkong looked at Grover with a smile on his face. "Is it really a misunderstanding? Speaker Grover, you and I know the truth very well. What your men and Francis said were heard by Chief Inspector of Meteorite. And Chief Inspector of Meteorite told me what he heard. The Reformed Society, the Princess, and Our Majesty all hope that the status quo can be maintained in the City of Raging Waves. I am not very interested in your power struggle. I just want to complete my research at the Oulu College. But you have to provoke me, and even want to kill the students of the college, and put the blame on me. Speaker Grover, do you have anything to say?" Speaker Grover didn't expect that it was Meteorite who was following Francis at that time. So killing Francis was like sending a cannonball to the Reformed Society to attack itself. Meteorite could do whatever it wanted to a dead person. But Meteorite had just been involved in this case for less than a day. How could it be possible to find Francis so accurately? It must have been Meteorite. Grover felt that he had understood the mystery. He said anxiously, "Miss Qingkong, you are a scholar, a magic professor at Oulu College. And you must be able to stand on the standpoint of Oulu College and treat the truth fairly and impartially. I admit to you that Francis is working for me. He got some scientific research results of Oulu College for me. Even framed you. We just don't want you to become the next dean of Oulu College. But we definitely didn't set a trap under the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. This must have been done by Meteorite. He is an Imperial spy, and he is best at killing people and framing them. Miss Qingkong, Dean Willed chose you as his successor because of your ability. And it has nothing to do with Meteorite. The City Alchemist Agreement is willing to cooperate with the investigation of Oulu College. We will let you see the true face of Meteorite's evil. Meteorite was at the scene where Francis was killed. So Grover didn't dare to use the words he prepared when he came. The financial fraud incident of the City Alchemist Association made Grover see the ability of Meteorite. Now that Oulu College's attack on the City Alchemist Agreement is so fierce. If Meteorite is allowed to continue to control it, who knows what kind of trouble he can cause. Grover confessed to Qingkong out of fear of Meteorite. He knew that he had fallen into the trap set by Meteorite, and had to expose Meteorite's conspiracy to escape from this trap. Qingkong underestimated Grover's sensitivity to the name Meteorite. She didn't expect Grover to admit his relationship with Francis just like that. This is to cut off the tail to survive, and take those non-fatal responsibilities. But Grover didn't know the true relationship between Qingkong and Luke. Qingkong said to Grover, "Your idea is very innovative. First tell me where the Black Eclipse spirits come from." Seeing that Qingkong listened to his guess, Grover said, "After the disaster at Oulu College 100 years ago, the city government office sent people here to help rescue the survivors. And some Black Eclipse spirits were discovered at that time. The city government office concealed the fact that Oulu College took away these Black Eclipse spirits and kept them until now. Because you have the Book of Disaster. In order to make Oulu College exclude you, I gave Francis one. He released the Black Eclipse spirit in a safe place. And it was soon discovered by the Oulu battle mage. And no one was harmed. Miss Qingkong, please believe me. I did something wrong. But I have no intention of harming anyone. The incident at the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden has nothing to do with me. It was done by meteorite. I found another Black Eclipse spirit in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden. If you accuse Chief Inspector Meteorite of setting up the trap at the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden, then where did he get his Black Eclipse spirit from? This? Speaker Grover didn't know how to answer. We can find out by arresting Meteorite and interrogating him. You asked Oulu College to assist you in arresting the Chief Inspector of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Raging Wave City? The smile of Qingkong made Speaker Grover realize that things were not going in the direction he thought. Miss Clear Sky, your relationship with Meteorite shouldn't be enough for you to protect him. If Meteorite really did it, I certainly wouldn't protect him. But we found a lot of things related to the remains of the Magic Botanical Garden from the apartment of Francis, the teaching assistant, and the professionalism in them is not something that Chief Inspector Meteorite can forge at will. The Black Eclipse spirit is out of reach of Chief Inspector Meteorite. All the evidence points to you, Speaker Grover. If the remains of the Magic Botanical Garden really have nothing to do with you, you shouldn't kill Francis. Yes, Francis is dead. Killing him is definitely the biggest failure. Miss Clear Sky, I apologize to you for our reckless behavior, but I think your prejudice against us has blinded your eyes. Please let me see Vice President Elvie. I can convince him to believe me. Qingkong said, unless you show evidence. You can't convince anyone. Grover said angrily, don't think you can stop me from seeing Vice President Elvie. If I can't see him today, I can come tomorrow. Professor Qingkong is right. You can't convince anyone if you don't show evidence. At this time, the door opened, and Vice President Elvie walked in with the members of the college committee. Grover hurriedly stood up and saluted Vice President Elvie. This is all a misunderstanding. I have no intention of offending the Oulu College. But you have offended. Vice President Elvie said with a very bad face. Me and the members of the college committee have been outside listening to your conversation with Professor Qingkong. Everything shocked us. Stealing the scientific research technology of Oulu College. Spreading rumors in the college. Releasing the Black Eclipse spirit. Trying to interfere with the college's inheritance. And even killing an assistant teacher. You admitted all this yourself. How can we believe that all this is just a misunderstanding? Believe that you have no intention of offending Oulu College? When Grover admitted those crimes, he was already prepared for the current situation. I am willing to accept punishment for my crimes. I can pay compensation. And I can hand over the murderer who killed Assistant Francis. But the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident has absolutely nothing to do with us. Someone used Francis to frame me. I welcome the investigation of Oulu College. But please let the cooperation between the City Alchemist Association and Oulu College continue before the truth of the matter is found out. Don't let innocent people suffer injustice and losses. And don't let the real criminals go unpunished. Grover bowed to Vice President Elvie very sincerely. Elvie asked Qingkong, what do you think should be done? Qingkong thought for a while, and replied, completely terminating cooperation with the City Alchemist Association will indeed cause many innocent people to suffer losses. I suggest that all cooperation projects be reviewed again. Cooperation with private research institutions can continue. And cooperation with research institutions directly under the city government office will be reduced by 50%. Speaker Grover publicly apologized to Oulu College. Hand over the murderer who killed Assistant Professor Francis. At this time, Speaker Grover said, please forgive me for not being able to apologize publicly. If this matter is made public, I will stay away from Raging Wave City for the rest of my life. I will hand over the murderer who killed Francis. And he will bear all the crimes. Grover said very firmly. Qingkong knew that forcibly overthrowing Grover would only make the incident go out of control. The fact that Oulu College was able to dig into the City Alchemist Association was the biggest gain of this accident. It will not be too late to move Grover after Oulu College completely moved the Raging Wave City R&D system over. Yes, Raging Wave City still needs Speaker Grover very much. Oulu College will investigate the truth of the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident. And the city government office and parliament of Raging Wave City must cooperate with us without reservation. At this time, Grover has determined that all this is a conspiracy of Meteorite. As long as the Oulu Academy finds out the truth, Meteorite will bear all the anger of the Oulu Academy. Without Meteorite, the Innovation Society will soon be finished. What is lost now will be returned in time. Endure the pain for a while to win the final victory. Grover said straightforwardly, this matter has nothing to do with me. Of course, I am willing to fully cooperate with the investigation of the Oulu Academy. For Qingkong, if this incident can be investigated, there will be too much room for maneuver. Qingkong said to Vice Dean Elvie, since there are still many places to investigate the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident, it is necessary to continue the investigation. Only by finding solid evidence can the criminals be brought to justice. These are the only measures I can think of. Does the Vice Dean have anything to add? Vice Dean Elvie felt very guilty about this incident, thinking that his teacher ethics, which he was proud of, had been tainted by the gray stain. Therefore, he said, Professor Qingkong is very thoughtful. There are indeed many things that need to be investigated seriously in the incident of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. This matter will be fully handed over to Professor Qingkong. I will let Professor Lennon and Oulu Battle Mage cooperate with your investigation. I hope to find the truth as soon as possible and let the murderer receive the punishment he deserves. Vice Dean Elvie looked at Grover deeply, then turned and left. Chapter 213 Unexpected Changes. The members of the Oulu College Committee all showed great disgust towards Speaker Grover. Everyone followed Vice President Elvie and left, leaving Qingkong and Grover alone in the room. Feeling the new silence, Qingkong said, it was my arrangement to let the student committee listen outside. After all, in a sense, I am considered a member of the Reform Society, and I don't want people to misinterpret the content of this meeting. Speaker Grover didn't care about the Oulu College Committee's attitude towards him. He sat back in his chair and asked Qingkong meaningfully, aren't you a member of the Reform Society? Qingkong shook his finger, and 2 ice glasses appeared on the table in front of him and Grover. Then a bottle of red wine appeared out of thin air and poured into the glass without anyone touching it. The suspended bottle was extremely stable, and the red wine flowed into the glass without spilling a drop. The only thing that is certain now is, I am a magic professor at Oulu College. The position of Oulu College determines that I cannot get too involved in the disputes in Raging Wave City. I have a personal relationship with Mrs. Michelle, and I also admire Chief Inspector of Meteorite very much. He changed the appearance of this city in a short time. After this incident, it may not take too long for Raging Wave City to be the Raging Wave City of the Innovation Society. Speaker Grover was just sighing at Qingkong's magic control ability. But after listening to Qingkong's words, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. This time, the relationship between the City Alchemist Association and the Oulu Academy reached its lowest point in history after being framed by the meteorite. Even if he tried his best to save it, he could only slow down the time of destruction. If the Oulu Academy took away the city's research and development system, he would no longer be qualified to continue to sit in the position of speaker. Only by finding out the evidence that the meteorite arranged the trap of the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum can the relationship with the Oulu Academy be eased. And then work with the Oulu Academy to overthrow the Innovation Society. It can be said that in this raging city, the new noble forces headed by himself and the Innovation Society headed by the meteorite are about to start a life-and-death battle. Speaker Grover didn't expect things to develop to such an extreme. In fact, he was willing to keep the situation in Raging Wave City balanced at this time, and then use his size advantage to slowly wear down the fierce momentum of the Reform Society. The fleet of Saxon engineering has arrived, and a large net targeting Cape Port is taking shape. Originally, time was on the side of the new nobles, and Raging Wave City would eventually return to the hands of the new nobles. But now, a small move of his was seized by Meteorite to create such a big incident, borrowing the knife of Oulu College to dig out the foundation of the new nobles in Raging Wave City. I don't know who will survive in the end. If he wanted to change from passive to active in this game, the best way was to win Qingkong over to his camp. She could be bribed by Meteor, so naturally she could be bribed by others. Now Qingkong is not only the star of Raging Wave City, but also considered by all parties to be the most advanced force in the city. The new nobles conducted a comprehensive investigation on her. Although there is not much information, there are some very interesting things. For example, Qingkong has a red steam locomotive named Glory of the Republic. Meteor is an Imperial spy, with the Imperial royal family behind him, and has a natural and irreconcilable contradiction with the Republic. I heard some rumors that Professor Qingkong seems to be very interested in the concept of the Republic. Qingkong picked up the wine glass and took a sip of red wine. Before coming to Raging Wave City, I traveled around the world. The changes of the times have a great impact on me, especially that a country can still function well without a king. A subversive political system has great research potential and is suitable for a long-term research topic. The lifespan of elves can support my research and make the boring life journey more enjoyable. Qingkong's Versailles-style speech on lifespan made Grover unable to complain, although the lifespan of halflings is also quite long. Compared with elves, they are still a short-lived race. Grover followed the topic and said, the current political system of Raging Wave City is actually similar to a republic. The Empire has no direct jurisdiction over Raging Wave City. The City Council brings together elites from all aspects of the city to jointly formulate the city's grand strategy. The combined wisdom of the collective is definitely higher than the wisdom of one person. The reason why Nuteo City can become a world-renowned city is not only because of its unique geographical location, but also because of the contribution of the City Council. We have also been absorbing the experience and lessons of other Republican countries, and constantly improving the functions of the City Council and the government office. I think this is definitely a case worth studying for Miss Qingkong. When it comes to the academic field, Qingkong seems to have forgotten many unpleasant things and becomes very talkative. Yes, in the Golden Shield Empire where the imperial power has reached an unprecedented height, there is actually a Nuteo city with a Republican parliament. This unimaginable combination is the main reason that attracts me to stay in Nuteo City. Facts have proved that my decision was correct. Like other Republican countries, conservative forces always try to regain lost power, just as some Republican countries have turned back into monarchies. For me, Fury City is an excellent research model. Its area is far less than that of a country, but its wealth is comparable to that of a country. A perfect epitome of ideological confrontation. Grover was greatly surprised by Qingkong's words. He couldn't help but mock Yeomington in his heart. He actually used the Queen's throne to bribe a scholar, which was simply a tarnishing of the scholar's intelligence and integrity. What's more, this scholar is an elf. A pure politician can't understand what a pure scholar wants. I agree with Miss Qingkong's views on the City of Raging Waves. Republicanism is a new ideology, which has been proven in many places to be able to completely replace the monarchy. But a new type of thought is bound to have various problems. Just as the Council of Raging Waves has many flaws, the recent great changes in the city have also proved this point. In my opinion, the counterattack of conservative forces is beneficial to the improvement of republicanism. Pressure will prompt us to be more active in self-improvement. People with no ability will be eliminated in the struggle, and new people with common ideas will be absorbed in. Qingkong shook the red wine in the glass and glanced at Grover. Mr. Speaker, are you recruiting me? Grover immediately said, if Miss Qingkong is willing to join this Republican experimental field, it will be the greatest honor for all of us in this life. Qingkong said, I am a scholar. I don't want to get involved in your fight, and I don't have time to participate in your fight. But Meteor has pulled you in. Grover did not miss any opportunity to throw dirty water on Luke. The incident of the ruins of the Magic Plant Museum was definitely a trap set by Meteor to frame me. I admit that what I did was not right, but I never wanted to hurt students. But Meteor dared to use the lives of students to provoke Oulu College to deal with me. He pulled Oulu College into the vortex of the political struggle in Fury City and dealt us the most fatal blow. Miss Qingkong, you should know what the City Alchemist Association means to Raging Wave City. In this new era, the technological innovation of the City Alchemist Association is the source of Raging Wave City's leading position in the world competition. Without the City Alchemist Association, we will become vulnerable to conservative forces. At that time, the Empire will regain control of Raging Wave City. And even if the Parliament exists, it will exist in name only. Republican ideas will definitely be suppressed. And Miss Qingkong's research model will disappear after our failure. It is highly likely that it will not appear anywhere in the world in the future. Grover's words made Qingkong stop shaking the red wine. She fell into deep thought, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. This scene made Grover want to draw this beautiful moment. It must be admitted that the beauty of the elf Qingkong is extremely lethal to any race. Her beauty has surpassed the exquisiteness of the skin, and is part of the beauty created by nature. After a while, Qingkong said, if this happens, it will be a very regrettable thing. Hearing the looseness in Qingkong's tone, Grover immediately said, I absolutely do not mean to interfere with Miss Qingkong's fair and impartial investigation of the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident. I just hope that Qingkong can give the Republic a chance to reduce the sanctions imposed by the Oulu Academy on the City Alchemist Association. Qingkong looked at Grover, however. To me, the speaker is already interfering with the fairness of this investigation. But I think some of what the speaker said makes sense. There are indeed some suspicious points about Chief Inspector of Meteorite that can be investigated. I will intensify the investigation of Meteorite and the Innovation Society. And please cooperate with your investigation. For Grover. Although Qingkong's attitude change was not what he expected, the change was a good start. I am innocent. And of course, I will cooperate with the investigation of Oulu College about reducing the City Alchemist Association. Qingkong drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. In the whole incident, you are not innocent, Mr. Speaker. And you are still the biggest suspect in the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident. Sanctioning the City Alchemist Association is the attitude of the Oulu Academy. And there is no room for compromise. But I will persuade the Academy Committee to try not to affect the progress of important research projects. As for whether the sanctions will be weakened in the future, it depends on your attitude. Respect is the only demand of the Oulu Academy. Not too much. Right. Not too much. Not too much. I apologize to Ms. Qingkong and the Oulu Academy again. And I promise that such incidents will never happen again. Very good. Qingkong poured himself a glass of red wine, motioned Grover to drink his red wine, and poured him a glass. For the time being, let's stop here for the incident of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. Putting aside the facts, Mr. Speaker has always been a scholar I admire. Especially you are also a very successful politician. Regarding the Republic, I have a lot of ideas and questions, and I hope to discuss them with you. I wonder if you have time. The Speaker has no time. The sanctions imposed by the Oulu Academy on the City Alchemist Association were too sudden. There are countless people in the City of Raging Waves waiting for the news that Grover will bring back. And he will also hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this crisis, and the new conflict that will soon break out with the Innovation Society. Everything happened too suddenly. But nothing is as important as the clear sky at this moment. A key figure, who has a certain favorable impression of the Republic. As long as Qingkong can be pulled into the camp, all problems will be solved. When there is time. I also have great respect for Miss Qingkong. To be honest, compared to going to the City Council, I prefer to stay in the library and swim in the ocean of ideas. Speaking of the Republic, I think the most vivid reference recently is the Rio Republic. They have the most thorough liquidation of the old monarchs, and have also experienced the Empire's strangling war against the Republic. Recently, the Lookout has launched a war to revive the kingdom both internationally and domestically in Rio. This is a great test of the Rio Parliament's internal governance capabilities and its ability to handle international relations. It is a great test of the new Republican ideas. Grover used the Rio Republic as a model to talk about the new Republican thought. His erudition and his own unique insights made Qingkong admit that Grover was indeed outstanding in some aspects. During the discussion, Grover was also amazed at Qingkong's unique understanding and development of Republican thought. After all, the so-called Republic now is only a baby for Luke. Its existing shortcomings and future trends of improvement are all real materials in Luke's memory. Even if the world is different, just taking out some of them is enough to amaze Grover. As a result, Grover was completely immersed in the discussion of academic thoughts, and forgot what he should do as the chairman of the City Council. But academic harmony was only temporary. And the theme of Raging Waves City was still the struggle for power. When the City Alchemist Association was in a mess due to the sanctions of the Oulu Academy, Luke also received news that pirates appeared off the coast of the city. Moreover, these pirates were obviously targeting ships entering and leaving Cape Port. Many ships had been looted, and some rumors were also spreading in the Cape District. Many merchant ships turned to other ports in Raging Wave City. Fortunately, Luke had predicted the occurrence of this crisis through various intelligence, so he stockpiled a lot of materials in advance. The renovation of Cape Port will not have a big impact in the short term, but if the blockade at sea cannot be lifted as soon as possible, the Cape District will not last too long. Fortunately, the new nobles did something stupid at the Oulu Academy. Under the pressure of the Academy's sanctions, they now have no energy to deal with the Cape District. Alas, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. The moment of the decisive battle came when no one was prepared. Things are unpredictable. and those who push have to move forward. Even Luke was caught off guard by the rapid changes in the situation. Luke received the information from Qingkong, and the plan over there was going very smoothly. Qingkong's gesture made Grover increase his efforts to win her over, and regarded her as a decisive force to turn the tide. Let Qingkong get some secrets of the new nobles and the investigation of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. If the operation is done properly, it is not impossible for Qingkong to enter their core circle. This requires a careful plan. Chapter 214, A Wise Man's Warning. Dear Princess, there have been changes in Raging Waves City that no one expected. Dean Wilred accidentally revealed that he would pass the position of Dean of Oulu College to Miss Qingkong, which caused the new nobles of Raging Waves City to interfere with Oulu College. After being exploited by a third unknown force, the situation in Raging Waves City has reached a point where both sides have to go all out. I hope you are mentally prepared. When writing a routine letter to Agatha, Luke thought about it again, and decided to report the situation here to her in detail. After all, it is impossible for Agatha not to know about such a big thing. Instead of letting her make random guesses, it is better to let her know the specific process of the incident at Oulu College. Let Agatha know that this situation has nothing to do with me. Luke and Agatha's exclusive communication channel was very fast. She saw the letter the next day and urgently summoned Wilred, the Dean of Oulu College, who was in a meeting in the Imperial capital. Agatha, dressed in formal clothes, met Wilred and saluted like a student. Hello, Dean Wilred. Thank you for accepting my summons in your busy schedule. I believe you have known everything that happened in Oulu College recently. The sanctions imposed by Oulu College on the Alchemist Association of Nuteo City are causing a huge shock in the city. Of course, this is the punishment that those who first broke the rules deserve. But no matter what the final outcome of this fight is, Professor Qingkong will become a person who can influence the political situation in the city of Raging Waves. It is rumored that Professor Qingkong is your disciple, and you also have the idea of giving her the position of the Dean of Oulu College. I want to know why the elf Qingkong can get such favor from you. Oulu College has a pivotal position in the Empire, and I hope the Dean can answer me truthfully. The key figure who caused the out of control of the city of Raging Waves this time is the elf Qingkong. She seems to be inclined to the Reformed Society, but recently she has been tried hard to win over by the new nobles of the city of Raging Waves, and even held several large-scale discussions centered on Republic. Luke also stated in the letter that the relationship between Elf Qingkong and Mrs. Michelle was not as close as it seemed. The Secret Service had very little information about Elf Qingkong, so Agatha wanted to make an assessment of Qingkong through Wilred. These days, Dean Wilred was also worried about Oulu College. Your Highness, I learned about the course of events through letters. According to common sense, I should terminate everything in the Imperial capital and return to the City of Wrath. But I want to see whether the college committee can solve various problems in my absence. At present, it seems that they have done a good job, and I can put my retirement plan in my schedule. Agatha understood Dean Wilred's subtext, and she asked, do you agree with the changes taking place within the Oulu College committee? Vice Dean Elvie has publicly stated that he will not participate in the competition for the future dean position. The status of the elf Qingkong in Oulu College has been greatly improved after this incident. She is the one who presided over the sanctions against the City Alchemist Association. Do you really want to hand over Oulu College to an elf of unknown origin? Wilred answered generously, Oulu College will no longer have Wilred one day. It must learn how to survive in the future world of disputes. Elvie is only suitable to be a vice dean. Giving him too much responsibility will harm him instead. It is a good thing that he can recognize his own ability in this incident. As for others, I have been in this position for too long, and everyone is shrouded in my shadow. This is helpless, and my dereliction of duty. The elf Qingkong may not be the best choice, but at this time in Oulu Academy, she is the only Oulu mage who can handle problems without being affected by me. As for her elf identity, I am not a pure human either. Wilred's words made Agatha fall into deep thought. The problems faced by Oulu Academy are also the problems faced by the Empire. All the heirs of the Empire are always shrouded in the shadow of Emperor Augustine. Whatever these children do, someone will compare them with the great achievements of the Emperor. Over time, these children have become extremely cautious in doing things, fearing that they will mess up and displease their father. The situation of Oulu College will only be more serious than that of the Empire. Dean Wilred has brought Oulu College back to the top from the ruins. There are no other voices in the college. Wilred is absolutely the right direction. When this leader, who has led Oulu College for 100 years, is gone, Can the rigid Oulu College still move forward? The appearance of the elf Qingkong undoubtedly brought a new choice to Oulu College. She defeated the elderly Wilred and killed 2 abyss mages. She is not a member of the old system of Oulu College, and she rebuilt the Department of Mysticism independently. She is studious and knowledgeable, and treats students very kindly. This Oulu College incident once again reveals her leadership qualities. No wonder Wilred can sit so firmly in the Imperial capital. This is to give elf Qingkong room to continue to play and pave the way for her to inherit the position of dean. Agatha saw that Wilred's attitude was very clear. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a matter of time for elf Qingkong to become the dean of Oulu College. But elf Qingkong's thinking is very problematic. I'm worried that she will bring Oulu College to the opposite side of the empire. Dean Wilred smiled and said, Qingkong still has a long way to go to become a qualified dean. As her mentor, I have the responsibility to lead her on the right path. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Qingkong is very smart. She knows what is thought and what is action. The mature Oulu College committee system will ensure that Oulu College always adheres to its political attitude. If Oulu College really stands on the opposite side of the empire one day, the empire should consider whether it stands on the opposite side of the historical process. Dean Wilred's last words made the atmosphere of this meeting tense. If someone else said such words to a princess of the royal family, they would have been arrested and executed for treason. Agatha took a deep breath and said, It seems that this trip to the Imperial capital has made the dean gain a lot. Wilred sighed. I come to the Imperial capital several times a year, and every time I come, I can feel that behind the prosperous empire, there are more and more abscesses. Repairing, covering up. It is hard to imagine what these abscesses will turn the empire into when they can't be repaired or covered up. Agatha smiled helplessly. How could I not know that these abscesses will erupt sooner or later? And my father knows it too. But no one knows whether the empire can bear it if they are cut off. Maybe if we delay time, we can find a way to treat it. Wilred stood up and patted Agatha on the shoulder. This is just an old man's complaint. Managing an academy is my limit. Managing a country is definitely more difficult than managing an academy. In this new era, we are all groping forward, and we don't know who is on the right path. The only thing we can do is to move forward firmly according to our heart. Agatha hurriedly stood up and saluted Dean Wilred. Thank you for your teachings, Dean. After sending Wilred away, Agatha returned to the palace to write a reply to Meteorite. Hello, stranger, although I want to keep this tacit understanding. As you said, some things are beyond our control. The rumor that Wilred is going to hand over Oulu College to the Elf Clear Sky is true. Even if the Elf Clear Sky leads Oulu College to the opposite side of the empire, Wilred does not intend to intervene. This is the prophecy of a truly wise man. The crisis facing the empire is more serious than I thought. I need you. No matter who you are. As long as you help me continue the empire, I can forgive all your crimes and give you all the rewards I can pay. After the incident in the City of Raging Waves is over, no matter what the result is, please come to St. Louis City. After writing the letter, Agatha did not write her name for a long time. She knew very well how important this letter was, and how much impact her decision would have on herself and the entire empire. Looking at what Meteorite did in the City of Raging Waves, you can imagine that after he comes to the Imperial capital, she will have to constantly clean up the mess he made. St. Louis City is not Raging Waves City. As the eldest princess, I have to be careful. If I make a mistake, I will be in trouble. At this time, Agatha can feel the courage and determination that Dean Wilred needs to hand over Oulu College to the elf Qingkong. Anyone in the Oulu College committee who serves as the dean can be competent for the responsibility of maintaining the status quo. But the world is changing too fast now. Maintaining the status quo is a step backward. Dean Wilred will not allow Oulu College to become mediocre. So he chose Qingkong. The abscesses on the empire. Should we drag them and let them consume the last life of the empire, or use a sharp knife to dig them out by the roots? In this process, the empire may not be able to bear death, but as long as it can survive, it will definitely usher in nirvana and rebirth. In this new era, we are all groping forward, and we don't know who is taking the right path. The only thing we can do is to move forward firmly according to our hearts. Wilred's words echoed in my ears again. Agatha comprehended a deeper wisdom from it. She signed her name at the end of the letter, stamped her own seal, and then sealed it in a special envelope. Send it to the Secret Affairs Bureau of Raging Waves City as quickly as possible, and hand it over to the chief detective of Meteorite in person. When Luke received Agatha's reply, He was inspecting the Able shipyard. He put the letter away and prepared to go back to the office to read it. In the early days, Able shipyard only manufactured fishing boats and small merchant ships. As Abel's business grew bigger and bigger, and he became a member of the Council of Raging Waves, Able shipyard was also able to receive some orders for the construction and repair of military warships. With the accumulation of technology and military connections, Able Counselor set his sights on the all-metal steam battleships that are favored by the whole world. Once this type of battleship is recognized by the Navy, it will surely quickly eliminate all the active battleships. Those countries that have tasted the sweetness of marine trade, whether actively or passively, must order a large number of all-metal steam battleships. This is an undeveloped blue ocean of wealth. Whoever enters first will seize the market first. However, Senator Able knew that his shipyard was still too young. He did not focus on the research and development of all-metal warships on the main battleships at the beginning, but just hoped to get a share of the small battleships. Therefore, the Able shipyard has certain research and development capabilities and manufacturing technology for metal warships. At this time, a main battleship that truly opened up a new era of naval warfare was being built in a closed dock. Accompanied by Senator Able, Luke walked on the deck of the first ship of the Unit 01 class. The 240mm caliber main gun was installed at the bow of the ship. There were two towering chimneys in the middle of the hull, surrounded by shipbuilders and alchemists. Accompanying Luke to visit the Unit 01 were Viscount Iskelin and Lady Michelle. Seeing this warship for the first time, they all showed expressions of amazement. Iskelin was very impressed. There are many wooden warships larger than this one, but none of them can give me such a strong shock. There is no wooden structure inside or outside. All are steel. This is a floating fortress on the sea. I can't imagine what can sink it. Of course, it must be able to start and run at a good speed. Although Counselor Ibra has seen this warship many times, he is always excited every time. I absolutely believe in Chief Inspector of Meteorite. He has never lied to us, and he won't lie to us this time. My engineers and shipwrights strictly assembled according to the drawings and data given by the Chief Inspector, and with the help of Michel Alchemy Machinery Research Institute. Unit 01 may not be perfect, but it must be invincible. Mrs. Michel said, we must also believe in the money we invested in Unit 01. The large-scale use of alchemy technology makes it not replicable, and also allows it to achieve performance beyond the data on paper. No battleship on the sea is the opponent of Unit 01, but we don't know when it will be completed. Luke walked on the deck, admiring the battleship. This is a battleship that players have worked hard to DIY using existing technology. There is no problem with its performance in the game. Now that it has the blessing of alchemy technology, its performance should also be no problem. As long as it can catch up with the recent naval war, it will surely become famous and shock the world. With the construction experience, the Able shipyard improved its technology and mass-produced the Unit 01 type battleship. At that time, when dealing with the various forces in the City of Rage, I didn't need to spend all my energy on intrigue and directly use cannons to tell them who to listen to. The construction progress of the Unit 01 must be accelerated and enter the sea trial stage as soon as possible. The pirates who surrounded us will not wait for us. Lady Tasia is no match for the Saxon engineering fleet with the existing anti-smuggling fleet. Member Able gave more bounties to the workers to encourage them to find ways to speed up the construction progress. The most important thing is to keep it secret. The later our opponents know the existence of the Unit 01, the better. Chapter 215 Unexpected Intelligence. After inspecting the Able shipyard, Luke returned to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. He couldn't help much with military operations, so he left the professional work to professional military personnel. His work was mainly about logistics and things other than war. He had just sat in the office and hadn't taken out the letter from Agatha when Kalina came in to tell him. Penn had come and had been waiting in the lounge for a while. Is he here alone? Yes, Chief Inspector. Director Penn came alone. Luke thought about Penn's purpose in coming to him, and then said, let him in. Yes, Chief Inspector. After a while, Penn came to the Chief Inspector's office under the guidance of Kalina. After Kalina brought 2 cups of coffee, Luke asked her to leave and told her not to let anyone in, inviting Penn to sit down. Luke asked, the World Bank's investment projects in the Cape District have always been in charge of Director Ian. Director Penn, you came to me alone this time. I wonder why. Penn first looked at the layout of the Chief Inspector's office, then took a sip of coffee. I didn't expect that the Chief Inspector, as one of the core members of the New Teo City, would have such a simple office. The original Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau was upgraded to the New Teo City Secret Affairs General Bureau, and this building seemed too small and shabby. The World Bank's investment in the Cape District can be supplemented by an office building for the Secret Affairs Bureau of New Teo City. The Chief Inspector should have a grand office, which is in line with your status. Luke laughed. My status does not need these fancy things to decorate. An overly grand office environment will only distance me from my subordinates. Our work requires efficiency, not highlighting personal uniqueness. Let's talk business. I'm very short on time. Okay, let's talk business. Penn put the coffee cup back on the table and said, if my intelligence is correct, the Cape District is facing a major crisis. A group of pirates, or a fleet disguised as pirates, is blocking Cape Port. Now not only merchant ships, but even fishing boats dare not enter Cape Harbor. Although some materials can be transported from other urban areas to Cape District, the increased cost determines that this is not a solution. The World Bank's investment in Cape District has encountered a crisis. I came here this time to listen to the Chief Inspector's solution. If you can't convince me, the World Bank can only withdraw its investment to stop the loss. Luke looked at Pan for a while, then smiled and said, my investment in Cape District determines that this district will definitely have a prosperous future. Even if I am ruined this time, the person who takes over will only continue to build according to the plan I have made. After all, no one can go against money. In the end, it is just a question of how prosperous the Cape District can be. In the long run, it will definitely make money. The World Bank's investment is risk-free. Director Pan came this time because he saw that I was in trouble and wanted to provide me with some help and negotiate some conditions. Pan looked at Luke and couldn't help laughing. The Chief Inspector is worthy of being the Chief Inspector. He sees things so thoroughly that people don't have the courage to be your enemy. First of all, I want to thank you. This Count Iskalin has given us a lot of help under your instruction. And the lookout is growing stronger. And if we want to launch an attack on the pseudo-regime in Rio, we need more weapons and supplies. A safe channel for capital flow is even more needed. War requires money, and Pan needs countless money to revive the Kingdom of Rio. At this time, Luke's assistance to the lookout is just a drop in the bucket, and it can only be regarded as an attitude, which is far from enough to set off a big trend. Now that the Golden Shield Empire and the Rio Republic have established normal diplomatic relations, it is impossible to give the green light to the trade of the lookout. Pan's identity allows him to provide the lookout with many opportunities to make money. But if he wants the lookout's trade to enter the world market through the city of raging waves, he needs the help of internal personnel. This kind of thing that affects the diplomatic relations between the two countries is not something that everyone dares to do. This kind of money can really cost lives. Luke was not in a hurry to reveal his attitude. He asked Pan, what can I get? Information about the Saxon engineering fleet. Saxon Engineering is a major client of the World Bank. I know the activity area, supply points, and temporary docking points of the Saxon engineering fleet. The difficulty of naval warfare is how to hide yourself and how to find the opponent. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet is not only weak to the Saxon engineering fleet, but its whereabouts are also firmly controlled by the opponent. Therefore, Lady Tasia stationed the main force of the anti-smuggling fleet on Fishbone Island, and did not dare to go out to sea at will, for fear of being ambushed by the enemy fleet. And the Saxon engineering fleet is a target that the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet only knows that it exists, but does not know where it is. But a fleet cannot stay on the sea for a long time. When the supplies on board are almost consumed, the fleet needs to enter the port for replenishment. If the Saxon engineering fleet can launch a surprise attack on them when they are resting, the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet will have a great chance of winning. However, the route and rest plan of the Saxon engineering fleet are only known by their internal senior management. The sea is vast, and the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet has no way of knowing. Even if the Secret Intelligence Bureau can send news after they enter the port, when the anti-smuggling fleet arrives, it will face a fleet that has completed replenishment and has full combat power. If what Pan said is true, then his information is too important for the situation Luke is facing now. But with this information, he wanted to change a trading port for the lookout. Luke thought about it and felt that he was at a disadvantage. I want to invest. Hearing Luke's request, Pan was stunned. Chief Inspector, you want to invest? Yes, I want to invest. The director of the World Bank is taking me to do international trade. Of course, I can't miss this good thing of money falling from the sky. Give me 20% of the shares. Cape Port will be open to the business company of the Lookout. And the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City will protect you. Very sincere. Right. Asking for 20% of the shares is definitely a lion's mouth. Penn felt pain in his heart. But he was still in pain and happy. What is the current status of Chief Inspector of Meteorite? His agreement to open the port of Fury City to the Watcher means that the trade of the Watcher can safely embrace the whole world. And the money will flow into his pocket. At the same time, the Watcher can easily purchase weapons from the world through Fury City. Even if the real Republic finds out, the Chief Inspector of Meteorite will cover the bottom. Although the protection fee is high, it is worth it. Just 20%. In order to prevent complications. Penn did not bargain on this matter. And he just worked hard to earn the money. He said to Luke, when I complete the restoration of the country, I will definitely repay the Chief Inspector. Repay? The way to repay. I guess you have already designed it. Ian and her lover who violated the precepts were sent to the fire. And the brother who failed in his duty was stripped of his honor and expelled from the sparkling gold civilization. At this moment, Luke felt that he was a bit wronged. Private shares are private shares. And the management fees, road fees, vehicle and vessel usage fees, and labor fees should still be paid. You can't let my people work for you for nothing. The greed of the Chief Inspector of Meteorite caught Pan a little off guard. Although it hurts again. Greed represents the weakness of human nature. And cooperating with such people will make people feel more at ease. It's just a protection fee. Just work harder and earn this money. The key is that this relationship is priceless. The Kingdom of Leo will definitely make anyone who helps us get a satisfactory reward. Luke extended his hand to Pan. Happy cooperation. Pan shook hands with Luke and smiled. Happy cooperation. Next, Pan told Luke in detail the current location and cruising route of the Saxon engineering fleet, as well as the repair plan. In order to confuse the investigation of the Secret Service, the Saxon engineering fleet prepared 3 supply points. They are Wright Port, Braddock Port, and Brilliant Island. These 3 places are free ports at sea that are not under the jurisdiction of the country. Even if the princess wants to provide help, she is out of reach. The Saxon engineering fleet will be replenished every 15 to 20 days, and the next replenishment will be at Braddock Port. Luke took the coffee cup aside, took out a sea chart, and spread it on the desk. Pan marked the locations of 3 free supply ports for Luke. Luke used a ruler to measure the distance from Fishbone Island to Braddock Port, and then estimated his military strength and sea voyage time. Time is too short, and my fleet cannot complete preparations within this period of time. If we want to fight this battle, we must destroy the Saxon engineering fleet and not give them a chance to turn the tables. Where is the next supply point? It's still one of these 3 ports, but they haven't decided which port it is. When the Saxon engineering fleet completes the supply at Braddock Port, it will plan the cruise route and the next supply point. I will tell you as soon as I get the information. Pan's tone was very confident. The World Bank has built a huge intelligence network with its financial dominance. Then I'll leave it to Director Pan. The Chief Detective of Meteorite is doing a good job in the City of Raging Waves, so that my plan to restore the country can be realized earlier. The two looked at each other and laughed. After getting what he wanted, Pan said goodbye to Luke and left. This time, we got a port to the world market for the Lookout. There are still many things to do to turn it into a capital flow. Luke was also happy for this unexpected surprise. He didn't expect that he would get a reward at this critical moment after releasing Pan in the Rio consulate, as long as he can accurately grasp the movements of the Saxon engineering fleet. Then when to attack and how to attack. The initiative is in his hands. After sending Pan away, Luke immediately made plans and preparations for the attack on the Saxon engineering fleet. The day passed by so fulfilling and busy. At night, he dragged his tired body back to the dormitory, took a hot bath, and lay on the bed. And then remembered the letter Agatha wrote to him. After confirming that the alchemical seal was intact, Luke opened the envelope and took out the letter. A piece of paper. There shouldn't be much content. Most of the letters Luke received from Agatha were not nutritious. Sometimes she would write about what she ate in a day, as if to retaliate against Luke's weather forecast. After all, not every day there were important things happening. Luke didn't want to tell Agatha about some of his plans, and Agatha didn't want to tell her about the court struggles in the Meteor Empire. The letters became a routine conversation between the two people. And you said yours and I said mine. Luke could see another side of the eldest princess from the letters. In fact, The other side of Agatha has long been exposed in the player's guides. The shyness and tenderness in the CG form a sharp contrast with the public impression of the eldest princess. She dedicated herself to the Empire. And her heart also needs a harbor to dock. She longs for a pillar standing by her side to face the storm with her. Under the strong appearance, there is also a soul that is at a loss in this new era. Luke unfolded the letter. When he saw the first line of words, he sat up suddenly from the bed. Hello, stranger. It's a bit sudden. Luke sorted out his emotions. He didn't expect Agatha to confront him so early. Just like what happened in Raging Wave City. She pushed herself forward. Luke didn't like the feeling of not being in control. But he had to admit that this was life. What made Agatha break this tacit understanding? She should know the consequences of doing so. With curiosity, Luke continued to read. The handwriting was heavy, and one could imagine how tightly Agatha held the pen when writing the letter. She was making a decision to change the current course of the Empire. And this decision might push her and the Empire into an abyss of no return. The letter was very short. Not even a full sheet of paper. And the words were not as many as the names of the dishes she usually reported. But Luke read very slowly. Read it word by word. Think about it word by word. The rabbit nest of Raging Wave City has been built. As long as the Saxon engineering fleet is defeated at sea to lift the blockade of Cape Port, and Qingkong pushes it a little, I can attack and defend here. And no one can touch my hair in Raging Wave City. Even if the Empire collapses. Raging Wave City is autonomous in the course of history and independent of war. But I only know 10 years of game history. What will happen in 10 years? What's more, the original history has been changed so much by me. This is no longer a butterfly effect, but a hurricane effect. No eggs are left intact when the nest is overturned. In this chaos, no one can stay out of it. The city of Raging Waves can't do it with this corner of the country. And I can't do it even more. The ancestor said, those who don't plan for the overall situation are not qualified to plan for a region. Those who don't plan for eternity are not qualified to plan for a moment. For a game, 10 years is already a long time, and for Luke at this time, 10 years is just a part of the journey. I want to live in the city of Raging Waves steadily. And the big tree of the Golden Shield Empire can be chaotic, but must not fall. I have to go to the Imperial capital of St. Louis City. And if I want to make everyone in the Imperial capital have some concerns, I have to fight the Saxon engineering fleet beautifully. This great gift from Pan was sent in time. It was sent well. Chapter 216 Tendency. After reading Agatha's letter, Luke decided to go to the Imperial capital after much consideration. But he did not reply immediately. He even stopped the routine correspondence between the two. A letter fell into the sea. And Agatha in the Imperial capital was very anxious. She repeatedly confirmed with the messenger whether the letter was delivered to the hands of Inspector Meteorite in person. All the replies she received were affirmative. Moreover, Meteorite stopped the correspondence, which also proved that he had seen the letter. So what decision did he make? Agatha regretted it a little. Her letter was a little too abrupt. And she even put on the airs of a princess, thinking that pardoning crimes and promising benefits would make Meteorite grateful and come. But looking at what Meteorite did in Nuteo City, it is clear that the Empire has no power to restrain him. Not to mention that he is just an eldest princess. He acted recklessly in Nuteo City under his own banner, playing with all parties in his hands. Would such a person think he was guilty? Can the benefits I give exceed what he gets in Nuteo City? Why would he take the risk to come to the Imperial capital to wade into this life-threatening muddy water? The tacit understanding was broken, and I lost the only direct communication line with Meteorite. But looking at the entire Empire now, the only person who has the strength and ability to assist me in reshaping the system is Meteorite in Nuteo City. His reputation has spread throughout the Empire. The Crusade and the Blade Brotherhood are talking about Meteorite, and they are extremely wary of the rapidly rising innovation society. For the sake of the Empire, Princess Agatha lowered her attitude and wrote another letter to Luke. This time it was not just one page, and it described in detail the internal and external troubles that the Empire was facing. The stability of the Empire is now established under the supreme majesty of your majesty. But your majesty's health is getting worse and worse. Now in the court, those who are willing to dedicate themselves to the Empire have become aliens and are excluded. And there are termites sucking blood from the body of the country. Your majesty hopes that I will become the eldest princess, who can assist the new emperor and continue the prosperity of the Empire. But how can I, alone, be a match for those people? From the correspondence with you, I can see that you are not a vicious person. Your actions in the Cape District show that you like prosperity and stability. The thoughts you reveal make me, a member of the royal family, feel uneasy and fascinated. I saw that the Yinong Night School you opened is bringing hope to the poor at the bottom to change their fate. I saw that Councillor Ibel's factory shortened working hours and increased wages under your suggestion, which not only did not increase costs, but greatly improved production efficiency. Factory owners in the city of Raging Waves all felt the pressure and followed suit. Workers have time and money to do what they like. And the tax revenue and employment of the city of Raging Waves have increased. It's amazing. And the reformed society you founded, for which the stage of the city of Raging Waves is too small. The empire needs you to bring about a revolution. You and I will build a new and vibrant empire together. Agatha Augustine. The second letter was sent to the city of Raging Waves, but still no reply was received. Luke felt that he should give Agatha a little more suspense. He agreed to go to the Imperial capital after 2 letters, which made him look too low profile. Shuga Kongming asked Liu Bei to visit him 3 times. It is not too much for this chief inspector to ask you, Agatha, to write a few more letters. And the reply letter should be written after this naval battle, so that all the buffs can be fully filled. No hurry. No hurry. Luke put all his energy into this naval battle with the Saxon engineering fleet. Mrs. Tasia of Fishbone Island has been prepared to attack at any time. Inside the port, 12 all-steam ships, with 4 seized Adonis-class steam warships as the core, formed the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet, with the Coral Reef as the flagship of the entire fleet. In addition, a total of 24 armed merchant ships and other civilian ships were requisitioned to form an auxiliary fleet, with the Lucky Princess as the flagship. There are also 4 steam airships for fleet aerial reconnaissance. The total number of combat personnel available for the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet is 12,450. Mrs. Tasia mobilized the entire Naga tribe and pulled out nearly 2,000 Naga warriors. The entire Fishbone Island fleet is fully staffed and ready for battle, with all supplies and weapons fully stocked, waiting for the order of the Chief Inspector of Meteorite. Meteorite was waiting for the news that the construction of Unit 01 was completed. Inside the Oulu shipyard, the closed dock was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. Hundreds of workers worked in 3 shifts and worked overtime for 24 hours to build this steel battleship. A security zone was set up outside the dock by the Empire's spies, and all the construction personnel involved in the Unit 01 were confined in the security zone during this period. Strict confidentiality measures can effectively prevent the outflow of intelligence. But because of the strictness, many people naturally noticed this closed dock, especially when some rumors about ironclad ships spread through some unknown channels. More thieves came to the dock. Some people say that Oulu shipyard is building a full metal steam battleship with a displacement of more than 5,000 tons. It is public news that Oulu shipyard is developing a full metal steam battleship. But building a 5,000-ton full metal steam battleship is simply a fantasy. The world's major well-known shipyards have not even built a 2,000-ton full metal battleship. With the strength of Oulu shipyard, it can only develop a few hundred tons of full metal battleships. But what can be confirmed is that a battleship is indeed being built inside the closed dock of Oulu shipyard, according to the importance attached to it by the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. Even if this is not a full metal steam battleship, it is also a very advanced wooden dome-shaped armored ship. It is the trump card of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. The city government office hired many thieves to investigate the Oulu shipyard, but they just couldn't enter the blockade area. Agatha transferred a group of professional spies to the Secret Affairs Bureau of the City of Fury. Professionals are professionals. Moreover, the Assassin's Lodge controlled by Viscount Iskalin has been assassinating all thieves who want to spy on the Oulu shipyard, making the government office's investigation of this mysterious warship even more difficult. This problem was placed on the table of Speaker Grover. As a technical speaker and president of the City Alchemist Association, Grover also did not think that the Oulu shipyard had the ability to build a large all-metal steam battleship. Then, no matter how advanced a wooden dome-shaped ship is, it cannot change the difference in strength between the Saxon engineering fleet and the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. It would be better to know what kind of ship is in that dock. But not knowing it will not change the overall situation. But it is a good starting point to investigate and win over Qingkong. Speaker Grover immediately set off for the Oulu Academy and soon met Qingkong. After sitting down, Speaker Grover said straight to the point, "I have a commission to ask Ms. Qingkong. This is half of the reward. The other half will be paid after we get the news." A check floated from Speaker Grover's hand to Qingkong. Qingkong reached out to take the check. 1 million Imperial marks. It's quite a big deal. I wonder what the speaker wants me to do. It's very simple. Speaker Grover smiled kindly and said, if Miss Qingkong knew the answer now, it would be even simpler. There is a rumor in the shipbuilding industry of Raging Waves City that Senator Ibel's shipyard is building an all-metal steam battleship. If it is true, it will be a huge impact on the shipbuilding industry of Raging Waves City, and even the shipbuilding industry of the entire world. If Miss Qingkong can help us confirm this, the City Alchemist Association is willing to provide technical support to Ibel's shipyard to help them build this epic-making battleship as soon as possible. I wonder if Miss Qingkong can provide me with accurate information? Qingkong looked at the check in her hand and put it on the table. This is the business secret of Counselor Ibel, and I cannot disclose it to anyone. Chairman Grover immediately judged, Qingkong knows. Miss Qingkong, through this period of contact, you should be able to clearly realize that we are like-minded people. Counselor Ibel was originally one of us, but greed and cowardice made him abandon us and turn to the conservatives. Now the city government hall, which represents the advancement of the times, is making the final effort for the free Raging Waves City. We are eagerly looking forward to your joining. Miss Qingkong. Speaker Grover was waiting for Qingkong's answer. The answer was not important. What was important was that Qingkong received the money and gave an answer. After taking the first step, the road ahead would be easier. Qingkong looked at the check on the table and said after a while, I just want to be a bystander. Interfering with the process will only disrupt my academic research. I know what you are doing to the Cape District and the Chief Inspector of Meteorite. Your chances of winning are very high, and it seems that you don't need me to help you. Another important piece of information. This shows that Qingkong also believes that the mysterious battleship will not affect the war situation. But Grover just wants Qingkong to give him a positive and accurate answer. Miss Qingkong, if you think we have a high chance of winning, you will not be affected in Oulu College. But your good friend Mrs. Michelle, I don't mean to threaten you, but I am not the only one who has the final say in the Government Affairs Office and Parliament of Raging Waves City. We all admire your knowledge and your unique ideas on Republican thought. If you can join us, we will definitely not pursue the wrong things Mrs. Michelle has done. Speaking of Mrs. Michelle, Qingkong showed a troubled look. I have benefited a lot from discussing philosophy with the speaker. It's just that our frequent academic meetings have caused Mrs. Michelle to be very emotional. When I first came to the city of Raging Waves, Mrs. Michelle helped me a lot. If she hadn't tried her best to clarify for me, I would probably still be a wanted criminal with a bounty on my head. I don't want to affect this friendship. Speaker Grover immediately said, if you want to take care of this friendship, you should stand on the winning side, so that Mrs. Michelle can keep her position in the city of Raging Waves. Speaker Grover took out another check and pushed it to Qingkong together with another one. Your Excellency does have some truth in what you said. Qingkong glanced at the amount on the check, but I don't want to make a choice. Let me give you some information about your commission. The ship under construction is a 3,000-ton all-metal battleship. Its armament is the best in the world, and it also faces the same problems as all the all-metal battleships under development. The ship's hull space cannot accommodate a steam engine of sufficient power, and the steam engine that can be installed is not powerful enough. Michelle Alchemy Machinery Studio hopes to provide additional power for the battleship through alchemy technology, so that this battleship can play a role in future naval battles. Qingkong didn't know how much information Grover knew about Unit 01, so he simply announced Unit 01. As for the steam engine, it is indeed slightly underpowered, but the structure and shape of the hull improve the utilization rate of power, ensuring that Unit 01 can reach a qualified combat speed. Speaker Grover didn't expect that the Ibel shipyard was really building an all-metal steam battleship. However, the power increase brought by alchemical technology not only increases the cost, but also greatly prolongs the shipbuilding cycle. If the Ibel shipyard wants to use alchemical technology to completely solve the problem of insufficient power, it will take 3 to 5 years to build it, if it wants to launch it in the near future. What threat is there in a steel battleship that cannot be driven? Speaker Grover couldn't figure out why Meteorite asked the Ibel shipyard to build such a battleship. Miss Qingkong, this battleship does not seem to be able to solve the blockade facing Cape Port. Qingkong said, I don't know the purpose of building this battleship. My relationship with Meteorite is not yet to the point of discussing such confidential information. I will tell you what I know, and it is up to you how to use this information. Thank you, Miss Qingkong. Grover bowed slightly to thank Qingkong. The purpose of meteorite building this ship can be analyzed by gathering people back. The important thing is that Qingkong said this information. She said she would not make a choice. But she had already made a choice. The next step is to pull her into his camp step by step. At that time, not only can meteorite be sealed at sea, but also the sanctions imposed by Oulu College on the City Alchemist Association can be reduced or even lifted. Qingkong is also the successor favored by Dean Wilred. After taking control of Oulu College, he will be the emperor of this raging wave city. Even Gabriel, the chief minister of the cabinet, has to be polite to him. Grover suddenly felt refreshed, as if all the humiliation he had suffered from meteorite had been swept away in one day. Victory was already in his hands. Qingkong glanced at Grover, and from his expression, he could guess what he was happy about. Putting away the 2 checks on the table, Qingkong said to Grover, "The investigation of meteorite has allowed me to find many clues related to him and the incident of the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum. Although there is not enough evidence to prove anything, I think we should persuade the Academy Committee to relax the sanctions on some city alchemist associations to a certain extent." Speaker Grover finally knew why Qingkong was inclined to him. "Miss Qingkong, I have long said that the incident at the ruins of the Magic Botanical Garden must have been caused by a meteorite. I look forward to the moment when you find the key evidence and clear my name. You have no grievances." Yes. I have no grievances." Chairman Grover took out another check and handed it to Qingkong with both hands. Chapter 217 Unit 01. Chairman Grover returned from Oulu College with a full load. The all-metal steam battleship in the Ible shipyard was somewhat unexpected, but within an acceptable range. No matter what conspiracy meteorite wants to use this battleship for, it is impossible to change the balance of power at sea with a hastily built new battleship. Not to mention that the maneuverability is very worrying. Without prototype testing, continuous technical polishing and design improvements, this all-metal battleship has a high probability of capsizing and sinking into the sea when it is launched. Just remind the Saxon engineering fleet to pay attention. The biggest gain from Oulu College is undoubtedly Qingkong's change of attitude, which shows that his strategy of starting from common ideas is correct. Now Qingkong is holding on to the meteorite in the Magic Botanical Museum ruins incident, and is attacking both on land and sea. No matter how many tricks you have, you can only be like a clown struggling to do somersaults in the stands under such absolute strength. Ridiculous. Poor. The blockade of Cape Port by the Saxon engineering fleet is very effective. Their main fleet cruises on the sea outside the city of raging waves, sending recruited pirates to intercept passing ships. Ships with passes to other ports in the city of raging waves are allowed to pass, while ships without passes or clearly entering or leaving Cape Port will be looted. The Imperial Navy stationed in the city of raging waves is unusually calm, even though the Cape District has repeatedly reported to them that there are pirates at sea. The Navy still remains on standby. Even the routine sea patrols were terminated on the pretext that the fleet warships needed to be overhauled, and only reconnaissance airships were dispatched to monitor the movements of the pirates. In addition to the ongoing construction of Cape Harbor, the number of ships on the dock has been greatly reduced. This has put many people's livelihoods in crisis, and the Cape District has become unstable. Shelley led the Rangers to guard the city day and night to maintain public security. But this is not a long-term solution. The prestige of the chief detective of Meteorite will eventually be exhausted when the Secret Service Bureau can no longer suppress the underground turbulence. Once it breaks out, it will be out of control. Luke asks about the construction progress of Unit 01 every day, and the Yenyang group has to spend a lot of money every day to appease all parties. In the seemingly prosperous and peaceful raging city, a string was breaking tighter and tighter in the sky. Finally, the Ible shipyard sent the news that the construction of Unit 01 was completed, and Pan also sent the cruising route of the Saxon engineering fleet and the schedule for the next rest and replenishment. Luke immediately ordered Unit 01 to go to sea with full ammunition and fuel, and sail to the waters of Fishbone Island. Time was tight, and there was no time for Unit 01 to be tested. After arriving at Fishbone Island and letting Lady Tasia accept the warship, all tests and training were carried out while sailing to the attack position. Then Luke took a boat to Fishbone Island. At night, Unit 01 slowly sailed out of the dock. The moonlight shone on the hull, and the steel battleship, which had not been fully painted in time, had a bright metallic luster in many places. The battleship was fully loaded with nearly 3,000 tons, because the hull was made entirely of steel. Its volume was much smaller than that of wooden ships of the same level. compared with those 4,000-ton and 5,000-ton ships. It looked like a child. Unit 01 was towed away from the Oulu shipyard by a ship much larger than itself. In this way, even if it was discovered that it had been built, it would be considered that there was a serious problem with its power. The steel battleship soon disappeared into the night and sailed towards Fishbone Island. In the Anno game, Luke has been to Fishbone Island more than once. Kill some Nagas to obtain materials once, and then leave in a hurry. After the Clover airship robbery, the Naga queen Lady Tasia was hanged, and Fishbone Island completely fell into decline. This place became a place for hunting Nagas, and a large number of Nagas became slaves and were sold everywhere. But this time Luke changed the fate of Lady Tasia and Fishbone Island. The connection with the route of the Cape District allows Fishbone Island to easily and cheaply obtain materials on land. The establishment of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet allowed Lady Tasia to command a powerful fleet. With money, materials, and ships, Lady Tasia no longer does pirate business, but does pirate business. Fishbone Island has become a free port, which connects to the Cape District. The materials looted by pirates can be safely transferred here and turned into cash in Raging Waves City. The commission alone is enough for the survival of Fishbone Island. Not to mention Luke's unremitting investment here. As a commercial port, the stationing of an armed fleet in Cape Port affects the profit. Moreover, Luke regards this fleet as his own private armed forces, and it cannot be stationed within the Empire. The status of Fishbone Island in Luke's heart has become very important. Defensive fortifications are naturally also the focus of Fishbone Island's construction. In Luke's vision, Naga uses the seabed around the island to build a circle of reefs with a depth of 1 to 2 kilometers. Ships entering and leaving Fishbone Island can only pass through this reef area smoothly under the guidance of Naga pilots. If there is an external invasion, it is only necessary to lay mines in a large area of the reef area to effectively prevent the approach of enemy ships. Build more permanent defensive turrets on the island. Purchase the most advanced heavy artillery, and launch devastating attacks on sea targets that enter the range. Although the current Fishbone Island is not built as Luke imagined, the existing defense measures are enough to deter the Saxon engineering fleet from attacking. After Luke landed on Fishbone Island, he immediately summoned commanders at all levels of the anti-smuggling fleet to hold a meeting in a newly built defense fortress. In the middle of the conference room, on a tactical table that was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, a sea chart was spread out. The sea chart detailed the situation of the sea area around the city of Raging Waves, full of intricate lines and symbols. Luke couldn't understand the sea chart, so he handed a piece of paper to Mrs. Tasia beside him. Mrs. Tasia took the paper and quickly used the model to lay out the state of affairs of this maritime conflict. After the arrangement was completed, Mrs. Tasia looked at Luke. "Chief Inspector, do you have any other instructions?" Luke said, "This is a very accurate intelligence. I hope you can use this intelligence to eliminate the pirates who challenge the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. Now, Madame Tasha will explain the details of this intelligence, and then you will give me an annihilation plan." "Yes, Chief Inspector." Then Madame Tasha took up the command pole and explained the voyage schedule of the Saxon engineering fleet to the commanders at all levels of the anti-smuggling fleet. Several staff officers took the push rods and pushed the ship models on the sea chart to move according to Madame Tasha's description. According to the sailing route of the Saxon engineering fleet, it can be seen that they are also afraid of provoking the Imperial fleet stationed in the city of Raging Waves, so they dare not approach the waters of the city of Raging Waves too much. If they follow this route, they can effectively deter ships traveling to and from this sea area, and let the ship owners choose other ports of the city of Raging Waves besides Cape Port. According to intelligence, the main force of the Saxon engineering fleet should be in the 7846:6894 area, and will arrive at the Brilliant Island Free Port for replenishment in 9 days. The replenishment of 10 to 13 ships can be completed on the first day, and all 34 ships can be replenished on the second day. During the replenishment period, all crew members take turns to go to the island for a day of repair. The next morning, which was also the morning of the 24th, the first batch of repaired crew members just boarded the ship, and the second batch of repaired crew members just disembarked. You must know what the fleet is like at this time. Mrs. Tasia's words caused all the commanders to laugh. After drifting on the sea for half a month, the crew must have indulged themselves once they landed. Alcohol and women can drain all their strength. Even if a bunch of weaklings discover an enemy attack, they have no way to quickly turn the fleet into a combat state. How can they fight if they can't even hold the shells? Mrs. Tasia and the commanders didn't know where the chief inspector got this information from. But with this information, the beast that was suffocating them became a lamb to be slaughtered. The atmosphere in the combat meeting room instantly became relaxed. A combat plan was quickly formulated. The main force of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet immediately attacked, making a big circle on the sea to avoid the reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance airships sent by the enemy fleet. Calculate the distance and time. Approach Brilliant Island on the eve of the 24th. And attack the Saxon engineering fleet docked at Brilliant Island in the morning. The auxiliary fleet is responsible for forcing the defenders of Brilliant Island. I know Jeff, the Lord of Brilliant Island. As long as our deterrent power is sufficient, he will not fight for the Saxon engineering fleet and us. It is also possible that Saxon engineering will offer a high price that Jeff cannot refuse. We may suffer heavy losses, but I promise to lead the main fleet to sink the entire Saxon engineering fleet in the port. Please give the order, Chief Inspector. Mrs. Tasia was very decisive. This opportunity is too rare, and it can reverse the strength ratio between the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet and the Saxon engineering fleet in one fell swoop. As long as the auxiliary fleet can contain the firepower of the Glory Island defenders, she can break the blockade of these days in one fell swoop. The other commanders were also full of anger, seeing that they could block the Saxon engineering fleet in the port and beat them. They immediately asked Luke for a fight. Please give the order, Chief Inspector. Luke looked at the war deduction on the nautical chart. The anti-smuggling fleet blocked the Saxon engineering fleet in the port of Glory Island, as if it was going to swallow up the enemy. If he wanted to win, he had to use all the sea assets he had accumulated with great difficulty. The only variable now was whether the Glory Island defenders would help the Saxon engineering fleet, and to what extent they could help. Most of the anti-smuggling fleets are warships converted from merchant ships, and they have no advantage in fighting against coastal defense artillery. This attack plan should be a backup plan first. Hearing that Luke did not agree to this attack plan, Mrs. Tasia was a little anxious. Chief Inspector, if our fleet wants to approach Brilliant Island without being discovered by the Saxon engineering fleet, it needs to make a big circle at sea. If we waste time in making plans, we will most likely miss the best opportunity to attack. Once the Saxon engineering fleet completes the supply, we will not be a match for the enemy fleet in a head-on battle at sea. Chief Inspector, based on our current strength, there will be no better way. Luke said, a new ship will arrive tonight. I believe that when you see this warship, you will have a more reliable battle plan. New ship? I'm afraid. Hearing Luke say that a new ship has arrived, Mrs. Tasia became excited instantly, and the scales on her neck and cheeks fluttered slightly uncontrollably. Luke made a confidential gesture. Let's talk about it after we see it. You should first see if it has combat capabilities, so as not to make everyone happy for nothing. Yes. Yes, Chief Inspector. Mrs. Tasia's voice trembled with excitement. She knew that the Chief Inspector had commissioned the Ibel shipyard to secretly build an all-metal steam battleship. But she didn't expect that the battleship would be built so quickly. If it really has the ability to fight at sea, it will be the world's first all-metal steam battleship. The Chief Inspector promised that I would be the captain of this battleship. Let's adjourn first. Everyone go back to mobilize. The Battle of Brilliant Island must be fought. Yes, Chief Inspector. Although the commanders at all levels were puzzled about what kind of battleship could make Mrs. Tasia so excited, the Chief Inspector said it was confidential, and they did not dare to ask more. They could only leave with curiosity. Anyway, they would see it sooner or later. At night, Mrs. Tasia accompanied Luke to a dock on Fishbone Island that was independent of other areas. There were hundreds of sailors standing neatly on the dock. They had all completed training on the Adonis-class steam battleship, and were the crew members who received the Unit 01. Naga warriors were on guard around the dock and on the sea, and no one was allowed to approach this area. The sea breeze blew the blanket on Mrs. Tasia's body. She straightened her snake tail to make herself stand taller, looking at the dark sea, her eyes full of anticipation. Luke did not disturb Mrs. Tasia's mood. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, but after thinking about it, he took a candy and put it in his mouth. After waiting for a while, a Naga warrior jumped out of the sea and onto the dock. He saluted Luke and Mrs. Tasia, his expression full of shock and excitement. We received the Unit 01. This invincible battleship is coming. Here it comes. Mrs. Tasia's body rose again, almost supporting her entire body with the end of the snake's tail. Soon, a piece of metal appeared in the dark night in the distance under the moonlight. And then a huge steel ship sailed out of the night and moved quickly towards the dock. It has a streamlined hull, and the bow of the ship lightly separates the seawater, giving people a feeling of ease when sailing. Great. After just admiring it for a moment, Mrs. Tasia couldn't help but exclaim, "It's hard to imagine that a warship built entirely of steel actually appeared in front of me like this." Looking at its speed, it can completely catch up with the Adonis-class steam battleship. Although I don't know how its acceleration and steering performance are, I can be sure that it is capable of any naval battle environment. Chief Inspector, this is an invincible battleship. No ship on the sea can sink it. No gun that can sink it does not exist. The ocean of the future is your ocean. Chapter 218. Surprise Attack on Brilliant Island. Mrs. Tasia accompanied Luke on board the Unit 01. And the crew also boarded the ship one after another. Everyone was very excited. Although they knew that this was a steel battleship, they did not dare to touch anything with their hands, for fear of damaging the equipment. Luke asked the crew to follow the engineers who came with the ship to familiarize themselves with the operation of the battleship, and then took Mrs. Tasia to the bridge of the Unit 01. Unlike the open bridge of the wooden sailing ship, the entire hull structure of the Unit 01 is full of the prototype of modern ships. The bridge is well protected, and the field of vision is very wide. The command system and pipeline communication system are reasonably concentrated on the bridge, allowing the captain to understand the situation of the battlefield and the ship in a timely manner, so as to make timely judgments. Luke gave Mrs. Tasia a manual. This is the operating manual of the Unit 01 class battleship. You and your crew must learn while sailing, so that you can at least fire accurately when you reach Brilliant Island. Mrs. Tasia took the manual and looked at the main gun at the bow of the ship. Although there is only one main gun, it is the latest breech-loading gun, equipped with a semi-automatic loader. The caliber is 240 millimeters. The firing rate can reach 1 round/32 seconds, and the effective range is 7,500 meters. This is a shipborne main gun developed by the Empire Heavy Industry specifically for all-metal steam battleships. But the battleships that can carry this gun have not yet been developed by the Empire, and the current wooden dome-clad ships cannot withstand the recoil of this gun. Chief Inspector, within the range of the main gun of Unit 01, no cannon on Brilliant Island can hit us. When Lord Jeff sees this battleship, he will know what to do. Luke looked at Fishbone Island and the dark ocean outside, nodded and said, "I think he knows what to do too. Unit 01 is just a model of this type of main battleship, and we will build more Unit 01 in the future. You are the first captain of this battleship. Give your battleship a name." Mrs. Tasia's mood finally calmed down, and the vertical pupils in her eyes shrank into a line. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Loyalty. It will represent the loyalty of me and the Naga of Fishbone Island to you. Chief Inspector, we will fight for you and wipe out all enemies on the sea for you. Loyalty, what a name." The next day, when the sun in the east illuminated the sea, Lady Tasia announced that Fishbone Island was in a wartime closure. The Naga laid mines around the island, not allowing any ships to enter or leave. Then the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet left the port and headed for the deep sea. You can see that most of the ships in the fleet have raised their sails, and the sides of the wooden hulls are covered with dense gun ports. From a distance, the cloud sails covering the sky are indeed spectacular. But everyone knows that this is the last sound before the end of the sailing warships. The people on the island don't know whether this fleet can come back after leaving, for reconnaissance airships took off from the interior of the island and chased the fleet in front. The surprise attack on Brilliant Island began. After the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet left Fishbone Island, it joined the Loyalty waiting here. The Loyalty raised the flagship flag and summoned all the captains of the fleet to the Loyalty for a meeting. After the short combat meeting, the fleet formed a defensive cruising formation on the sea and surrounded the Loyalty in the middle of the fleet. The 4 reconnaissance airships expanded the detection range, and the entire fleet avoided the busy routes and moved in a large arc towards Brilliant Island. In the early morning of the 24th, Brilliant Island woke up from its slumber facing the rising sun. This small island with an area of less than 100 square kilometers was originally called Guano Island, because it has rare freshwater in this sea area. It attracts birds to live. When the first group of sailors landed on the island, they saw the guano all over the island and named it Guano Island. Later, with the rise of the world's great navigation, more and more ships chose to repair and replenish freshwater here, and Guano Island prospered over time. Later, Jeff's father took his pirate fleet and gained control of Guano Island through competition, and then renamed Guano Island to Brilliant Island. Old Jeff, who owned Brilliant Island, quickly grew and became one of the most powerful pirates in this sea area. But Old Jeff saw the changes in the ocean clearly, and the living space of pirates will only become smaller and smaller in the future. So Old Jeff made a bold decision. When the Golden Shield Empire attacked the Rio Republic, he spent almost all his wealth to make the Empire recognize his legal rule over Brilliant Island, and was canonized as Brilliant Baron by Emperor Augustine. Then Old Jeff took advantage of the geographical advantages of Brilliant Island and made it a transit station for the Imperial fleet. In just a few years, he not only earned back all the money he spent on buying the title, but also made a lot of money. After the war, the Golden Shield Empire withdrew from Rio. Although the war was not won, the Imperial Navy still has absolute strength in this important sea area. Old Jeff relied on his connections to get along with everyone, and he was good at both black and white things. And the Brilliant Island gradually became worthy of its name. Now the Brilliant Island has passed to Jeff, and he has spent a huge amount of money to build a palace on the top of the island, and then collected treasures to decorate the palace. Every day, he sits on the golden throne at the top of the palace, holding a beauty in his arms, and admiring the lively city and busy port below the mountain. Today, Jeff woke up. He was wearing a golden nightgown. His eyes were still a little hazy. He walked barefoot on the carpet, took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and walked to the open terrace. Here is his golden throne. He sat down, and the woman who slept here last night immediately lay in his arms. Jeff caressed the woman's delicate skin, then opened the cork, and took a big sip of the liquor inside. There were many more ships coming to the port in the distance for supplies. This kind of life of lying down and making money was really boring. Jeff kissed the woman in his arms, and a butler came to his side. Respected Baron Brilliant, good day. Yesterday, Adelaide Jonas, the commander of the Saxon engineering fleet, came to visit. But you were drunk, so he had to leave with regret. I don't know if you have time to see him today. Captain Jonas will lead the fleet to leave Brilliant Island tonight. Saxon engineering. Jeff pouted. I don't like them very much. They cruise back and forth in this sea area, constantly harassing the ships passing by, as if they didn't know who was the boss of this sea area. The old butler knew Jeff's character, and he persuaded. The Saxon engineering is backed by the Empire's cross, and the cabinet prime minister has to take care of him. Only by maintaining good relations with all parties can Brilliant Island make money comfortably. Although he was very unwilling, Jeff had to admit that the old butler was right. Okay, invite Captain Jonas here for lunch at noon, and you can help me prepare a gift so that the Saxon engineering fleet will leave happily. Master, you have the same wisdom as the old master. Go down, my beauty, and I still have some morning activities to do. Before Jeff finished his words, his eyes were fixed on the sea in the distance. Under the shining of the rising sun, a fleet was sailing quickly along the sea breeze. Not a merchant fleet. Although Jeff was pampered, he could tell at a glance whether a fleet was used for war or for ocean trade. A fleet of warships was coming aggressively, making Jeff feel murderous. He immediately pushed the beauty in his arms away, picked up the monocular telescope next to him, and walked to the edge of the terrace to watch. Adonis-class steam battleships. Jeff recognized the 4 battleships in front, which were built by Saxon engineering. Is it the ship that Saxon engineering came to support? Why didn't they receive the notification? The butler also noticed the fleet coming. He followed old Jeff across the ocean, and had much more knowledge and experience than Jeff. This is an offensive formation. Someone is going to attack us. The old butler stretched out his hand, and released a magic firework in the air. As the fireworks exploded, the alarm sounded first in the palace on the top of the mountain, and soon the port below the mountain also sounded the alarm. The defenders of Brilliant Island rushed to the various defensive turrets on the island, and pointed their guns at the fleet rushing from the sea at the fastest speed. Jeff was a little panicked. Why did Saxon engineering attack us? The old butler also thought it was an attack by Saxon engineering at first. But when he saw the Saxon engineering fleet in the port was still parked on the dock, he shook his head and said, no. It's not Saxon engineering ship. Judging from the composition of the ships, it's not the navy of the Golden Shield Empire or the Rio Republic. Master, rest assured, except for the Adonis-class steam battleships, all the ships in this fleet are very backward and cannot break through the defense system of Brilliant Island. The attacking fleet in the telescope gradually became clear. Jeff recognized that most of the ships in this fleet were converted from merchant ships, and many of them had sails. It is impossible to fight for the island with such power. As for the ships in the port, they can only hope for the best. At this time, the port where the alarm sounded was in chaos. The ships that were repairing and replenishing supplies started urgently and rushed to leave the port, wanting to stay away from the upcoming battle. The Sax engineering fleet was concentrated and anchored together. They arrived at Brilliant Island yesterday, and most of the ships had not yet completed their resupply. Moreover, half of the sailors had just disembarked and indulged, and the other half of the sailors who returned had not yet sobered up from their drunken state. The entire fleet was paralyzed, clinging to the dock and motionless. At this time, the approaching fleet raised the fleet flag and sent a flag signal to Brilliant Island. We are the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet under the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo's City of the Golden Shield Empire. We came to Brilliant Island to destroy a pirate fleet. The pirate fleet is anchored at Piers 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. Please leave immediately if there are no other ships and personnel around. Our target this time is only the pirate fleet. Any person or ship that attacks our fleet will be regarded as declaring war on the Empire. Flag signals were continuously sent to Brilliant Island. Jeff identified the ships docked at the docks in the port, and then said to the butler, "Saxon engineering fleet." They blocked the Cape port in Nuteo's city, but they were unexpectedly blocked by the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet in our Brilliant Island. You said they arrived yesterday? The old butler replied, "Yes. The Saxon engineering fleet arrived at Brilliant Island yesterday." Jeff laughed. The Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet came on time, and the Saxon engineering fleet is going to be finished today. I have heard that the meteorite of the Nuteo City Secret Affairs Bureau is very powerful, and this time I have to admit, it is really powerful. The old butler asked, "Master, what should we do? Let the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet destroy the Saxon engineering fleet? What can we do?" Jeff shrugged. The Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet belongs to the Imperial Fury City Secret Affairs Bureau. As an Imperial Baron, can I take the initiative to attack? The old butler said worriedly, "But if the Saxon engineering fleet is all sunk on Brilliant Island, and we don't do anything, we will completely offend Saxon engineering. Now the new nobles of the Empire are very important to His Majesty, but the Chief Inspector of Meteorite is the eldest princess's man." Jeff was also very embarrassed. "Wait. I think Captain Jonas will come to me soon. Let's see what price Saxon engineering can offer." Jeff continued to stare at the incoming fleet with a telescope, and then a warship that appeared behind the fleet firmly attracted his attention. The warship was full of metallic luster, and its shape and structure were completely different from other ships, although its size was much smaller than the surrounding ships. The sense of oppression it exuded far exceeded that of other ships. Is it a new type of wooden dome-shaped ship? Jeff looked at the Adonis-class steam warship in front of the fleet. Compared with the mysterious warship, this wooden dome-shaped ship was simply ugly. Jeff turned his eyes back to the mysterious warship, and the more he looked at it, the more a terrible guess rose in his heart. But how is this possible? No country in the world has announced that it has successfully developed an all-metal steam battleship. Even if the Empire really secretly built such a battleship, shouldn't it be equipped to the Imperial Navy first? Why would it be given to a smuggling fleet first? No. 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 This is definitely not an all-metal battleship. It must be just the armored plates that are thicker. Jeff comforted himself. At this time, the old butler said beside him, "Master, Captain Jonas is here. His clothes and state are very shabby. He should have just climbed down from a woman's bed. I think the conditions can be slightly higher. If we can get more than a dozen Adonis-class steam battleships, it can greatly improve the strength of our fleet." But just when Jeff was about to smile and extort money, an explosion sounded in the sea area in front of the port. Bombardment. Seeing the splashes on the sea, Jeff didn't know where the bombardment came from. He immediately picked up the telescope again and searched the sea, and found that the bombardment came from the mysterious warship. He was stunned. The warship was 7,000 meters away from Brilliant Island. And what a huge recoil would be generated by firing a shell at 7,000 meters. The wooden hull could not withstand such a large recoil. Only a full metal warship. Jeff stared at the mysterious warship, which was extremely dazzling with its metallic luster in the sun. "Tell Captain Jonas that I don't have time to see him." Chapter 219, Annihilation War. Luke stood in the bridge of the Loyalty. In front of him and on the left and right were other ships of the Cape District Anti-Smuggling Fleet. Under the cloud sails, the sailors on the deck prepared for the bombardment. One by one, the smoothbore guns were loaded with powder and bullets, and then pushed out of the gun ports. However, the range of this type of artillery is very short, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters, which is more than 3 times the range of the main guns of the Unit 01 class. Fortunately, there are many such smoothbore guns. A warship is equipped with 30 to 40 guns. Once it enters the range, it will really rain bullets. Luke picked up the telescope, activated the Thunderfire eye, and observed the brilliant island in the distance. The Loyalty continuously bombarded the sea in front of the port of Brilliant Island. Although the splashing water columns were not dense, they made the port area more chaotic. Those who make a living on the sea know what this distance of bombardment means. Not to mention that there is no ship on the sea that can fight against ships equipped with artillery of this range. Even the coastal defense artillery of Brilliant Island can only passively take the beating when facing this kind of artillery. As long as the opponent's shells are enough, they can block all the firepower of Brilliant Island and name the targets in the port and the island one by one. Now all the people on Brilliant Island can do is to try their best to start the ship and leave here. Even if they can't run away, they have to stay away from the berthing area of the Saxon engineering fleet. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet was waving warning flags while speeding towards Brilliant Island. The 2 steam airships following the fleet passed the fleet and flew towards the palace on the top of the mountain on Brilliant Island. Mrs. Tasia stood beside Luke, staring at all the targets on the island that might threaten her fleet with a telescope. Chief Inspector, we have entered the range of the coastal defense battery of Brilliant Island, and the enemy has not attacked. In the entire Brilliant Island waters, there was no other sound except the Loyalty bombardment at intervals. 5,000 meters is the limit of the range of the land-based artillery of Brilliant Island, and there was no movement in the battery guarding the port. Luke said, Baron Jeff is a smart guy. The fleet continues to move forward. When it reaches the attack position, it will concentrate all firepower to attack and not give the Saxon engineering fleet any chance. Yes, Chief Inspector. Mrs. Tasia gave orders through the pipeline communication system, and then said to Luke worriedly, I still suggest that you and the Loyalty stop at the edge of the maximum range of the coastal defense artillery of Splendid Island. I will go to the coral reef to lead the fleet to attack. Luke knew that Mrs. Tasia was worried that Splendid Island could not withstand the threats and offers of Saxon engineering. Although the Loyalty has strong defensive capabilities, if the opponent is lucky enough to hit an important position, the steel battleship will be severely damaged. But Luke said easily, if the Loyalty stops, the chance of Splendid Island attacking us will only increase. On the contrary, as long as the Loyalty keeps charging and rushes to the port of Splendid Island, I think the smart Baron Jeff will definitely withstand all the pressure. Lady Tasia asked puzzledly, why? Luke looked at the island getting closer and closer in front and said, the army does not need to know why. You just need to lead the fleet to win this war. Yes, Chief Inspector. As the distance got closer, the 4 Adonis-class steam battleships in front of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet opened fire on the Saxon engineering fleet that came into range. The fleet continued to move forward, trying to exert the firepower of the entire fleet, and the bombardment distance should be within 1,000 meters. The warships of the Saxon engineering fleet were still lying on the dock, and some of the warships had thick smoke coming out of their chimneys. They wanted to start moving to intercept the approaching surprise attack fleet. The shells fell from the sky. The densely merged ships made the hit rate of the bombardment extremely high, and as long as the shells were fired, they would always hit something. The deck was full of panicked sailors, and many of them directly abandoned their ships and ran away from the dock. In the palace on the top of the mountain, Baron Jeff stared at the fleet coming from the sea with a telescope. His eyes were full of the shining metal warship, and his eyes seemed to fly through the telescope. It's so beautiful. I'll buy one no matter how much it costs. The old butler came to Jeff again. Master, Captain Jonas is still waiting outside, he said. Jeff turned his head and looked over. What did he say? If you don't rescue his fleet, you will completely offend Saxon engineering. You will lose all your privileges in this sea area, and the cabinet will push the Empire to take back the Splendid Island and build it into an Imperial Navy base. Faced with this threat, Jeff had to reconsider his position. He asked the butler, if my father were still alive, what would he do? Always stand on the side of the victor. When you don't know who will win, stay neutral. Jeff smiled and said, it sounds simple, but it's hard to do. Now I have to make a choice. But who will be the winner? The old butler looked at the ocean. The all-metal steam battleship actually increased its speed and moved from the end of the fleet to the front of the fleet, like a charging knight, with unstoppable momentum. Master, do you think there is anything on the ocean that can stop this battleship now? One-on-one. No. But using some special tactics, or concentrating a large number of battleships to siege, it can still be defeated. What if it is not just one, but a fleet composed of all such battleships? Jeff looked at the all-metal warship again. I understand what you mean. An all-metal warship is not scary. What is scary is that the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet does not cherish it. The Cape District of Nuteo City must have mastered its manufacturing technology and can build it in large quantities. Glorious Island belongs to the ocean, and we must have a good relationship with those who master this technology. Please ask Captain Jonas to come. The old butler was a little puzzled. Master, what do you mean? The view here is wide. Anyway, it is useless for Captain Jonas to return to the fleet. So it is better to appreciate this warship that opens a new era of the ocean here. I think Saxon engineering can understand our difficulties. If they can't understand, it will not be good for them. Brilliant Island is mine. No one can take it away. After the old butler figured it out, he said happily, the master will definitely earn more wealth than the old master. Jeff took a sip of wine. I have already earned more than him. The airship of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet is coming soon. Please ask the people on it to come here. Yes, master. After a while, Captain Jonas came to the terrace under the guidance of the butler. He was dressed in rags and in a trance. After anxiously taking a look at the situation in the port, he ordered Jeff, on behalf of Saxon engineering, I ask Brilliant Island to immediately attack the invading enemy fleet. Jeff took a glass, slowly poured wine into it, and stuffed it into Captain Jonas's hand. Captain, the other side is the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet, which is affiliated with the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. Brilliant Island's attack on them is a betrayal and declaration of war against the Empire. Captain Jonas threw the wine glass off the terrace. No matter how powerful the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City is, it will not attack the fiefdom of the Imperial Baron at will. The attacking fleet is not the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet at all. They are pirates pretending to be. Eliminate them and protect the assets of Saxon engineering, and Brilliant Island will get rewards that you dare not even think about. Baron, don't try to anger Saxon engineering. Lord Gabriel, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, will never watch the Saxon engineering fleet perish. Calm down, Captain Jonas. Jeff waved his hand to let the woman sitting on the throne leave. He sat down and drank, his face showing drunkenness. Look at the sea carefully. Do you think that even with the support of Brilliant Island, your fleet can avoid the fate of destruction? If I ordered my people to attack the fleet on the sea, the shells of the all-metal steam battleship would have hit my face. It's not that I don't help you, but I can't protect myself. Facing Jeff's evasion, Captain Jonas said, you name the price. This is not about money. My life is priceless. Captain Jonas stepped forward and wanted to threaten again, but the old butler immediately stood between him and Jeff. He warned, Captain, please recognize where this is. And you are facing a baron personally appointed by Emperor Augustine. Don't be disrespectful. Captain Jonas had to retreat. I'm sorry, Baron. I beg you again to give me support. Saxon engineering will definitely compensate you for all your losses and reward you for your contribution. At this time, 2 airships flew over and landed under the command of the palace guards. Jeff said, the people of the Meteor Chief Inspector are here. Let's first listen to their purpose. But Captain Jonas looked towards the port. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet was approaching very quickly, and those warships converted from merchant ships were turning and aiming their broadside guns at the ships of Saxon engineering on the dock. Jeff stopped talking and just drank the wine. He quickly finished the bottle of wine. A group of spies wearing the uniforms of the Secret Service came over, led by Kalina. Kalina saluted Jeff. Good day, Baron. I am Kalina, the confidential secretary of Chief Inspector Meteorite of the Secret Service of the City of Raging Waves. I came to negotiate with you on the orders of the Chief Inspector. The purpose of our military action this time is only to threaten the pirate fleet of Cape Port, and we have no intention of offending the Brilliant Island. After eliminating the pirates, the Secret Service of the City of Raging Waves will give us full compensation for the damage we have caused. After that, Kalina presented her ID and the official document signed and sealed by the Secret Service of the City of Raging Waves. Jeff looked at the beautiful Kalina for a few more times. then took the document and read it carefully. Jonas looked at Jeff nervously. If he admitted that the document was true, he would have to bear the responsibility that the fleet on the sea was the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. Brilliant Island could not openly attack the fleet of the Imperial Secret Service for a private fleet. After reading it, Jeff handed the document to the butler, and then asked Kalina, "Is it only compensation?" Kalina smiled and said, "I can't agree to other conditions. But our chief inspector is on the loyalty. He will land on the island after the battle to discuss with you the next joint maritime military operation between Fishbone Island and Brilliant Island." "Is he on the loyalty? The all-metal steam battleship?" Jeff was a little surprised by Meteor's arrival, but he still did not admit Meteor's identity. "Yes. The Loyalty is the first ship of the Unit 01 class battleship designed by Chief Inspector Meteor and built by Ibel Shipyard. The Loyalty was just completed and was transferred to the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet to participate in the military operation to eliminate pirates. After this long-distance voyage and actual combat, Ibel Shipyard improved the design of the Unit 01 class battleship and can accept orders for mass production." Kalina seduced Jeff according to Luke's instructions when he came. Jeff couldn't help but pick up the telescope and look at the Loyalty on the sea. Only then did he understand why this all-metal warship was so dazzling. It turned out that it was built in a hurry and not even painted. One can't help but sigh at the boldness of the Chief Inspector of Meteorite, and also sigh at the reliability of the design of Unit 01. And of course, the powerful shipbuilding capabilities of Ibel Shipyard. The more Jeff looked at it, the more he liked it and wanted to own it. But even if the technology of the Unit 01 class battleship is mature and can be built in batches, it is not something that can be bought on Brilliant Island. You can't buy it even if you have money. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 10 years, or even decades to own such a battleship. Jeff thought of what Kalina had just said. "You said, Chief Inspector of Meteorite wants to talk to me about the next joint maritime military operation between Fishbone Island and Brilliant Island. What military operation is it?" When Jeff called out Chief Inspector of Meteorite, Captain Jonas on the side closed his eyes. At sea, the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet launched a comprehensive bombardment on the Saxon engineering fleet. More than 30 ships and hundreds of various artillery pieces fired at once, and tons of shells could be poured at the motionless Saxon engineering ships. Everyone in the port watched this one-sided massacre, and they all saw the shining Loyalty up close. This was the first time that a full-metal steam battleship appeared in a naval battle. Kalina also saw the scene in the port. Even though she didn't understand naval warfare, she could see that the advantage was on her side. Next, it depends on whether she can help the Chief Inspector eliminate this last possible danger. "I will not disappoint the Chief Inspector's expectations of me." Kalina showed her confidence and the momentum of an Imperial spy and answered Jeff, "We are Imperial spies. All our actions are to maintain the stability and security of the Empire. The oceans controlled by the Empire are now facing challenges from all sides. Chief Inspector of Meteor believes that not all marine affairs need to be handled by the Imperial Navy. Private maritime armed forces can play a greater and more important role in maintaining the interests of the Empire's oceans." Kalina's words stopped here, because Luke only said this to her. But what Jeff heard was a broad blueprint. How did old Jeff become rich? He seized the opportunity of the Empire's invasion of the Rio Republic. The Rio Republic, which is now developing rapidly, is accelerating its naval construction. Brilliant Island has long felt the pressure from Rio. The Chief Inspector of Meteorite is the eldest princess's man. His meaning is obviously that the Empire intends to support private maritime forces and suppress the rising Rio Navy on the basis of maintaining normal diplomatic relations with Rio. Jeff said to Captain Jonas, "Captain, I am very eager to meet with the Chief Inspector of Meteorite. Can you surrender first?" Chapter 220, Sea Thugs. Captain Jonas had no choice but to surrender under the dual pressure of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet and Brilliant Island. The Saxon engineering fleet raised the white flag, and Luke immediately ordered the fleet to stop shelling and receive the warships. He also kindly emptied his 2 merchant-converted sailing ships and handed them over to Jonas and his fleet members, so that they could leave Brilliant Island decently and safely. The naval battle on Brilliant Island ended here. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet annihilated the Saxon engineering fleet at the cost of losing a batch of ammunition, because the pressure from Brilliant Island forced Captain Jonas to surrender quickly. Only 5 of the 34 warships of the Saxon engineering fleet were sunk, and the other 29 warships were being received and were undergoing battle damage assessment. It is estimated that 20 warships can be assembled, and the rest can be dismantled for spare parts. These are all the mainstream wooden dome-shaped warships now, which are more than 1 or 2 generations behind the commercial modified warships in the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. However, the warships sent by Saxon Engineering this time are all speed-oriented, and the largest tonnage is the Adonis-class steam warship close to 3,000 tons. It is a pity that there are no main battleships over 4,000 tons. But these warships are only a transition for the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet. When the Able shipyard is fully operational to build the Unit 01, these wooden dome-shaped warships will be retired sooner or later and sold at a good price. The Loyalty was docked at the port of Brilliant Island. The fire caused by the bombardment had been extinguished, but there was still a lot of smoke. Jeff boarded the Loyalty with a team of guards under the leadership of Kalina. The excitement and curiosity made Jeff completely lack the demeanor of a lord. He touched every place he passed by like a child, and his palms were full of the heavy feeling brought by metal. Miracle. This is really a miracle. Kalina smiled and said, everyone who boarded the Loyalty will have the same feeling as you. Lord Baron, the Chief Inspector is waiting for you on the bridge. Please follow me. Jeff immediately withdrew his hand and replied respectfully, I am sorry. Please take me to see the Chief Inspector. Don't keep you waiting. In the bridge conference room, Jeff met Luke, who was waiting here. He bowed to Luke and introduced himself without waiting for the butler to introduce himself. Dear Chief Inspector of Meteorite, I am Baron Motlin Jeff, the Lord of Brilliant Island. Welcome the Chief Inspector and your fleet. Brilliant Island will try its best to provide the best service for you and your fleet. This is a small gift I carefully prepared for you. Please accept it. Jeff's entourage immediately stepped forward, holding a beautifully decorated small wooden box. The wooden box was opened, and it was full of shining gems and blue crystal pearls. Lord Baron is really straightforward. Luke smiled even brighter after seeing what was in the wooden box. He asked his subordinate to take the wooden box, then took Jeff's arm and walked into the meeting room hand in hand. The two sat down as host and guest. The servant brought tea, and Kalina was responsible for recording the meeting. My secretary Kalina should have told you, Lord Baron, the purpose of my fleet and I coming to Brilliant Island this time. Luke went straight to the point and said, the first purpose has been achieved. These damn pirates constantly harassed the ships in and out of Cape Harbor, and they got what they deserved. Thank you for the contribution made by Brilliant Island in this battle to annihilate the pirates. Is the Baron satisfied with the purchase contract for a Unit 01 class steel battleship as a thank you gift? The attendant handed Luke 2 contracts from behind, and Luke put them on the table and pushed them to Jeff. Satisfied? Very satisfied. In the last second, Jeff was still secretly distressed about the box of gems and pearls. In the next second, Jeff felt that the reward he got for the gift was too affordable. This time on the Loyalty, he completely understood what a full metal steam battleship was. Except for battleships of the same level, there is nothing on the sea that can challenge it. No matter how high the value of gems and pearls is, they are dead things. The earlier you own such a battleship, the wealth it can create for you is immeasurable. Thank you very much, Chief Inspector. Jeff grabbed the contract, and the butler and his followers behind him also stretched their heads excitedly to read the contents of the contract. The contents inside made Jeff's already trembling hands tremble even more. Inspector General Meteor did not poison this contract, and clearly wrote out the construction time and delivery schedule. After paying the deposit on behalf of Brilliant Island, Able Shipyard immediately started construction, allowing Brilliant Island to become the world's first user of the Unit 01 class steel battleship. Specially approved contracts do not require queuing, and the construction priority is above the Imperial order. In addition, there is also a detailed list of many subsequent projects such as battleship training, use, maintenance, and overhaul. Although the price is a bit high, it is understandable. After all, the investment in developing such a warship that can change the future naval warfare mode must be unimaginably high. These R&D costs must be allocated to the order of Unit 01. Plus there is no competitive monopoly. It is reasonable to be expensive. If it is not expensive, you should doubt whether you will be cheated. After reading the contract, Jeff immediately took out a pen, tried his best to control his shaking hands, and signed his name on the 2 contracts. Then he handed the pen to Luke with both hands. Please sign it. Inspector, I will send someone to deliver the deposit immediately. Luke signed his name on the contract in a chic manner, gave a copy to Jeff, and kept a copy for himself and asked Kalina to keep it. Then he said to Jeff, There is no rush to pay the deposit for this Unit 01 class steel battleship. If this meeting goes well, I have an order contract for Unit 01 here. Also, Jeff felt so happy that he even felt dizzy and said, I will do whatever the Chief Inspector tells me to do. Don't rush to agree. First, listen to my second purpose for coming to Brilliant Island. Luke asked Kalina, who was taking notes at the meeting. Have you told the Baron? Kalina replied, I have informed the Baron of the Chief Inspector's idea of joint maritime operations. Luke then asked Jeff, what do you think? Tell me first. Jeff knew the big test had begun. If the answer satisfied the Chief Inspector of Meteorite, he would get a contract for a Unit 01 class steel battleship. If the answer was not satisfactory, the Chief Inspector would not be willing to form a maritime alliance with a mediocre person. Jeff sat up straight as if he was meeting an interviewer. And after some thought, he answered, my father once told me, the future world belongs to the ocean. With the continuous development of ship technology, the low cost of shipping determines that it has an overwhelming advantage over other modes of transportation. Although the current marine trade is prosperous, it is far from reaching its peak. The manifestation is that more and more coastal countries have begun to pay attention to the control of the ocean and continue to increase investment in naval construction. The Golden Shield Empire and the Real Republic are adjacent to each other across the sea. They have common interests in this sea area, but also irreconcilable contradictions. Although the overall strength of the empire is much higher than that of Rio, the international environment faced by Rio is much better than that of the empire, and more national taxes can be invested in the competition for the ocean. According to the information I have obtained, the naval military expenditure of the Real Republic has exceeded that of the empire, and it is only a matter of time before its military strength can challenge the empire, or even surpass the empire. Glorious Island is located in a busy international route, and its sensitivity to changes in marine forces is far greater than that of the mainland. Based on the intelligence he obtained, Jeff analyzed the potential opponents of the Golden Shield Empire at sea for Luke, and the most likely to challenge the empire's maritime power is the Rio Republic, because when invading the Republic of Rio, the Golden Shield Empire faced a period of severe international environment. Therefore, since the establishment of diplomatic relations with Rio, the Golden Shield Empire has attached great importance to the stability of bilateral relations. Directly provoking maritime military conflicts between countries can certainly suppress Rio's navy, but it will also put the empire in an international relations dilemma. Luke has a plan to attack the Rio navy, but that is the last-ditch effort that cannot lift the blockade. Now that the Saxon engineering fleet has been easily destroyed, the suppression of the Republic of Rio needs to change its strategy. Luke continued to listen to Jeff's answer. Now that the empire is not convenient to fight another full-scale war with Rio, it has become a feasible way for private fleets with technological advantages to harass and attack Rio at sea. Brilliant Island was once the sea transit station for the empire to attack Rio, and now it is a free port that provides supplies for ships traveling back and forth. The size of the island determines that the upper limit of Brilliant Island as a free port is here. And today's battle also made me see that Brilliant Island has no ability to protect itself in the face of the attack of powerful forces. In peacetime, a neutral attitude brings us wealth. When war comes, a neutral attitude will make us the first target to be occupied by all parties. My father asked me to stand on the side of the winner, and I think the Chief Inspector is the winner. Jeff's flattery made Luke smile. He knew that Jeff's words could not be fully trusted. This was a very cunning guy who was good at changing his mind according to the situation. Pursuing interests is human nature and cannot be considered a shortcoming. If he can control it well, this Baron is still very useful. Your answer is satisfactory to me. The Empire is facing many things now, and Her Royal Highness the Princess wants me to return to St. Louis City to assist her. I have basically completed my mission in Raging Wave City. The only regret is that I don't have time to solve the problems at sea. Jeff immediately said, Glorious Island is willing to share the worries of the Chief Inspector and Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Princess will not forget all those who have contributed to the Empire. Luke used the Princess's signboard without any psychological burden. He showed the momentum of the Princess's confidant and said to Jeff, I will give you another contract to order a Unit 01 class steel battleship. 2 Unit 01 class ships are enough to defend your Brilliant Island and have a certain offensive capability. You should have connections with many pirates. Business on the sea will only become more and more difficult in the future. Those who can't make it will be recruited to attack Rio's ships and coastal towns. The fleet of Brilliant Island provides protection for them, and the fleet of Fishbone Island provides protection for Brilliant Island. Jeff asked, What can I get? Luke smiled. Don't you think you should give me a reward? Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Jeff couldn't help but laugh. Yes. Yes. It should be Brilliant Island that rewards the Chief Inspector. After the delivery of the 2 Unit 01 class steel battleships, I should be able to find enough pirates, and the plan will be implemented immediately. Satisfied, Luke asked his subordinates to bring another warship purchase contract, and signed it with the equally satisfied Baron Jeff. After each of them put away the contract, Jeff invited Luke. The Chief Inspector must be very tired after taking a bumpy boat ride all the way to Brilliant Island. I sincerely invite the Chief Inspector to the Mountaintop Palace, where there are fine wines and beauties to enjoy. I guarantee that the Chief Inspector will like it very much. Jeff and Luke both smiled in a way that men can understand. But Luke still refused. These damn pirates have delayed many things. I must return to Raging Wave City as soon as possible to appease the citizens and get the stalled project back on track as soon as possible. I also need to report the battle to His Highness and arrange the construction of the Unit 01 class steel battleship. I also want to live the life of a baron. But as an Imperial spy, I have to think about dedicating myself to the Empire all the time. Jeff immediately showed a respectful expression. I finally understand why Her Highness the Princess relies on you. The Chief Inspector? With your assistance, the Empire will surely prosper for a long time. I won't disturb the Chief Inspector's rest. All the supply expenses of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet in Brilliant Island this time will be charged to me. I will go back now, and have someone send the deposit for the 2 Unit 01 class steel battleships. Jeff said goodbye to Luke, admired the loyalty again along the way, and then left the ship reluctantly. The port was full of people, all admiring the majestic appearance of this all-metal warship. Sitting in the car returning to the palace, the butler couldn't help but say, "Congratulations, Master. You will soon be one of the first people in the world to own a steel battleship. You will make greater achievements than the old master." Jeff looked back at the docked loyalty without the smile on his face when he met Luke. A very powerful guy. People can't help but feel afraid. "Master, are you talking about the Chief Inspector of Meteorite?" The butler couldn't help but sigh. "I have heard some rumors about Meteorite a long time ago. What he did in Raging Wave City is simply an impossible task. We can form an alliance with such a person, which should be a good thing for the Master and Brilliant Island." "Is it a good thing?" Jeff showed a skeptical tone. "We were tied to his chariot and became his vanguard against the Rio Republic, even though he made so many promises to us. Once he needs to abandon us, he will definitely abandon us without hesitation." The housekeeper asked worriedly, "What should we do? Do we have a choice? If he can sell me 2 Unit 01 class warships, then he will definitely build 10 for himself, or even stronger warships. In the face of such strength, we are all pawns. For Meteorite, the owner of Brilliant Island can be anyone, as long as he is willing to be the vanguard for him. My father's lifelong philosophy is no longer suitable for this era. I hope we are lucky and Meteorite is really the winner." Chapter 221 Mental Prison. Luke did not stay on Brilliant Island for long. He asked Lady Tasia to stay and continue to accept the captured warships, and he took the Loyalty back to Cape Port under the escort of 10 ships. When the Loyalty docked at the Cape Port pier, it was like a huge wave rolling over the sky of Raging Wave City. Then the news that the Saxon engineering fleet was annihilated on Brilliant Island came out, and the ruling class of the entire Raging Wave City was shaken again. The plan to blockade the Cape area completely failed, and the new nobles could not come up with a strategy to clamp down on the development of the Innovation Society in a short time. And what everyone did not expect was that the technical problems that the shipyards directly under the Empire heavy industry had not solved were actually solved by the Oulu shipyard, which started out as a merchant ship. The Unit 01 class steel battleship proved its reliability and practicality with a real-life assault. As a commercial city heavily dependent on the ocean, the Unit 01 class was in the hands of Meteor, which meant that he had the power to arbitrarily punish anyone in the city. This was a fatal blow to the new noble forces in the city. If nothing is done, the entire city of the powerful will completely turn to Meteor. Speaker Grover found Qingkong again. "Ms. Qingkong, I wonder if you have found the key evidence of Meteor's design of the trap in the ruins of the magic botanical garden." "No greetings." The question was direct. Qingkong took the tea prepared by a small spoon and asked casually, "Speaker Grover, you are very different today than before. Is it because Meteorite returned to Raging Wave City and brought a warship that shocked everyone?" Speaker Grover was not as leisurely as Qingkong. He knew that the people queuing to meet Meteorite in the Cape District had already lined up outside the Secret Affairs Bureau building. He convened the Parliament before coming. But no member of Parliament came. They were all scared. This time, Meteorite showed not conspiracy, but real strength. And behind this strength, everyone had to make plans for the future. The defeat was like a landslide. The incident of the ruins of the magical botanical garden became the last straw for Speaker Grover. Clear Sky helped Oulu College lift some sanctions on the City Alchemist Association, which gave Speaker Grover, who was desperate, hope that he could turn the tables. Miss Clear Sky. It is impossible to develop and build the Unit 01 class steel battleship in such a short time with Meteorite and Ibble Shipyard. This must be the trump card that the princess gave to Meteorite a long time ago. Now the city of Raging Waves is in chaos. And the Parliament and the government office have collapsed. The Empire is about to take over the city through Meteorite. And darkness will soon come. And our ideals will be extinguished. And the only one who can save this city is you. Qingkong picked up the teacup, blew away the foam and took a sip. Then said, "It's not that serious. I have met Meteor and talked to him. He is not a conservative person. The purpose of the Reform Society is to make the city of Raging Waves more free and open. Qingkong has the idea of easing the relationship between the Reform Society and Councillor Grover, and retaining some power and interests for the new nobles, which will help the stability of the city of Raging Waves. Anyway, the city is big enough. And Luke is not a person who wants to put everything in his own pocket." The ancestor said, "Leave a line for others, so that we can meet again in the future." But Speaker Grover obviously does not have such an ancestor. Miss Qingkong. Meteor is best at disguise and lying, which is his profession. The princess is behind the Imperial secret agents and the Reform Society. Do you think the royal family will allow the Parliament to exist after they get the city of Raging Waves? The Empire will take back the city of Raging Waves and make it the private property of the princess. Your ideals and your academic research will end. I beg you to take action, for the sake of this city and the people in it. Pull the city of Raging Waves out of the darkness." Qingkong couldn't help but sigh that Grover was a stubborn and persecuted maniac. "You have the time to throw dirty water on Luke here. Why can't you go to the Cape District? Lower your posture and have a good talk with yourself. My real body is now sitting in the office of the Secret Service Bureau, thinking about if I can give you a way out. Let you continue to be the speaker. And then everyone will discuss a ruling system for the city of Raging Waves that everyone can accept. Is it so difficult to admit defeat?" But Qingkong can only say this much. "Let's first listen to what Grover wants me to do this time. What does the speaker want me to do?" Speaker Grover hesitated before making a decision. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea slowly with a heavy expression. Finally, he said what he wanted. "If you want to save the city of Raging Waves, there is only one way now, which is to assassinate Meteorite." "Oh!" Qingkong didn't expect that Grover came this time to ask her to do such a thing. She asked, "What makes you have such a crazy idea?" Now that it's all said, Grover has no scruples. The core of the princess's strategy for the city of Raging Waves is Meteorite. And the Innovation Society is so strong thanks to Meteorite. If Meteorite dies, the towers built by the Empire in the city of Raging Waves will collapse immediately. And everything will be restored to its original state in a very short time. The defense around Meteorite is very tight now. And he himself has strong strength. In the entire city of Raging Waves, only Miss Qingkong has the ability to assassinate him. Qingkong chuckled. "Assassinate the Chief Inspector of the Secret Affairs Bureau of the City of Raging Waves? The reward offered to me by the Golden Shield Empire is enough for bounty hunters all over the world to hunt me down non-stop. Please rest assured, Raging Wave City will be your strongest fortress. And as long as the plan is thorough, no one will know that you killed Meteor. Miss Qingkong, I believe you already know in your heart that the trap in the ruins of the Magic Botanical Museum was made by Meteor. In order to achieve his goal, he can kill students from Oulu College. If Raging Wave City is controlled by him, how many people will be killed by him? And how did he get the Black Eclipse Spirit? The Black Eclipse Spirit in the hands of the City Alchemist Association has not been lost. And the only source of Meteor's Black Eclipse Spirit is the Abyss Temple. The Dark Heart is most easily contaminated by the Abyss. He has secretly turned to the Abyss Temple, and the entire Raging Wave City will become a blood sacrifice site. In order to convince Qingkong to assassinate Meteor, Grover no longer cared about his identity. He spoke out all his fantasies, and his expression was as excited as if he had seen Meteor take over the Black Eclipse Spirit from the Abyss Mage. Grover's powerful mental power was released uncontrollably. and the objects in the room were shaken violently by the impact. Qingkong could see that Grover was stimulated to have a mental cage phenomenon. This halfling had cultivated his brain in an extraordinary way, while gaining extremely strong mental power. It also buried some hidden dangers. Paranoia, arrogance, and competitiveness made him produce negative energy that he could not bear under this situation. These negative energies caused the Book of Disaster in the space backpack to become abnormal, as if it wanted to break through Qingkong's control and appear in the room. Okay, I promise you. In order to weaken the increasing negative energy in Grover, Qingkong agreed to the request to assassinate Luke. Really? Grover's scattered mental power was instantly concentrated, and the shaking room calmed down. Miss Qingkong is willing to assassinate Meteorite and save Raging Waves City? Qingkong released a magic to stabilize Grover's mind, and then said, whoever can benefit from the Magic Plant Museum ruins incident is the most suspicious. Oulu College and the City Alchemist Association both suffered heavy losses in it, and there were too many coincidences when Meteorite came to the college that day. If the Black Eclipse spirit hadn't appeared, I might have had the patience to find evidence. But the number of Black Eclipse spirits in the City Alchemist Association is correct. The source of the Black Eclipse spirits in the Magic Botanical Museum ruins can only be the Abyss Temple. And, anyway, you convinced me that for the sake of Raging Wave City, for the Academy, and for my ideals, I have enough reasons to kill Meteorite. What are you going to do? Chapter 222 Blackmail. Respected Inspector Meteor, your wisdom reminds me of the Empire's forefather Altos. It was with his assistance that the Empire was able to establish such a vast territory. When Altos showed his outstanding talents, he was as young as you. And he also created merits that made the world admire him. I believe that under your governance, the city of Raging Waves will be more prosperous. Your deeds will spread throughout the world with the wind, and your story will become a legend and be passed down forever. The golden light of the morning sun shines on the shoulders of a young man, who comes in a small boat and lands on this land where wealth and sin coexist. At that moment, no one knew who he was. But soon, his name will be praised by everyone. A man with a gentleman's mustache and a neat tuxedo stood opposite the chief inspector's desk. He recited his own poem to Luke with great emotion, and his face was intoxicated. Behind Luke stood Kylina and Shelley, and Pisco stood at the door of the office with his arms folded. Except for Kylina's appreciation, everyone else had an impatient expression, but they had to listen patiently. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I finished listening to this poem that gave people goosebumps. Good poem. Good poem. Luke clapped his hands twice, praising insincerely, and then said to the visitor, I already know why you came. I'm not a stingy person, and I won't remember what a small character like you has done behind my back. The past is the past. I just want to see how you perform now, and in the future. The man with the mustache immediately presented the wooden box in his hand. Thank you, Chief Inspector. Boole Clifford asks for your protection, and is willing to protect all your interests in the city of Raging Waves. Kylina walked over to take the wooden box, opened it to confirm that there was no problem inside, and presented it to Luke. Luke casually flipped through it, and found some gold certificates and bonds. Then he smiled at the mustache. Your sincerity is not bad. You work in the Foreign Trade Office of the City Government Hall, and run a textile factory. The benefits are very good. Right? Thanks to the Chief Inspector for his governance of the city of Raging Waves, which has made the city prosperous and stable. I can earn some meager income. Luke handed the lid of the donation box to Kylina, and then said to Clifford, with the support of you government officials and businessmen, the city of Raging Waves will usher in a great wave of wealth under my management. I believe you can definitely expand your wealth by another order of magnitude. As for how much it can be expanded, it depends on how much contribution you can provide. Clifford knew that his donations were only appetizers for the Chief Inspector of Meteorite. The characteristic of the old nobles is that they keep fleecing the sheep with various taxes, if they want to survive in the city of Raging Waves directly controlled by the Empire in the future. They must be prepared to make regular tributes. It's just that the Chief Inspector of Meteorite is so eager to bleed, and his appearance is really ugly. But in order to avoid being liquidated, he can only swallow his anger and live to wait for the situation to change in the future. I will do my best to cooperate with whatever the Chief Inspector needs. Luke took out a document from the table and asked Shelley to give it to Clifford. The princess appointed me as the Chief Inspector of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. But now this Secret Affairs Bureau has only a name. To make this Secret Affairs Bureau worthy of its name, It requires a lot of money. I don't want to increase the financial burden of the Empire for this matter. So I can only find some passionate businessmen who are loyal to the Empire and voluntarily pay donations to support the construction of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. Clifford's cheek trembled in pain. But he could only tremble as he took the document from Shelley's hand. The document required Clifford to make his property and income transparent to the Secret Service Bureau of Raging Wave City. The Secret Service Bureau of Raging Wave City checks the income of its industry once a month and collects 10% of the profit as a donation. Chief Inspector, is 10% too much? Shelley put his hand on the handle of the gun and said with a fake smile, compared with 100%. 10% is not much. Yes. Yes. Yes, not much. Not much. Before visiting Chief Inspector of Meteorite, Clifford did his homework and knew the name of the Black Mamba in the Cape District. If you don't sign this, you will really be carried out. Clifford signed with a sad face and said aggrievedly for himself, can other taxes be reduced? Luke smiled and read the document again, and then put it away for Kylina. The tax paid to the country, and this money cannot be confused. Don't think that the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City is robbing your money. Don't dare. Don't dare. Clifford hurriedly denied, looking at Shelley in fear. It's best not to have this idea. The initial construction of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City requires a lot of money. 10% of cash will indeed make you uncomfortable. I can understand. When time goes on, Clifford showed an expectant look. Who would have thought that Luke smiled and said, you will get used to it. Clifford now just wanted to pounce on Meteorite and strangle it to death. But he didn't have the courage. Chief Inspector, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. I won't delay your meeting with others. Goodbye. Send your accounts as soon as possible. Yes, Chief Inspector. Clifford left, and Pisco went to call the next visitor. Shelley immediately changed his appearance. And the golden light in his uncovered right eye was shining. Chief Inspector, all the merchants in the city have to give us 10% of their profits. We are really rich this time. Kylina said worriedly, Chief Inspector, will this affect their loyalty to you? Luke said, they are not loyal to Grover. How can they be loyal to me? They came here because the loyalty can fire shells into their courtyard. If one day I lose the power to deter them, even if I treat them as my brothers now, they will not hesitate to stab me in the back. We need more Unit 01. More weapons that are more powerful than Unit 01. And an army that can control these weapons. This requires money. A lot of money. When we have these forces, they will think it is natural to hand over this donation. Shelley also said, Kylina, you are a civilian. You don't know how dangerous it is outside. People like this always have a sum of money in their hands to open up relationships. If we take more, others will naturally take less. If we are stronger, my opponent will be weaker. Luke immediately looked at Shelley differently. Shelley, you are very smart. Chief Inspector, of course I am smart. There is no case that I can't solve. Luke nodded in agreement and wanted to talk to Shelley about the Rangers again. But Pisco came in with a timid man. Another visitor. Although it is a bit tiring to receive guests, you can only work harder and get more for money. Moreover, there was a message from Qingkong that Grover wanted to assassinate me and asked Qingkong to do it. You really don't take the road to heaven, but you insist on breaking into hell. Who else can you find to take this job? Luke handed the matter of assassinating himself to Qingkong and continued to receive visitors. The Chief Inspector of Meteorite was very ruthless and held the butcher knife. But under this situation, the officials and businessmen of Nuteo City could only compromise and pay the money for buying their lives before considering other things. In one day, the tribute money collected alone was enough to build a Unit 01 class steel battleship. Considering the construction period and the amount of money that can be obtained in the future, the Oulu shipyard can prepare for the construction of 10 Unit 01 ships. If we can acquire some shipyards, steel mills and ship-related industries, we can also expand the number of Unit 01 built at the same time. As the world's first all-metal steam battleship with actual combat capabilities, Unit 01 will not have trouble selling. After a hard day's work, Luke listened to Kylina's income report in the office at night and made his own calculations in his mind. When you have money, you have to think about how to spend it as soon as possible. There is also a trip to the Imperial capital. When the news of the splendid island naval battle reaches St. Louis City, the princess will definitely write another letter to invite me to the Imperial capital. I am unfamiliar with the place, And money is more useful than anything else. Kalina, go to the World Bank tomorrow to open a private account for me and deposit 100,000 gold coupons into it. Kalina, who was holding the account book to report the income, said in surprise, so much? Don't we have so much money in our account to transfer? After quickly browsing the account book, Kalina replied, yes. I will go to the World Bank tomorrow to handle it. Thinking about it feels like a dream. Before the chief inspector came, I was worried about the expenses of the bureau every day. Now I can manage so much money. There will definitely be more in the future. I don't know if I can handle it. If I can't handle it, I have to find a way to make myself competent. I can't live without you now. If you don't exist, this place will definitely be a mess. Luke's words are sincere. His development speed in Raging Waves City is too fast. And there are too few people who can be trusted and used. So many things can only be pressed on Kalina. Fortunately, Kalina has received a good education since childhood. And her brain has been specially transformed for secretary work. So she has always done her work in an orderly manner. Kalina was happy and shy when she heard that the chief inspector was so dependent on her. She stammered, Chief Inspector, this is what I should do as a secretary. Beside you, I can feel the fulfillment of life, and I have also witnessed you create such magical things. I want to stay by your side forever. Luke looked at Kalina. Her face was flushed under the incandescent light, and her eyes wanted to look at him, but didn't dare to look at him. And she looked very cute. As long as you are not tired of this kind of life, and are not afraid of danger at any time, follow me forever. Really? Kalina said excitedly, even if you return to the Imperial capital, the princess will give you a more senior secretary. You will not replace me? Luke asked, how do you know I am going back to the Imperial capital? Kalina still looked happy. Everyone knows that you will not stay in Fudao City forever. You have made such great achievements for the Empire here. His Highness will definitely transfer you to the Imperial capital and entrust you with heavier responsibilities. Chief Inspector, you just said you want to go back. Have you received the transfer order from His Highness? I haven't received the official transfer order yet. But I think I should return to the Imperial capital. But I am still in charge of Fudao City. You have to work hard these days to build the framework of the Secret Service Bureau in Nuteo City, so that I can leave with peace of mind. Kalina knew how heavy her workload was, but she still said confidently, don't worry, Chief Inspector. I will handle all the work in Nuteo City before accompanying you to the Imperial capital. At this time, the spy on duty in the Secret Service Bureau knocked on the door. Chief Inspector, Director Ian of the World Bank is visiting. Why is Ian here so late? Please let Director Ian in. After a while, Ian walked into the office holding a lunch box. She saw Luke was still busy working so late, so she couldn't help complaining. He has been busy here all day just after returning from the sea, and he is still working overtime at night. I have never seen such a diligent Imperial official. The Emperor of the Empire should give you a medal and call on officials across the country to learn from you. Such an empire will soon unify the world. Ian put the food box on the table and took out food from it. Kalina stood up. Chief Inspector, you and Miss Ian have dinner. I will report to you later. Ian pulled Kalina to sit down. Let's eat together. I also want to hear about your adventures at sea. Pan and I saw the battleship in Cape Harbor. It was simply too perfect. You should really see Pan's expression at that time. Luke was really hungry. He took the bread, spread it with butter, and put various ingredients in it, and ate it in big mouthfuls. It still tastes great. You can consider opening a restaurant in Raging Wave City. Just kidding. Didn't Pan come with you? He must want to invest in my Unit 01. Ian made a sandwich and put it in Kalina's hand. Then answered Luke, Pan and I came during the day. But there were too many people waiting to visit you. Pan went back first because of something at the World Bank. And I fell asleep while waiting. Ian smiled self-deprecatingly and continued, the World Bank is very interested in the Unit 01 class steel battleship. All-metal structure ships, whether used for military or commercial purposes, have very broad prospects. And unlike hydrogen airships, the success of the Unit 01 class means that you have mastered the mature technology of building all-metal ships. If you want to quickly build an all-metal ship construction system, as well as a research and development system for such ships, accepting the investment of the World Bank will save a lot of time and energy. Luke chewed the food in his mouth and thought about Ian's words. After a while, he said, I can co-found a shipping company with the World Bank, but I require absolute control of this company. And the heads of the World Bank in this shipping company can only be Pan and you. Ian asked puzzledly, why Pan and me? We? Just tell Pan my requirements. He will get it done. Eat well so that you can stay up all night. Chapter 223 Imperial Cabinet Meeting. After dinner, Ian packed up her lunch box and left the Secret Service, while Luke and Kylena continued to work. I waited until dawn to sleep for 2 hours, and then began a new day of extortion. The more money the better. The Imperial Palace of St. Louis City, the capital of the Empire, also ushered in the morning of the day. Agatha woke up early, sat in front of the dressing table, and asked the maid to dress her up. Then she had to pay her respects to Emperor Augustine, and then attend the Imperial Cabinet meeting. After the meeting, she had to practice magic and swordsmanship, and take a break at noon to read the briefings sent by the Secret Service. In the afternoon, she practiced horse riding, and there was also a practical class. In the evening, she followed the court scholar to learn history, geography, music, art, and poetry. If there were no other things, this would be Agatha's daily schedule. For the continuation and prosperity of the Empire, she was strengthening herself every moment. Even in the morning when she was dressing up, she asked the maid to read the morning newspaper of the Imperial capital to her, and listen to what happened yesterday that she didn't know. Master Goldsmith of the Austin family injured many people in the Oakleaf Club for competing for a hostess, 3 of whom were seriously injured. Now Master Goldsmith has been arrested by the Imperial Security Bureau on the charge of using magic in an area where the use of magic is prohibited. Agatha couldn't help but laugh. Using magic in a forbidden area? I remember that the Imperial law stipulates that magic cannot be used within 5 kilometers around the palace without the permission of the Emperor. But this law has been ineffective since it was written into the code. The young master of the Austin family beat up many people and seriously injured 3 people in order to compete for a prostitute. Is the Imperial Public Security Bureau going to charge him with this crime? The female official read the news from the beginning and answered, at present, it seems that this is the only crime. But the reporters of the newspaper may not be able to obtain complete information. Do you need me to go to the Imperial Public Security Bureau to ask? No need. Agatha sat in front of the mirror, without any emotion on her face. It bothers me more if I can't solve the problem after asking clearly. Continue. Yes, Your Highness. Last night, the Imperial Magician Guild uncovered a forbidden magic gathering in the Billy Tavern. 13 death wizards and a batch of materials for summoning the undead were arrested, and a vampire was captured. Today at 12 o'clock noon, the Imperial Magician Guild will execute the verdict on these death wizards in the court, and they should all be burned at the stake. What will happen to the vampires? It's not mentioned in the newspaper, but vampires are extraordinary creatures, and they should be kept by the Imperial Magician Guild for research on extraordinary species. I heard that, Your Majesty. Agatha turned to the lady-in-waiting and said angrily, don't tell me all the rumors without evidence. If you hear them, you'd better forget them immediately. The lady-in-waiting was frightened and hurriedly saluted and said, yes. Yes, Your Highness. I will never dare to speak nonsense again. Just as Agatha was about to instruct the personal lady-in-waiting on her words and deeds, a servant hurried in and presented Agatha with a piece of intelligence. Your Highness, there is news from the city of Raging Waves. The Chief Inspector of Meteorite led the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet to completely wipe out the Saxon engineering fleet that entered the port for supplies at Brilliant Island without any casualties. And the Ibel shipyard built an all-metal steam battleship. This all-metal steam battleship participated in the battle against the Saxon engineering fleet throughout the whole process. Agatha stood up from her chair before the attendant finished speaking. She grabbed the intelligence and read it carefully. The more she read, the more frightened she became. These days, Agatha has been thinking about how to use her power to help Meteorite lift the blockade of Cape Port, so that he would appreciate her kindness and willingly come to the Imperial capital to serve her. But she never expected that Meteorite would annihilate the Saxon engineering fleet with those warships of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet that could not be considered warships, and without any loss to herself. How did he do it? It was not written in the intelligence. At the same time, a full metal steam battleship that can be used in actual combat once again overturned Agatha's understanding of Meteorite. Agatha knew that the Ibel shipyard built this battleship because the artillery needed on the ship was a high-end military material, and the main gun could only be used on a full metal battleship. It was just unexpected that with the design capabilities and technology of the Ibel shipyard, such a world-leading battleship was actually built. Thinking of Meteorite's repeated talk to her about his ideas for the sea strike against the Real Republic. Agatha could only shake her head looking at the intelligence. This guy must be fully prepared to do what he wants to do. At this time, similar information should have reached the hands of the rulers of various families in the Imperial capital. The protagonist of today's cabinet meeting must be the meteorite detective. Agatha asked the entourage to go out and sat back in the chair. Send someone to inform the meteorite immediately. The opponent, who is forced into a corner, will no longer follow the rules. Be careful of assassination. Yes, Your Highness. The female official immediately turned around and left after receiving the order. Agatha continued to let the maid dress her up. The woman in the mirror was as sharp as a blade out of the sheath, as if she was about to shed blood across thousands of miles of territory. After finishing her makeup, Agatha went to pay her respects to Emperor Augustine first, and then accompanied the Emperor to the Imperial meeting. Emperor Augustine was supported by the eunuch's arm and walked in front of him. He did not say anything to Agatha along the way. Agatha could feel her father's alienation from her today. The Emperor's grace was unpredictable. Today's cabinet meeting in front of the Emperor was not easy to hold. Arriving at the Imperial meeting room, Emperor Augustine and his 12 cabinet ministers sat down. The court wizard closed the windows of the meeting room and deployed a defense barrier and a sound barrier around the meeting table. The door of the meeting room was closed, and the fully armed royal knights stood outside the barrier to protect the safety of the Emperor and cabinet ministers. Emperor Augustine moved his body, and the eunuch immediately arranged the pillow for him and brought a neck pillow to cushion his neck. Then he poured a glass of sweet wine and put the glass in the Emperor's hand. Emperor Augustine took a sip of wine to moisten his throat, then said in a calm tone, "You are all more informed than me, and you should all know what happened in the City of Raging Waves. I have never expressed my opinion on what happened in the City of Raging Waves during this period, because I think that since you are sitting here, you should all know what I think. Know when to stop. Don't be greedy, and don't create trouble that upsets me. Now it seems, you all think that I am old and confused, and this empire is yours." After the angry Emperor Augustine finished speaking, he couldn't help but cough violently, and the eunuch immediately massaged his back. The barrier of the conference room was completely silent, and no one dared to speak at this time. Emperor Augustine was very satisfied with his deterrent power. He took another sip of sweet wine, and his cough was relieved. "Agatha, meteorite is from the Imperial Secret Service. Please give me an explanation first." Agatha sat on the right side of Emperor Augustine, complaining that meteorite had caused her trouble again, but she could only bear it. "I think what happened in Raging Waves City this time is not meteorite's responsibility. Fighting pirates is the duty of every Imperial official. This pirate group has repeatedly attacked ships traveling to and from Raging Waves City, seriously affecting the safety of the Empire's maritime trade. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet this time." "Your Highness." Gabriel, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, who was sitting on the left-hand side of Emperor Augustine, interrupted Agatha and said, "Your Majesty, are you angry about the pirates? Meteor has mastered the construction technology of all-metal steam battleships. But instead of presenting it to the Empire first, he equipped a fleet he established privately. Now he has parked this battleship in Cape Harbor, threatening the safety of the entire Raging Waves City with force. What does he want to do? Does he want to rebel?" Facing the charges Gabriel accused her of, Agatha said, "Prime Minister, don't think that your Majesty doesn't know the origins of the pirates who blocked Cape Harbor. Chief Inspector Meteorite is exercising the power granted to him by the Empire in the City of Raging Waves and fulfilling his duty to maintain the security of the Empire. The Cape District anti-smuggling fleet belongs to the Imperial Secret Service. If you accuse Chief Inspector Meteorite of rebellion, it is equivalent to accusing me of rebellion." Gabriel knew that his side did not have an advantage in this incident, and he could not accuse the Imperial Princess of rebellion without reason. He turned to Emperor Augustine and said, "Your Majesty, we only have incomplete information about what is happening in the City of Raging Waves. But what is certain is that the situation there is very tense. In order to restore stability in the City of Raging Waves and for your Majesty to know the truth of the incident, I suggest, first remove Meteorite from all his positions and let him come to the Imperial capital immediately to receive court training. Now the City of Raging Waves is in chaos, and Gabriel cannot accurately grasp what is happening there. The best solution at this time is to dismiss Meteor from his post and recall him to the Imperial capital, and first detain him for a period of time with court discipline, so that the new nobles of the City of Raging Waves can take a breath and reverse the passive situation. Agatha also wants Meteor to come to the Imperial capital. But he must not be dismissed from his post, and then subject to the so-called court discipline. Because Meteor will not come. Once his identity is exposed, it will not benefit anyone. Agatha said, "It is precisely because our information is incomplete that we should not rashly dismiss Meteor from the position of Chief Inspector without knowing it. Your Majesty, I have had a conversation with Dean Wilred. Speaker Grover of the City Council of Raging Waves has placed the Black Eclipse spirit in Oulu College with the intention of splitting the internal relations of Oulu College. Now Oulu College is imposing sanctions on the City Alchemist Association. Before this, the City Alchemist Association had also been involved in a financial fraud scandal. I don't know what other outrageous things Speaker Grover will do. Raging Wave City needs Chief Inspector Meteorite to control him." Gabriel said angrily, "Your Highness, please do not slander a scholar, official, and noble who is loyal to the Empire." Agatha replied, "Do you think Dean Wilred is slandering him? The Oulu College incident is enough to prove that Grover's character has great problems. It would be the most wrong and dangerous thing to leave the City of Raging Waves to him. Enough. Stop this useless argument." Augustine slammed the table to stop the quarrel, and then said to Agatha, "Whether right or wrong, what Meteorite did in the City of Raging Waves was too much. Letting him come to the Imperial capital can calm the situation in the City of Raging Waves." Agatha straightened her posture and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will immediately order Chief Inspector Meteorite to return to the Imperial capital to report on his work. But all parties in the City of Raging Waves still need Meteorite to maintain, especially in terms of finance and taxation. I think that Meteorite can be retained in his current position and replaced when I find a better candidate." Emperor Augustine thought for a moment. Although Meteorite was very troublesome in Nuteo City, he had made contributions. The additional tax revenue from Nuteo City this year has been delivered, which has greatly eased the Empire's finances. Gabriel's intention to remove Meteorite from his position is very obvious. Just to take back the piece of cake that Meteorite cut. Of course, this is not possible. Meteorite can retain his position in the Nuteo City Secret Affairs Bureau. But he must complete the handover of his position as soon as possible and stop causing trouble for me in Nuteo City. Don't let him think that he is being held accountable when he comes to the Imperial capital to report on his work. This kid did a little too much in Nuteo City, but his courage and ability are excellent, and I like him very much. As long as he is loyal to the Empire, I promise to let him take a higher position." Agatha immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust in the Secret Service. I will order Meteorite to come to the Imperial capital when I return to accept the new mission." Augustine nodded. What Meteorite did in Fury City would inevitably make him suspicious as an emperor, especially since he suddenly brought out an all-metal steam battleship without anyone noticing. If he wants to rebel, it will be a real headache. Now that Agatha has so confidently promised to let Meteorite come to the Imperial capital to report on his work, it seems that there is no problem with loyalty. After his hard knot was untied, Augustine's anger shifted to Prime Minister Gabriel. "I have only met Grover once, and his abnormally large head is still fresh in my memory. No matter if his extraordinary cultivation of the brain has any sequelae. Anyone who dares to cultivate his brain must have mental problems. Don't make any excuses for him. I know what he did at Oulu College. Now Grover is no longer suitable to be the Speaker of the City of Raging Waves, and the so-called co-governance parliament should not exist. This incident also proves that the parliament is useless, so it is better to disband it." Hearing that Augustine wanted to take this opportunity to dissolve the City of Raging Waves parliament, Gabriel immediately said, "Your Majesty, the situation in the City of Raging Waves is very special. It is the City of Raging Waves parliament that has allowed the City of Raging Waves to enjoy many conveniences internationally. Dissolving the parliament will definitely trigger a crisis in the City of Raging Waves and have a significant impact on the economy of the Empire. I think it is most important to stabilize the City of Raging Waves as soon as possible. Grover's performance in the City of Raging Waves is completely lacking in the grace and ability of an Imperial official. I suggest that Grover resign from all his positions in the City of Raging Waves and come to the Imperial capital to specialize in the research work he is good at. Grover has made great achievements in the research of extraordinary cultivation. He is good at using extraordinary genes to prolong life. It just so happens that the Cross Society has an experiment on the secret art of eternal life. If Grover can join, the secret art of eternal life can definitely be developed earlier." Chapter 224 Infinite Vitality in the Face of Death. The secret of eternal life? Emperor Augustine's eyes suddenly became sharp. "If I really get eternal life, I'm afraid many people will be unhappy. Prime Minister Gabriel didn't know whether he was flattering the horse or hitting the horse's hoof this time. He quietly looked at the eunuch standing behind the emperor. But the eunuch closed his eyes and didn't look at him. Is the rumor false? Your Majesty, under your rule, the empire has ushered in an unprecedented prosperity. We all sincerely hope that you will be in good health and lead the empire to continue to maintain the momentum of national strength growth, so that all nations will bow their heads and congratulate you. After a round of talk, Prime Minister Gabriel felt that the pressure on him was reduced a lot. Although Emperor Augustine was old, his power as an emperor had not diminished in the slightest. If you can use all these crooked thoughts on politics, I will work less and live longer. Grover was relieved of all his duties. Staying in Fury City would only cause trouble. Let him come to the Imperial capital, arrange a job for him in the Imperial Extraordinary Species Research Institute. After listening to Augustine's words, Gabriel instantly realized that he was just being smart. Eternal life. Can such things be said in such an occasion? Emperor Augustine's image is iron-fisted and tough. If he openly pursues eternal life, it is equivalent to exposing his weakness. At this moment, Prime Minister Gabriel wanted to slap himself in the face. He was really anxious about the matter of Raging Wave City. Fortunately, Grover's life was saved. Meteorite was also transferred away from Raging Wave City. The interests of the party were stopped in time, and there might be a possibility of a comeback in the future. Gabriel accepted the order. The Imperial Cabinet meeting continued. Raging Wave City. Taking advantage of the power brought by the naval battle of Brilliant Island, Meteorite accepted surrenders from all parties in the city day and night, making money until he was jealous and his hands were soft, so that he did not get enough rest, and was not in a good mood. The Innovation Society was also expanding at full speed. 3 members of the Parliament surrendered, and the other 2 members were in a wait-and-see state without contacting anyone. The CC Palace was packed all day, to the point where standing tickets were sold out. The defeat was like a landslide. Almost everyone believed that even if the city of Raging Waves was not directly governed by the Empire this time, the parliamentary system would exist in name only. From now on, this city would belong to the eldest princess, and only by climbing up this big tree could she continue to enjoy the shade. Such a crushing victory surprised Luke to some extent. If Grover was killed again, the city of Raging Waves would be completely in his pocket. A big tree attracts the wind, and if he had no power to control the city of Raging Waves, it would only increase the risk factor of going to the Imperial capital. It was necessary to prepare self-protection measures in advance. Luke stopped meeting with visitors. Anyway, the visitors at this time were not important characters, so Kylina could receive them on his behalf. He returned to his dormitory, and then followed the secret passage to the secret room. Qingkong was already waiting here. All the mysterious props needed were prepared, and the most conspicuous one was a coffin standing in the middle of the secret room. Qingkong opened the coffin, and inside was a corpse wearing prison clothes. The deceased was a young man of the same age as Luke, and his height and body shape were also very imaginative. He had not been dead for long. His skin was still bloody, and no wounds could be seen on his body. Luke stood in front of the coffin, looking at the young corpse in front of him expressionlessly. Qingkong took a recurved knife from the workbench and put it in his hand. The blade of the knife was engraved with runes, and there was a bloody stream of light swaying. It was a mysterious prop made by Qingkong in advance. At this moment, the lights in the room went out, and the circle of candles around the coffin automatically burned green flames. The atmosphere in the secret room became depressing, and a faint gray mist lingered. Luke held the knife in his right hand and cut a hole in the palm of his left hand. Blood flowed out of the wound. He clenched his hand into a fist, and blood actually flowed upward from the tiger's mouth. The upward blood separated into countless blood lines in the air and pierced the body in the coffin. The bloodline easily pierced the skin of the body and entered the blood vessels that had not yet stiffened. The blood vessels bulged against the skin like muscles, and the face of the corpse showed a painful look. Luke's blood continued to flow and was constantly injected into the blood vessels of the corpse. Qingkong stood aside and watched, paying attention to Luke's physical condition. When Luke fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss, he stepped forward and hugged him, and then put him on the prepared recliner. Then he took out plasma to transfuse Luke's blood, checked his body functions, and did a full body massage to dredge the meridians. During this period, he released a recovery magic every 10 minutes and fed a tube of recovery potion. After 2 hours of rescue, Luke finally escaped from danger with the powerful recovery ability of the troll bloodline and Qingkong's treatment. Luke, who regained consciousness, sat up from the recliner with the help of Qingkong, then stood up and walked to the front of the coffin. When he was in a dying state, he successfully established a connection with the corpse through the secret technique, completing the most important step of this secret language. The corpse in the coffin exudes vitality all over the body, just like a sleeping person. If you check it, you can still feel its heart beating at a very small amplitude, and blood flowing under the push of mysterious power. Mysterious prop, scapegoat. Production is completed. When Luke faces a fatal attack, the scapegoat can block this disaster for him. Even if the head is chopped off, the head that falls off is the scapegoat's. This is the life-saving trump card that Luke prepared for himself for this trip to the Imperial capital. The difficulty of making a scapegoat is that you must find a corpse that looks similar to you in all aspects, and you need to transfuse blood to the point of near death to complete the production of the scapegoat. The corpse is not a difficult task for the chief detective of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Fury City. Although transfusing blood to the point of near death is dangerous, it can be rescued as long as you are well prepared. It's just that the main body will be weak for a while, and it will take a good rest to recover. Now the subject of the secret language has been established. Luke stood facing the coffin again, and Qingkong slowly retreated to the outside of the secret ritual circle, placing the auxiliary words needed for the secret language one by one in the correct position. The green flame of the candle burst out, spraying a 2-meter-high column of fire upward. Under the illumination of the fire, a figure twisting in an extremely strange posture appeared on the wall of the secret room. Qingkong, who was guarding outside the ritual circle, recited a powerful spell, and a golden long sword was pulled out of the void by her. Then several golden words appeared out of thin air, one by one hitting her body, splashing pieces of golden light. A murderous aura burst out from Qingkong's body, and the sword energy flew in the golden sound, and the murderous momentum rushed to the ghosts and monsters on the wall and disappeared. The secret language that Luke was about to release had a very serious sequelae, and the resentment of death would take the opportunity to invade the body. Players are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of trouble. After creating this secret language, they have been constantly improving it. In order not to be disturbed by sequelae, it is necessary to quickly eliminate the negative energy of death that is about to invade when the secret language is opened. Using sacred energy can quickly eliminate the negative energy of death. But Qingkong found in his research on the ancient shining golden language that although the energy generated by the ancient shining golden language is not as good as the sacred energy kingly way, the stronger domineering power is more effective against this kind of negative energy. Sure enough, this time the release of the ancient shining golden language, relying only on the sword energy emitted, washed away those dirty things. At this time, under the irradiation of golden light, there was no more sense of oppression in the secret room. The overwhelming momentum emanated from Qingkong in waves, like a Valkyrie guarding behind Luke. Luke was also infected by this momentum, and his whole body seemed to be full of strength. He stared at the corpse in the coffin and chanted the secret words. Infinite vitality and absolute death. At this moment, the corpse in the coffin opened his eyes. He had a pair of beautiful blue pupils, and looked at Luke with infinite vitality. Then the corpse walked out of the coffin, and turned into starlight, and dissipated. The starlight danced around Luke. Luke took out an iron ring, and put it on the little finger of his left hand. The starlight instantly penetrated into the iron ring. The 2-meter candlelight circle surrounding the coffin was extinguished instantly, and the auxiliary words of the secret technique all turned into ashes and disappeared. Luke looked at the ring on his left pinky finger, which had a circle of spell runes on it. When he looked up again, the corpse was standing in the coffin again. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to be asleep again. The secret ritual was over. The weak Luke's feet softened. But fortunately Qingkong supported him again. Deal with Grover as soon as possible. If he doesn't want the position I left for him, don't let him cause me trouble again. I know. When he gathers people together, I will kill them all. Qingkong gave Luke and 4 drip, and after confirming that he was fine, he left along the river. There are still many things to do at Oulu College, and Grover will come to see him at any time. This hidden danger must be solved before going to the Imperial capital. After Luke regained some strength, he left the secret room and returned to the Secret Affairs Bureau. Just as he sat down, Kalina pushed the door and walked in. Chief Inspector, a letter from the princess. You? Why do you look so bad? Are you sick? I'll call a doctor. Just as Kalina turned around to find a doctor, Luke stopped her. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from being too busy these days. You said there was a letter from the princess to me. Where is the letter? Kalina took out a letter from the folder in her hand and put it in Luke's hand, then lowered her head to observe Luke's expression. Chief Inspector, I think your condition is very serious. Let the doctor take a look. It's okay. Don't tell anyone what you saw, Luke told Kalina. He took out a bottle of potion from the drawer and drank it, then picked up the letter from the eldest princess and checked the seal on the envelope. After confirming that it was correct, he opened the envelope. This time Agatha's letter was more concise. She told Luke that the incident in the city of Raging Waves had aroused the suspicion of Emperor Augustine. If he didn't come to the Imperial capital, both of them would get into big trouble. This was within Luke's expectations. It's just that the new nobles in the city of Raging Waves are so addicted to being weak. You guys just want to make trouble for a situation that everyone can accept. The important thing is, even if you lose, you have to struggle a little bit. Let's have a negotiation, so that I can create a stable situation that looks stable to outsiders. As a result, some people tried their best to join them, while others wanted to try their best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. It's not that Luke doesn't want to stop now, but he can't. He can only watch as he takes full control of the city of Raging Waves. The Emperor and ministers sitting in the Imperial capital certainly don't want to see this situation. Agatha certainly doesn't want to see the city of Raging Waves in this state. But she has no choice. At this time, Luke is really a tree that attracts the wind. And his tree is not big enough to fight against the entire empire. There is another reason to go to the Imperial capital. Then Agatha told Luke about the content of the Imperial meeting. And Grover would be dismissed and transferred to the Imperial capital. She told Luke to always pay attention to his safety, especially on the way to the Imperial city. The people of the Cross Society would definitely do everything they could to stop him. Finally, Agatha told Luke some precautions when arriving at the Imperial city. His Majesty agreed that you can continue to serve as the Chief Inspector of the Secret Service of Fury City. This is what I tried my best to get for you. I don't know whether it is right or wrong for the Empire, but I am willing to use my sincerity to express my goodwill to you. After arriving at the Imperial city, you will soon be questioned by His Majesty. I will tell you in advance what His Majesty will ask and how to answer. As long as you can get His Majesty's approval, you will definitely be able to take on an important position and start another legend of yours. Anyway, everything will be decided after you arrive safely in the Imperial capital. I am looking forward to meeting you. This will definitely be a meeting that can be recorded in the history of the Empire. In this letter, Agatha's tone has changed again. It is not as strong as the first letter, nor as humble as the second letter. The words in her heart are more like a chat between old friends. Although they are talking about national affairs, they give people a strong sense of closeness. It seems that Agatha also understands why she did not receive a reply to the first two letters. This time, she won a great victory in the city of Raging Waves, and she had to go to the Imperial capital. So she did not invite herself to the Imperial capital in the letter, but more about what to do in the Imperial capital. After reading the letter, Luke burned it. He was looking forward to seeing Agatha. I wonder if she is the same as the princess in the game. After the letter was burned, Kalina asked Luke, Chief Inspector, you are so happy. Did Her Royal Highness Princess transfer you back to the capital? Am I happy? Luke immediately put away his unconscious smile. It is something to be happy about. Her Royal Highness Princess is indeed going to transfer me back to the capital, and the official transfer order should arrive soon. After arriving in the capital, I will accept the inquiry of His Majesty, and then be entrusted with an important task. I will be busy again. You should finish your work as soon as possible, and buy some things you need. The Imperial capital is different from the Raging Waves city. Some things are not easy to buy. Kalina was happier than herself when she heard that the Chief Inspector was going to meet the Emperor of the Empire, and would be promoted. Yes, Chief Inspector. I will definitely handle all the work. Do you need other people to accompany you when you return to the Imperial capital this time? If His Majesty has an important task to assign to you, the people here can be used immediately. Luke thought for a while. You notify Shelley, Pisco, and Sandpaper to prepare, and then let Shelley pick a group of reliable spies. You are right. This trip to the Imperial capital must be convenient for our own people. Chapter 225 New Parliament Structure of Raging Waves. 3 days later, a transfer order signed by Princess Agatha from the Imperial Secret Service was delivered to Luke. Everyone was happy for their Chief Inspector. Raging Waves won a great victory. After the chief inspector returned to the Imperial capital to report on his work, he would definitely be promoted. While arranging the future work of the Raging Waves Secret Service, Luke also frequently participated in the activities of the Innovation Society to strengthen his control over the city government hall of Raging Waves. At this time in Raging Waves, there was no resistance to what Chief Inspector Meteorite was going to do. On the eve of Luke's departure for the Imperial capital, he summoned Viscount Iskelin, Councillor Iber, and Lady Michelle at the Sassis Palace to discuss the most important matter. News came from the Imperial capital. The Emperor of the Empire dismissed Grover from all his posts and ordered him to go to the Imperial capital for court training. The two important posts of the President of the City Alchemist Association and the President of the Council of Raging Waves City were left vacant. Should the council be dissolved and the Empire directly govern Raging Waves City? Or should the council be re-elected? The Imperial capital did not give clear instructions. Viscount Iskelin first stated the intelligence he had obtained. Your Majesty meant to dissolve the council. But Prime Minister Gabriel believed that dissolving the council would affect Raging Waves City's position in international trade. Whether the Council of Raging Waves City needs to exist is still under discussion within the court. Chief Inspector, what do you think? The three people looked at Luke at the same time. They all knew that Chief Inspector Meteor had a lot of decision-making power in deciding what path the City of Raging Waves would take in the future, as long as he chooses the form of government for the City of Raging Waves now. The court will most likely accept it. Choosing direct rule by the Empire is to please the Emperor of the Empire, and everyone can just do their best to be loyal to the Empire in the future. Choosing to continue to retain the Parliament means that our princess is unwilling to be the princess, and everyone can just do their best to be loyal to the Empire in the future. While the three were waiting for Luke's answer, Luke asked them back, I'll listen to your opinions first. Don't worry. We have the same interests in Raging Waves City, and our differences of opinion will not affect our future cooperation. Viscount Iskelin knew that his background was too complicated. So when he saw that the other two did not express their opinions first, he expressed his thoughts. For the Empire, this is the best opportunity to take back Raging Waves City. Although it will have some impact on the international status of Raging Waves City. In your Majesty's opinion, the gains far outweigh the losses. But for us, I'm afraid that's all. The wee Viscount Iskelin said. Of course. Does not include Meteorite. He is a confidant of the eldest princess. And the Secret Intelligence Bureau is a self-contained system. So there are plenty of opportunities to show off his skills. And these three people will definitely not be reused. His Majesty took away the City of Raging Waves from the new nobles. And someone needs to take the blame. They will not be convicted. But they probably have no chance of getting a promotion and a raise. Since Viscount Iskelin has spoken out, Mrs. Michelle has no worries. Chief Inspector, I think you should consider Her Royal Highness the Princess. With the City of Raging Waves, Her Royal Highness will have a greater say in the court. Now that the competition for the Crown Prince is getting more and more intense, we will build a base for Her Royal Highness in the City of Raging Waves, so that if Her Royal Highness has to leave the Imperial capital in the future, there will be a place to go. Luke just nodded slightly, then looked at Ibel. Even if Ibel had a poor political sense, he knew what route the City of Raging Waves should take so that he could make more money. I think what Viscount Iskelin and Lady Michelle said is very right. Luke asked, no more? No more. The three people agreed. And Luke said, from the interests of us and Her Royal Highness the Princess, the Council of the City of Raging Waves must be retained. Not only must it be retained, but it must also be expanded. Expand? The three were immediately surprised. Isn't expansion a way to dilute power? But since Chief Detective Meteorite proposed this idea, he must have his reasons. And the three continued to listen. Luke continued, the existing council of the City of Raging Waves played a vital role in the city's previous development. However, the current parliament has revealed many drawbacks in view of the changes in the world situation in the future. Faced with more complex urban development and domestic and foreign trade competition, it is difficult for the 9-member parliament to quickly make effective resolutions on increasingly subdivided professional issues. At the same time, in the face of emergencies, it is also difficult for the 9-member parliament to quickly reach a consensus and make accurate decisions. The Nuteo City Parliament must be reformed and divided into the upper house and the lower house. The upper house has 5 senators, no speaker, and adopts a lifelong system. The upper house is responsible for making decisions on major strategies, and has jurisdiction and selection rights over the lower house. The lower house has no less than 75 seats to ensure that every industry and every district in Nuteo City has professionals serving as lower house members in the lower house. Let most of the citizens of Nuteo City participate in the construction of Nuteo City through the lower parliament. Let Nuteo City quickly find professional members to take the lead in dealing with any problems it encounters. The lower parliament adopts the election and selection system. The city government office is responsible to the lower parliament point to point. When Luke talked about his idea of the new parliament of Nuteo City, Iskelen, Ibel, and Michelle all fell into deep thought when they heard about the upper parliament, and basically didn't listen to the rest. The upper parliament is obviously prepared for them. The upper parliament is a lifelong system, which means that the 5 upper parliament members are the lords of Nuteo City, and their power is much greater than that of the current parliament members. When the 3 people boarded the meteorite ship, they never thought that they could get such a high status in the city of Raging Waves. And now the throne of the local tyrant of the city of Raging Waves was placed in front of him by the meteorite inspector. Chief Inspector. Viscount Iskelen seemed extremely excited. This was definitely the most glorious moment in the history of the Iskelen family. One of the 5 masters of a world-class city. I wonder if the ancestors will jump out of the family tomb after knowing it. Mrs. Michelle covered her mouth in disbelief, fearing that she would not be able to control her screaming. Councillor Ibel was already dumbfounded. A lifetime senator. He can increase his wealth dozens of times. Thank you, Chief Inspector. In the future Senate of Nuteo City, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Excuse me. Who are the other 2 senators besides the 3 of us? Just now, Luke did not say who the 5 senators were, although Viscount Iskelen and Lady Michelle knew that they must have their own seats. They did not dare to ask because of their reserve. Fortunately, Councillor Iber has a businessman's personality and asked them questions that were inconvenient to ask. Luke took a candy and put it in his mouth, crossing his legs. I have done so much for Nuteo City. It is not too much to be a senator. Councillor Iber said, the senator is too low for the contribution of the chief inspector to Nuteo City. I think we can set up a general councillor above the Senate. Viscount Iskelen said, it is not good for the chief inspector to have a chief councillor. The 3 of us listen to the chief inspector. If the chief inspector takes another seat in the Senate, the Senate of Raging Waves City will have a unified thought. I am curious about who the other senator is. The chief inspector should have a suitable candidate. The 4 of them have an absolute majority in the Senate, and the 5th senator is actually irrelevant. But the 3 of them are very curious about who can be on an equal footing with themselves in the future ruling level of Raging Waves City. Luke said, we are all members of the Reformed Society. If we occupy all the seats in the Senate, it is inevitable that someone will find something to slander us. The 5th seat in the Senate must be given to someone who is not a member of the Reformed Society, and he must have sufficient reputation and status. I propose that Miss Qingkong from Oulu College be appointed as the 5th senator of the upper house of Raging Waves City. When Luke proposed that Qingkong be appointed as the 5th senator, Viscount Iskelen and Councillor Ibel both nodded. The elf Qingkong, who is known for her beauty and bravery, is extremely popular in Raging Waves City, and she is now the head of the Department of Mysticism at Oulu College. It is rumored that she is the candidate chosen by Dean Wilred to be the next president of Oulu College. The important thing is that Miss Qingkong has a very good relationship with Mrs. Michelle. Although she is not a member of the Innovation Society, she has a close relationship with the Innovation Society. Just when Iskelen and Ibel were about to agree, Mrs. Michelle raised an objection. I have concealed some things from you. In fact, my relationship with the elf Qingkong is not as good as it seems. I have been using Qingkong to enhance my political influence. But now I find that Qingkong and I are much more distant. She has been very close to Grover recently. Viscount Iskelen asked, Madam, do you mean Qingkong is not on our side? At this point, in order to prevent an irreparable evil from happening, Mrs. Michelle recounted the process of her friendship with Qingkong. I helped Qingkong cover up some crimes. She is not as kind as advertised. I can't control her. She is very dangerous to anyone. Now, we must be more cautious when dealing with the elf Qingkong. Mrs. Michelle's words quickly cooled the originally heated atmosphere of the meeting. Iskelen and Ibel were both thinking about what would happen if things developed in the worst direction. The elf Qingkong's military strength was proven to be off the charts. The Battle of Organ Street against the Abyss Temple was witnessed by all. Qingkong led the Oulu battle mages to easily wipe out the Abyss mages led by an Abyss Apostle. If she did not stand on the side of the Reformed Society, but was recruited by Grover's still stubborn new noble forces, it would be too early for him to be happy here. Viscount Iskelin blamed Mrs. Michel. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Michel replied, I don't want to expose the true relationship between Qingkong and me. And Qingkong also sanctions the City Alchemist Association. I felt that Qingkong was not too close to Grover at first. It was not until Qingkong lifted some sanctions on the City Alchemist Association recently that I felt the crisis. I think Qingkong, as a member of the Oulu Academy Committee, should not use force to help Grover. We just need to find a way to prevent her from becoming the Dean of Oulu Academy in the future. Viscount Iskelin said worriedly, I used the power of the Brotherhood to investigate Grover. He often met with some new nobles who did not join us these days. They will never watch us completely control the city of raging waves. The chief inspector must be careful on the way to the Imperial capital tomorrow and plan multiple routes to confuse possible assassins. Regarding Qingkong joining the Senate, we need to observe her position. After listening to the opinions, Luke smiled and said, I will go to the Imperial capital tomorrow. And today we will determine the structure of the next Council of Raging Waves. Iskelin, Ibel, Lady Michelle, and the elf Qingkong will serve as the future Senate. The Senate is determined. My identity in the Imperial capital and the elf Qingkong is not suitable for working in the Senate for a long time. The formation of the new Parliament of Raging Waves and the future development of the city mainly depends on you three. Now let's discuss the composition of the Parliament. You can rest assured about Elf Clear Sky. Luke said so. And the three of them looked at each other at the same time. They all knew that Chief Inspector Meteorite always did things unexpectedly, and was always in control of the overall situation. Elf Clear Sky had such a big hidden danger that he didn't pay attention to it. Could it be? The astute Iskelin and Mrs. Michel immediately thought of some details. Elf Clear Sky appeared at the same time as Inspector Meteorite arrived. And they were both in the Cape District. Then the series of incidents caused by Elf Clear Sky in Raging Wave City greatly attracted the attention of all parties in Raging Wave City, giving Inspector Meteorite a valuable period of development. It can be said that it was a coincidence that Qingkong helped Inspector Meteorite to establish such a great merit in Raging Wave City. But what if Qingkong was originally Meteorite's man? Or the princess sent two lions, one bright and one dark, to capture Raging Wave City? The two lines cooperated with each other. Meteorite now got Raging Wave City, and Qingkong is now a candidate for the next president of Oulu College? Thinking of this possibility, the two of them were more in awe of the princess, and were also happy about their choice. With the wisdom of Inspector Meteorite and the military protection of Qingkong, Raging Wave City is the princess's Raging Wave City, and no one can get involved. Knowing that Qingkong was their own, Viscount Iskelin and Lady Michelle felt relieved. They knew that such secrets could not be asked or told. So they put their minds back on this meeting. As the night deepened, the Imperial spies guarding inside and outside the Syces Palace were on high alert under the leadership of Shelley and Pisco. They all knew that between now and the arrival of the Chief Inspector in the Imperial capital, a crisis could occur at any time. On the road 2 blocks away from the Syces Palace, a black carriage was parked unattended. The street lights flickered, and a man in a gray windbreaker appeared out of thin air. He walked to the carriage, looked around and saw that there was no one around, and whispered, The meteorite is now in the Syces Palace, and I don't know when it will come out. Our insider has been watching, and as soon as meteorite leaves the Zixisai Palace, there will be news. The car window opened, revealing Qingkong's profile, and she asked, Are there many guards around meteorite? There are 153 Imperial spies, led by Black Mamba Shelley. There are Iskelin family soldiers in the Zixisai Palace, and some thorns who have surrendered to Iskelin. Counselor Ibel and Mrs. Michelle also brought some guards. Got it. Let's explore again. The man looked inside the car. In the carriage, sitting opposite Qingkong was Grover, who waved his hand and said, Tonight's action will be subject to Miss Qingkong's orders. Yes, Lord Grover. Miss Qingkong. Chapter 226 1 million heads. The street lights flickered again, and the spies hid in the shadows. The streets were unusually deserted, with only the cool sea breeze blowing the newspapers discarded during the day on the ground. Miss Qingkong, why did you choose to assassinate Meteorite tonight? The guards around him are too strong, and if he can't be killed in one blow, he will soon get support from all sides. I think the best time to assassinate him is when he leaves Fury City and heads to the Imperial capital. Ambush him halfway. Even if you can't kill him at the first time, you can still surround him to death. Grover held his cane in both hands and proposed his previous plan for the assassination of Meteorite. It's just that tomorrow, Iskalin, Ibel, and Lady Michelle will push for the reform of the Council of Raging Waves. When Qingkong's name appears in the upper council, her identity must be questionable. Therefore, Qingkong decided to carry out the assassination tonight to eliminate the last remaining hidden dangers in Raging Waves. Since you don't want to live together, there is no need for you to exist. Qingkong closed the window and answered Grover, what you think of is naturally what Meteorite can think of. Ambush him when he leaves Raging Waves. The success rate of assassination is high, but the premise is that he can be ambushed. Land, air, and even take a detour on the sea. There are too many ways that Meteorite can use to confuse us. Can you guarantee that your insider can accurately grasp the whereabouts of Meteorite? Qingkong's question made Grover nod. Only after dealing with Meteorite can you realize how cunning he is. There are too many uncertainties in the ambush on the road. But more eyes can be mobilized in the city of Raging Waves to keep an eye on Meteorite. The repeated failures in the game with Meteorite have made me unable to think about the problem normally. Fortunately, Miss Qingkong has considered it comprehensively. I believe that with Miss Qingkong's strength, even in the city of Raging Waves, it is easy to kill Meteorite, who is heavily protected. Tonight, I have mobilized all the people who are still loyal to me. They will do their best to contain the Imperial spies. And there will be assistance from the Central City Public Security Bureau. Tomorrow the city will be back in our hands. It's not us. I'm not interested in who owns the city of Raging Waves. I just want to kill someone who deserves to be killed. Grover laughed. This should be the reason why Miss Clear Sky is so powerful. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Luke came out of the Zixisai Palace. Everyone was very tired and wanted to return to the Cape District to rest as soon as possible. 4 motorcycles led the way in front, followed by the Chief Inspector of the Secret Affairs Bureau of the City of Raging Waves to escort the convoy. The roar of the steam engine broke the silence on the street, and the convoy moved quickly. Luke took a nap in the back seat of the Chief Inspector's special car. Pisco drove, and Shelley sat in the co-pilot and observed the situation on both sides of the road vigilantly. Pisco yawned, and in order to keep himself awake, he chatted with Shelley. Big sister, I will follow the Chief Inspector to the Imperial capital tomorrow. This is my first time. I heard that the Imperial capital is full of nobles, and nobles can execute civilians at will. I am afraid that I will not survive more than 3 days. What is there to be afraid of? We are spies of the Empire. Most nobles will avoid us when they see us. What's more, we are following the Chief Inspector of Meteorite, the eldest princess. In short, in the Imperial capital, except for His Majesty, we can't afford to offend other princes and ministers. Don't give them face. After Shelley's reminder, Pisco thought of his identity as the Chief Inspector, and his back immediately stiffened. Big sister is right. Our Chief Inspector is working so hard in Nuteo City, just for Her Royal Highness the Princess to sit on the throne. When Her Royal Highness ascends the throne and becomes His Majesty, the Chief Inspector will be the Prince of the Empire. We have followed the Chief Inspector from the beginning, and we will definitely be granted the title of nobility at that time. Hearing Pisco's fantasy, Shelley couldn't help but laugh. Think about how to live to be granted the title of nobility first. Even the road from Nuteo City to the Imperial capital is not easy to walk. Open your eyes wide. Stop! Hearing Shelley's warning, Pisco stepped on the brakes. The well-trained Imperial spies stopped the car at the same time, and then quickly got out of the car to set up a warning area. Luke was awakened by the sudden emergency stop and asked, "What happened?" Shelley looked at the quiet street and answered, "I just felt uneasy. And now the uneasiness is even stronger. Chief Inspector, I didn't see any patrol officers along the way. Chief Caesar knew that you were going to the Palace of Syces for a meeting, so he should have strengthened patrols in the central city. Chief Inspector, this area is very dangerous. We must turn around and return to the Palace of Syces." Pisco asked, "Isn't Chief Caesar one of ours? I don't know what happened." Shelley turned to Luke and said, "But the Medusa bloodline gives me the natural ability to predict danger. We must retreat now, and let the Cape District send someone to pick you up." Luke smiled and said, "Your ability to predict is very accurate, but the danger is not necessarily directed at us. Get out of the car. There will be a good show tonight, but we are not the protagonists." "Inspector?" Shelley wanted to persuade him again, but Luke had already opened the door and walked out. Shelley and Pisco got out of the car immediately, one on the left and one on the right, on either side of Luke. At this time, A black carriage drove over from the other end of the street. The bells on the horse's neck jingled, and the sound waves made everyone who heard it feel more sleepy. Luke walked to the front, leaning on the ground with his cane, looking around. The Imperial spies on alert. Under the influence of the sound of the bells, all became more or less dazed. A dragonboar came from the back of Luke's right hand, and then in a burst of flames, Town Eye flew up and instantly grew larger. It landed beside Luke, full of energy, and roared again. The sound waves spread along the street, and all the Imperial spies affected by the mental spell recovered immediately. The spies drew their knives and pointed them at the carriage in front. The carriage stopped in the middle of the road about 20 meters away from Luke. Then a large number of figures rushed from behind the carriage. Some thieves lurked in the shadows, causing the surrounding light to shake when they moved. Town Eye roared again, and the dragon's power formed a fierce wind forward, blowing the people who blocked the road back. The black horse pulling the carriage was not affected at all, and stood quietly in place. In the carriage, Grover said to Qingkong, "Meteor is very alert and stopped outside our ambush circle. This time we can only attack by force, then attack by force, before killing Meteor. Do you have anything to say to him? If you don't say it this time, you will have no chance." Grover estimated the strength of his side. Qingkong persuaded the chief of the Central City Public Security Bureau. "Caesar, tonight, Meteor will not get any help from the Public Security Bureau. And the Cape District is still far away from here. The only thing Meteor can rely on now is the guard force around him. And he will not get any help in a short time." All the forces on his side were concentrated for this operation, and the strength was at an absolute advantage. And because Meteorite did not enter the preset ambush circle, those who re-encircled from both wings needed some time to reposition. In order to relock the new encirclement, Grover felt it necessary to talk to Meteorite. See with your own eyes how this old opponent died in despair at the most proud moment. I will talk to him, and let him die knowingly. Grover opened the car door and floated out, and Qingkong jumped out of the car behind him. The two walked towards Luke. Seeing Qingkong appear with Grover, all the Imperial spies were nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Shelley stood in front of Luke, pulled off the blindfold, and the Eye of Medusa cast a mental paralysis spell on the two people who were approaching. But Grover had extremely strong mental power, and was immune to this level of mental attack. Qingkong activated the Ice Crystal Eye and also ignored the attack of the Eye of Medusa. Shelley pulled out a gun and pointed it at the people who came. "Stop, Mr. Grover. Miss Qingkong. If you go forward, it will be regarded as an attack on the Imperial Secret Service." Grover and Qingkong stopped moving forward and looked at Luke over Shelley. The Town Eye guarding Luke's side roared, and its claws stretched out and easily pierced the hard stone road. Luke stretched out his cane and tapped Shelley's shoulder to let her step aside, then took 3 steps forward and said to Grover, "Mr. Speaker, it seems that you have invited a very powerful helper. No wonder I haven't heard from you these days. It must be to prepare for this ambush. Right? Make a condition. I don't think it's necessary to make the relationship a life and death struggle." Grover, who was confident of victory, laughed loudly. "Meteor, I admire your courage and wisdom very much. You have done what countless people want to do in Raging Waves City, but can't do, by forcing me to use such dishonorable means to deal with you. Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with me now? How many people in Raging Waves City are truly following you? If I kill you, Iskalin, Ibel, and Michelle will ask me to forgive them tomorrow. And Raging Waves City will soon return to its original state. Your roots in this city are too shallow, and you are expanding too fast. And you are using dirty and vulgar means." Luke looked at both sides. More and more people appeared on the tops of the houses and buildings on both sides of the street, and a new encirclement was taking shape. "Grover, although you brought a lot of people today, the one you really rely on is Miss Qingkong. Miss Qingkong, I know you are doing this for a reward. I can give you the same as Grover can give you, and I can give you more. You name a price." Seeing that Luke wanted to bribe Qingkong, Grover laughed even more. "Meteor, you underestimate Miss Qingkong. She is now the first candidate for the next dean of Oulu College. Only the safety of Oulu College can impress Miss Qingkong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too shrewd, trying to use the remains of the Magic Botanical Museum of the Oulu Academy to frame me. As a result, Miss Qingkong now knows that everything was done by you, and that you have joined the Abyss Temple and obtained the Black Eclipse spirit from them. Even if I let you go today, Miss Qingkong will not let you go. Miss Qingkong, I will give you 10 million Imperial marks. Luke made an offer to Qingkong. This made Grover laugh again. Is this how you look desperate? So pitiful. So disappointing. I thought you would face the dead and generously like a warrior. But I didn't expect you to struggle like a clown. Grover's words stopped at this moment. And he heard Qingkong's answer beside him. 10 million is too much. 1 million is enough for money. Deal. What's going on? Grover realized that something was wrong. And he wanted to cast a spell to escape. But a hand pressed his head to the ground. Then the extremely cold air enveloped his whole body. And a terrifying energy that he had never felt suddenly erupted beside him. His body could not move. And he could only try his best to look at the source of this terrifying energy with the corner of his eyes. It's Qingkong. Is she so powerful? Why did she want to kill me? At this time, Qingkong pressed Grover's head and pressed him to the ground. The level was pushed to the maximum. And the extremely cold air poured into his brain, freezing his mental power. Time went back and pulled Grover so that he could not do anything. He held the Sandu Panyan machete in his right hand and raised it high. During the fall, the holy light burst out from her right arm and then gathered on the blade. The hand raised and the knife fell. Like killing a chicken. Grover's neck was cut off with one knife. The whole process was completed in the blink of an eye. When everyone didn't know what was happening, they felt a strong light flash. And then Qingkong stood there with a knife in one hand and a head in the other. Grover was left with only a short body lying at Qingkong's feet. And blood flowed along the cracks of the stone road. What happened? How did Grover die? And he was killed by his ally Miss Clear Sky. He died in an extremely insulting way. The streets were extremely quiet. Even the Tautai was frightened by the power that Clear Sky just emitted and dared not make any sound. Clear Sky grabbed Grover's head as if nothing had happened and said to Luke, Grover's brain has a very high research value. It belongs to me. You can do whatever you want with his body. Luke replied in a pretentious manner, Thank you, Miss Clear Sky. Someone will send you your 1 million Reichsmarks tomorrow. Clear Sky froze Grover's head and threw it into the space backpack. It's good that you don't default on your debt. Do you still need me to help you clean up the people here? I can give you a cheaper price. The people who came with Grover were shocked. The elf Qingkong killed Grover for 1 million Imperial marks. If Inspector Meteor promised to give him another million, Qingkong would kill all his people. Meteor said, These people followed Grover to assassinate the senior Imperial spies. They have committed treason and should be sentenced to death. But if we hire Miss Qingkong to help us eliminate them, it will show that the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City is too incompetent. These criminals can be left to us. It's afternoon at Oulu College now. Miss Qingkong should still have classes, so I won't waste your time. Since the chief inspector is so stingy, I'll take my leave. Looking forward to working with you next time. After saying that, Qingkong opened the portal and entered the subspace where the Oulu Academy was located. Qingkong left. Luke showed the Tan-Chi dragon spear and shot a bright firework at the sky. Then in all directions of the city, magic fireworks of different colors rose into the sky, lighting up the night sky with brilliant colors. At this time, the Central City Public Security Bureau and the Zixisai Palace formed a siege on the people who came with Grover from the outer periphery. Tautai rushed forward. It pushed Luke and threw him onto its back, then spread its wings and flew into the sky. Luke danced with flames with his gun and shouted to the Imperial spies below, Destroy the rebels, and leave no one alive. Chapter 227 Hurricane blowing to the Imperial capital. The citizens of Raging Waves spent the entire night in fear. In the morning, the sounds of explosions and fighting gradually subsided. But the entire city was still under martial law, and no one was allowed to go out at will. Vehicles were speeding on the road, and Imperial spies and sheriffs were arresting people everywhere. People from all sides hid in their homes and trembled, fearing that their doors would be blown open by the explosion. And then a large group of ferocious Imperial spies would rush in. At this time, everyone understood that the sky above Raging Waves had completely changed. From now on, only those who obeyed the chief detective of Meteorite could survive here, and being an enemy of him would be Grover's fate. Luke had returned to his office at this time. He postponed his trip to the Imperial capital on the pretext that he had been assassinated, and concentrated on dealing with Grover's aftermath. Qingkong had a list of people that Grover had colluded with, and the Secret Service of Nuteo City was arresting people with the help of the various public security bureaus in the city. People were coming and going in the chief inspector's office, and the arrest files were placed on Luke's desk. Luke's instructions. Kill. Since the killing has begun, there is no need to win people's hearts with kindness at this time. Since these people still followed Grover in the end, let them continue to follow Grover. There are too many people who have joined Nuteo City this time, and the favor has been spread, and the power must be accepted by them. Luke signed and sent out death warrants one by one. Someone came to report that because there were too many death row prisoners executed today, the executioners had to be replaced several times because they could not hold on. Kylina, who was helping to sort out the death penalty documents, could not help but shed tears. Luke glanced at Kylina, who was secretly wiping tears, and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, let Shelley help." I'm fine. Kylina knew that she had lost her composure and quickly said, "I'm sorry. I just thought of my family. And many people died that time. Chief Inspector, these people are just names here. But, for their families, it is a lifetime of sadness and longing. I'm not begging for them, but they deserve a fair trial." Kylina's sobbing made Luke put down the pen in his hand, and his mood became extremely heavy. "I know that behind every order I issue may be a life that is not guilty of death. Before making this decision, I actually thought about it for many days. From the perspective of the criminal case, they should get a fair trial and judgment. But this is not a criminal case. This is a gamble with all your money, and the winner takes all. The loser, since these people have chosen to bet their lives on this gambling table, they must abide by the rules of the gambling table. Killing them is a respect for their gambling character." Kylina looked up at her chief inspector in surprise. Her makeup had been smudged by tears. "Chief Inspector, this is the first time I've heard your metaphor. Very, very strange. It's very strange. If I didn't use this metaphor to convince myself, it would be hard for me to make up my mind to kill so many people." "Ah. What? Go fix your makeup and call Shelley to take over your job." "Yes, Chief Inspector." Kylina knew that the Chief Inspector didn't want these to remind her of her sad memories, so she got up and walked out the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ian outside, about to knock on the door. "Director Ian, are you here to see our Chief Inspector?" Ian saw Luke, smiled slightly, and then said to Kylina, "Yes. I came to talk to the Chief Inspector about co-founding a shipping company." Luke said, "Kylina, do your thing. Let Director Ian come in." "Yes, Chief Inspector." Kylina stepped aside. "Director Ian, please come in. What would you like to drink?" "A cup of tea will do." Ian sat down opposite the desk, took a long breath and said, "I thought this contract could not be handed over to you before you left the city of raging waves. Fortunately, you postponed your trip." Speaking of this, Ian took out a document from the briefcase he brought. "The World Bank agreed to all the cooperation terms you proposed, and the all-metal steam ship is very attractive to us. The World Bank will invest in the expansion of the Oulu shipyard, and build another shipyard and a ship research institute in the Cape District. This is the contract. I have read it. No problem. Take another look." Luke took the contract and put it aside. "I have a headache looking at such complicated things. I will sign it after Kylina has read it. It will be difficult for me to come back often during this trip to the Imperial capital, and I have entrusted Ible to manage the shipping company on my behalf. If you and Pan have any questions, you can discuss them with Ible, or write to me." Thinking that Luke will leave soon, Ian couldn't help but show a reluctant look. "It's a pity that Pan and I still have a mission." "What mission?" After hearing Luke's question, Ian realized that he had accidentally said something he shouldn't have said. "Yes, it's our internal affairs of the Shining Gold. It's very important, and can't be told to others." Luke smiled and said, "Is it related to what you asked me to find?" "A relic of the ancient Shining Gold." Ian asked in surprise, "You? How do you know?" "I'm an Imperial spy, and that's what I do. When you asked me, I felt that this was not a personal commission. Qingkong also told me that you and Pan often went to her and asked a lot of questions about the ancient Shining Gold civilization, as if you were looking for something." "Qingkong? Did Miss Qingkong tell you so much?" At this time, Kylina came in with 2 cups of tea. After putting the tea, Luke handed the contract brought by Ian to Kylina and asked her to review it, and then said, "I have something to discuss with Director Ian. Don't let anyone in." "Yes, Chief Inspector." After Kylina left and closed the office door, Luke said to Ian, "I have a very good relationship with Miss Qingkong. If it wasn't for Miss Qingkong's help this morning, it might not be Grover who died. Don't worry, Miss Qingkong didn't tell anyone else about your affairs. And I'm not a talkative person. I'm very curious about what you are looking for. If you tell me something specific, I can mobilize my people to help you find it. It's an ancient artifact left by the ancient sparkling gold civilization. I really can't tell you what it is. At this time, Yin's attention was obviously not on her mission. She asked, I heard that you were ambushed. I was very worried about your safety. Fortunately, Miss Qingkong stood by your side at the most critical moment. Your relationship with Miss Qingkong is beyond everyone's expectations. Qingkong's force is another amulet for Luke. So he decided to reveal some of his relationship with Qingkong at this time. He also wanted Yin to retreat when he saw the difficulty, and not get too deeply involved in the taboos of the sparkling gold people. To me, Miss Qingkong is a partner who can be trusted in any situation. Yin looked dazed. It's really unexpected. By the way, Yin took out a golden pocket watch. This is a golden watch made by our alchemist of the Shining Gold Civilization, which can establish a weak connection with the artifact of the Shining Gold Civilization. I cast a spell on it, and it can release a shield when you are in danger. Pen said that you will definitely encounter many dangers when you return to the Imperial capital this time. I don't hope you will use it, but I hope it can protect you at the critical moment. The complex emotions in Yin's eyes made Luke's heart waver. He took the golden watch and said indifferently, Thank you. This is the best gift I received before going to the Imperial capital. Unfortunately, I don't have a gift for you. I will prepare the gift in advance when we meet next time. When the atmosphere in the room gradually became awkward, Kylina walked in with a contract in her hand. Chief Inspector, I have read this contract. No problem. You can sign it. Luke signed his name on the contract and handed the World Bank copy to Yin. Goodbye. Say hello to Pan for me. Yin was not happy about the signing of such a big cooperation project, but stood up with a hint of sadness. Goodbye, Chief Inspector. Although I don't know when we will meet next time. Yin left, and Luke suddenly felt that his heart seemed to be much emptier. He took off the pocket watch he had been carrying with him and replaced it with a gold watch. He opened the dial and checked the time. Kylina was tidying up the table and asked Luke, who was a little depressed. Chief Inspector, do you like Director Yin? Luke glanced at Kylina and snorted. You like to meddle in other people's business so much. It's not the time to cry just now. Go call Shelley and kill everyone who should be killed today. Kylina panicked and said, Yes, Chief Inspector. Wait a minute. Luke called Kylina again. He looked at the gold watch and put it in his pocket, and said with a long sigh, Enough people have been killed today. You stay and help me sort out the files. If you can save someone's life, save someone's life. Yes, Chief Inspector. Kylina turned her worry into joy and immediately ran to her seat. Look carefully. The workload is heavy. Prepare to work overtime tonight. I will do all the work well. Chief Inspector, I hope they can remember that you saved their lives. Their lives were given by you, Chief Inspector, and Director Yin. The fact that Grover ambushed the meteorite and was killed by it spread like a hurricane from the city of raging waves and quickly spread throughout the empire. The Imperial capital, St. Louis City, felt the strong wind. Grover and his accomplices were accused of treason by Meteor, and the secret service of Raging Wave City was carrying out a purge. The long list of people killed in one day shocked everyone who saw it. With such an iron-blooded method, Meteor wanted to swallow up Raging Wave City whole this time. Crazy! Crazy! After Agatha got the information, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She thought that Meteor was about to come to the Imperial capital, and Raging Wave City would finally be quiet. But she never expected that Meteor would cause such a big event when he was about to set off. Looking at the process of the incident, it is obvious that everything was arranged by Meteor. He let Qingkong gain Grover's trust and persuaded Grover to ambush in the city of Raging Waves. In this way, he had enough reasons to kill Grover and then purge all those who were not on his side in the city of Raging Waves. On the last day when he left the city of Raging Waves, Meteorite completed the complete control of this city. And this black pot had to be taken by herself. Agatha knew that she couldn't bear it. It could crush her to death. Change my clothes? I want to see His Majesty. Agatha drank a large glass of red wine in one gulp to calm her violently beating heart, and then ordered the lady-in-waiting. She had to explain to Emperor Augustine as soon as possible, even if Meteorite was out of control. Otherwise, I might not even have a chance to explain. The lady serving Agatha had never seen the princess so flustered. They quickly changed Agatha into the princess dress for the audience with His Majesty, put her hair in a bun, and put on the princess's crown. Agatha came to the palace nervously, thinking hard about how to face her father's questioning. Although she thought she was smart enough, she had no way to get out of the predicament at this moment. Everything depends on how much father-daughter love her father still has. In a greenhouse, Agatha met Augustine the Great. "Father, sit down." Her father's cold tone made Agatha even more nervous. If Emperor Augustine gets angry and orders me to kneel, it means that there is still room for things to turn around. His tone is very cold now, which means that things are heading in the worst direction. After Agatha sat down, she said, "Father, I didn't know what happened in Fury City in advance." "I know you didn't know." Emperor Augustine's tone was still emotionless. "I'm old. You are anxious. But your subordinates are probably more anxious than you. Even if you don't want to sit on this throne, your subordinates are thinking about how to push you up." Agatha was a little confused about the Emperor's thoughts. She said carefully, Meteorite did the right thing." Emperor Augustine took out a piece of paper. "You are so anxious to see me. You must have received this list. You are cruel and meticulous. It is a blessing for the Empire that you can discover such a capable minister. And there is also an elf Qingkong. The only thing you did wrong was that you did not recommend them to me early, and put them in the city of raging waves, which is a waste of talent." Listening to the words of Emperor Augustine, Agatha's confused mind suddenly had a trace of clarity, and swept away all the chaos. Meteorite put Qingkong on the table at this time, just to make Qingkong his amulet. And in the eyes of the father at this time, Qingkong is also his amulet. Qingkong has repeatedly demonstrated his extraordinary military power in Nuteo City, and is also the candidate for the next dean of Oulu College. My father is afraid of me because he thinks Qingkong is also my man. Otherwise, based on what Meteorite did in Nuteo City, I can't even enter the door of this room. Agatha, who woke up from her panic, immediately understood why Emperor Augustine had such an attitude. She looked up at her father, and there was suppressed anger in his eyes. "Father, Meteorite is suppressing the rebellion in Nuteo City. I will ask him to finish the work as soon as possible and report to the Imperial capital. Meteorite is very young and has plenty of time to serve the Empire. Where is the elf Qingkong? Let her come to the Imperial capital too." Agatha knew her father's purpose. As the Emperor of the Empire, how could he tolerate someone who could threaten his throne? "Father, Fairy Qingkong is now working at Oulu College." Emperor Augustine said, "I have long had the idea of letting Oulu College open a branch in the Imperial capital. Isn't Fairy Qingkong in charge of the Mystic Department of Oulu College? We can move the Mystic Department here first. It just so happens that the Empire wants to increase investment in mystic research." Agatha didn't want Qingkong to come to the Imperial capital. She said tactfully, "Fairy Qingkong is just helping me and is not affiliated with the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. I need to ask her opinion on letting her come to the Imperial capital. You should ask her opinion first. I will also talk to Dean Wilred. The secret arts research of Oulu College has been abandoned for too long. If we want to catch up with the world level, we still need the power of the Empire." Agatha knew that her father's decision would not be changed, so she could only agree first and go back to find a solution. "Yes, Father. I will write a letter to Miss Qingkong about the City of Raging Waves. Since Meteorite has taken over the City of Raging Waves for you, you should accept it. Meteorite is your man. You know his true situation. Is he married?" Agatha's hands couldn't help shaking. If Qingkong is brought into the Imperial capital, she can be won over. Marriage can also dig Meteorite out of the Secret Service. Without the two of them, my father will have no scruples to deal with me again. "Father, as far as I know, Meteorite is not married. But I don't know if he has a secret lover." Augustine nodded slightly. After testing, he could judge that his daughter really didn't know what happened in the City of Raging Waves in advance, and everything was done by Meteorite on her own. The purpose was just as he had judged at the beginning, to push Agatha to the throne. But Agatha put Meteorite in the City of Raging Waves without authorization, and secretly made friends with the elf Qingkong. Her purpose was not pure. Fortunately, Meteorite and Qingkong can be used by the eldest princess, and naturally they can be used by the more noble Emperor of the Empire. Agatha can only give them an uncertain future, while the Emperor of the Empire can give them the present. It's good that they don't get married. As for lovers, it's nothing for a man who does great things. When Meteorite comes to the Imperial capital, I will have a good talk with him. Your sister Princess Dale should also get married." Chapter 228. leading the way. Agatha was in a trance when she came out of the greenhouse. She knew that in her father's heart, power was supreme, and family affection was probably not even second. She was just a tool to him, and when he felt that the tool was out of control, he would replace it without hesitation. The corridors of the palace were magnificent, and the palace guards stood on both sides, wearing full body armor and holding long-handled battle axes. The passing maids and eunuchs saluted the princess. The inexplicable chill made Agatha tighten her clothes, and then she walked towards her bedroom with her entourage and ladies-in-waiting. At the same time, the news that Emperor Augustine intended to marry Princess Dale to the falling star of Raging Waves City spread through various channels. The imperial intention caused many speculations. All forces in the imperial capital were considering how to deal with this meteorite, who came from the city of Raging Waves with murderous intent. Meteorite didn't know what he would face in the imperial capital. In order not to passively accept the manipulation of others, he used the limited time to strengthen his control over the city of Raging Waves. The reform plan of the Parliament of Raging Waves was quickly passed. Meteorite, Viscount Iskalin, Ibel, Lady Michelle, and Elf Qingkong served as lifelong senators of the upper Parliament of Raging Waves. Luke alone holds 2 seats in the highest authority in the city of Raging Waves. Ibel is increasingly tied to the Yenyang group in business, and it is already an inseparable interest group. Therefore, Luke has 3 stable votes in the Senate of Raging Waves City. Viscount Iskalin and Lady Michelle are good at changing their attitude according to the situation, and know when to do the right thing. The main force of the Cape District anti-smuggling fleet is stationed on Fishbone Island, commanded by Lady Tasia. When a new batch of Unit 01 class steel battleships are put into service, Fishbone Island will have the ability to annihilate the navy of the Raging Waves City Empire. This maritime deterrent force is the hard power of Luke's control over Raging Waves City, and the soft power of Luke's control over Raging Waves City is the support of the grassroots people that he has been striving for. The citizens of Raging Waves City have been away from the rule of the Empire for a long time, and their thoughts are open. Their cultural quality is high, their acceptance is strong, and they don't buy into the idea of loyalty to the monarch. The demands of the citizens of Nuteo City are very simple. That is, they will support whoever gives them a better quality of life. Luke opened Yenyang Technical School and has been solving the employment problems of the unemployed. The promotion of reducing working hours, increasing wages, and encouraging innovation and invention through Ibel's factory has achieved great results. Now the new wage system is being actively and passively accepted by other factories. More consumption and more work have made the economy of Nuteo City not only not tighten after so many turbulences, but also grow strongly. The money in hand is the best lobbying. Luke's ability to control Nuteo City so smoothly is inseparable from the support of industry, commerce, and low-level beneficiaries. Even though Luke went on a killing spree in Nuteo City because of the assassination, it still did not affect the public support for him. Some people even believe that without these people secretly making trouble, Chief Inspector of Meteorite can lead Nuteo City into a period of rapid economic growth again. There is the support of the lower-level people as the foundation, the anti-smuggling fleet of the Cape District as the pillar, and the upper council of Nuteo City as the grip. The lower council of Nuteo City and the city administrative department in the middle are only left with the function of serving the city. Whoever is unqualified will be replaced, and will no longer be a force that can influence the overall situation. In addition to the Cape District, which has been managed as an indestructible fortress, Nuteo City has formed a closed loop and can make the voice that Luke wants it to make at any time. Everything was done. 5 days after the assassination, Luke took his selected team on the airship to the Imperial capital. On this day, Qingkong had already arrived at St. Louis City, the capital of the Golden Shield Empire. She was riding on the royal airship, and she was accompanied by a team of royal knights. The interior of the royal airship was spacious and luxurious, and the ubiquitous gold decoration showed the wealth and majesty of the Golden Shield Empire. Qingkong sat on a soft chair and looked at the city below through the round window. Unlike the avant-garde appearance of the internationally connected city of Nuteo City, St. Louis City, as the capital of the empire, exudes a very heavy historical charm. The pointed roofs were planted with flags representing their families, and people wearing old-fashioned clothes and knights on horseback could be seen on the road. Of course, the fast-developing world also affects this ancient city. There are many fashionable houses and buildings among the modern buildings, street lights on both sides of the flat road, and steam car tracks in the middle. There are also very conservatively dressed old people wearing glasses sitting on benches reading newspapers. The new and the old collide in this city. Although an ancient city is somewhat out of touch with the new era, it has not stopped chasing. All the seemingly contradictory styles present an alternative urban style of exclusion, fusion and entanglement here. The airship is landing, and Qingkong looks at the city below, which is becoming clearer and clearer, and can't help but say with emotion, I like St. Louis City very much. It is full of the impact of the changing times. I hope we can start a wonderful life here. This time, only Jennifer came to St. Louis City with Qingkong to lead the way. She still had the heart of a young girl, lying by the window and staring at this magnificent city with wide eyes. The current St. Louis City has changed a lot from the St. Louis City I saw when I was a child. But I can still remember some places. Look! That is the Triumphal Avenue. It has been widened. Going north along the Triumphal Avenue is the Imperial Palace. There is a barrier outside the Imperial Palace, and it is impossible to see inside from the outside. Professor Qingkong. Can we see His Majesty the Emperor this time? Qingkong also saw the Triumphal Avenue. And at the end of the Triumphal Avenue, there was a projection of a towering castle. But that was just a projection. The real palace was behind the barrier. Only when there was a grand festival or celebration would the palace lift the barrier and float in the air, allowing the people to admire the great Imperial Palace. In response to Jennifer's expected question, Qingkong said, It's not so easy to meet the Emperor of the Empire. Let's find a place to settle down first, and then go to see Dean Wilred and listen to his views on opening a branch of Oulu College in the Imperial capital. At this time, a knight came over. He had a handsome appearance, wearing an exquisite half-body armor, and a sword that was obviously a famous product hung on his waist. The knight gave Qingkong a standard noble salute. Beautiful and charming Miss Qingkong. The royal airship is about to land, and your accommodation has been arranged. It is located at number 145 Zijinhua Avenue, which is a royal property. I am the Royal Knight Wycliffe Jared. During your adaptation to life in the Imperial capital, my team and I will serve as your guard and guide. If you need anything, you can tell me. Knight Jared tried his best to show himself in front of Qingkong. At the first sight of Qingkong, he was conquered by the appearance of this elf. Qingkong observed Jared. When the airship descends, there will be more severe turbulence. And Jared stood there. His feet were as steady as roots, and he obviously had good strength. Looking at the 9 knights standing in other positions, they also look elite. It seems that Emperor Augustine attaches great importance to Qingkong. The more importance the better. Qingkong smiled back at Knight Jared and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Like Jennifer, although I have been to St. Louis City, it was a long time ago. This city has changed a lot, and I will definitely need your help in many things in the future. Jared said happily, It is my honor to serve Miss Qingkong. St. Louis City has indeed changed a lot in recent years, and many residents of St. Louis City may get lost in it. There is a banquet in the palace tonight. I wonder if Miss Qingkong is interested in attending. I can help you to apply for invitations. You can meet many imperial dignitaries at the banquet. If His Majesty knows that Miss Qingkong will attend, he may summon you. Is the test starting now? Qingkong certainly knows that Jared is an eyeliner planted by Emperor Augustine by his side, with the duties of both surveillance and winning over. The palace banquets that Jared mentioned are held irregularly, and their function is to provide a more relaxed and informal communication environment for imperial dignitaries and celebrities. It is conducive to resolving many disputes, and is a platform to ease factional conflicts. Members of the royal family do not attend banquets like this. Knight Jared uses this kind of banquet as a test, just to see how ambitious the elf Qingkong is for power. If she is very keen to attend this party, then it is very easy to win her over. Qingkong came to the imperial capital this time to pave the way for the branch of Oulu College and also for Luke. Emperor Augustine sent his royal knights to the city of Raging to greet him on the royal airship, and his intention was very obvious. Divide the relationship between Qingkong, Meteorite, and Agatha, and take this super force into his own hands. Therefore, as long as Qingkong stands firm on this point, the others can be stabilized. Qingkong covered his mouth with his hand and yawned slightly, then said, These few days in the city of Raging, I have been dealing with things that Chief Inspector Meteorite is not convenient to deal with for him. I am very tired, and everyone who knows me knows that I don't like this kind of boring socializing. I want to rest first, and then go see Dean Wilred. By the way, if you have nothing to do, please help me make an appointment with Her Highness Agatha. I haven't seen her for a long time. This time, I helped her so much in the City of Raging Waves. And she should give me some rewards. Qingkong was very close to Agatha in her words. As if they were really best friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Knight Jared was not really intoxicated by Qingkong's appearance. He kept in mind the instructions of Emperor Augustine. One of them was to confirm the relationship between the elf Qingkong and the eldest princess. Now it seems that their relationship is indeed unusual. Yes. Being placed in the City of Wrath by the princess to secretly cooperate with the strategy of Meteorite must be more than an ordinary trust relationship. Jared did not show any abnormal emotions. He still said with a bright smile, "Indeed. This kind of palace banquet is actually very boring. There is nothing to regret not participating. After returning to the residence, Miss Qingkong will rest first. I will send someone to contact Dean Wilred, and will also send someone to inform the princess of your arrival." At this time, the airship shook and landed safely. The cabin door opened, and a wind with a different breath from the City of Wrath blew in. Qingkong stood up and walked towards the cabin door. Jennifer wanted to take the luggage, but Jared took it first. There was a carriage waiting outside the airship, and the knights' mounts were also parked around the carriages under the guidance of their followers. And the team expanded again. After Qingkong and Jennifer got into the carriage, Knight Jared led the way, and the knight team escorted the carriage to the purple gold flower avenue under the flag of the Golden Shield royal family. People along the way thought that this was the prince and princess going out, and they all avoided the sides of the street. The grand treatment made Jennifer sitting in the carriage very excited. "Professor Qingkong, the royal airship greeted you, and you took the royal carriage to be escorted by the royal knights. If you were not an elf, I would suspect that you were the princess left by Emperor Augustine among the people. Just like the stories written in the Bard. The romantic emperor met a beautiful civilian woman while traveling incognito. The two of them." Qingkong was afraid that Jennifer would say something that would give her goosebumps. So he stopped her and said, "The Bard you are talking about is a story from 100 years ago. Right? Now the popular thing is the wonderful encounter between the overbearing factory owner and the female worker on the assembly line. The story has not improved much in 100 years. Jennifer, the Imperial capital is different from the Raging City. And it is even more different from the Oulu Academy. You have to be careful of everyone here, including Jared, who always glances at you and me. In the future, no matter who asks about my situation, you must tell me what you told them. I won't blame you for what you said. I just want to know what you said." Jennifer was nervous because of Qingkong's words. "Professor Qingkong, I won't tell anyone about you. Relax. Relax." Qingkong comforted Jennifer. "There is nothing about me that is difficult to tell others. And if someone wants to find out my secrets, they will always find a way to get something out of the people around me. Although you were born more than 100 years ago, your heart is still that of a college student. No matter what you said to others, I can only deal with it if I know it. Of course, you have to tell me what others tell you, especially those who told you not to tell me." After listening to this, Jennifer had a strange expression on her face. "Professor Qingkong, the Imperial capital seems to be very dangerous. In Oulu College, we are facing a group of disobedient students who only think about how to make trouble. In the Imperial capital, we are facing a group of conspirators who make a living by harming and deceiving people. The opponent has improved by several levels, so we can only be more careful." Jennifer looked out the window again, looking at the person standing respectfully on the edge of the road, and her expression was no longer excited. "Professor Qingkong, I want to go back to Oulu College." Qingkong said sadly, "I want to go back too. But there is more than one Oulu College in the world. Oulu College has been closed in that small subspace for a long time, and it is an attempt for us to come out. Whether to change the status quo or maintain the status quo, actions and practice can tell us which way can keep Oulu College at the forefront of the world." Jennifer stared at Qingkong. "Professor Qingkong, what you said is too profound. Although I can't understand it, I know you are definitely right, and I will support you unconditionally." Chapter 229 Museum. Let's see what surprises the people of the Imperial capital can give us. Qingkong and Jennifer arrived at number 145 Zijinhua Avenue under the escort of the Royal Knights. This is a complex building with a very large area. According to the mobile phone map, it belongs to a royal private archaeological museum. It contains many ancient items from all over the world, including many valuable antiques and mysterious props. Knight Jared asked the entourage to carry the gift and introduced Qingkong, Your Majesty knows that Miss Qingkong has made great achievements in the study of occult arts, and is also very interested in archaeology. Therefore, this privately owned museum was specially given to Miss Qingkong as a residence. And all the collections and servants in it belong to Miss Qingkong. Jared walked up the steps and rang the bell at the door. The door of the museum opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in the traditional Imperial butler's uniform came out. When he saw Jared and Qingkong, he immediately saluted. Miss Qingkong, welcome home. I am your butler, Louis Fitch. You can call me Fitch. Please come in. I will take you to familiarize yourself with this place. When Qingkong came to the Imperial capital, she really didn't expect that Emperor Augustine would give her a museum as a residence. Such a wonderful idea. So unique. Although it was unexpected, I have to admit that this emperor is very good at giving gifts. If I hadn't been so firm in my position, I would have been really touched. Thank you, Fitch. Qingkong walked into the museum, and the servants lined up on both sides of the red carpet to greet him. The first floor is an open hall, with ancient utensils displayed in the scattered exhibition stands. Following Qingkong, Fitch asked the knights to carry the gifts upstairs, and then introduced, this is a museum with a theme of ancient civilization. The first floor hall and the surrounding small halls display ordinary utensils. The second floor displays mysterious props. Due to the danger of mysterious props, they are all placed in special exhibition stands. The third floor is a warehouse, and some studios related to archaeology. The fourth and fifth floors are living areas. The entire museum has 4 staircases and 5 elevators with different functions. Behind the museum are gardens, stables, storage and servants' quarters. Qingkong had a general impression of his new home. In terms of size, this museum is larger than the Cape District Secret Service, and the value of the collection is inestimable. Of course, for Augustine, such a gift is like meat rotting in the pot. If I rely on him, his investment will be profitable. If I don't rely on him, it is impossible to run away with the museum. Qingkong walked in the exhibition area and asked Fitch, this museum should be open to the public, right? Yes, Miss Qingkong. The museum is open from 12 to 6 p.m. from Monday to Friday. But since this museum was given to you by His Majesty as your residence, I will leave a message on the sign outside the door to inform visitors that the museum will no longer be open. Why not? Qingkong had already walked around the hall. She said to Fitch, don't let the archaeologists in the Imperial capital lose a museum to visit because of me. I am also looking forward to exploring the secrets of the ancient times with like-minded scholars. Hearing that Qingkong allowed the museum to continue to develop, Fitch saluted happily. Thank you, Miss Qingkong. I will continue to help you take care of this museum. Do a good job. Qingkong then toured the second and third floors of the museum, and then arrived at the living area on the 4th floor. This place was obviously renovated urgently. In addition to many rooms for living, there are also classrooms and other functional rooms. It can be said that as long as Qingkong is willing, he can move all the people and equipment of the Oulu College's Department of Mysticism here. I have to admit that Emperor Augustine is really thoughtful. Qingkong chose a room for himself, and then asked Jennifer to decorate it with the servants. Jared and his night team lived on the 5th floor, protecting the safety of this place around the clock. Qingkong ignored them. If you eat someone's mouth, you can't complain about others planting spies around you. Moreover, Luke's plan for this trip to the Imperial capital is to try to push Qingkong to the open. He should keep a low profile and cool down the light and heat on his body, so that Qingkong can step on all the mines ahead and attract more attention and firepower from all parties. Qingkong walked to the balcony connected to the bedroom, where there was a small iron round table and a few chairs. Some vines were climbing on the balcony fence, with small light yellow flowers blooming between the sparse leaves. He sat down and shaped an ice wine glass for himself, and then poured some red wine into it. He leaned comfortably on the back of the chair, picked up the wine glass, and took a deep breath of the air of the Imperial capital. If you close your eyes, you can hear the sound of horse hooves coming from the street below, and the roar of airships flying through the sky above your head. There are also many eyes shooting from the surrounding buildings. Qingkong is well known in the city of Raging Waves, not only because she was identified by Wilred as the next dean of Oulu College, but also because of her performance in the assassination of Meteorite. There were at least 800 people present at the time. Qingkong bargained Meteorite's offer from 10 million to 1 million, and then killed Grover like a chicken. At the most critical moment, he completed the most critical blow and helped Meteorite completely control the city of Raging Waves. No one would regard the 1 million as Qingkong's real asking price. Everyone cares about the relationship between Elf Qingkong and Meteorite, as well as her relationship with the eldest princess. The city of Raging Waves turned around, and when the Empire thought it was about to take control of it, it became an enclave again. But its owner changed from the new nobles of the Empire to the eldest princess. According to the character of Emperor Augustine, how could he tolerate this backstab from his daughter? Royal Knights, royal heirship. A museum of inestimable value was directly given to them. Such blatant poaching made the eldest princess completely fall out of favor in front of His Majesty. Can Qingkong withstand such a fierce offensive from Emperor Augustine? If Qingkong left the eldest princess and joined the more powerful emperor of the empire, Emperor Augustine would definitely deal with the eldest princess like thunder. And the disgraced eldest princess would leave a large power vacuum. If Qingkong stood firmly with the princess who owned the city of Nuteo would be a strong contender for the future master of the empire. Qingkong from Nuteo brought unpredictable changes to this huge ancient empire. Small families were thinking about how to stand on the right side in this fateful decision, while more ambitious people were thinking about whether they could pull Qingkong to their side. Qingkong tasted the red wine, feeling the tentacles surrounding the museum in her heart, and her mind entered a meditative state. After an unknown amount of time, Jennifer whispered in her ear, "Professor Qingkong." Knight Jared said he contacted Dean Wilred. The Dean is now in Conrad's restaurant, and the carriage is ready for you. So fast. Qingkong used magic to confirm the time. She didn't expect that her meditation took more than 4 hours. She stood up and tidied her clothes, then said to Jennifer, "Find out my magic professor robes. I need to dress formally when meeting the Dean." "Yes, Miss Qingkong." Putting on the magic professor robes of Oulu College and a magic hat, Qingkong took Jennifer, who was also dressed in formal clothes, out. Jared was already waiting beside the prepared carriage with the royal knights on duty. Qingkong got on the carriage. "Let's go to Conrad's restaurant." "You should know how to get there?" Jared got on his horse and replied with a smile, "Of course I know, Miss Qingkong. I am familiar with every street in St. Louis City. Let's go." Conrad Restaurant is a high-end restaurant. If ordinary people want to dine here, they need to make an appointment a few days in advance. Of course, people of noble status are excluded. Qingkong met Dean Wilred, who was waiting here in a semi-open small compartment. She hugged the mentor, who had not seen him for a while, and then gave a few candies to the little monkey, who was inseparable from Wilred. Then she said to Jared, who followed him, "I have some private words to talk with the Dean. You wait for me outside." Jared looked at Qingkong, then at Wilred, and saluted helplessly and left. At Qingkong's signal, Jennifer drew a barrier around the compartment, which could effectively prevent others from eavesdropping. The food sent from the restaurant was delivered by Jennifer. "Teacher, I didn't expect that so many things happened in Nuteo City during your visit to the Imperial capital. Now that I have attracted the attention of His Majesty, do you have any good suggestions on how I should choose my side?" Dean Wilred scooped the soup in front of him with a spoon and drank. "I have been in a meeting for a whole morning, which makes me feel a little dizzy and hungry. Eat something first, and then talk about the brain-worrying things. The vegetable and fruit soup in this restaurant is very good. Drinking a sip of soup, and then eating anything else will make people feel comfortable. Okay, let's eat first and talk later." Qingkong picked up the spoon and drank the vegetable and fruit soup that Jennifer put down. Sure enough, his taste buds were stimulated very sensitively, and the taste of the food seemed to be amplified by magic. Then Qingkong ate a little more casually and stopped. Food is not a necessity for her. Wilred did not stop eating because of Qingkong. He ate heartily, and took a napkin from time to wipe the vegetable juice stuck on his beard. After eating, he burped and drank a glass of juice in one gulp. He said, "Maybe the food here is not to your taste, but I have no resistance. Every time I come here, I have to eat a lot. If I stay in the Imperial capital for a while, I will definitely become a fat old man. The time for relaxation is over. It's time to talk about annoying things. Are you the eldest princess's man?" Qingkong looked at the people dining in the hall outside, and a thin layer of light film was rippling in front of his eyes. Qingkong looked at Wilred again and said, "I am not the eldest princess's man, but I am on her side now." Wilred observed Qingkong, and after a while said, "You are very mysterious, and I have never been able to see through you. I had the idea of handing over Oulu College to you, but the recent events in Raging Waves City make me worry that this choice is wrong. I don't want Oulu College to get involved in politics. And this has always been the principle that Oulu College adheres to. Qingkong pushed the food he hadn't eaten to the greedy little monkey. He said with a sigh, "Some things you don't have to participate in just because you don't want to. Just like I didn't want to kill Grover. But things pushed me to kill him. Then I was pushed here. In fact, you don't have to worry about the future of Oulu College. I am not very interested in the position of dean. You have plenty of time to observe me, or find a more suitable candidate. I respect your choice. As long as the college can accommodate me, I will be a member of the college." Qingkong's answer made Dean Wilred's expression much more relaxed. Grover's killing shocked many people, including Wilred. Qingkong's clear stand for meteorite is equivalent to pulling Oulu College to make its position clear. After Augustine summoned Wilred, it took a lot of effort to convince him that those were all Qingkong's private actions. The facts that can be changed cannot be reversed. The tense atmosphere caused by Qingkong in the Imperial capital really distressed Wilred. "What is your relationship with Chief Inspector of Meteorite?" Qingkong answered awkwardly, "Do I have to tell it? You can selectively tell me. Chief Inspector of Meteorite has already controlled the City of Raging Waves. Oulu College and the City of Raging Waves are one. My mission is to protect the college. I can do anything for it." Facing the hidden threat from Wilred, Qingkong considered her own situation and then replied, "My mission is to protect Meteor. I can do anything for him, including being an enemy of the whole world. Teacher, I don't want you to have any misunderstandings in this regard. If Meteor needs me to destroy the Oulu Academy, I will destroy the Academy without hesitation. I have the ability." Qingkong looked at Wilred with a sharp and aggressive gaze, completely without the kindness and humility they had just met. Wilred understood Qingkong's message, and her belief in protecting Meteor was not shaken at all. "You and him are." Without waiting for Wilred to explain, Qingkong, who understood what he meant, couldn't help but laugh. "It's not what you think. Anyway, I've told you the secret, and I think you will keep it for me. Now we don't have any underlying conflicts with Oulu College, and Meteorite also respects Oulu College very much. I will do my best to help the college solve all the problems at Oulu College. Regarding the opening of a branch here, you, the dean, still need to make a decision." Wilred couldn't figure out the true relationship between Qingkong and Meteorite, so he simply stopped thinking about it. As Qingkong said, "Peaceful coexistence is good for everyone. Even if I don't want to open a branch in St. Louis City, I'm afraid His Majesty will find a way to make me agree. You are now an important starting point for him to take back the City of Raging Waves, and the center of attention of all parties in the Empire. Your stay here actually reduces the pressure on the Academy. Just move your Department of Mysticism here first. In the afternoon, I will go to the Dean of the Imperial Magic Academy to ask if they can rent us some dormitories." Qingkong said, "His Majesty has helped us solve the dormitories. I saw it. It's a very good place." Chapter 230 Sculpture. When Dean Wilred wanted to ask about some school buildings, Jennifer came in through the barrier. "Professor Qingkong," Knight Jared said, "Her Royal Highness the Princess has summoned you." "I see," Qingkong said to Wilred. "Too many people are watching me when I come to the capital this time. I need to see the princess as soon as possible and tell her some things that need to be said. If the tutor has anything to say to me, we can make another appointment tomorrow." Wilred did not get the answer he wanted from Qingkong this time, but he was not disappointed. He said with some regret, "I will return to the academy tomorrow. I always feel uneasy when you are not here. But fortunately, things here are basically over. You must know that there are undercurrents in the Imperial capital, and the consequences will be irreparable if you are not careful. I'm sorry that I can't provide you with advice and help. This is the principle that Oulu College has always adhered to, and it cannot be changed in my class." Qingkong stood up and saluted Wilred. "This is my business. Goodbye, Mentor. I am very happy to see you." Then Qingkong took the magician's hat from the little monkey and left with Jennifer. Wilred asked the little monkey, who was looking at Qingkong eagerly, "You like her very much?" The little monkey nodded. "I like her too. She is smart, powerful, and has leadership qualities. It is hard to find a more suitable successor than her. But her loyalty to Meteor is hard for me to understand. With her personality, she shouldn't have such a bond." The little monkey chirped. "Yes, there will always be a moment when her secrets are revealed. I have time to continue observing her." After a brief meeting with Wilred, Qingkong hurriedly boarded the carriage to Agatha's residence. Agatha moved out of the palace after she became an adult. She has a small garden-style manor near the headquarters of the Imperial Secret Service, named Tulip Manor. The manor is full of blooming tulips, with a manor atmosphere rarely seen in the city. There are many sculptures in the courtyard, many of which were made by Agatha herself, with exquisite lines that are not inferior to those of famous sculptors. When Qingkong met Agatha under the guidance of the female official, she was making a clay statue in the sculpture room. The clay sculpture knife in her hand was as flexible as a finger, and she scraped out a perfect arc with a light stroke. The female official stood beside Qingkong for a while, and couldn't help but whisper to Agatha, who was concentrating on the sculpture, "Your Highness, Miss Qingkong is here." Agatha turned her head to look at Qingkong, with a happy smile on her face, and she greeted her intimately. "Qingkong, I am so happy to see you. Come, help me. This statue always has a flaw that I can't tell. Can you see anything?" Agatha was totally different from the way she had been when she first met Qingkong. She was casual, as if they were playmates since childhood. There was no difference in status, only the original unchanging friendship. Qingkong knew that Agatha was acting, so she just accompanied her. "I'll try." Qingkong took off her magician's hat and handed it to Jennifer, took off her magic robe and threw it to Knight Jared, and put on the sculpture work clothes under the service of the lady-in-waiting. She walked to Agatha's side and took the clay knife handed to her. Agatha was making a clay statue of a girl. The girl was wearing a light dress and standing on tiptoe barefoot. She put her hands forward as if holding something precious, and as if letting go of her beloved thing. According to Qingkong's aesthetics, this clay sculpture is already very lifelike. After hardening and simple polishing, it is a fine work of art. But since Agatha is not satisfied, "I can't make any changes," which shows that I have no artistic talent. This sculpture. Qingkong saw the girl's face clearly. "It is somewhat similar to you, Agatha, but the temperament is completely different. You don't have this kind of entanglement of gains and losses. If I am not mistaken, she should be Princess Dale." Agatha and Qingkong stood together, admiring the sculpture in front of them together. "It's Dale. My sister is not like the Augustine family at all. She will cry sadly when she sees a wounded bird. This is how she let go of the little bird that had recovered from its wound. So beautiful. I want to make a sculpture of that moment and give it to her as a wedding gift." Qingkong asked curiously, "Is Princess Dale getting married?" Agatha smiled and looked at Qingkong. "Our chief inspector of meteorite is coming to the Imperial capital soon. The last time I saw my father, he told me he wanted to marry Dale to meteorite." "Huh?" Qingkong was very surprised. "Augustine is so generous, giving a house and a daughter. He is really a rare good father-in-law in the world. No. We can't rush to recognize him as my father-in-law now. Meteorite hasn't arrived yet. And this marriage is just an idea of Augustine. There are still many steps to go before he can become the son-in-law of the Golden Shield Empire." And what was Agatha's purpose in telling him this? Qingkong looked at Agatha. Her eyes half smiled, as if she was really happy for her sister, and she was testing her attitude towards the news, thinking of the expression on Willard's face when he asked about the meteorite when he met him. Qingkong could only sigh secretly. "In your eyes, can't men and women have pure friendship? Agatha, you think you can win me over by overturning a jealous jar? You are too naive." Qingkong turned her eyes back to the sculpture. After examining it, she said, "Agatha, as a sculpture, it can no longer be modified, but as a beautiful memory, there is something behind it that we all cherish." After saying that, Qingkong put the clay knife in Agatha's hand, and then cast a magic to condense 2 icicles behind the sculpture. The icicles grew layer by layer, forming layers of feathers. When the entire shaping magic was completed, a pair of ice crystal wings formed behind the statue. Agatha was stunned looking at the statue with the clay knife. She felt that the emotions she had been suppressing since her teenage years were infected by the emotions exuded by the statue, as if they were about to burst out. Just now, she laughed at Dale for not being like the Augustine family. But now she realized her sister was exactly the missing piece of the Augustine family. She was the angel given to this family by God, holding the last warmth in the hearts of this family in her hands. Agatha wiped away the tears in her eyes and smiled again. As expected of Qingkong, "I can always trust you. Anywhere. But your sculpture skills are still as bad as before. Dale's kindness deserves a pair of more beautiful angel wings. Rest first." Agatha asked the female official to help her and Qingkong take off their sculpture uniforms, and then washed off the mud marks on their hands and faces. Finally, she said to Jared, "Qingkong and I haven't seen each other for a long time. There are many private things between girls to say. She will stay here tonight. Tulip Manor does not allow men to stay overnight. You can take your people back. Tomorrow, I will send a car to take Qingkong back to the museum. Jared wanted to know what the princess and Qingkong would talk about. But he didn't dare to disobey Agatha. If he dared to stay here, he would become fertilizer for the flowers at night. Besides, what he just saw proved that Qingkong and the princess had known each other for a long time, and had a very good relationship. He should also go to the palace, and report Qingkong's itinerary to His Majesty today. Jared handed the magic robe in his hand to the maid of the manor. And after saying goodbye to Agatha and Qingkong, he left the Tulip Manor with his night team. Agatha took Qingkong to a pavilion in the garden, and a fountain next to it sprayed fan-shaped water columns upwards. Some elemental particles were obviously dissolved in the water, making the fountain reflect a beautiful magic rainbow. The pavilion was moist and cool, and the air with traces of magic elements was very comfortable. Qingkong and Agatha sat down on both sides of the tea table, and the maid brought 2 cups of black tea. Agatha ordered, "Go down. Don't disturb us." "Yes, Your Highness." When it was only herself and Qingkong in the pavilion, Agatha picked up the teacup and whispered, "I didn't tell anyone about Meteorite's identity. He is still my capable subordinate, and the nail I sent to the city of raging waves. But it is obvious that Meteorite's achievements exceeded everyone's expectations, and put me on the grill." Qingkong shook his finger, and a square piece of ice fell into his teacup. "Grover asked for this. If I didn't agree to his assassination of Meteor, he would have found another killer. This halfling lost so much that he had a big head for nothing." Agatha could only smile bitterly at Qingkong's answer. "You are right. It is difficult for bystanders to understand the mentality of gamblers who are desperate at the end. Since Grover is dead, there is no need for us to continue talking about him. Thank you. You took the initiative to come to see me and cooperated with me to act in front of Jared, which made my situation much better. But what happened in Fury City has made my father very suspicious of me. He hopes that the future emperor of the empire will be born between the first prince and the second prince. Or he. Anyway, the dilemma I'm facing is caused by you. As a victim, do I have the right to understand you? Even if I die, let me die with understanding." At this time, snow began to fall outside the pavilion. The snowflakes with magical elements reflected colorful colors. "I came here just to ease the situation you are facing. I won't talk to you about the specifics. My job in St. Louis City is to try to open a branch of Oulu College here, teach students, and do academic research. You don't have to expect any promises from me. All I can tell you is, we are not enemies now." The weather outside was clear, but snowflakes were flying around the pavilion, and a layer of snow covered the grass in a short while. Agatha didn't speak, and carefully felt the message Qingkong conveyed to her. The relationship between her and Meteorite is not clear yet, but it should be mainly Meteorite, and from the development of the Raging Waves City incident. If Grover hadn't committed suicide in the end, Qingkong might not have revealed her relationship with Meteorite, but continued to do her academic work at Oulu College. In other words, the Raging Waves City incident also exceeded their plan. Meteorite did not want to swallow up Raging Wave City. Although his value increased, the risk of coming to the Imperial capital also increased. The danger also came from Emperor Augustine, so that he and Meteorite could continue to maintain this tacit cooperative relationship, as long as he didn't cross the line. Qingkong's visit this time also expressed Yuqing's attitude. After all, they have cooperated for so long without any unpleasant incidents, so there is no need for him to rush to surrender to the Emperor of the Empire and add more uncertainty. I already know what Yuqing means, but after he arrives in the Imperial capital, I cannot meet him, at least before he is summoned by His Majesty. Please convey my meaning. My attitude has not changed. Before my bottom line is not broken by him, I am willing to continue to maintain a tacit understanding with him. I need your support and the support of Nuteo City to allow me to maintain my position in the Empire. You should also need the eldest princess of the Empire to endorse your identity. Breaking this tacit understanding will not benefit you or me." The snow outside the pavilion turned into rain. Qingkong picked up the teacup. "Yes, mutual protection can make it unbreakable." Agatha invited, "Cheers to our unbreakable alliance." Hearing this description, Qingkong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and clinked glasses with Agatha. "Cheers to our unbreakable alliance." With a sound of cups, Agatha took a sip of tea and asked Qingkong, "What do you think about the marriage between Meteor and Princess Dale?" Qingkong took a sip of tea, put down the teacup and said, "No opinion. Your Highness, don't test me. If it weren't for this incident that forced me to come to the Imperial capital, I really wanted to continue my research at Oulu College. Here, everything has to start all over again, which is very troublesome." After another attempt without any result, Agatha stopped nagging about this topic. She talked about what Qingkong was interested in. "The museum that your father gave you was very thoughtful. He knew that you were studying ancient civilizations, and many things in it are of great research value. I can recommend you a few archaeologists who can help you understand the origins of those collections more quickly." "That's great." Qingkong immediately became interested when talking about ancient civilizations. The rain outside stopped immediately, and the warm sunshine shone down. A flying ship was traveling on the route from Niteo City to the Imperial capital Qingluan City. Luke sat in his seat with his eyes closed, receiving the information conveyed by Qingkong. At night, Luke collected Qingkong to charge his phone. More information and mental power were integrated into his consciousness. This absorption and training continuously expanded Luke's mental ability and solidified his consciousness space. Every time Qingkong appeared, his self-personality would be integrated into Luke's increasingly large mental body when it was collected, and then his consciousness would be enhanced. The increasingly strong mental power accelerated the charging speed of the phone. Now it only takes 19 hours to charge from 0 to full. However, Qingkong's power consumption rate did not improve, and the 10-second burst could only be used as a deterrent. This trip to the Imperial capital still requires more brains and less hands. After completing the absorption of mental energy, Luke looked out the window, and the airship was shrouded in the night. Chapter 231. Quietly entering the city. After a night of sailing, the airship that Luke and his party were riding on docked at the airship transfer tower of the airport in the western suburbs of St. Louis City. When they walked down from the tower, there were no flowers, no applause, no crowds lining the streets to welcome them, only guards checking their documents. There were also airships coming in and out overhead. This surprised Shelley, who was accompanying them. She repeatedly confirmed the surrounding environment and landmarks, and after confirming that this was indeed the Imperial capital, she complained dissatisfiedly, "Chief Inspector, what's wrong with the people in the Imperial capital? No one came to greet you. But you are the actual controller of the city of raging waves." Luke popped out a spark to stop Shelley from continuing to speak. He looked at the Imperial soldiers, who were checking their IDs on the side, and said to the Imperial spies who came with him, "We are Imperial spies. It is normal that no one comes to greet us. St. Louis City is different from the city of raging waves, and it is even more different from the Cape District. Everyone, please be restrained. Don't walk sideways like crabs everywhere." Shelley, who was scolded, immediately corrected his attitude. "Yes, Chief Inspector. I have been to the Imperial capital before. I know that there are people with backgrounds and status everywhere. Don't worry. It is not my turn to investigate any cases here. You are responsible for keeping an eye on your people." Luke observed the surroundings. The Western Suburbs Airport is different from the Royal Airport where Qingkong landed in the airship yesterday. This is a civilian airport and is very busy. The Imperial soldiers and airport management personnel maintain order and keep the place running in an orderly manner. Although because of Luke's special identity and the recent events in Niteo City, all parties in Niteo City dare not come to greet him publicly. And even the eldest princess did not send anyone to avoid irritating Emperor Augustine. But Luke still saw a few eyes from the people around him that kept looking here secretly. Even the Imperial soldiers, who checked the documents, looked very powerful. The Imperial capital seemed to be indifferent to him. But it was not indifferent at all. Luke picked up a candy and ate it while waiting. After a long time, Kalina, who had finished negotiating with the Imperial soldiers, came over. "Chief Inspector, our identities have been confirmed, and we can enter St. Louis City. The Secret Service headquarters did not arrange a vehicle for us. We need to leave the airport and find a car to leave by ourselves. Chief Inspector, this is different from what I imagined. We don't seem to be welcome." Luke took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then said, "No. We are facing the best welcome now. Let's go. Viscount Iskalin has arranged a car and a place for us. Let's settle down first, and then see how the Imperial capital is going to face me." Putting the pocket watch in his pocket, Luke lowered the brim of his hat and walked forward with a cane. Kalina, wearing deerskin boots and a hemmed skirt, followed him with a briefcase. Behind him were the Imperial spies led by Shelley and Pisco. Sandpaper, Boiling and heavy equipment traveled by land together, and it would take a few days to arrive. After leaving the western suburbs airport, the convoy drove to the center of St. Louis City in the vehicle arranged by Viscount Iskelin. On the way, Shelley, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the young man driving from time to time, and his hand never left the gun handle. The feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake made the young man smile and said, "Black Mamba." "No, it should be Miss Shelley. Don't be so wary of me. It makes it impossible for me to concentrate on driving. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fast Legs, a first-level thorn blade of the Blade Brotherhood." The Viscount felt that the Chief Inspector needed manpower in the Imperial City, so he asked me to listen to the Chief Inspector's dispatch. I am quite familiar with the situation here, especially the lower city area that the big guys disdain to pay attention to. You can trust me, whether you believe it or not. The Chief Inspector makes the decision. Shelley still maintained a posture of being ready to take action at any time, and turned his head to look at Luke, who was sitting in the back. Luke had already recognized Fast Legs. Fast Legs. His real name is Priestley Harold, born in the lower city of St. Louis City, and became an orphan at the age of 7. At the age of 9, he was adopted by the orphanage opened by the Brotherhood of Blades and received assassin training. At the age of 14, he completed his first mission and officially became an assassin of the Brotherhood of Blades. Drive steadily. An excellent assassin should not be so unsteady. At the age of 18, due to a mistake, part of the muscles and tendons in his legs were melted by magic during the mission. Originally, your assassin career should have ended here, but you met the father of Viscount Iskelin, who not only spent a huge amount of money to reshape your legs, but also made a comprehensive transformation of your entire body. So the Blade Brotherhood lost Priestley Harold, and gained an assassin named Fast Legs. Luke's words made Fast Legs, who originally looked cynical, tense up. He steadied his shaking hands and asked in a bad tone, "Only the old master and the master know this secret. They probably won't tell you." "How did you know?" Hee. Luke smiled and didn't answer, continuing to look at the street scenery outside the car. After Shelley knew that Fast Legs was trustworthy, she relaxed a little. She smiled and said, "There is nothing our Chief Inspector doesn't know. You don't know that when I first met the Chief Inspector, he took off my underwear." "Ah!" The fast driver and Kalina in the back seat exclaimed together, looking at Shelley in disbelief. Shelley realized that her words caused misunderstanding, and quickly added, "It's just a metaphor. I'm talking about my secret. A secret that only Her Royal Highness and I know." "Oh, speaking of the princess," Kalina asked Luke puzzledly, "Chief Inspector, why didn't His Royal Highness send someone to pick you up? This is not the way to the headquarters of the Imperial Secret Service. Shouldn't you report to His Royal Highness first?" Luke answered casually, "We did too much in the city of raging waves," which made Her Royal Highness a little unhappy. "I don't understand." Shelley joined the topic. "I don't understand either. Grover is dead, and his accomplices are either dead or captured. The entire city of raging waves is under the control of the Chief Inspector. Your Highness should be happy to receive such a rich city as a gift." Luke replied, "Too much is as bad as too little. The changes in the situation in the city of raging waves did not prepare me. Not to mention Your Highness, our Emperor, and the ministers of the Empire. For many people in the Empire, the city of raging waves is a balance point of power and interests. The new nobles of the Empire are huge and have complex relationships, and they are not a whole. With the city of raging waves in their hands, all parties in the Empire can benefit from it. Therefore, although Your Majesty knows that the wealth of the city of raging waves is seriously flowing out, he can accept this situation. Now the beneficiary has become one person. Even if the Empire can obtain more wealth from the city of raging waves than before, Your Majesty cannot feel at ease as before. The city of raging waves made the Princess Royal Highness suspicious of His Majesty." Kalina suddenly realized, but asked in confusion, "Isn't Your Highness His Majesty's daughter? And the closest daughter?" At this time, the Fast Legs answered in front, "People who care about family affection cannot sit on the throne." We arrived at number 236 Copper Mulberry Avenue. Kalina still didn't understand, but she forgot to ask after hearing the address. She looked at the big house next to her through the car window, and her expression seemed to be taken away by her soul. "Here, this used to be your home, but it was later auctioned off. I asked Viscount Iskelin to help buy it, and it was my temporary residence in St. Louis City." "Not bad." Luke opened the car door and walked out, get out of the car and help us arrange a room. Shelley, arrange for someone to be on duty. Yes, Chief Inspector. Shelley pointed a few people to enter the courtyard first. Pisco led the rest of the people to carry the luggage. Kylina walked out of the car with tears in her eyes. For her, the house is still the same. But the people in the house are gone. Thank you. I thought I would never come back here. What are you thanking me for? This is the house I bought for myself. If you want it, work hard and earn more bonuses. And buy it back when you have money. Yes, Chief Inspector. Kylina wiped her tears. I will work hard. Go in and have a cup of coffee. And then see who our first visitor will be. Kylina's old house is far less big than the museum that Augustine gave to Qingkong. And the location is not as good as the museum. But it is also a luxurious private villa in the upper city of St. Louis City, which shows that the Lindbergh family was once powerful. The capital of the Golden Shield Empire, St. Louis City, is divided into 3 districts. The Imperial City District, composed of the Imperial Palace and the surrounding districts. Most of this place is the royal industry, and it concentrates important functional departments of the empire. Those who can live in the Imperial City District are extremely prestigious people. The Purple Gold Flower Avenue where Qingkong's museum is located is part of the Imperial City District. The upper city is wrapped around the outer periphery of the Imperial City, and most people living here have stable jobs. The lower city is concentrated in the east of the upper city, radiating to the northeast and southeast. There was no lower city in St. Louis City originally, but with the advancement of technology, large-scale industrial production has caused large-scale bankruptcy of artisans and small farmers. There is a large landfill in the east of St. Louis City, and urban sewage is also discharged here along the river. The bankrupts who left the city and the land settled here and lived on garbage. Later, garbage and sewage refining formed an industrial chain here, and the lower city of St. Louis City was formed as a result. And it expanded and expanded rapidly with the arrival of more and more bankrupts. Compared with the Cape area where people can still go out to sea to make a living, the lower city of St. Louis is a typical slum. Pollution has reduced the average life expectancy of people here to only 34 years old. When St. Louis withdrew the last security personnel from the lower city, violence and the deteriorating environment caused the average life expectancy here to continue to decline. The upper and lower city areas of St. Louis are separated by a towering wall, and the 2 sides of the wall are completely 2 different worlds. Luke, who lives at number 236 Copper Mulberry Avenue, lies on a recliner in the room, looking at the information related to the lower city area of St. Louis on his mobile phone. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Garbage and sewage treatment technology have allowed people in the lower city area of St. Louis to create many strange things. Some people become weird because they are contaminated by something intentionally or unintentionally. Luke felt that he would be left out for a while by the Emperor of the Empire to kill his prestige. If the Emperor of the Empire does not summon him to express his position, people from other parties will not dare to contact him publicly. Not to mention Agatha, who also wants to cool down. At this time, there is no need to think about making trouble in the upper city. He is now standing in the spotlight, and every move may cause unnecessary trouble. But the lower city is different. St. Louis City has almost no eyes and ears, let alone control over the lower city. If you do something there, as long as it is not loud, you don't have to worry about being noticed. Before coming to St. Louis City, Luke asked Iskalin to help him find a helper who knows the situation in the lower city. But he didn't expect him to send a fast runner directly. It seems that he also knows that St. Louis City is in crisis. Just when Luke was browsing the information and thinking about where to start in the lower city to kill time, Kylina walked into the room. Chief Inspector, someone is visiting. Luke asked, who is it? It's Yomington. Yomington's visit was somewhat unexpected by Luke. But thinking about it carefully, he was indeed a suitable visitor. Luke said to Kylina, tell him to wait for me in the living room and say that I will go to see him after I finish writing the materials to be presented to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes, Chief Inspector. Kylina looked at the empty desk and asked, do you need me to help you write? Luke continued to lie comfortably in the recliner, closed his eyes and said, no, I'll sleep for a while. Call me back in 2 hours. Kylina understood what her Chief Inspector meant. I understand, Chief Inspector. I'll come back in 2 hours. Luke waved his hand and really fell asleep. Kylina covered him with a blanket, then walked out quietly and slowly closed the door. Yomington, who was allowed to come in, was taken to the living room. Kaylina poured him a cup of coffee and told him that Chief Inspector Meteorite was writing materials to be submitted to Her Royal Highness the Princess. When will the Chief Inspector finish writing? I have something important to discuss with him. Shelley, who was sitting on the other side doing her nails, said sarcastically, no matter how important the matter is, it can be more important than our Chief Inspector writing to Her Royal Highness the Princess, reporting on work. If you don't want to wait, just go. Kaylina said politely, I'm sorry, Lord Yomington. This material is very important. And the Chief Inspector doesn't want to interrupt his thoughts halfway. Yomington ignored Shelley and said to Kaylina, I am no longer a staff officer of the Prime Minister of the Empire. I am now a civilian. And you don't need to call me Lord. Oh, dismissed. Shelley became interested. I remember you were very impressive when you went to the City of Raging Waves. But how come you don't even have an official position when you come back? Are you coming here to seek refuge with our Chief Inspector? You are not stupid enough to be blind. Come. Call Sister Shelley first. I will say a few good words for you in front of the Chief Inspector. Yomington frowned. How can such a beautiful lady speak like a bandit? He kept in mind his mission this time, although I have lost my official position. I am still assisting Prime Minister Gabriel. I came here this time to understand what happened in the City of Rage. It will be good for everyone if some misunderstandings are cleared up. We all work for the Empire. And timely communication will not make His Majesty worried. Please inform Chief Inspector of Meteorite again, and tell him what I said. Kaylina did not move. I'm sorry, Mr. Yomington. I don't understand what you said. The Chief Inspector asked you to wait. If you want to be summoned by him, please wait patiently. Chapter 232 Take the first step. Yomington saw that it was useless to bring out Prime Minister Gabriel, so he could only wait patiently, thinking about the difficulties brought to him by the changes in the City of Raging Waves. Losing the City of Raging Waves was not only a blow to the new noble forces, but also the loss of an important city. The rapid rise of the new nobles in the Golden Shield Empire also meant that their foundation was unstable. Unlike the conservative old nobles who only wanted to maintain tradition, the new nobles had no history to learn from for their own interests. And various ideas were in the stage of 100 schools of thought. Some radicals wanted to overthrow the monarchy, some wanted to weaken the imperial power, some wanted to strengthen the imperial power and attack the nobles, some wanted to integrate into the circle of the old nobles and get a hereditary title and inheritance fiefdom for their family. Moreover, each circle of the new nobles can be further divided according to different ideas. At the same time, people in these circles will jump left and right at any time according to their own interests. The Times created this group of people who represent advanced ideas, but they don't know which of the countless roads in front of them is the best choice. The loss of the City of Raging Waves is an extremely heavy blow to the new nobles headed by Gabriel. The struggle in the imperial court is surging. If he can't keep the position of the Prime Minister, the cabinet will be reshuffled. If these people fall, it will be difficult to get up again. Now that the Raging Waves city was acquired by the eldest princess, although she was suspected by Emperor Augustine, she also got a ticket to compete for the throne. At the same time, Augustine had a gesture of wooing Meteorite, and he could be said to be a key figure who could determine the future trend of the empire. Gabriel felt it necessary to ease the tension between the two sides with Meteorite. At least establish a channel of contact first, and then decide whether to be enemies or friends in the future according to the direction of the situation. Yomington was dismissed from his post because of the Raging Waves City incident. And this time he became the best person to contact Meteorite. He also secretly made up his mind to do things well, so that he could be reused by Gabriel's Prime Minister again. 2 hours is not long. But for those who are waiting, it is a long torture. Especially when Yomington was still unsure whether he could meet the Meteorite Inspector. Fortunately, Luke was awakened by Kaylina when the time came. He walked down from upstairs, stretched his body, sat down to drink a cup of coffee, leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs and said to Yomington, who stood up and saluted, "Sit down and talk. Her Royal Highness the Princess's requirements are too strict. I finally finished writing the report. You must be anxious waiting." Yomington looked at Luke, who obviously just woke up. But he didn't dare to complain. The Chief Inspector has just arrived in the Imperial capital, and he must have a lot of official business to deal with. I am very happy to be summoned by you. My secretary told me that you are no longer the Prime Minister's staff officer. Are you interested in working for me? I have many capable people here, and I am in great need of people like you who have some brains. Yomington did not expect Luke to recruit him without any preparation or disguise. An idea came to his mind, but he immediately threw it aside. Thank you for your appreciation of me, Chief Inspector. Although I am no longer the Prime Minister's staff officer, I still work for him. This visit is for... Luke interrupted Yomington and said with a smile, Don't be so busy to refuse. The situation in the Imperial Court is unpredictable now. Those at the top may fall at any time, and those below may soar at any time. A smart person will not narrow the path under his feet. He will prepare more backup plans for himself so that he can face the chaos with ease. Yomington looked at Luke and was more shaken. Chief Inspector, have you prepared many plans for the chaos in the court? Luke controlled his expression and asked seriously, Are you testing me? Yomington knew that he had said something inconsistent with his status and apologized immediately. I'm sorry, Chief Inspector. The situation I am facing now, and the changes in the court have made me a little confused. I said something wrong? Please forgive me. Chief Inspector, you are different from me. You can be fired if you do something wrong, and you can start over at another company. As for me, and your Prime Minister, once we make the wrong choice, there will be no chance to start over. I know the purpose of Gabriel sending you here. Being caught between His Majesty and the Princess has already put me in a dilemma. Today, only you came to visit, which is enough to explain the situation I am facing. I don't want to have unnecessary conflicts with the Prime Minister because of the conflicts in the City of Raging Waves. But with your identity, I can only express my attitude here. Yomington knew that Gabriel didn't even send a formal official, and he was already a credit to the Chief Inspector of Meteorite for getting this sentence. Thank you, Chief Inspector. Prime Minister Gabriel asked me to convey his welcome to you, and hoped that the incident in the City of Raging Waves could be properly resolved to the satisfaction of both parties. At the same time, I also wish you a smooth marriage to Princess Dale. Luke smiled and said, The Prime Minister's words are really nice. I will take it as a sincere blessing. After the business, let's continue the topic just now. Nuteo City has undergone a major reorganization from top to bottom, and the office established by Nuteo City in the Imperial capital must also be adjusted. Although the official rank of Nuteo City's commissioner in St. Louis City is not high, it is very important. I hope that this position will be held by someone who is familiar with all aspects of the Imperial capital. Does Mr. Yomington intend to take up this position? Yomington did not expect that Meteorite was not just talking about recruiting him casually, but took out such an important position right away. The commissioner of Nuteo City stationed in Qingluan City is the chief officer of all trivial affairs of Nuteo City in the Imperial capital. In addition to solving the commercial and official troubles encountered by people from Nuteo City who come to the Imperial capital, he also has the responsibility to manage the relations between various parties. According to the economic strength of Nuteo City, the commissioner stationed in Qingluan City is definitely a lucrative job with money and power, and only trustworthy people can take up the post. Now the political arena of Nuteo City has undergone a major change. The staff of the original office stationed in Qingluan City cannot be replaced, but the commissioner must be replaced. It's just, Yomington couldn't figure out why the Chief Inspector of Meteorite gave him such an important position. You must know that although he was a staff officer of the Prime Minister before, he was only a little more glorious outside Qingluan City. In the Imperial capital, he was a slightly higher official with no real power, and he often had to take the blame. But if he is appointed as the commissioner of Nuteo City in St. Louis City, he will be the god of wealth that others want to curry favor with no matter where he is. Chief Inspector, I don't understand. Why would you give me such an important position? Luke asked Kylina to put the prepared appointment letter on the coffee table in front of Yomington. I have already said it just now. I am from the Imperial Secret Service. My subordinates are all intelligence agents and thugs. There is no one who is familiar with government affairs and the handling of relations between all parties. You used to be a staff officer of the Prime Minister. You are really the most suitable candidate. Yomington always felt that there was a trap in the appointment letter in front of him. His experience in Nuteo City made him very afraid of Meteorite, fearing that he would be cheated by accident. But this position is too tempting. Chief Inspector, you know I am Gabriel's Prime Minister. This position should be related to your core interests. Do you know what my core interests are? Luke sneered. Don't take yourself too seriously. There are too many people like you in Gabriel's place. Even if he reemploys you, the highest you can do is to return to the position of staff officer. I use you, not expecting you to be loyal to me or tell me the secrets of the Prime Minister. I just want the Nuteo city office in the Imperial capital to play a better bridge role, rather than simply sending money out. The badly cheated Yomington still couldn't believe that such a good thing could find him. I think there should be many people in Raging Wave City who can do this job. As long as you ask Viscount Iskelin and Lady Michelle, they will definitely recommend the right person for you. They have recommendations. And I am also considering screening. But when I saw you, I had the idea of letting you do it. Don't be so anxious to refuse. Your name hasn't been written on this appointment letter yet. You can take it to Prime Minister Gabriel to take a look. Listen to his advice. And then think it through yourself. If you want to be the commissioner, just write your name and take the position. If you don't want to do it, tear it up and throw it in the trash. Well, today's meeting ends here. The report materials for the princess have not been finished yet. Shelley, send Yomington out. Shelley stood up. Please, Mr. Yomington, keep the appointment letter from my chief inspector. It's best not to be ungrateful. Yomington kept the appointment letter, stood up, bowed to Luke, and was led out by Shelley in a trance. When he got outside and sat in the carriage, Yomington looked at the big house in the middle protected by the Imperial spies, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing at himself. You can deal with the Prime Minister calmly, but in front of the meteorite, you are like a woman who is being played with. This whirlpool of the Imperial court was stirred up by him, and I wonder what kind of storm it would stir up. Prime Minister Gabriel, are you a match? After Yomington left, Number 236 Tom Mulberry Avenue never welcomed another visitor. No one visited on the second day. The same was true on the third day. The chief inspector of Meteorite, who stirred up a storm in the city of raging waves that shook the entire empire and even the world, seemed to be forgotten after arriving in St. Louis City. The news that Emperor Augustine the Great wanted to betroth Princess Dale to Meteorite quickly declined, as Meteorite was neglected. After all, the grace of the Emperor is unpredictable, and a sentence that has not been recorded in any official document cannot represent the true thoughts of the Emperor of the Empire. Luke was also extremely low-key. He stayed at home and never went out to meet anyone. In addition to handling official documents sent by the City of Raging Waves, he practiced combat skills in the backyard. Although Luke did not go out, an unexpected incident still caused a great shock in the Imperial capital. Voigt Yomington, the former staff officer of the Prime Minister of the Empire, accepted the appointment of the Council of the City of Raging Waves and served as the Commissioner of the Office of the City of Raging Waves in St. Louis City. The appointment and removal of a commissioner stationed in the Imperial capital was not a big deal. But the meaning behind this appointment could not help but cause speculation from all parties in the Imperial court. Everyone believed that the incident in the City of Raging Waves made Meteorite a thorn in the side of the new noble group headed by the Prime Minister Gabriel. But they didn't expect that the two sides would reach an understanding so quickly. And the importance of the Commissioner of the City of Nuteo in St. Louis City shows that this understanding is not a general understanding. Sure enough, there is no grudge in front of interests. Before Grover's body was cold, Prime Minister Gabriel and Chief Inspector of Meteorite were flirting with each other. The appointment of Yomington immediately consolidated the position of Prime Minister Gabriel. Meteorite is the eldest princess's man. The eldest princess did not summon Meteorite after he arrived in the Imperial capital, which also represented the eldest princess' trust in Meteorite. Yomington's appointment as the Commissioner of the City of Nuteo in St. Louis City must have been tacitly approved by the eldest princess. Gabriel can play with the eldest prince, the second prince, and the eldest princess. This balance is not something that ordinary people can play. Those who are thinking about the position of the cabinet's prime minister have to stop their efforts and continue to wait and see the changes in the court situation. Gabriel's side is much more relaxed, and the pressure on the eldest princess Agatha has also been relieved since Yomington took office. After all, the wealth that the City of Wrath can bring is there. Even if the Empire wants to support another city to replace the City of Wrath, it is not certain whether it can succeed. Even if it can succeed, His Majesty probably won't see it. The Prime Minister has bowed to wealth. So why don't we hurry up and drink the soup? So, when Luke's side was deserted, the Tulip Manor where the eldest princess lived was full of visitors. At the same time, all parties also appreciated the ability of the chief detective of Meteorite. He is worthy of being the one who can dedicate the entire Raging Waves city to the eldest princess. Even if no one greeted him when he arrived in the Imperial capital, even if he was ignored by all parties after arriving in the Imperial capital, Chief Detective of Meteorite can still take advantage of the small opportunities in the chaotic situation and accurately make a move to reverse the passive situation. But Emperor Augustine seemed to be able to keep his composure. He still did not issue an order to summon Meteorite, thinking of continuing to deal with it coldly. But there were rumors from the court that the Emperor wanted to marry Princess Dire to Meteorite, and the Emperor frequently summoned Princess Dire to dine with him. He also asked Princess Dire where she wanted to live after leaving the palace, and talked a lot about meteorites. According to the tradition of the Golden Shield royal family, the princes and princesses must move out of the palace when they come of age. Princess Dale still lives in the palace because she hasn't held her coming of age ceremony yet. It's just that royal princesses usually marry out of the palace after they come of age, and they won't deliberately settle down in St. Louis City. Agatha is a rare exception. Emperor Augustine asked Princess Dale in this way, which means he is ready to keep his daughter in the imperial capital. If the princess doesn't marry out of the palace, she will naturally recruit a son-in-law. This is a great opportunity for the dignitaries in the imperial capital. As long as they can marry Princess Dale, the whole family will be able to rise to prominence. As for the emperor's constant rumors of wanting to marry Princess Dire to Meteor, what the emperor of the empire says in the palace cannot be taken seriously. As long as Princess Dire is not married, everyone has a chance. And this is Emperor Augustine's conspiracy to make Meteor feel pressured. It also gives others hope. The opportunity to marry Princess Dire is right in front of you. If you don't take action immediately, Princess Dire may belong to someone else. Chapter 233 Princess Dale's Visit. The palace vortex caused by the meteorite reaching the imperial capital has made many people see the opportunity to profit from this situation of pulling each other, even though they know that they may be crushed to pieces if they make a mistake. Some people still want to take a chance. So after Yomington took office as the commissioner of Nuteo's city in St. Louis City, not only did Princess Agatha have many more visitors, but Qingkong's museum was also crowded every day when it opened. They not only contributed tickets to the museum, but also donated many interesting antiques free of charge. Qingkong had to hire some archaeologists to help him conduct in-depth research and data compilation on these donated antiques. From time to time, he received important visitors, and his days were very fulfilling. After the museum closed one day, when Qingkong used his mental power to explore a colored sculpture of a human idol, the butler Fitch came to report, "There are guests visiting." Qingkong could feel that the life-size clay idol in front of him was a mysterious prop, and it was very likely that the human body of a living sacrifice was sealed inside the clay idol. Judging from the appearance and sculpture style, it did not look like something from the 5 ancient civilizations, but it must be something left behind by an ancient tribe in the radiation circle of the ancient shining gold civilization. This mysterious prop was very well preserved and had a very high research value. Qingkong thought about looking through Luke's mobile phone data to see if he could find anything related to this clay idol. So he had no intention of receiving visitors. Tell them that the museum is closed today. If you want to visit, please come early tomorrow. Seeing that Qingkong's eyes did not leave the sculpture in front of her, and then looking at the archaeologists working around, Fitch stepped forward and whispered in Qingkong's ear, "Miss, Princess Dire is visiting. Your Highness is visiting incognito, and does not want to alarm too many people. Princess Dire is here. What is she doing here?" Qingkong was very puzzled, and could not figure out what purpose Princess Dire could have in looking for him. But since the princess is visiting, she must be greeted well. "Take your Highness upstairs to wait for a while, and then let Knight Jared set up the defense. Entertain your Highness. I will go up soon." "Yes, Mississippi." Qingkong thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure out what the youngest princess of the royal family was doing. So she arranged for people to clean the clay idol protectively and seal it protectively, and then deal with it after she figured out what it was. At this time, the museum had been protected by Knight Jared and his men. Qingkong went back to her room to change her dirty clothes, and then met Princess Dale, who was waiting in another room. Dale looked 8 points like Agatha, but she didn't have the sharpness of Agatha. She was a graceful and elegant young girl. It was difficult for people who saw Dale for the first time to have dirty thoughts. She was like a mirror that could reflect the innocence of children, making people cherish the feeling that they lost as they grew older. Princess Dire, who came to visit, did not wear traditional princess clothes. She wore a dress of an ordinary rich girl and a light gray lady's round hat. The style was the latest fashion from the city of raging waves, which was considered a more avant-garde dress in St. Louis City. Princess Dire. Qingkong admired the little princess beautifully in his heart. "Your visit was beyond my expectation. There is no advanced preparation here. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Dire nodded to Qingkong, and she was more agile than Qingkong, the elf, and she smiled and said, It's my fault for visiting without an appointment in advance. This time, I came to express my gratitude to Miss Qingkong. I like the sculpture that Sister Agatha gave me very much. Sister said that the sculpture was made together with Miss Qingkong. And you added a pair of angel wings to it. Qingkong invited Dale to sit down and asked Jennifer to bring tea and some desserts. I just made a suggestion. The whole sculpture was completed by Her Royal Highness the Princess herself. From the delicateness of the sculpture, it can be seen that Her Royal Highness the Princess loves you very much. Yes, Sister Agatha loves me very much. Dale lowered her head and rubbed her clothes with both hands, as if she was entangled in something. Qingkong asked, Your Highness, is there anything else when you come to me this time? At this time, Dale looked up at Qingkong, her eyes full of passionate emotions. The wings on the back of the statue that Sister Agatha gave me are closed. But I heard that Miss Qingkong added wings to the statue at that time that were spread out. Qingkong didn't know what the statue looked like when Agatha finished it. But the wings she added to the statue using ice-making magic were indeed spread out. And they were about to fly. Now hearing Dale say that Agatha changed the wings to a closed state, and thinking back to what she said at that time, Qingkong couldn't help but smile and shook her head. You sisters are really smarter than each other. I don't know what answer you want to get from me. I can only tell you, the pair of spread wings were just added by me casually. Agatha made a change. Probably because she misunderstood me. She wanted to protect you. After listening to Qingkong's explanation, Princess Dale suddenly became very disappointed. Did you just add it casually? Did you just add it casually? Qingkong also asked himself. When I saw the unfinished statue in the sculpture room and listened to Agatha telling the story behind the statue, my feeling was, this girl who let the bird go actually wanted to fly away with the bird. The plot about Princess Dale in the epic game is the story of a kind girl escaping from the cold court and running towards a free life. During this period, Dale encountered many difficulties and dangers, but she finally lived the life she longed for. This is one of the plots that every player must play. When I added wings to the sculpture, I probably subconsciously expressed my good wishes. As a sculptor, Agatha must be able to feel the emotions expressed by the sculpture. So she said that her sculpting skills were bad and folded the wings. The plot has been changed too much. For his own power, Emperor Augustine did not hesitate to use Princess Dale as bait to set up a trap. Now it is 100 times more difficult for her to escape than in the original plot. In the plot, Agatha turned a blind eye to Princess Dale's escape, and the Imperial Secret Service was just a bystander, and even secretly helped her in the end. This means that Agatha must have seen that Dale was unwilling to be a canary. But she didn't dare to let her sister go now. Yes, I added it casually. If it caused Princess Dale's misunderstanding, I apologize to you. The situation in the court is very complicated now, and your every move may cause unknown turmoil. Your Majesty does not want to see uncontrollable things. Qingkong can only comfort her. This is not a game. Being in the Imperial family, you have to face this life. If I help Dale for the sake of feelings, it is very likely that I will not only fail to help her, but also hurt her. Princess Dale smiled with relief. I understand. I feel Miss Qingkong's intentions, and Sister Agatha's protection for me. I will not do anything stupid. I have a request. Looking at Princess Dire's blinking eyes, Qingkong smiled and said, Go ahead. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not let you down. Your Highness, I want to see what the sculpture looked like originally. Speaking, Princess Dire took out a magic wand from her sleeve. She opened her lips slightly and chanted a spell. With a flashing light on the top of the magic wand, water condensed into ice and piled up a large ice block on the ground. Then Princess Dire shook the magic wand in her hand, and the magic wand turned into an ice shovel. Princess Dire chiseled the ice with the ice shovel, and used shaping magic from time to time to trim the details. After a while, the outline of a person appeared. When Sister Agatha was making sculptures, I often did odd jobs for her. Although I am far inferior to my sister in making sculptures independently, we are the only ones here, so we are not afraid of making ugly sculptures. Hee hee. Princess Dale's smile is warm and sunny, and has an infectious power that is hard to refuse. At this time, she did not look like a royal princess at all. Just a child playing with ice, letting ice chips stick to her hair and clothes. Qingkong, who did not agree, could only let Dale finish her sculpture, and chatted about things that he cared about. I thought Her Royal Highness would ask me about the meteorite. After all, there was news from the court that His Majesty seemed to be interested in granting marriage. Dale's hand paused for a moment, and then continued to chisel the ice. Nothing to ask. No matter what kind of person he is, I will obey my father's arrangement. Just like my sisters who married out. Everything is for the Empire. I envy Sister Agatha. She at least fights for her own destiny. Faced with Princess Dale's answer, Qingkong could only laugh at himself. Since coming to this world, it is rare to have such a moment without spinning your mind. Okay. Let's not talk about meteorites or anything else. You are too slow to do it alone. If you don't mind that I don't know sculpture, I can help you. Okay. Sculpture is actually very simple. Especially this kind of ice sculpture. If you make a mistake, you can just fill it with ice. I heard that Miss Qingkong's ice magic is very powerful. By the way, can I call you Sister Qingkong? Of course. A hard ice knife appeared in Qingkong's hand. She walked to the side of the ice and slashed it with a knife. A slightly larger ice block got into Dale's collar, and she shivered with cold. Then she retaliated by slicing out ice chips and sprayed them at Qingkong. Qingkong naturally couldn't suffer a loss. The two of them played and played, and an ice sculpture gradually became clear, although Dale said that her sculpture craftsmanship was not good. When the finished ice sculpture was presented, Qingkong couldn't tell the difference between it and the sculpture made by Agatha, even because it is an ice sculpture. The crystal clearness makes the artistic conception of the sculpture more vivid. Princess Dale turned the ice knife back into a magic wand, and swung a gust of wind to blow at the ice sculpture. And the sculpture emitted a brighter brilliance. My work is done. Please add the wings that originally belonged to it, Sister Qingkong, so that I can see what it really looks like. Since this step has been achieved, Qingkong did not refuse. She recalled the scene when she added wings to the sculpture, and then controlled the ice to condense behind the ice sculpture. The ice grew layer by layer, forming layers of feathers. Soon a pair of icy wings spread out behind the ice sculpture, and the look of it pretending to fly seemed to be able to feel the floating of the air flow. At this time, Qingkong noticed the tiptoed feet of the ice sculpture girl, and suddenly felt that the ice sculpture in front of her seemed to be able to take off at any time, chasing the flying bird and rushing into the free sky. Qingkong suddenly realized that something was wrong. She looked at Princess Dyer, and found that she was also intoxicated by the artistic conception and emotions expressed by this ice sculpture. There was a warm emotion in her eyes, and this emotion did not appear again after the flash when they first met. Dyer. Qingkong immediately advised Princess Dyer, don't do stupid things. You must know your father better than me. If your thoughts are discovered by him, you will be in great danger. If you believe me, please believe in Meteorite. He won't make things difficult for you on this marriage. Can Meteor refuse my father? Dale looked at Qingkong and smiled. Don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. Wow. It's so late outside. I've been away from the palace for too long and must go back immediately. Sister Qingkong, can you help me preserve this statue? I'll leave it with you. I'll come to see you when I have time, and we can do other fun things. Qingkong couldn't guess what Princess Dale was thinking at the moment, so she could only talk to Agatha tomorrow, hoping that she could persuade her sister. No problem. It's too easy for me to preserve an ice sculpture. Princess Dyer is always welcome to visit me. Next time, we will make an ice sculpture for me. It's a deal. Princess Dyer high-fived Qingkong, and then left happily with her entourage. It was already dark outside. Although there were streetlights outside, the streets were very deserted. After Qingkong sent Dyer to the carriage, he called Knight Jared with some people to escort the princess back to the palace. Qingkong said goodbye to Dyer and watched the convoy go away before returning to the museum. Princess Dyer sat in the carriage, and the bumps did not disturb her meditation. The impact of the ice sculpture on her was really too great. She had never wanted to leave the cold and restrained life like now. The world is so big, but how can I leave? I have palace guards around me at all times, and I can only travel in the Imperial city at most. And after escaping, where should I go? The territory of the Empire is so large. As long as my father finds out that I am missing, he will definitely mobilize the power of the entire Empire to find me. I not only want to escape from the palace, but also from the Empire. I need to plan well and make a thorough plan. Princess Dyer made a bold decision that will affect her life. But the convoy suddenly stopped, and then all kinds of magic came from all directions. The guarding knights shouted enemy attack and desperately surrounded the carriage where Princess Dyer was riding. Dyer looked outside in panic, and the sound of gunfire and crossbow arrows flying came from all directions. The knights were beaten to the ground by the sudden attack, and the scene was in chaos. Chapter 234 Touch of Death. After seeing Princess Dale off, Qingkong came to the third floor of the museum. The hired staff had all gone off work, and most of the royal knights followed Jared to escort Dale. And the servants, except those on duty, went to rest. The entire museum was very empty, and because of the influence of the mysterious props, the lights always produced some special colors and shaking. Butler Fitch handed Qingkong a folder. "Miss, this is the record made by the archaeological team today." Qingkong flipped through the folder and asked, "Where is the colored sacrificial clay idol received today?" "Put it in the fourth seal compartment. Mr. Ireland said that this clay idol should come from the Gumir Highlander tribe, and is most likely a burial object for the leader of the tribal alliance. This sacrificial clay idol is so exquisitely made that the person sealed inside must be of noble status. Ireland is the leader of the archaeologists hired by Qingkong. His solid archaeological knowledge and experience are highly valued by Qingkong." Qingkong followed Fitch to the fourth seal compartment. The colored sacrificial clay idol stood in the middle, surrounded by a light film, which not only has the effect of preventing theft, but also limits the spread of the mysterious energy in the mysterious prop. Qingkong removed the seal on the clay idol, walked around it, and said to Fitch, "Can you tell that this is a living sacrificial clay idol?" Fitch answered respectfully, "Miss, I have worked in this museum for 30 years. I also like these ancient things very much, so I have learned a lot of knowledge about archaeology by myself. This colored sacrificial clay idol can be placed on the second floor as an exhibit after protective restoration. I think such a fine work of art will definitely attract more visitors to our museum." Qingkong touched the clay idol. His eyes gradually turned into ice crystal color, and the temperature in the room also dropped. "I can hear that you are very conceited about your archaeological knowledge, but I have to tell you with regret that this is a replica." Hearing Qingkong say that this is a replica, Fitch was shocked. This is impossible. I have calculated the age of the pigment and material of this clay sculpture, and it has a history of at least 5,000 years. You can't tell. It's not your fault. I was almost fooled by it too. The paint and material are indeed at least 5,000 years old, but the thing was made not long ago. Even this morning. Fitch still couldn't believe it. "Miss, how did you tell?" "Because it is not only a mysterious prop, but also a completed secret word. The things inside will soon break out of the shell, and they have extremely strong destructive power. If you don't want this museum you have guarded for 30 years to be destroyed by the battle that is about to break out, quickly set up a battlefield for me." As if to confirm Qingkong's words, a crack suddenly appeared on the colored sacrificial clay idol without any warning. Fitch finally believed Qingkong's words, because although a single mysterious prop can cause some strange events due to its own mysterious energy, it will not change without external force destruction or the formation of a secret language. There are more and more cracks on the clay idol, indicating that a secret language has been activated. A large area of ice mist flowers bloomed around. Although Fitch has never seen Qingkong take action, Qingkong's strength has long been spread from Nuteo City to Xingluan City. Qingkong attaches so much importance to it. It can be seen that the things in the clay idol must be very strong. This museum contains many precious ancient artifacts, let alone destroying the whole thing. Even damaging one or two pieces is an incalculable loss. The museum has perfect protection measures. Fitch sounded the alarm first, then activated the space-sinking spell of the fourth isolation room. The wall of the fourth isolation room separated and collapsed. Standing in the void were various lines intertwined. Fitch did not run out. He took out his magic wand and nervously aimed at the colored sacrificial clay idol. The cracks of the clay idol were as many as spider webs. "Miss, the magic trap set here can cause a 3-minute space collapse. I have already sounded the alarm, and the nearest patrol security team will be here soon." A piece of clay peeled off from the head of the clay idol, and a blood-red light shot out from the dark hole. 3 minutes is enough. Just protect yourself. Okay. Miss, be careful." At this time, a large amount of black smoke came out from the cracks of the clay idol, and the black smoke condensed into a sickle of death and chopped towards Qingkong. At the same time, black smoke continued to come out from the cracks, gathering into a black floating ghost. The ghost had distorted and exaggerated facial features, and screams came from its mouth. The sound wave attack made Fitch, who was weak, fall directly to the ground. The sickle of death chopped Qingkong and passed through the middle of her body. The touch of death is the secret language that Qingkong is facing now. Luke solved the secret of the colorful sculpture sacrificial clay idol for Qingkong by checking the mobile phone information. There is only one colored sacrificial clay idol of the Gummire Highlanders that has been excavated, and it is in the hands of the Abyss Temple. The area where the Gummire Highlanders live is in the Tadigia Hills. So the secret arts passed down by the Gummire Highlanders are also a secret art system that the Abyss Temple has been deeply studying. It is related to the Abyss Temple, so it cannot but attract Luke's attention. He searched for relevant information about the Abyss Temple and the Gummire Highlanders, and finally found the secret art of Touch of Death. The Gummire Highlanders worshipped death, and were once powerful under the influence of the radiation of the ancient Shining Gold civilization. Although the Gummire Highlanders died in that ancient civilization war, the barbarians living in the Tadigia Hills inherited the ideological heritage of the Gummire Highlanders. It's just that the barbarians don't study the secrets of death, but have the courage to face death. The Abyss mages who embrace the Abyss are very interested in the Gummire Highlanders, which is one of the reasons why the Abyss Temple chose the Tadigia Hills. Touch of Death is a secret technique developed by the Abyss Temple after studying the Gummire Highlanders. The ritual uses oil paint and clay with mysterious energy to seal the living in the clay idol. The negative energy and spiritual energy that erupts before a person dies transforms the clay idol into a secret language to be activated. The stronger the strength of the living sacrifice, the stronger the lethality when the secret language is activated. In the Abyss Temple dungeon in the era, Death Touch can be found everywhere. For players who can reach there, it can only be regarded as a trap to delay time. Qingkong did not recognize it as Death Touch at first, mainly because this kind of trap prop really did not leave an impression on her. And this time, it was made into a very confusing ancient artifact. The clay idol made with oil paint and clay with mysterious energy 5,000 years ago is definitely not an ordinary character. It cannot be treated as an ordinary trap prop. At this time, the space trap in the 4th isolation room was opened. It was originally a mechanism used to trap thieves, but now it can be used as a battlefield. Qingkong looked at his chest. The sickle that pierced to his body did not leave any wounds. The god of death formed by the negative energy generated by death has no ability to attack entities. The image it creates and the sickle it swings are to cause mental pressure on the attacked. Its target is the soul. Panic, fear, confusion, panic. All negative emotions will allow the soul attack of the god of death to take advantage of the opportunity. Ditch was hit by the voice attack of the god of death because he was too panicked and afraid. This kind of attack cannot be defended or avoided. The only way to fight it is a solid and comprehensive mental barrier. Players concluded that the more gorgeous the operation, the higher the damage, which is a welfare monster for the clumsy players. Qingkong is fearless about life and death, and knows what is in front of him, and is mentally prepared. Therefore, he ignored the first blow and treated the second blow as a breeze. The mental barrier is impeccable, and the god of death slashed more than 10 times in a row without any damage. Miss. 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 Hey. Stop. Qingkong swept his clothes and said to the god of death, who was making all kinds of terrifying gestures in front of him, even if you chop until dawn, you can't hurt me. Before the time limit of the space collapse trap expires, I will destroy your secret technique. Why not chat while time is limited? The death god really stopped attacking, staring at Qingkong and making a miserable voice. It's impossible. It's impossible for a person to be mentally invulnerable. Even the most fearless barbarian, the death god, can find his mental weakness. What are you exactly? In Luke's eyes, Qingkong is just a tool. And how can a tool have mental weaknesses? I am Qingkong, an elf. I have the Book of Disaster that your Abyss Temple wants in my hand. And 2 of your Abyss Apostles died in my hands. You should be one of the Abyss Apostles to be able to make such a powerful touch of death. Such a powerful touch of death can't hurt the other party at all, which is an extreme humiliation to the Abyss Apostle behind the secret technique. Moreover, the Abyss Temple's repeated defeats in front of Qingkong also made the Abyss Apostles more suspicious of Qingkong's identity. I am Bradley Morris, the 4th Apostle of the Abyss Temple. I have heard a lot about you, Qingkong. You know our Abyss Temple very well, and your courage to face the harvest of the God of Death further proves this point. I don't remember that you were once a member of the Abyss Temple. Does it mean that your people have infiltrated the high level of the temple? But many of the secrets I know are unknown to the so-called high level of the Abyss Temple. Qingkong said to Morris with an unfathomable smile. So this inner ghost, you have to consider it at a higher level. Higher level. They are the Abyss Apostles who founded the Abyss Temple. Morris, who was hiding near the museum, was so shocked that his whole body couldn't help shaking. For 100 years, The Abyss Apostles trusted each other and united with each other. And only then did they recover from the setback of Oulu College and founded the Abyss Temple. They never doubted anyone's loyalty to this group. But what happened during this period was too weird. The Abyss Temple was passively controlled by Qingkong everywhere, and lost 2 Abyss Apostles in her hands one after another. This time, Qingkong faced the touch of death, and was able to make the attack of the Death God completely ineffective so easily. If he hadn't known the characteristics of the touch of death long ago, how could he dare to stand there without dodging? And the only ones who know the characteristics of touch of death are the Abyss Apostles who developed this secret technique. No. Don't think about alienating the relationship between us apostles. Did I say anything? Qingkong released a magic clock and said to Morris, "There is 1 minute left. Do you have anything else to say?" Morris couldn't help but roared, Who told you our secret? It's not you. Qingkong recited a spell and drew a golden sword from the air. Morris, you should be in St. Louis City. The next Abyss Apostle I want to kill is you. The spell was recited, and golden light shone down from the sky, and the light column enveloped the clay idol. On the outer wall of the golden light column, platinum ancient golden characters flashed, and the powerful energy tyrannically cut off the black fog connecting the god of death. Then, Qingkong threw out the golden sword in his hand. The golden sword rotated in the air, splitting the god of death, who lost its energy supply into 2 ends, and then deeply pierced into the clay idol. The god of death dissipated in wailing. The clay idol, which was already full of cracks, collapsed, and the scattered pottery rubble fell to the ground. In the middle of the clay statue was a knight in armor, and the golden sword was inserted in his chest. The knight had died long ago. Judging from the style of the armor, he should be a senior knight of the Royal Knights. He had a higher rank than Jared. At this time, the time limit of the space collapse trap ended, and the 4th isolation room gradually returned to its original state. Qingkong waved his hand to disperse the golden light in the room, and the golden sword turned into gold powder and dissipated, and the knight's body fell to the ground. Qingkong used magic to wake up the unconscious Fiki. Fiki opened his eyes and screamed in fear, waving his magic wand wildly. And then Qingkong cast a mental calming magic to recover from the panic. Miss. Fiki got up from the ground and hid behind Qingkong, asking anxiously, What happened? What was that just now? It's just a ghost summoned by the secret technique, and I have killed it. The dead knight is the sacrifice of the secret language ritual. Go and see if you know him? Yes. Yes. Hearing that the terrible ghost was killed by Qingkong, Fiki suddenly became bold. He walked to the body, checked the face, and shouted again in shock, It's Baron Sam Alvin, Deputy Captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Royal Knights. How could he die here? Miss Qingkong, do you know who did it? I don't know. Qingkong concealed the Abyss Temple and Morris turned around and walked out, saying, Since the deceased is a Royal Knight, you can find the relevant personnel to carry the body away. You know everything about the incident. Just tell the person investigating the case truthfully. And remember to tell the other party who sent the clay idol. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Someone died just after moving in. It really affects my mood. Facing the body of Baron Alva, Fitch answered blankly, Yes. Miss, I will take care of it. Qingkong left Fitch to deal with the aftermath and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. But as soon as he reached the stairs, he saw Jared rushing up in a panic. His armor was severely damaged and there were bleeding wounds on his body. Obviously he had just experienced a battle. Qingkong hurriedly asked, What happened? Miss Qingkong, we were attacked by unknown people, and Princess Dale is missing. Chapter 235 The Princess Escaped. Princess Dale was attacked and disappeared. Qingkong immediately asked, What happened? This is the Imperial City. How could someone easily set up an ambush to attack Princess Dale? Without waiting for Jared to answer, a group of sheriffs rushed up with the museum servants. Seeing the current scene, Knight Jared realized that something had happened to the museum and asked, Miss Qingkong, was this place attacked as well? Yes, someone attacked here using secret techniques, and the Royal Knight Baron Alvin died. Qingkong signaled Jared not to talk about Princess Dale here. You go and treat the wound first, and leave this to Fitch. I'll go get ready. Let's go and see the scene of the attack. Jared knew that the disappearance of Princess Dale could not be made public, so he saluted Qingkong, and then staggered upstairs with the surviving Royal Knights and followers. Qingkong simply told the Sword Sheriff about the attack on the museum, and left the rest to Fitch. Anyway, he saw everything that Fitch could see, And he didn't see what he couldn't see. This case will give the Imperial Capital's Public Security Bureau a headache. It's just, is the Abyss Temple related to the attack on Princess Dale? Although the two attacks were close in time, there is no evidence to prove that they were done by a group of people. Forget it. Let's find Dyer first. All the lights in the museum were turned on, and the upstairs and downstairs were in a mess. Qingkong came to the room where Princess Dyer was received alone. The ice sculpture was still standing there, and the scene of sculpting with Dyer was still vivid in his mind. Qingkong walked to the statue and pointed at the center of the portrait's eyebrows. A faint blue halo was broadcast in the ice, and some magic particles remaining on the ice sculpture were stimulated by resonance and emitted light. Very good. Princess Dyer's magic power was still left on the ice sculpture, and the amount was enough to release a secret language once. Qingkong waved her hand to bring the wind to close the door, and an ice wall sealed the door completely. Then she took out a few mysterious props from the space backpack and placed them around the ice sculpture, and then took out a butterfly specimen and carefully placed it in the hand of the ice sculpture. The butterfly, which was already a mysterious prop, flapped its wings and flew up when the secret ritual began. The butterfly flew around the ice sculpture, and starlight like pollen was sprinkled from its wings. In response, the remaining magic power of Princess Dale floated up from the ice sculpture and merged with the pollen and starlight. Qingkong recited the secret words at this time. The butterfly in the wind that is scattered. The flying butterfly specimen instantly turned into gray and disappeared in the air, and the dots of starlight gathered into a stream and gathered in the palm of the ice sculpture, and finally turned into a magic butterfly with a faint green glow. Qingkong took out a wooden cylinder and carefully knocked the magic butterfly into it, then touched the ice and walked out of the room. At this time, Knight Jared and his men had completed a simple bandage, took off the damaged knight armor, and changed into the royal knight uniform. Miss Qingkong, the carriage is ready. Qingkong walked past Knight Jared, who was saluting. You come with me to the carriage, and tell me in detail what you encountered on the way. Yes, Miss Qingkong. Jared led the knights to follow Qingkong to leave the museum. As soon as they got on the carriage, Jennifer also got on. Professor Qingkong, no suspicious people were found near the museum. Jennifer rushed to the fourth isolation room when Fitch activated the museum alarm. But the space collapse trap had already been activated. Since she couldn't get in, she could only look for the person who cast the secret spell around the museum. Qingkong said, Our matter is a small matter. Let the sheriffs handle it. Knight Jared, what happened on the way to escort Miss Dale? We just walked to the intersection of Zijinhu Avenue, when Princess Dale was thinking about how to escape from the palace. The attack began. The carriage she was riding was attacked by a round of magic attacks, and the two horses pulling the carriage and the coachman died on the spot. But the carriage was enchanted with multiple protection measures, and the escorting guards reacted very quickly. So Princess Dale, who was protected in the carriage, was relatively safe. However, the guards suffered heavy casualties in the attack in order to protect the carriage. Facing the siege of a large number of assassins, they could only try their best to defend. Princess Dale, who was sitting in the carriage, calmed down quickly after the initial panic. She even comforted the maid beside her. Don't be afraid. This place is very close to the palace. There are not only sheriffs, but also palace guards, who will come to support us soon. We will be fine. The maid's mood gradually calmed down. Princess Dale looked at the battle outside, and a bold idea appeared in her mind. What plan do we need to make to leave the palace? Isn't now the best opportunity? She concentrated her mind, and the city map of St. Louis City emerged from her mind. This is the Imperial City District. After my father found out that he was missing, he would first block the Imperial City District as quickly as possible, and then block the Upper City District, and strictly check the people who leave St. Louis City by land and air. It is impossible to run all the way out of St. Louis City, but you can sneak into the Lower City District first. People in the Imperial capital regard the Lower City District as a garbage dump and sewer. Sister Agatha said that there are some spies and informants in the Lower City District, and there is no Imperial administrative force to use. If you can hide in the Lower City District, you can avoid the first round of searches, and then slowly wait for the opportunity to leave St. Louis City, and finally leave the Empire. I thought of the sculpture Agatha gave me, and the ice sculpture I made with Qingkong. Thinking about marrying someone she had never met in the future. Thinking about the small animal she had released, and the bird that she had saved but flew into the sky without looking back. The Augustine family had never lacked courage. So Princess Dale drew out her magic wand and cast a spell to knock out her maid. Dale opened the escape door under the carriage and jumped under the carriage. At this time, the guards were attacked by the assassins and could not protect themselves. They had no idea that Dale was hiding under the carriage. At this time, support was coming from all around. The assassins who failed in the assassination could only retreat with each other's protection. Dale knew that the chance to escape was about to disappear, so she pulled out a cloak from the interlayer under the seat. She took advantage of the chaos and rolled out from under the carriage wrapped in a cloak. When she turned over, she was dressed as an assassin. She was dressed in black and her head was wrapped so that only her eyes were exposed. Dyer fled with the assassins. The guards did not dare to chase them and continued to protect the carriage. When the support from all sides surrounded the attack site, the guards found that Princess Dyer was missing. Dyer, who fled with the assassins, walked through the alleys and rooftops. The assassins who were fleeing did not realize that the target they wanted to assassinate was following them. But Dyer knew that if she kept following like this, the assassins would definitely notice something strange. And the disguise cloak had an expiration date. She dragged behind step by step. And when she passed the roof of a building, she dodged and hid in a shadow. The camouflage cloak covered her whole body, turning her into a pile of debris. The assassin who noticed that someone had fallen behind sent someone back to check, but found nothing, and could only quickly catch up with the team in front. The roof returned to silence. After a light flickered in the corner, Dale stood up wearing a cloak. She came to the edge of the building and looked into the distance. The direction of the attack was brightly lit, and magic fireworks of different colors kept flying. She took a deep breath and looked up. The starry sky in the sky was brighter than what she saw in the palace. And there was an airship flashing navigation lights and slowly flying over her head. Just walking this far, the world is already so wide. If I can go further, what kind of scenery can I see? At this time, the residents in the building turned on the lights one after another because of the noisy sound outside. And the search team will come soon. This place is far from safe for Dale, and she must enter the lower city before the upper city is blocked. Dale jumped down from the roof, and the magic propped up the cloak into a paraglider, flying towards a nearby river under the control of floating magic. There is a water channel in that river, which will flow through the Imperial Pharmacy Factory, the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute, the Imperial Extraordinary Species Breeding Center. These important scientific research institutions in the Empire produce a large amount of experimental garbage every day. And these garbage will be loaded into simple garbage ships and then left in the lower city along the water channel. Because there is a chance that there are very dangerous things in these garbage. The sheriffs responsible for checking the water channel are perfunctory. Dale's plan to enter the lower city is to board one of the garbage ships, find a place to hide, and wait for the water to take you to the lower city. The upper city is separated from the lower city by a high wall, and all the passages connecting the two cities are strictly guarded by the sheriff. No matter how chaotic the lower city is, it must not be allowed to spread to the upper city. However, no matter how strict the defense is, it cannot stop the already rotten lower city from attacking the other side of the city wall. On the high-risk garbage drainage channel, a garbage ship was stopped by the sheriff on duty when passing the city wall checkpoint, and a barrier was placed across the river. The searchlight on the city wall shone on the hull, and there were rows of sealed garbage cabins on the deck. The captain of the garbage ship immediately handed a pack of cigarettes to the sheriff captain on the shore. "Captain Tiley, what happened? Didn't you just let it pass before?" Captain Tiley took the cigarette and put it in his pocket, waved his hand to let his men go on board to search, and then pointed to the sky in the direction of the Imperial City District. "Didn't you see that the warning magic signal of the Imperial City District has not stopped since just now? Something big must have happened in the palace. If I let someone go by accident, the lives of all of us would be enough for His Majesty to kill." Seeing the sheriff on board start the search, the captain took out a stack of money and quietly put it into Captain Tiley's pocket. "I have to run several times in this canal a day. Are you still worried about me? It's not that I don't want you to check because I'm guilty, but mainly because there are goods that Mr. Melkin specifically asked for." "Mr. Melkin?" Hearing this name, Captain Tiley hesitated. "What?" The captain looked around and was a little embarrassed. Captain Tiley waved his hand for the captain to follow him and took him to a secluded place. "It's not that I don't give face to Mr. Melkin, but the situation tonight is too special. Based on my experience, the news of the full blockade will be delivered soon. At that time, even if I let you go, you can't get through. You must tell me what it is." The captain could only say, it is a batch of discarded products from the extraordinary species breeding center. Although they are discarded products, some of their tissues can be used for extraordinary transformation of the human body. Mr. Melen has been eyeing this batch of discarded extraordinary creatures for a month. And the fresher they are, the higher their value. If the city is closed, this batch of goods will not be delivered in time and will all rot. Mr. Melen paid a lot of money for this batch of goods. If he can't receive it, you know the consequences. The captain's words made Captain Tiley keep looking at the garbage ship. The sheriff on board was waiting for his order. No. I want to take a look. If there is no one, let you and the ship go. The captain said helplessly, okay. Please hurry up. And there are high-quality goods inside. They look very close to humans. And they are not dead yet. You have to be careful. They look close to humans. Which means they are military-grade extraordinary breeders. They are not dead yet. Which means that there are people in the extraordinary species breeding center. And they are probably left to Melen. It's really a batch of deadly goods. I will be careful. Open the warehouse. Hurry up. At this time, Dale was hiding in a garbage cabin. Unlike the dirty and smelly she imagined, this cabin was much cleaner. On the multi-layered shelves fixed on the ground, there were corpses covered with bloody white cloths. Dale lifted a piece of cloth, revealing a hideous head, with fangs 10 centimeters long sticking out of the corners of the mouth. Borman, a supernatural modified human bred, using the supernatural creature mountain howling boar king. The Imperial Supernatural Species Research Center hopes that he can achieve the combat power that can defeat the barbarians and can be mass-produced. But the success rate is not high. Dale covered the dead Borman and then lifted the second corpse. Flower Fairy, a supernatural creature living in the Conarus forest, good at using recovery spells. If there are enough flower fairies on the battlefield, the survival rate of soldiers can be greatly improved. However, the number of original flower fairies is very rare, and the research of the Empire's extraordinary biological cultivation center to mass-produce flower fairies has been difficult to produce. Dale looked at a few more corpses, and she couldn't help feeling extremely lost and frustrated. These were caused by the Empire, and they were experiments approved by her father himself. Child, what are you sad about? A female voice suddenly sounded, and Dale was so scared that she took out her magic wand and pointed it at the deepest part. There was a cabinet alone there, and the sound came from inside the cabinet. Who are you? Are you still alive? In a sense, I have never lived, but my current state does not seem to be dead. Although the voice was weak, the tone was very open-minded. I can save you. My grades in magic class are very good. Dyer approached the cabinet step by step. She could feel that the things inside were very close to her. Child, I can feel that you have a pure heart. It is a miracle that it was born in the Augustine family. Come, child. Fate has made you, and me meet here. Let me wait for your arrival. Dyer has walked to the side of the cabinet, and white holy light flows out from it. Who are you? Open this door, and you will know it. Right? Chapter 236 Shadow Parasite. Princess Dale's hand unconsciously reached out to the cabinet, and the white light from the gap in the cabinet swayed slightly. But when Dale's hand was about to touch the cabinet, she suddenly retracted it. Although I am a little stupid, I am not stupid. At this time, there was a noise outside, and the sheriff was checking the garbage bin. Dale quickly lay on a nearby shelf, grabbed a white cloth to cover herself, and whispered to the cabinet, although I don't know how you can hear my voice. Since you know my identity, you know that I can save you. I swear in the name of my mother. As long as you help me avoid the search, I will definitely let you get free. Without waiting for the things in the cabinet to answer, Dale heard the sound of the warehouse door opening and immediately covered her head with a white cloth. Footsteps came from the warehouse door. Captain Tiley, you see, they are all failed supernatural species corpses. The captain kept looking at the innermost cabinet. He didn't know what was inside, but he was specifically told when he received the goods. That cabinet must not be opened. Captain Tiley looked at the corpses lying on the shelf, and his heart was also filled with horror. These are all failed products cultivated by supernatural species. Failure first means uncontrollable. If there are dead ones inside. No! Mr. Melen spent a lot of money to buy something. There must be dead ones. It was really a dilemma. He was afraid that he would be attacked by something inside. He was also afraid that he would delay Mr. Melen's business and be retaliated against. But the current situation in the Imperial City is unclear. If there are people and things that should not be released and slip through his hands, it will be a dead end. Captain Tiley kept cursing in his heart. How could he encounter such a thing while on duty? He carefully lifted the white cloth of a corpse, which was obviously a dead extraordinary cultivator. He lifted another white cloth, and it was also a dead guy. Captain Tiley walked in slowly, taking every step carefully. The captain did not dare to enter the warehouse door at all. He looked outside anxiously and urged in a low voice, "Captain Tiley. Captain, be careful. I am only responsible for transporting goods, and I don't know what is inside. If something hurts you, I can't take the responsibility. Don't talk." The nervous Tiley scolded the captain. He pointed to the cabinet in the deepest part and asked, "What's in there?" "Captain, I'm just a cargo carrier. Do you think they will tell me?" Tiley drew out his standard sword and slowly walked towards the cabinet, getting closer and closer to Dyer. At this time, a faint black smoke flowed out of the cabinet. "Go out. There is nothing unusual here. Close the door. Let it go." Tiley looked dazed for a while, then turned and walked towards the warehouse door. "These are all abandoned items from the Extraordinary Species Breeding Center. There is nothing suspicious. Let it go. Let it go." Then Tiley said to the captain, "Let's go quickly before the blockade order is delivered." "Thank you. Thank you, Captain Tiley. I will definitely tell Mr. Melen about your care. Let's go." With a shake, the stopped garbage boat started to move. Dyer lifted the white cloth and let out a long breath. She was less than 1 meter away from Tiley just now. If it weren't for the help of the things in the cabinet, she would have been detected. Jumping down from the shelf, Dyer first listened to the sound outside. "We should have entered the lower city." "Thank you. What's your name?" "Name? The breeder called me. I don't like that name." "Princess Dyer. Don't forget your promise to me." "Of course. I will never bring shame to my mother's reputation." "You didn't tell me your name. Are you afraid that I will know what you are from your name?" The things in the cabinet did not speak. This young princess was a little too smart. "Let me guess." Princess Dale turned her magic wand, and the images of extraordinary creatures passed by quickly. "No matter what you are, there must be a known extraordinary creature as a prototype. You were able to peek into my thoughts just now, although it was due to my loss of consciousness. The fact that you captured it so quickly means that you came from a very powerful telepathic extraordinary creature. There are not many types of such extraordinary creatures." The speed of the magical image of the supernatural creature passing by slowed down. Dell continued to search for it while talking to herself. "You can also use energy mimicry, and use the appearance of angelic sacred energy to lure me to open the cabinet. You failed to use mental confusion on me, but succeeded on the sheriff. You have no attack ability, or you can't attack for some reason, but you keep luring me to open the cabinet." Dell crossed out the images of other supernatural creatures, leaving only a jellyfish-like translucent supernatural creature. "You are the shadow parasite." I don't know what you were talking about." The thing in the cabinet denied it flatly. Dell smiled and said, "My grades in supernatural biology class are very good. Shadow parasites are the most basic unit of shadow civilization, and have a very strong ability to corrode the mind. However, shadow parasites themselves are very fragile, and can only survive by parasitizing the souls of other creatures. You just lured me to open the cabinet. Is it because your parasitic body is damaged now, and you want to parasitize my soul? Then read my memory and thoughts, replace me. I am not a shadow parasite. I have no ill will towards you. You deliberately framed me because you don't want to help me." Dale knocked on the cabinet with her magic wand. "Don't get excited. Yes, you should not be a real shadow parasite, although shadow civilization is secluded. My father will definitely not provoke the inheritance of an ancient civilization. I can't be safe in front of you. Let me think. I have very good grades in history. In 2517, the Imperial archaeological team found the sealed body of the Shadow Man in an ancient ruin and extracted an incomplete shadow parasite from the body. This shadow parasite has the characteristics of parasitism, but not replacing the host. But the host will have a rejection reaction, causing unpredictable sequelae. Later, an extraordinary breeder proposed to split and breed this special shadow parasite, weaken the shadow parasite through iteration, and reduce the parasitic sequelae. Although the sequelae cannot be completely eliminated after the experiment, it is much better than before. It's just that there has been no controllable solution to the balance between the intensity of the harm of the sequelae and the enhanced mental power. After so many years of testing and experiments, it seems that the most successful one is The dead Grover. Seeing that there was no response from the cabinet, Dale said to herself, I don't know which generation of shadow parasitic element iteration you are, but your survival probability of forced parasitism is 0. How do you know? The thing in the cabinet finally spoke, and indirectly acknowledged Dale's judgment. Although I don't like the extraordinary biological cultivation class, my grades are very good. I have read some papers on shadow parasitic element iteration cultivation. Your current state means that your first host has died, and you are also rapidly weakening. If you don't have spiritual energy replenishment, you will dissipate within a day. And in your current state, if you force the host to parasitize, you will only be devoured by the host. Unless what? Do you have a way to save me? I said I would save you. And I will definitely do it. This is related to my mother's reputation. Dyer said, the person who bought you must also know how to save you. That is, to find a thing with less spiritual power for you to parasitize. So simple? Otherwise, provide you with spiritual nutrients and prevent you from starving to death. Look what I just caught. Princess Dyer caught a mouse from somewhere, and she held the mouse's tail and shook it in front of the cabinet. This is one of the few animals that I won't feel guilty about killing. And it is completely enough for you to be a host. The shadow parasitic meta-iteration said in resistance, you let me parasitize in the soul of a mouse. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. According to the experimental records, the weaker the host's soul, the easier it is for the parasitic meta-iteration to gain control. When you parasitize in a higher organism, you are locked in a cage and can die at any time with the host suffering from sequelae. But in the soul of a parasitic mouse, you can go wherever you want. If you feel like dying, you can just change to another mouse. What else do you want? For this kind of freedom, I crawled out of the garbage dump and had to pretend to be a corpse. The shadow parasitic meta-iteration was still hesitating. The spiritual energy of an animal like a mouse was just a lifeline for him, and he would become very weak. Dale urged, I have no better way. The ship may stop at any time, and I will be surrounded by people unloading. And I can't run away. The person who bought you must have put you into a weak animal soul first, and then continue to experiment. And you could die in the experiment at any time. You are an iteration with serious defects. Otherwise you can't buy it no matter how much money you spend. Okay. The iteration knew that it could only survive if it escaped. But it still put forward a condition to Dale, after escaping. I want to follow you. Why? Thinking of carrying this mouse in her hand with her, Dale couldn't help but shudder. I gave you freedom. I did it. I just helped you. And we are even now. If you don't promise to protect me in the future, I will expose your identity now. You are too much. And I am a little stupid. But not foolish. You can't run away even if you shout now. Goodbye. Dyer opened the cabinet, quickly threw the mouse in, and then turned and ran. She used magic to open a hole in the warehouse wall, crawled out, and jumped into the water in the canal. After a while, a mouse crawled out of the cabinet. It looked back at the body of its first host, then jumped to the floor, and then rushed out of the hole opened by Dyer like a puff of smoke. At this time, the hull shook, and the lid of the open cabinet fell and closed. The garbage ship docked at the shore, and more than 10 searchlights illuminated the deck of the ship without blind spots. A group of people in dirty canvas clothes rushed up and worked together to carry the garbage bins to the shore. More people gathered from all sides, holding various tools in their hands. But they did not dare to approach these garbage bins. At this time, someone jumped onto a garbage bin and shouted, this ship's cargo was booked by Mr. Melen. But he has the generosity to not eat it all. No. He will not swallow it all. No. In short, Mr. Melen will pick this batch of goods first, and the rest is yours. Whether you can pick up valuable goods depends on your luck. Mr. Melen will not want it, and will not look down on it. Hearing that Melen would not eat all the garbage, the staff, who were a little impatient, immediately calmed down, and they wondered what good things were in this batch of goods that Mr. Melen was asked to choose personally. Surrounded by a group of thugs, Melen, dressed as an upper-class man, walked to the door of a garbage warehouse. The captain saluted respectfully and opened the door. Mr. Melen, everything you want is inside. There was a commotion in the Imperial City District, and the whole city was under martial law. Fortunately, Captain Tiley was on duty. He knew it was what you wanted and immediately let it go. There was no delay on the road. Something really happened in Qingkong City. You did a great job in delivering the goods in time. You will not be short of the reward. And Captain Tiley, please say hello to him on my behalf when you go back. Although Melen didn't know what happened in St. Louis City, he knew that something big had happened. Just now, he was worried that the goods would not be delivered in time. But now, he was very happy to see it with his own eyes. After praising the captain, Melen walked into the square warehouse. He lifted the white cloth covering the corpses one by one, and estimated the usable parts and value with his professional knowledge. Very fresh. Very high quality. There are 2 living bodies that are not completely dead, which can be sold at a very good price. Melen waved his hand, and his men immediately carried the corpses to the nutrient solution tank that had been prepared outside. The garbage that the extraordinary species cultivation center disdained to deal with was a treasure that could be reused for those people in the lower city. Especially this batch of high-grade garbage that he had ordered at a high price. And what Melen was most concerned about was the cabinet in the innermost part. He walked to the cabinet, his hand shaking slightly with excitement. The Shadow Parasitic Meta-Iteration is the highest-level supernatural species research project of the Golden Shield Empire, and it is absolutely not allowed to leak out of the experimental body. Melen spent an extremely high price to get this somewhat incomplete iteration, but he felt that the price he paid was really worth it compared to what he got. This is the first generation iteration, and theoretically it can be cultivated for 2 to 4 more iterations. If he can comprehend and repair the defects of this Shadow Parasitic Meta-Iteration, he can carry out his research direction that was abandoned by the Supernatural Species Cultivation Center. So what if the sequelae are strong? So what if you lose your soul? The least valuable thing in the downtown area is human life. Melen put one hand on the cabinet and took the white mouse handed by his subordinate with the other hand. Hello. I know you are very weak now. I have specially prepared a safe host for you. I will cure your defects and make you a real shadow man. Melen's words did not receive any response. Melen, who realized something, suddenly opened the cabinet lid. There was a body of a young man lying inside, and there was nothing but the body. At this time, a subordinate shouted, "Mr. Melen, there is a hole here." Ah. Chapter 237 Jasmine Fragrance. Dyer jumped off the garbage boat and swam to the shore. Not far away was the garbage boat docked on the river bank, where the lights were as bright as day, and a large group of scavengers were gathering. Dyer dodged the scavengers and went ashore in a reed bush. Although her clothes were soaked and her hair was stuck with waterweed, she was in an unusually good mood. Looking at the direction of the upper city, the magic signals that exploded from time to time in the sky were very beautiful. I guess no one would have thought that this princess had already run to the lower city. You can look for me there. I will hide here for a few days, and then find a way to leave. Gurgle. My stomach growled. Dale then remembered that she had not eaten since she visited Qingkong. After running such a long way, it would be strange if she was not hungry. When Dale observed her location and thought about where to get something to eat, a glowing butterfly flew down from above. It circled around Dale, dancing gracefully, with firefly-like light spots on its wings. Seeing such a beautiful butterfly, Dale couldn't help but stretch out her hand and let the butterfly land on her fingers. Then the butterfly scattered into a piece of stardust and disappeared. It's bad. At this time, Dale realized that this was a magic butterfly used for tracking, and its appearance meant that her whereabouts were exposed. The person who was tracking her could return at any time, so she had to leave as soon as possible. Dale pulled out her magic wand and wanted to cast magic to erase her traces, but a dagger stretched out from behind and was placed on her neck. Miss, don't move. My knife is very fast. Dyer's body instantly stiffened. She had never encountered such a situation before. Her practical class grades were very good, but she didn't notice the approach of the person behind her. He was a very scary guy. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I'm curious about who you are. You made my husband come here so late to wait for you. The person behind her reached out and took the magic wand from Dale's hand and threw it into the darkness ahead. The magic wand was grabbed by a hand before it hit the ground, and then a very well-dressed young man walked out of the shadows. The rod is made of stickio sediment wood, and the magic core is the unicorn forehead mane. The 24th version of Shining Glory is the main spell, and it is the encrypted complete version. There are 124 jasmine flowers carved on it, each with a different shape, and each is a sub-spell embedded in the main spell. The young man turned Dale's magic wand with his fingers and said with a smile, "Very beautiful. Very valuable. Miss, you smell a little, and you should be hungry. So you need a clean room to rest. This magic wand will be your travel expenses in the downtown area. How about it?" Dale sniffed the smell of her sleeves. It smelled terrible. She was hungry just now. And now her stomach was growling again. She really needed to take a shower, change clothes, eat something, and then go to sleep. But who is this person in front of her? This magic wand is called Jasmine Fragrance. It can not only greatly increase the magic effect of the magic released, but the stickio sedimentary wood is also an extremely precious spice. Since it is in your hands now, there is nothing wrong with using it as my travel expenses in the downtown area. It's just, who are you? You should know who I am after tracking me here. The young man turned and walked away, and said, my name is Luke. I am a buyer of alchemical materials. I bought a house in the downtown area of St. Louis not long ago. There is no romance here as you imagined. A sharp blade may stab you in the heart from behind at any time. If you don't want to die, follow me. By the way, I have another name. Meteor. Does it sound familiar? Miss Jasmine. Dale was still thinking about how to escape from this dilemma. But when she heard the last name the other party said, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, You are the Meteor. The dagger on her neck was retracted. Miss Jasmine. My name is Fast Legs. And I am Mr. Luke's follower. Don't call out the name in the lower city. Otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Dale turned around and glanced at the person behind her, then quickly chased forward, leaving a trail of wet footprints. The fast-legged man had no choice but to stay and deal with the traces left here, away from the river. The downtown area was very quiet in the middle of the night. There were no street lights, and only the faint light of the moonlight. The dirtiness here was far beyond Dale's imagination of the downtown area. Those who didn't even have a home were huddled in makeshift shacks. Wild dogs were gnawing at something in the garbage. A group of ragged people in front were warming themselves around a burning fire barrel, holding bottles of wine in their hands, laughing and making noises. When these people saw Dale, they all cast malicious glances at her. Dale was so scared that she pulled up her collar, lowered her head, and ran to Luke's side in small steps. Hey, where are you taking me? Luke walked while looking at those people with bad intentions. His clothes and momentum made those gangsters dare not act presumptuously. Don't ask too much. Just follow me. Of course, you can also choose to escape. If Miss Qingkong hadn't asked me to find you, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Thinking that I want to marry such a stupid woman, I would rather she really disappear. Hey! Dyer was very angry about being called stupid. She wanted to refute loudly, but when she noticed that the group of people were looking at her again, she lowered her voice and said, I admit that I am a little stupid, but I am not stupid. If it weren't for Sister Qingkong's help, you would never find me. Did Sister Qingkong really ask you to come? Believe it or not, you and Sister Qingkong both work for Sister Agatha. So I believe you. Just now you said your name is Luke, and you are a buyer of alchemical materials. Is it a secret mission assigned to you by Sister Agatha? Dyer, who felt that Luke was trustworthy, moved closer, and she often heard Agatha talk about the secret missions carried out by the Empire's spies. This time she was able to get close to them, and it was a mission carried out by the Empire's top spy, Meteor himself. The excitement made Dyer very excited, and she completely forgot the danger she was facing. From Qingkong's reception of Dyer, we know that this princess is a very familiar person. Luke did not answer Dyer, but walked forward on his own, thinking about how to deal with this sudden trouble. It really disrupted the whole plan. Seeing that Luke ignored her, Dale was very tactful and did not ask any more questions, but just followed carefully. Although the Cape district of Nuteo City is also a slum area, as an old city, it still has necessary public facilities. There is also continuous management by the administrative department, so it is transformable. The lower city of St. Louis City is completely formed naturally. The first settled residents built houses based on rivers and drainage, and later as the population increased, they radiated to both sides of the water source. There is basically no overall urban planning. At most, some powerful people carry out limited management in their own sphere of influence. The real law of the jungle is implemented here. The strong are respected, and the fittest survive. The day after Luke arrived in the Imperial capital, he quietly entered the lower city. He fabricated a businessman identity for himself and visited several prominent figures here, so that he could be considered familiar with them. The rest was to buy some niche alchemical materials and mysterious props for Qingkong and himself, and monitor some interesting research trends. Everything was going well, but in the end, Luke couldn't help but look at Dyer, who was following him, shook his head helplessly, and walked into an old building. walking up the creaking building. Luke said to Dyer behind him, this was originally a businessman's property. Later, he made a fortune and wanted to leave here. I asked a friend to buy this place as a residence for a disguised identity. You live in his daughter's room. There are some old clothes in it that have not been thrown away. You can change them after taking a shower. Oh. Luke pushed open the door of a room and pressed the switch on the wall. The dim light illuminated a small room. The decoration inside was very girly. It can be seen that the businessman loved his daughter very much. There is a small bathroom inside. This house has an automatic water filtration system. But there is no hot water. I think this little trouble should not be a problem for you. Along the way, some half-dry clothes made Dale feel even more uncomfortable. She couldn't wait to take a shower and change into clean clothes. I know how to use magic to heat water. Inspector Meteorite, can you go out? The princess wants to take a bath. Here. My name is Luke. And your name is Jasmine. If you say the wrong thing, I will throw you into the pigsty next to me. Faced with Luke's oppression, Dale stepped back in fear and hit the wall hard. I'll listen to you. Meteorite. No. Mr. Luke. That's right. Luke left the room. I'll go prepare dinner. And come down to eat after taking a bath. I still have a lot of things to ask you. Yes. Mr. Luke. Seeing Luke coming downstairs, Dale immediately closed the door and plugged in all the bolts that could be plugged in. Then he leaned against the door, patted his chest, and said in fear, It's terrible. It's terrible. Luke prepared food for Dale in the kitchen on the first floor. And the fast leg who was responsible for cleaning up the traces and keeping watch came in. Sir, everything is clean. No one is following. The fast leg picked up the knife to help peel the apple and asked, Who is this girl? Judging from her clothes and the magic wand, her family should be very noble. Right? Luke knew that Dale's identity could not be hidden from the fast leg. So he said truthfully, Her name is Dale Augustine. Dale. A very nice name. Augustine. Augustine. The fast leg almost cut off his finger with a knife. Chief Inspector. It's not. Sir. Princess Dale. She is really Princess Dale. Why is she here? You are not mistaken. Quaitui was shocked to hear that the person upstairs was actually Princess Dale. What they are doing now is kidnapping the princess. And they will be hanged if they are caught. Keep your voice down. Luke listened to the voice upstairs and said to Quaitui, I don't know the details. Anyway, the magic flares were continuously fired in the direction of the Imperial city tonight, which must be related to Princess Dale. I will ask her what happened later. You go outside to monitor. Don't let someone find you in the corner without you knowing. Quaitui knew the seriousness of the matter. He cut the peeled apple into small pieces with a few knives, and then went out to be on guard. When Luke put a plate of fruit salad, a plate of fried eggs and sausages, and a few slices of bread on the dining table, Dale, who had just finished taking a shower, came downstairs with a towel to wipe her hair. Then she shook her hair, and a halo of light extended from the roots to the ends of her hair. The remaining water was separated by magic, forming a light curtain in the air. Seeing the food on the table, Dale's eyes immediately lit up. After taking a shower, she was even more hungry. So she rushed to the dining table and sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and was about to eat. But Luke stopped her at this time. Facing Dale's puzzled eyes, Luke took out a potion bottle and put it on the table. Since you use magic to dry your hair, take advantage of the remaining magic to apply this bottle of hair dye on your hair. Why? Dale looked at the unknown potion with great vigilance. Your blonde hair is too eye-catching. Since you ran to the downtown area, you probably don't want to be found by others. Is this potion really okay? If I don't apply it, I won't have any food. Dale looked at the food in front of her, and her stomach protested, so she finally compromised. Okay. Anyway, you don't need to tamper with the potion. No matter what you want to do to me. Luke's face darkened. In order to eat, Dale picked up the potion bottle and put the dye in her hands, then rubbed it on her hair. The remaining magic on the hair made the dye easier to disperse and absorb, and the hair color quickly changed from golden to dirty golden. With the ordinary girl's clothes on her body, she is finally not as eye-catching as before. Luke is very satisfied with Dale's cooperation. Eat, put some freckles on your cheeks tomorrow, and you will be the real Jasmine. Dale, who got permission, immediately wolfed down the food without restraint, and asked, Why do you call me Jasmine? That's the name of my magic wand. Luke leaned back on the back of the chair, looked at Dale eating and smiled. In the downtown area. I can't call you Princess Dale. Right? Jasmine is just a name. I thought of it temporarily. It suits you. Okay. You are a professional spy. I listened to you. Dale continued to eat. And Luke asked, what happened to you? Why did you crawl out of the drainage ditch? I was assassinated and thrown into the drainage ditch. And then I don't know how I got here. Dale said without raising her head, thinking about how to escape from this Imperial spy. If he sent her back to the palace to seek credit, it would be difficult to run away again. Luke snorted and laughed. You'd better tell me the truth. Saving you has increased my risk a lot. If you still lie, I can tell Miss Qingkong that you will be a corpse when I find you. Dale's body stiffened again. She had heard a lot of bad reputations of meteorites. He killed countless people in the city of raging waves. It is said that he is a mat made of human little finger bones. And he sleeps on it in the summer. I escaped. Dyer, who was raised in the palace, was no match for Luke after all. She confessed everything after being frightened casually. Hey, I'm so stupid. You definitely don't want to marry me. Just tell Sister Qingkong that you didn't find me. And then let me go. I think you and Sister Qingkong are a good match. No. If I disappeared, my father would definitely marry Sister Agatha to you. Sister Agatha is smarter and prettier than me. You're lucky. Chapter 238 Trouble and Big Trouble. Agatha. Luke was helpless with this simple Princess Dale. Do you know that if you run away like this, it is very likely to kill your sister Agatha? Dale stopped eating and looked up at Luke. How is it possible? Sister Agatha is the eldest princess and leads the Imperial Secret Service. With so many people protecting her, who can harm her? Our Emperor. Dale was even more unconvinced. Your Emperor is our father. And he likes Sister Agatha the most. Sister has not moved out of the palace, but she has been canonized as the eldest princess. Then explain to me, why has His Majesty been spreading news that he wants to marry you to me? But I have been in the Imperial capital for so many days, and he has neither summoned me nor issued an order to grant marriage. How do I know what the Emperor thinks? Maybe I need to test you again. Luke knew that Dale really didn't understand the turmoil in the Imperial court, and said, test me? My performance in Fury City is enough to meet any test from His Majesty. He is waiting for me to pledge my loyalty and offer Fury City to him. As long as I get these two things, His Majesty will immediately issue an order to grant the marriage. Dyer asked puzzledly, you work for Sister Agatha, but you work for the Emperor? Hasn't Fury City returned to the direct jurisdiction of the Empire? But His Majesty doesn't think so. And Fury City has indeed not returned to the direct jurisdiction of the Empire. It is under my control. It is because of Fury City that His Majesty is willing to use a princess to win me over. The current situation in the Imperial court is, as long as I offer the city of raging waves to His Majesty, the power and honor that the princess currently possesses can be taken away with just one word. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Believe it or not. Think about it yourself. Think about what kind of person your father is. If you die or disappear, His Majesty will lose the best bargaining chip for me to betray the princess and join him. Who do you think His Majesty will suspect of doing this? In the entire St. Louis city, how many people are capable of arranging an assassination against the royal princess in the Imperial City area? In the past, His Majesty may have only doubted the loyalty of the princess. After he successfully seized the princess' power, he should not do anything to endanger the princess' life again. But starting tomorrow, everything will be different. Luke's words really scared Dale. She didn't understand the political struggles in the court before, but this time she understood it, and knew what kind of person Augustine the Great was. Whoever benefits the most from her death will naturally be the biggest suspect in the assassination. Dale felt cold hands and feet, and her heart was filled with desolation. She asked Luke, who did it? I want to know too. The room became quiet, and both of them fell into deep thought. Luke really didn't know who did it. After all, the plot had changed a long time ago, and Dale had never appeared in the lower city. After a while, Dale let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on her face again. At least you saved me. Which means that someone still loves me. No. That's not what I mean. You work for Sister Agatha. She loves me so much. She will definitely protect me. If you escort me back to the palace tomorrow, you can clear Sister Agatha of suspicion. I can find another opportunity to escape later, but I must not implicate her this time. Luke stared at Dale for a while, and couldn't help laughing. How could the Augustine family have a princess like you? I was the one who saved you. And Qingkong was the one who tracked you. From the time I met you until now. I never said that Agatha ordered me to do it. The only people who know you are here are me, Qingkong, and my entourage. What do you mean? The meaning is very clear. Her Royal Highness the Princess is the biggest suspect in your assassination. Dyer felt like she was going crazy. What on earth do you want to tell me? You just said that assassinating me would put Sister Agatha in danger. Now you say she is the biggest suspect in my assassination. Don't you think what you said is illogical? Really? Luke thought about what he said. There is no problem with the logic. Before the truth of the matter is revealed, any suspicion may become the truth. This matter will bring danger to the eldest princess. But there is also opportunity. Otherwise, there will only be danger. Isn't she the least suspicious person? But you are an Imperial spy, working for Sister Agatha. It's really too difficult to communicate with you. Luke shook his head painfully. In short, you just need to know. I have my principles and positions. Your escape this time has caused me a lot of trouble. And it has also added a lot of uncertainty to the Imperial court struggle. Dale stared at Luke. What are you going to do with me? You have two choices. The first is that I will send you to the upper city tomorrow. And you can go back to the palace by yourself. You can say that you were frightened by the assassination. And you accidentally fell into the river. And you dared not come back until dawn. Don't say that you came to the lower city, let alone meet me. The second is that you stay in the lower city, but you have to use the identity I arranged for you. Don't run away. Just do what I ask you to do honestly. Your disappearance will definitely cause turmoil in the court. And I will have the opportunity to find out who assassinated you. But if the situation in the court gets out of control, you must go back to restore the situation. Daya looked confused. What do you think I should choose? I hope you choose the first one. As long as you don't leave the palace, you are safe. The court struggle continues to maintain a low intensity, which is good for everyone. I choose the second one. But you can't arrange for me to do something I don't like. Luke looked at Dyer uncomfortably. Are you kidding me? Dyer smiled cunningly. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Someone wanted to assassinate me. And I went back stupidly. And I had to hide the fact that you saved me. You are safe. And I took all the danger. You are more afraid of the situation getting out of control than anyone else. I stay in the lower city. And you must protect me. Only in this way can I help you stabilize the situation when necessary. Although I don't know how long I can hide here. I can play for a few days. It's much freer than being locked up in the palace. Hey, don't think of letting me go back. If you dare to force me to go back, I will say that you saved me. Luke was dumbfounded. Since I came here, I have never encountered such a situation. I was threatened and held tightly. You big-tailed wolf. You have been pretending to be a sheep in front of me. Luke thought for a long time. But he couldn't think of a way to throw this hot potato away harmlessly. Dale continued to eat with a big nerve. Luke could only accept the reality helplessly, and try to control Princess Dale in his own hands. I hope she won't cause any more trouble for him. Okay. Okay. Very good. You can stay here. As long as you don't run away. I will try not to interfere with your freedom. You already have a name. Jasmine, your identity is my wife. Dale looked up at Luke again and warily. Why wife? Luke, who felt that he had turned the tables, smiled and said, as a maid, you have to wash clothes, cook and clean the whole building. I don't think you can be a maid who will not be suspected. As a daughter, you are obviously too old. As a sister, our appearances are very different. Only being a wife can explain the intimacy of our living together. If you can't accept it, you better go back to the palace. Life outside is not as good as you think. No one respects you. Spoils you. Who would have thought that? Dale said, life in the palace is not what you think. Isn't it just pretending to be your wife? I pretend. Luke spread his hands. Okay. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Dale, who was a little angry, realized what she had agreed to. She immediately lowered her head and pretended to eat to hide her red cheeks. But she suddenly raised her head and said, it's bad. In addition to you, Kuai-Tui and Sister Qingkong, there is another thing who knows my identity. Luke, who was still admiring Dale's embarrassment, suddenly became nervous. Who is it? A shadow parasite iteration. Dale told Luke about the process of her encounter with the shadow parasite iteration, and finally said, I swore on my mother's honor to give it freedom. So I had to save it. And I thought I would leave the lower city soon, and then leave the empire. But I didn't expect. I didn't expect to be caught by you and stay here. I should have let it follow me earlier. What should I do now? Luke seriously suspected that God saw that he was too easy to pass the plot, and deliberately sent Dale to increase the difficulty for himself. Shadow parasite iteration is such a rare species, and she can meet it on the way of escape. And she also let it go. Melken's shadow parasite research project is an extraordinary biological cultivation result that Luke should focus on when he sneaks into the lower city this time. Melen was once a senior super breeder at the Empire Super Species Cultivation Center, and one of the core members responsible for the shadow parasite research and development project. However, his research and development theory and path have never been adopted by the team, so he had the idea of stealing an iteration. As a result, the theft failed, and he was driven out of the Empire Super Species Cultivation Center. But Melen did not give up. He came to the lower city district and quickly became an important figure in the lower city district with his superb super transformation technology and the relationship with the Super Species Cultivation Center. According to the normal plot, Melen successfully received the shadow parasite iteration and carried out his unique research and development direction. Soon he came up with a result, psychotoxin. It is a more violent psychic toxin than the violent potion. Then he used the psychotoxin to develop an extremely powerful war weapon, the Heart Eater, and then used the modified shadow parasite meta-iteration to control it. Luke was not interested in the Heart Eater, but in how to effectively control the shadow parasite meta-iteration. This is a complex set of proprietary technology. There is no detailed information in the game plot, just saying that Melen developed this and that. Qingkong has a shadow parasite meta-iteration in his hand, which comes from Grover. Although Grover is currently the best shadow parasite meta-transformer, his performance shows that the shadow parasite meta-iteration he left behind still has a lot of room for improvement. Now, the shadow parasite meta-iteration that should have been in Melen's hands was actually let go by Dale. Letting it go is fine. You can find a cat or dog as its host. It's better than a mouse. The rats are infested in the downtown area, and it's not much easier to find a shadow parasite meta-iteration from it than to find a needle in a haystack. Where can you let me find cats and dogs on a garbage ship? And cats and dogs are so cute. I won't let them be the host of the shadow parasite meta-iteration even if I find them. It's really troublesome. Luke said, now it's not just a matter of finding the shadow parasite meta-iteration. That thing is what Melen wants. And now it's lost. He will definitely use all means to find it. Tonight you and I walked all the way from the drainage ditch. I don't know how many people saw you. I originally thought that the light was dim, and they couldn't see you clearly, so I could disguise you and get away with it. But they must know me. Dell asked worriedly, will you be in danger? Danger? Not that much. Luke thought quickly, I am a buyer who sent money to them. Melen won't do anything to me without direct evidence. But there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Now you want to go back. And I can't send you away. Cooperate with me in acting. Don't let them see that we are pretending to be a couple. Ah. A what? You caused the trouble. And I was implicated by you. If I'm right, Melen will invite us over tomorrow. If he sees anything, we won't be able to get out of the downtown alive. I can't sleep tonight. Why can't I sleep? We need to collude. No. We need to understand each other. For example, I like to eat filet mignon and foie gras. But you say I like to eat bread with caviar. Is this a normal relationship between husband and wife? No. Do you really like to eat filet mignon and foie gras? No. I made it up. I like to eat multi-flavor fish soup, chicken salad, avocado raw salmon, steamed egg meat rolls, stewed potatoes, wild rice shrimp jelly, egg and tomato salad, conger eel soup, foie gras fried scallops, crab roe live shrimp, red stew mixed meat, curry smoked shrimp, fried lobster meat, balsamic vinegar flavored roast chicken, tomato thyme cod, baked asparagus, salmon cream. These are all true. Luke watched Dyer continue to eat, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is really a foodie. Luke continued to ask, women feel uncomfortable for a few days every month. What day is your day? Dyer almost choked on this question, and she hurriedly drank a sip of water. Do you still want to ask this question? Luke looked at Dyer. Dyer's eyes dodged. And who would ask such a question? Luke continued to look at Dyer. I regret it. I want to go back to the palace. If you can't make it tomorrow, you can only go back to the drainage ditch. Louder. Speak slower. Don't get your tongue tied. In the drainage ditch. A gray mouse swam from the water to the shore. On the garbage boat not far away, a thug whipped the captain with a whip, and the scavengers pushed and shoved to break through the blockade of the thugs. The mouse shook off the water on the shore, and its nose sniffed the ground as if looking for something. A snake jumped out of the grass and shot at the mouse like an arrow. At this time, the mouse suddenly turned around, and the red light flashed at its two small eyes, and the snake fell in front of the mouse. The mouse pounced on the snake and started to eat it. Chapter 239 Buying Intelligence. Luke and Dale colluded overnight, and in the morning Dale finally couldn't help but fall asleep on the table. At this time, Qingkong came in with an invitation. He lowered his footsteps and handed the invitation to Luke. "Sir, this is the invitation that Melen just sent. He invites you to his house for a banquet at noon. He said he wants to discuss business with you. And there are many more surveillance people around our house. Do you want me to find some people to escort the princess back to the palace?" Luke glanced at the sleeping Dale, opened the invitation and read the contents, and said to Qingkong, "Princess Dale will stay with us for a while. Here she is called Jasmine Xiong. She is my wife. Don't make a mistake." After listening to what Luke said, Qingkong was shocked. "Sir, let her stay here. Princess Dyer is missing, and St. Louis City will definitely search for her throughout the city, and there will be a huge shock in the palace. We should escort Princess Dyer back safely as soon as possible. Things are not as simple as you think. I have been in the Imperial capital for so long, and the palace is like a pool of stagnant water. His Majesty wants to use Princess Dyer to hook me, and is not in a hurry for me to express my opinion. The eldest princess is also very patient. Everyone is holding back, waiting for the right opportunity. Princess Dyer appeared here because she was assassinated. Someone wants to use her to stir up a palace struggle, break the current deadlock, and force some people to take a step forward." Hearing that Princess Dyer was assassinated here, Qingkong was even more shocked. Who would assassinate the princess? "I want to know, too. In short, if we send Princess Dyer back to the palace, she is very likely to be assassinated again. And if we send her back, we will also be affected by the palace turmoil. My idea is to protect Princess Dyer first and wait and see what changes her disappearance will cause. The stagnant water in the palace is stirred up, and those big fish hiding at the bottom of the water may swim up." "I understand. Sir, I will listen to you in everything. Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong if you're careful." Luke stood up, took off his hat and coat from the coat rack, and told Fast Legs, "You stay here to protect the lady. I'll go out to get some information outside." Fast Legs asked, "Sir, is it okay for you to go out alone? Or should I go out to get information? I'm very familiar with this place." Luke put on gloves and walked out the door, and saw the gangsters who were monitoring his house. He pretended not to see it and said to Fast Legs, "I'm just going to a nearby bar to have a drink, and I'll be back in a while. You clean all the rooms?" The mouse yesterday scared the lady so much that she wanted to go to the upper city to stay in a hotel overnight. "If the lady sees rats in the house again, I will fire you." "Yes, sir. I will catch all the rats in the house." Luke put on his hat, took the cane handed over by the Fast Legs, and walked forward like a gentleman of status. Some of the gangsters who were watching nearby stayed here to continue watching, and the others went to keep an eye on Luke. Luke crossed a street and came to a bar. It was morning, and the bar was very deserted, with only 2 drunk people lying on the table. The bartender was arranging the bottles on the wine cabinet, and the waiters were cleaning the bar. On the second floor of the bar, a woman dressed coquettishly was lying on the railing smoking. When Luke walked in, a pair of eyes stared at him intently, with a smile on their faces, as if they had seen their prey. Luke found an empty table and sat down, and the gangsters who followed him broke in. When they saw that the bar was so empty, they knew they were too rash. But leaving like this would make people more suspicious. So they could only find a table and sit down, and each of them ordered a glass of the cheapest beer. The waiter came to Luke, and Luke's neat and formal clothes made him respectfully ask, "Sir, what do you need?" "A glass of pine cone wine and a steak. Don't give me something from the garbage dump. I can eat it." Luke put a silver note on the table. "By the way, find someone to answer a few questions for me." The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the silver note. But before he could pick up the silver note, a hand quickly took it away, and then a woman sat opposite Luke. The woman was very charming. She held a cigarette in one hand and put the silver note in front of her nose with the other hand. She inhaled the smell of money with enjoyment, Then stuffed the silver note into the cleavage on her chest, and waited to let the waiter leave. Go and prepare breakfast for Mr. Luke, with the best goods from the upper city. The waiter could only prepare wine and food with regret. The woman looked at Luke with seductive eyes. Mr. Luke is indeed a businessman from the city of raging waves. He is generous, and gives tips directly in silver coupons. I don't know what kind of information you want to ask. I, Alice, charge the most reasonable price. If you give more, you can also come to my room and enjoy the most professional intelligence service. Alice blew a smoke ring at Luke and touched Luke's hand on the table. Luke took his hand back. I dare not enter Miss Alice's room. If my wife knew, my life would be over. Mr. Luke is married? What a pity. Alice still did not give up seducing Luke, but this does not seem to affect our discussion of intelligence transactions. My situation is a little special. My wife's father is a wealthy businessman in Raging Wave City. Everything I have now is thanks to my wife. If she knew that I was having an affair outside, I would become the poor boy I used to be. Miss Alice would definitely not be interested in me at that time. Alice suddenly realized, you are the winner in life. Winners in life have to give up some freedom. And I also need to prove my ability to my father-in-law. I want to find a new way to open up a trade route in the lower city of St. Louis City. This is a challenge. If I succeed, I can obtain the ownership of a large factory and enjoy life from then on. This is indeed a big challenge. Alice stopped in time. It takes a little patience to catch this prey and not chase too closely. I grew up here since I was a child. I really can't think of anything that can make a lot of money here. But I believe in your wisdom. Is there anything I can help you with? After fooling Alice, Luke asked, last night, I saw a lot of warning magic flares in the direction of the upper city. Something must have happened there. But I have to go to the upper city to handle a business today. I don't know if I will encounter any trouble. Someone told me that the news here is very well informed. So I'll give it a try. Luke took out 2 silver notes and put them on the table. Alice reached out and grabbed it. My people are still asking about this specific situation. What we can be sure of now is that it is not the upper city that has an accident, but the Imperial city. Now the walls of the entire St. Louis city are full of royal knights, palace guards, and Imperial spies. Many people have been arrested for no reason. If it is not urgent, I advise you not to go to the upper city. When I have the latest news, I will send someone to tell you immediately. This information was within Luke's expectations, so it was not his main purpose for coming here. Luke took out 2 silver notes again and put them on the table. Those people have been following me since I left home. Who are they? Alice took the money and looked back at the guys drinking beer. It's Melkin's people. Melkin is still well behaved in the downtown area. How did you offend him? I just arrived in the downtown area and only met Melkin once. How could I offend him? Do you know why? Alice took a puff of cigarette, and Luke put 2 silver notes on the table. Last night, Melkin lost a batch of goods shipped from the upper city. I don't know what the goods are, but Melkin is very, very angry. Did you offend him with this batch of goods? Alice didn't take the money, and stared at Luke to observe his expression. Definitely not. I can buy whatever I want from him. Do I need to steal it? It's great to have money. Alice took the money away, anyway. Since Melkin has set his sights on you, you'd better have nothing to do with his goods. Anything else you want to ask? Yes. I want to know the specific situation of several factories around the sewage reservoir. My father-in-law said that the more channels you have for collecting intelligence, the more you can gain the upper hand in business negotiations and make the most profit. I would like to hire you as my intelligence consultant in the lower city of St. Louis. Alice smiled brightly, flicked away the cigarette butt, and reached out to Luke. It's a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Luke. I will do my best to provide you with the latest, most accurate, and most confidential intelligence. Luke stretched out his hand and shook it with Alice. Alice is the owner of this bar called Alice. Selling alcohol, selling food, selling intelligence, pimping, headhunting, brokering, smuggling, whatever makes money. Do it. Alice's wide network of contacts and her beauty make her very popular in the lower city of St. Louis City, and all the big guys will give her some face. Luke spent a little money to win over Alice, which is equivalent to having an extra smart eye and ears in the lower city. And as a player, Luke knows that Alice is a woman who dares to do anything for money, as long as the money gives her satisfaction. Give you the first task. Teach those guys a lesson. Stalking me so blatantly. It's too much of a disregard for me. Luke slapped a gold ticket on the table. In a flash, the gold ticket was in Alice's hands. Her eyes narrowed with a smile. "Boss Luke, I will help you teach them a lesson." Alice stood up and twisted her hips to leave. The waiter brought the wine and steak that Luke wanted. Before Luke could make the first cut, a group of strongmen rushed in from outside and carried the gangsters out without saying anything. Then miserable screams came from outside the door, as if it was music specially played for Luke's meal. Luke ate and drank while listening to the screams outside. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The consumption level in the lower city of St. Louis City is low. A few silver tickets can get so much important information, and a gold ticket can cripple so many people. In the city of raging waves, even in the Cape District, this amount of money is definitely not enough. Money is really the boss here. After Luke had eaten and drunk his fill, he said goodbye to Alice and left the bar. Outside the bar, the gangsters had been beaten to a bloody mess, and they didn't even have the strength to cry. The strong men who beat them didn't leave. When they saw Luke coming out, they immediately saluted respectfully. "Mr. Luke, Miss Alice asked us to protect you back." "No need." Luke took out a handful of Imperial marks. "You did a great job. I am very satisfied. This money is a reward for you. Thank Miss Alice on my behalf." The fierce and ferocious strongmen took the money and immediately changed their appearance. "Thank you, Mr. Luke." "Thank you, Mr. Luke. If you have anything in the future, please tell us." "Okay. Bye." The strongmen bowed and sent Luke away. After Luke walked away, they couldn't help but sigh. "Miss Alice asked us to wait for Mr. Luke here, saying that there would be benefits. And it really was. You are really a big businessman from the city of raging waves. And you are paid so much money for beating up a few people. And Miss Alice also said that the benefits given by Mr. Luke do not need to pay the bar's commission, and all belong to us. Miss Alice has received more benefits from Mr. Luke." "What nonsense! Do you still want to take business from Miss Alice in the future? Let's go back and divide the money first. In the future, let's patrol more near Mr. Luke's home." "Understood. Go. Go. Go." The strongmen left, and before leaving, they did not forget to kick the gangsters a few more times. Luke got the information he wanted from Alice. St. Louis City was blocked, and the news of Princess Dale's assassination was also blocked. It is estimated that the palace did not know that Dale escaped on her own, and thought that she was kidnapped or died somewhere. Princess Dale's assassination and disappearance will soon cause violent turmoil in the court. Now we just need to wait and see, and observe the game of all parties. On the side of Melen, he also concealed the shadow parasitic meta-iteration body. After all, this is the most advanced contraband, and it was taken out of the city when the incident happened in the Imperial city last night. He didn't have the courage to search openly, so he could only search secretly within a controllable range. It would be no good for Melen to make a big fuss. In addition to his identity, he would not be in danger as long as he handled the lunch properly. I don't know if Dale has memorized what she should recite. She can't reveal her identity as a princess, nor can she reveal that she is related to the escaped shadow parasite iteration. Thinking of her IQ fluctuating, and her silly appearance, it's really heartbreaking. Luke woke up Dale, who was sleeping soundly when he returned home. He washed her face and ate, and then asked Dale to recite the entire information summarized yesterday, just like a teacher supervising elementary school students to recite a text. The swift runners, who were doing the housework, were so scared that they dared not breathe. This is the princess of the empire. How could he treat her like this? The chief inspector was too powerful. Even the ministers of the empire had to be respectful when they saw the princess. He actually trained the princess of the empire to be obedient. Dale stood in front of Luke. She was still sleepy and swaying, answering Luke's questions non-stop. "If you answer wrong, you have to recite it 10 times. Why did your clothes get wet last night?" "I was scared by a mouse. It stared at me with its small eyes at the head of my bed. I have never lived in such a shabby house. My husband Luke and I had a big fight. I wanted to stay in a hotel in the upper city, but I got lost and fell into the water." Chapter 240. Attending the lunch. Luke and Dale spent another whole morning reviewing the questions they might encounter. I have to admit that Dale is really fast at memorizing things, and she is also very good at talking nonsense. From being awkward at the beginning to being able to speak without blinking or beating her heart later. She is definitely a good candidate for a female spy. At this time, Luke did not feel guilty for leading a well-behaved princess astray, but praised her acting talent. You have the potential to be an Imperial spy. The princess should have discovered you earlier, so that the Imperial Secret Service will have another ace spy. Dale was very happy to be praised by such a big-name spy as Meteorite, as if she was already an Imperial spy and was carrying out the most dangerous and exciting missions. You will never encounter such fun things in the palace. I'm ready, and I guarantee that Melen will not find any flaws. When do we set off? Then the fast legs came in. Sir. Madam. The car is ready. Dale looked at Luke. Is it starting now? It started yesterday. Luke stood up and stretched out his hand to Dale. Let's go to the banquet together. Dear Jasmine. Dale hesitated for a moment and put her hand in Luke's hand, forcing a smile, and said, Okay, dear Luke. Get in the car. The fast legs drove the car on the narrow and dilapidated road, and Luke introduced the situation of the lower city of St. Louis to Dell, and what Melen, who was going to meet this time, did. The pillar industry of the lower city of St. Louis City is the treatment and recycling of sewage and garbage. As the capital of the Golden Shield Empire, St. Louis City is both the political center and the industrial center of the empire. 1/3 of the heavy industry of the entire empire is concentrated here, and the proportion of industrial output value even exceeds that of Raging Wave City. At that time, there was no concept of environmental protection, and the sewage and garbage generated were directly discharged into the specially dug river. The people in the lower city of St. Louis City dug a huge sewage reservoir, which led all the industrial sewage, and built many refining factories and small workshops around the sewage reservoir. The alchemical materials remaining in the sewage were refined into a muddy mixture, and the people in the lower city called these refined products mud gold. After the mud gold is extracted, it will be purchased by an alchemy factory that has the ability to refine alchemy materials. During the refining and sorting process, the alchemy factory decomposes and classifies the alchemy materials in the mud gold, and finally sells them through various channels. Ordinary alchemy materials cannot be sold at a good price, but there may be rare alchemy materials in the mud gold, especially the alchemy materials that are strictly controlled by all countries, which can often be sold at dozens of times the price. Even though the harsh working environment and pollution cause great damage to the body, this is a rare job with a stable income in Xiaoqing district, and many people are trying their best to go to the factories around the sewage reservoir. Therefore, the stable and huge interests have made the sewage reservoir the center of competition among various forces in Xiaoqing district, and those who are able to participate in the competition for the sewage reservoir are all top bosses. Compared with sewage reservoirs, the garbage dumps are also fiercely contested, but because there is too little profit, it is basically divided among the small and medium gangs affiliated with the head bosses. Except for sewage reservoirs and garbage dumps, other industries are controlled by people with skills. After development, the power of some people is no weaker than those big bosses who controlled sewage reservoirs in the early years. Although Melen came to the lower city relatively late, his skills are unique here. Even in the entire empire, there are very few extraordinary trainers who can compete with him. In theory, Melen can be treated as a VIP wherever he goes. But he came to the lower city because there is something he must get in St. Louis City. Melen has deep connections in the empire's extraordinary species breeding center, and most of the failed test products of the extraordinary species breeding center will flow into his hands. He used these test products to build an extraordinary species breeding center in the lower city to provide extraordinary transformation for those in need. This brought him a lot of money and influence, and he became a figure that all parties in the lower city dared not offend easily. There are many mutated extraordinary species in Melen's laboratory, some of which are dangerous even he doesn't know. Don't walk around after you go in. Follow me closely. Understood? At this time, Dale didn't have the expectation she had when she just came out, and became nervous as she was about to reach her destination. Relax. We are wealthy businessmen from the city of Raging Waves. You are the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Show your princess temperament. Melen has received higher education. Although he lives in the lower city, he looks down on people here. Your nobility will be respected by him. The car stopped, and the fast-legged man turned back and said, Sir. Madam. Mr. Melen's supernatural species experiment has arrived. Someone opened the door for Luke and Dale. Dale took a deep breath and said to herself silently, Relax. Relax. Dale. You have seen all kinds of big scenes. Can Melen be more terrifying than the Emperor? Luke came over from the other side. Dale stretched out her hand to hold Luke's arm and walked out of the car, and then naturally put her arm in his arm. Is this Mr. Mawkin's supernatural species laboratory? Dale looked at the newly built tall building in front of her with contempt on her face. It's too small. Dear, the lower city of St. Louis is the worst place I have ever seen. You are wasting your time here. There is no way to make money here. At this time, Dale was a spoiled rich lady. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, not caring about the harsh words of people around her. My favorite Jasmine. You also hope that your husband will do something big and be valued by your father. Believe me, this is a treasure that has not yet been developed. I will put it into our pockets before others discover this wealth. Let's go. Don't be so petty. Give me some face. Luke coaxed Dale, and took out a 100 denomination Imperial mark to the person who greeted him. Please tell Mr. Malkin that Luke and his wife from the city of Raging Waves are invited to visit. The receptionist at the laboratory had never seen such a large tip, which was equivalent to his salary for a week's work here. He immediately forgot the unpleasantness of being ridiculed, took the money and respectfully welcomed Luke in Dale, Indiana. Although this extraordinary species research institute was newly built, it was like a zoo compared to similar scientific research institutions. Lack of professional personnel. Lack of professional equipment. Melkin has no way to carry out independent supernatural species cultivation, and can only carry out supernatural transformation on some common animals, and cultivate and study single organs. Therefore, in the isolation room here, you can see dogs with wings, cats with eagle claws, chickens with monkey heads, crocodiles with fire all over their bodies. And in order to deal with these supernatural animals, the guards here are also different from ordinary people, and have extraordinary strength. For example, a leopard-headed man standing in front of a gate. Black Panther Monas. The prototype is the totem dark moon leopard god of the Larson Mountain tribe. The appearance of the abyss leopard of Oulu College also made some reference to the dark moon leopard god. Monas was a failed product of supernatural species breeding. When he was about to die, he was secretly sold to Melkin. As a result, Melkin actually saved him. He was only 6 years old at that time. Melkin raised Black Panther Monas like a father, so Monas was extremely loyal to Melkin. Black Panther Monas, who had been taught by Melkin since childhood, saluted Luke and Dale in a standard way, but the murderous look in his eyes showed that he was still an efficient killer. Mr. Luke, Mrs. Luke, my master is waiting inside. Please come in. Black Panther Monas pushed open the door, and Luke and Dale walked in hand, ignoring him. But when the fast leg was about to follow him in, he was stopped. Please wait outside. Follower. But before the Black Panther Monas finished speaking, the fast leg swung around his blocking arm and went inside the door. I'm sorry. My master asked me to protect the gentleman and the lady. The Black Panther Monas was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that an ordinary follower would have such strength. He chased after him to make up for his mistake. And Melkin in the house said, Don't be rude. Monas, come to me. Yes, master. The Black Panther Monas glanced at the fast leg, then walked behind Melkin and stood. Melkin, who was greeted at the door, shook hands with Luke, but when he wanted to kiss Dale's hand, he only got a white eye. Luke eased the awkward atmosphere and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Melkin. My wife is in a bad mood because of what happened last night. Please forgive me. I think you can definitely change Jasmine's stereotype of the lower city of St. Louis with a sumptuous and luxurious lunch. After all, Melkin has held important positions in the high-level departments of the Empire, and has a certain eye for people. In his eyes, Luke has status but does not have the wealth and nobility of a noble family. But this Mrs. Luke is different. The aristocratic atmosphere of the ancient family that has been accumulated for dozens of generations hits the face. And this feeling can only be experienced in a court banquet. Although Melkin only attended a court banquet once, and did not even enter the main hall, he could not forget the feeling at that time. This lady named Jasmine is definitely from an old family. It is consistent with the information bought from Alice's bar. A lucky boy is lucky enough to marry a rich lady. What a winner in life. Melkin bowed to Dale instead. I agree with what Mr. Luke said. In the lower city, as long as you find the right place, you can enjoy the same quality of life as in the upper city, or even the Imperial city. I don't know what the lady likes to eat. I'll let my chef make it for you. Tomato time cod. The cod must be the moon-white cod from Blue Water Bay. The white wine must be kept at a constant temperature of 0 degrees for more than 10 years. And the thyme must be made into a refreshing and light-scented ointment. Dale turned to Luke and said coquettishly, The last time I came to the Imperial capital with my father. He took me to the Golden Hotel in the Imperial City to eat this dish. I still remember its taste. Luke showed an embarrassed expression. Dear Jasmine. Don't embarrass Mr. Mawkin's chef. If you like this tomato thyme cod, I will take you to the Golden Hotel to eat it when I have time. No embarrassment. Who would have thought that Mawkin actually said, it's just tomato thyme cod. I will ask someone to prepare it immediately. It will guarantee the same taste as the tomato thyme cod in the Golden Hotel. Please take your seat. When Luke and Dale took their seats, Mawkin whispered to the Black Panther Monas behind him, ask the kitchen to make a tomato thyme cod. Monas whispered back, Master, I have never heard of the ingredients that Mrs. Luke mentioned. Can our chef make the same taste? If you can't make it, buy it. Doesn't the Golden Hotel have this dish? Master, it's so far, and St. Louis City has been sealed off. Then find a way to get in. Quickly. If Mrs. Luke is happy, Mr. Luke will be happy. And then I can get investment from Raging Wave City. But, Master, didn't you invite them here to check for the missing shadow parasite meditation? Yes. Mawkin suddenly remembered the real purpose of hosting this lunch. Checking for shadow parasite meditation is as important as attracting investment. Treat them well, and don't mess it up for me. Yes. Master. I'll do it right away. Black Panther Monas went to find someone to go to the royal city to buy tomato thyme cod. And Mawkin sat in the main seat. Although Mawkin held this lunch to test whether Luke was related to the loss of the shadow prebiotics iteration, he had already determined through various means that this businessman from the city of Raging Waves was really a rich man. His own Extraordinary Species Research Institute wanted to carry out the planned research subjects, but the funds were far from enough. The cost of cultivating extraordinary species was beyond the support of his own extraordinary transformation surgery. Therefore, Mawkin prepared this lunch carefully. Appetizers, pre-meal soup. Luke and Dale's performance at the table made Mawkin even more fortunate that he had taken this lunch seriously. Madam, from your dignified manner, I can tell that you must come from a prominent family. May I be lucky enough to know your father's name? Perhaps I have met this gentleman when I worked at the Imperial Extraordinary Species Cultivation Center before. Dyer replied, I'm sorry. My father doesn't let me say his name everywhere. Especially my love with Luke. He feels a little ashamed. He wants me to marry a viscount to strengthen the family business. Luke said to Mawkin, this viscount is Iskalin. At that time, Viscount Iskalin only had wealth. But now, he is one of the 5 senators of the upper council of Raging Wave City. I think you should be able to imagine what attitude Jasmine's father has towards me. Mawkin's gossip fire was immediately ignited. Ever since Viscount Iskalin boarded the chariot of the meteorite, he has been making great strides in the city of Raging Waves. Soon he went from an ordinary hereditary viscount to one of the 5 giants of the city of Raging Waves. If he were Melixiang's father, he would definitely regret it. Why didn't he kill the man who cheated his daughter away earlier? However, before Viscount Iskalin became rich, Melixiang's father was thinking about family marriage. And the relationship between the 2 families should be very good. Even if Melixiang's family can't eat meat, there must be no problem drinking soup. This is the soup of the city of Raging Waves. Mawkin picked up the wine glass. I can understand. But I think love is more precious than anything else. Bless you. Thank you. Luke raised his glass and said, so I need to prove myself more. So I came here? I believe this is an untapped treasure. Mr. Luke, I admire your vision and courage. Not everyone can see the potential here. And not everyone dares to explore the wealth here. Mawkin raised his glass again. Please allow me to apologize to you. I sent the people who followed you this morning. It was a misunderstanding. And they got the punishment they deserved. Luke raised his glass and smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I'm not hurt. But Alice's people really hit too hard. All the medical expenses will be paid by me. I'm just curious. Why did you follow me? Mr. Mawkin? Talking about the first purpose of hosting this luncheon. Mawkin smiled and said after drinking, I lost a very important thing in the drainage ditch last night. Someone told me, you and your wife appeared near the drainage ditch. And your wife seemed to fall into the water. Luke said angrily, it's my fault. Dell said angrily, this is your fault. We are not without money. Why do we have to live in such a hellhole? That damn mouse actually stared at me for 10 seconds. Do you know how upset I was at that time? I disobeyed my father for you. But I didn't expect you to let me live in that kind of house. Luke said comfortingly, dear Jasmine, if we live in the upper city, Do you know how long it takes me to come to the lower city every day? I need to understand the situation here as soon as possible and find a profitable business to invest. Although you can have a comfortable life in the upper city, it is also easier to be deceived by scams. You have seen how your father treats me since Viscount Iskelin became the senator of the city of Raging Waves. I need to prove my ability to him. And there can be no mistakes. What are you talking about? Mr. Malkin? Yes. I agree with what Mr. Luke said. Milken had to help persuade. There are many villains and swindlers in the lower city. If you live in the upper city and run back and forth every day, not only will your body be unable to bear it, but you will also be easily deceived. Mr. Luke can tolerate the environment and live here, and he will definitely make great achievements. Your father values him, so you can get a better happiness. And I just said that as long as you have money in the lower city, you can still live in the upper city. Your house only needs to be renovated and some magic is set up, and it will definitely be very comfortable to live in. Luke said, Dear, you heard it. I just bought this house, and it is inevitable that some little things live in it. I will immediately find someone to clean and renovate the house as thoroughly as possible, and then set up defensive magic, which will definitely make you feel as comfortable as at home. I think Mr. Malkin will be happy to help us. Of course, I am happy to lend a hand to you too. For example, build a garden around your house. Malkin suddenly felt that the topic was a bit off, so he turned back and asked, I just don't know why you two appeared near the drainage ditch. It was all caused by the rat. Luke said, My wife was scared. She insisted on going back to the upper city overnight, and ran away after a quarrel with me. As a result, she got lost and ran to the drainage ditch. I'm not lost. I just wanted to go to the upper city along the canal. Dale defended, but I fell into the water. I've never been so embarrassed. The smell. I came back to take a shower, and a whole bottle of perfume couldn't cover up the disgusting smell. I'm tired of this place. I just want to go back to the upper city to live the life I deserve, or I should go back to the city of Wrath. Dear, I promise. We will go back soon. Luke turned to Malkin and said, What happened last night made my wife very unhappy, and it has seriously affected our relationship. We have nothing to do with what you lost. If you think so, don't mention what happened last night. Jasmine is willing to come here with me for our happiness. I am very grateful. She has paid too much for me. Malkin felt Luke's impending anger. He understood how much pressure this unequal marriage put on this lucky young man. If his wife couldn't stand the environment in the lower city and ran back to Raging Waves City, this lucky man would most likely fall heavily from the sky to the ground. For the sake of investment, this topic should not be continued. They should really have nothing to do with the lost shadow parasite Mediterration, but just happened to appear near the drainage ditch. And if they really stole the shadow parasite Mediterration, they should have escaped last night. How could they be seen by so many people walking home from the drainage ditch in a wet state? I dare not come to the banquet. Malkin's suspicion of Luke was greatly reduced. I apologize. I shouldn't talk about things that make Madame unhappy. After lunch, you can refer to my research institute at will. Some of the extraordinary animals I have cultivated are very beautiful. I will give you whichever one Madame likes. Luke raised his glass to invite Malkin. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Malkin's suspicion was dispelled. Luke and Dale looked at each other, and both showed a smile of satisfaction in their eyes. Next, as long as he didn't make any mistakes on his side, he would be safe in the future. Next, Malkin promoted his research project to Luke. After introducing his research institute in detail, he said expectantly, A successful businessman must invest in the future. Now magic, alchemy, machinery, and supernatural cultivation are developing rapidly with the advancement of technology. Raging City has even successfully developed a full metal steam battleship. My research institute has in-depth cooperation with the Empire Supernatural Species Cultivation Center. Some of the top supernatural species cultivation in the Empire have related experimental subjects here. It's just that the equipment and funds here can't allow me to conduct more in-depth research. But I can guarantee that as long as I produce 1 or 2 mature results here, the wealth that can be brought is immeasurable. Luke took a napkin to wipe his mouth, took another sip of wine, thought for a moment and said, I understand that the industry of supernatural species cultivation requires very high investment and very high risks. Once the supernatural is out of control, it is not just a matter of death. All investments are very likely to be ruined in an accident. I must consider this investment carefully. and I need to conduct a more detailed investigation of your institute. But please allow me to say something about my impression of this place. Please speak. Your suggestion is the direction of my change. The security personnel in your institute are very unprofessional. I am not questioning their strength, but their attitude towards work. Lazy, casual, irresponsible, and unclear duties and responsibilities. You have worked in the Empire Extraordinary Species Breeding Center. You should know that most accidents are caused by people. And you should know how big the management omissions here are? Luke's straightforward opinion was recognized by Melen. He was also helpless. This is the lower city of St. Louis City. The environment makes the people here generally not well educated. They may be good at fighting, but it is difficult to use the system to carefully restrain them. Your opinion has always been a problem for me. But if I have money, I can hire professional personnel from the upper city or other places. Money can hire people, but how can the safety of these people be guaranteed? High salaries may very likely become something that kills them. Faced with Luke's question, Melen found it difficult to answer. If it weren't for the shadow parasite meditation, he wouldn't stay in this hellhole. For his own safety, he has to invest huge expenses every day. But he can't treat future employees with his own safety indicators. Money and safety are two mountains that trouble the Extraordinary Species Research Institute. Melen asked Luke, "Do you have any good solutions?" "What solutions can I, an outsider, have? If you want to solve the problem, you still need to rely on your lower city. There must be a system that everyone can abide by. That's probably difficult. Then at least there is a leader that everyone respects.